Hey everyone, it's me again. Today we're diving into a long-running series called The Return of the SSS-Class Player. I started this one a while ago and just realized I forgot to upload it, so if you notice any hiccups, just let me know in the comments. A few years ago, a virtual reality game called The Lot suddenly appeared and took the world by storm. It was a perfect world with graphics and sensations so realistic, you couldn't tell them apart from the real thing. The Lot was a world even larger than Earth. Inside the game, you could talk to anyone and interact just like a real person. And this guy right here is Young Min. He used to be the strongest player in the Lot, ranked number 1 in solo combat. He was the most powerful SSS-Rank player in the Berserker class known as the Violent King Young Min. However, the appearance of a player named Odin changed everything. Young Min was beaten to a pulp, forced to leave the game and sit in a corner feeling sorry for himself. Today marks the 8th time he's been ganged up on by the Ragnarok guild. Every time he's killed, Young Min's level drops and his equipment is randomly lost. It's left him feeling completely helpless. He thinks back on everything he sacrificed for this game and feels like it just wasn't worth it. But he'd rather die than give up on the Lot. After hardening his resolve, Young Min climbs back into his gaming capsule once again. The moment he returns to the virtual world, the Ragnarok guild is already there waiting. Seeing Odin's punchable face, he charges forward in a rage, fists clenched tight. Young Min tells himself he'll take them all down and reclaim his throne as the top player. But miracles don't happen today. He's defeated once again. Each member of the Ragnarok guild rains down skills on him. Young Min lies on the ground, taking the hits, unable to do anything but curse them in frustration. Right then, a system notification pops up. Young Min has been stripped of his Violent King title because he no longer meets the requirements. It felt like a knife being twisted in his heart. Young Min screams in agony, but there's no magic fix here. Odin notices the title loss, loses interest, and walks away. The rest of the Ragnarok members follow right behind him without a second thought. Everything has crumbled for Young Min. All he can do is grit his teeth and sob uncontrollably. He thinks about everything he once had. His title as the Violent King, his high level, and his legendary items. He can't accept this. He looks up and screams at the sky, as if blaming the gods themselves. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning strikes down as if in response. The legend of Young Min, the strongest and most violent man in the Lot, ends in a pathetic heap. Back in reality, his alarm clock starts blaring incessantly. Fueled by anger, Young Min slams his hand down on the desk and shouts, "Shut up." He clutches his head and sighs in despair. In the end, there was no grand plot twist. Young Min feels himself getting weaker and knows he can't defeat the Ragnarok guild alone. On top of that, in the real world, he's stressed out about how to pay his rent. So Young Min decides he has to sell whatever he can just to get by. But right then he notices something very strange. His The Lot connection capsule is gone. Young Min stands there frozen, looking around the room, completely disoriented about where he is. While he's still confused, his phone on the floor lights up. A notification smacks him right in the face. The virtual reality game The Lot will be released soon. Outside a convenience store, the morning air feels warm and pleasant until someone shouts. "What did you say?" Young Min's face is pale with shock, sweat dripping down his forehead. He stammers, unable to believe his ears. Is it really 2021? He rubs his temples in frustration. The clerk Kang Han looks at him with a suspicious expression. "Seriously, man, why are you suddenly asking what the date is?" The sudden question catches the clerk off guard and makes him feel awkward. "Your name is Kang Han, right dude? What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Young Min's eyes go dark and heavy, drops of sweat pour off him. Suddenly, he turns and bolts. He runs out of the store so fast the clerk is left standing there totally baffled. Kang Han scratches his head and sighs. Ever since his girlfriend dumped him a few days ago, he's been acting really weird. The scene shifts to a busy main road packed with cars and the sound of honking horns under the bright scorching sun. Young Min is huffing and puffing, stopping by the side of the road to catch his breath, drenched in sweat. His mind is a chaotic mess of thoughts. This really is the neighborhood I lived in 3 years ago. The convenience store I always went to. Even the name of the part-time guy I was friends with. His inner self is screaming, what the hell is going on? Images of the bastards from the Ragnarok guild flash through his mind. He remembers how they tricked him and stripped him of his titles. He remembers falling into the abyss with arrows flying at him from every direction. He died a painful, miserable death, at least that's what he thought. The ground around him seems to crack in his memory. Suddenly, a crucial detail clicks. Wait, I think the last thing that happened was being hit by blue thunder. He stands there, staring at his hands, still unable to process it all. But the moment he opened his eyes, he was back in the real world, 3 years in the past. The Lot hasn't even been released yet. He gazes at his hands for a long time before a sinister, dark smile slowly spreads across his face, like he's already plotting something wicked. Am I dreaming or what? Suddenly, a bolt of realization strikes him and his eyes widen in shock. That's right, he remembers a man named Odin. Just thinking of that name makes his hands clench instinctively. This has to be that guy's doing. He slaps his thigh and laughs out loud, making everyone around him think he's crazy. Yeah, that has to be it. He begins to trudge along the pavement, his feet feeling as heavy as lead, muttering to himself as he goes. He must be using some weird skill to mess with my mind. He lets out a long sigh, then suddenly roars like a caged beast, his eyes burning with rage. He screams at the empty air, terrifying the people passing by who have no idea what's happening. Get out here right now, you son of a bitch. What is this? Stop playing these trashy games with me. Fight me face to face, you coward. Later, he's sitting in an office staring blankly into space. A police officer looks at a report speechless. Is your friend's last name really O? What a weird name. As he walks out of the police station, his face is pure murder. I'll let you off this time, but don't let it happen again. His head is still spinning with chaotic thoughts. Can a normal mental attack really be this detailed? What does he gain from making me hallucinate like this? Suddenly, he spots something. He grabs a roadside pole with both hands, his strength exploding as he tries to rip the pole right out of the ground. He's trying to test if this is all an illusion created by that guy. People on the street gasp in terror. What the hell is he doing? Sweat pours down Youngmin's face like rain as he exerts all his might. But he felt absolutely thrilled even as people on the street whispered and stared at him. This feels way too real, doesn't it? What's wrong with that guy? Must be a total psycho. The scene shifts to the entrance of a gym. Kicks like balls of fire rain down on the equipment. He's furiously punching and kicking a sandbag as if trying to vent all the frustration bottled up inside him. Two other guys working out nearby stop to watch his strikes, gossiping among themselves. What kind of martial arts is that? Is it some kind of kickboxing? Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. But with those wide movements, maybe it's Russian Sambo. He lands a powerful punch on the sandbag, his eyes full of murderous intent as his lips curl into a smirk. Of course, you've never seen this before. This is my own style created specifically for my use only. Those fighting moves were things he had perfected while playing the Lord. On the other hand, he recalls details from the game, like how a level 16 monster could force a level 41 player to log out. A wave of chaos is bound to erupt right after the Lord is released. Mainly because people are going to end up dying at the hands of low-level mobs. He cracks his knuckles, the sound echoing through the air. Even though there's a huge gap in levels, it all comes down to poor control skills. Most players, up until now, have only used a keyboard and mouse. The others in the gym are practically stunned by his intensity. His hands grip the barbell. They aren't used to full immersion virtual reality technology like the Lord at all, but there's something much more important than that. Using all his strength to lift the bar even as sweat soaks his clothes, he pushes on. It's about the understanding and mastery over one's own body. Imagine every single muscle across your entire frame. Every single fiber from your head down to your fingers and toes. The ability to sense and control every one of those fibers is directly proportional to how well you can control your body in the Lord. With a loud crash, he drops the barbell from high up. Right. It's about time I accept this reality. He leans against the wall, breathing heavily. He has truly returned 3 years into the past. He remembers his glory days in the Lord when he could take on an entire horde of monsters alone and sit triumphantly atop a mountain of corpses. 1 month before the release of the Lord. That game was my entire world. He leans against the wall, laughing like a madman until his whole body trembles, making a young guy nearby think he's run into a lunatic. In his mind, the faces of Odin and the others appear. They seem to be laughing in his face, which only fuels his rage. The air around him reeks of tension like a powder keg ready to blow. He grinds his teeth. Odin, I will be reborn as someone else. You won't have even a sliver of a chance to win. I'm going to grind you all into dust. 1 month later, in a room next to a single bed, stands a glass pod. The pod opens, revealing Young-min lying inside his face, partially covered by a panel. He moves slightly as the light in front of him makes it hard to open his eyes. The familiar system voice begins to chime. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A small light appears, connecting him to the Lord. He snaps his eyes open to see a purple sky filled with stars. He sits up stunned by the sight before him and can only gasp. This really is the world of the Lord. He's startled by a system notification. Dear traveler, please state your name. He smirks as if he has a hidden agenda, speaking a name that is both familiar and legendary. Young-min. It's as if 2 different souls are merging within him. He shouts his name out loud. My name is Young-min. The system responds, Welcome to the Lord, Young-min. Inside a village in the Lord, thick smoke rises as fires break out everywhere, creating a scene of pure chaos. Adults are screaming and children are wailing. A massive horde of armed goblins is raiding the village. Run. The goblins are attacking. The goblins trample over the villagers, aiming their bows at them. An arrow pierces a young man nearby. He appears looking like a total badass, like a god sent down to protect them. The system asks, Would you like to start the tutorial? If you refuse, you will not receive the tutorial rewards. Of course I do. He stands tall amidst the flames. A level 2 goblin bares its jagged, crooked teeth at him. He pretends to slump down, making the creature think he's an easy target. It lunges in. Suddenly, he tightly grips an axe, nearby, a satisfied grin on his face. That's it. I like your guts. Realizing it has stepped into a death trap, the goblin can only stare in shock as it awaits its fate. He swings the axe with immense power, preparing to give it a blow it'll never forget. With one clean strike, he splits the creature in 2 with perfect precision. Following the impact, the ground beneath looks like it's about to shatter. He laughs loudly, looking at the rest of them. Kneel before me. The king of violence has returned. The village is swallowed by a sea of fire, screams echoing everywhere. Run! Many goblin bodies have been sliced in half, lying sprawled across the floor. Young-min walks forward slowly when suddenly the system voice rings out. He instinctively looks up. An outstanding achievement. You have defeated an opponent stronger than yourself. You have earned the title Born Warrior. As a Born Warrior, you have taken down a higher-level foe. Be proud of your combat talent. Effect strength increased by 1. Young-min lets out a very satisfied smile and thinks to himself, all right, that's more like it. The system pops up again to give a brief introduction to this feature. This is a special characteristic of the Lord. The achievement system triggers when a player performs a special action or achieves something nearly impossible for them. Images of players facing challenges without a hint of fear appear. It will either boost your stats or grant you a special effect. Mindlessly hunting monsters to level up is the most inefficient thing you can do in the Lord, he asserts. Just as I thought, the tutorial doesn't give any experience points. Young-min quietly hides behind a wall thinking. The completion requirements for the tutorial are actually quite easy. He peeks out, observing everything carefully before figuring it out. You just need to survive in this starting village and fend off the invading goblins. Young-min begins to plan his battle strategy. All you're supposed to do is dodge the goblins and escape the village. It's not just that it gives 0 experience because it's a tutorial, but also because it's extremely difficult for a level 1 player to face 2 goblins at once like that. Suddenly, his face darkens and he breaks into a very devious smile. He wonders, but what if there's actually a true way to complete this tutorial? Young-min recalls something from the past. 2 months after the official launch of the Lord, a peculiar player named Tony Kim appeared. He claimed he knew exactly why. The goal of this tutorial is to survive without running away. That figure pondered to himself, if we actually survive, what happens next? In that case, suddenly he spotted his sword and burst out laughing with joy. Of course, I knew there'd be something like this here. Young-min confessed confidently that he'd heard there was a special reward, one much better than the reward for just completing the basic mission. He walked along thinking to himself. The new Lord had just been released and the whole scene was ablaze, creating a truly difficult situation. Young-min walked forward tall and proud, declaring boldly, the only person who knows how to pull off a perfect completion is me. Back in the chaos of the village, a woman ran in terror from a pack of goblins looking to tear her apart. Run! She pushed herself to the limit, sprinting forward as tears streamed down her face. The goblins chased after her in a frenzy. He stood on the rooftop looking down at the pitiful sight when suddenly a biting cold wind blew right at them. Before they knew it, Young-min had swooped in and landed a fatal blow on one of the goblins. The others nearby spun around in shock when they saw what happened to their comrade. But before they could even process what was going on, he immediately swung his axe at them. The method for a perfect completion he'd found was that very axe slicing through the goblin's neck. It shrieked in agony. Young-min burst into a delighted laugh. Meanwhile, in his head, he was thinking about wiping out every single goblin that invaded the village without leaving a single one alive. Young-min quickly did some simple math. Going by that method, there would be a total of 25 goblins invading this village. He silently tapped the goblin's corpse. The first choice was divide and conquer. By taking them out one by one, Young-min clicked his tongue in annoyance. Hiding and ambushing just isn't my style of fighting. He recalled the scenes of him slaughtering the goblins. Doing it this way, I've already killed 9 of them. Young-min walked away, leaving behind a pile of corpses from his handiwork. But this way isn't efficient enough. Young-min formed a plan in his head that seemed more feasible than the last. If the number of goblins drops to 15, the pack leader will sense the danger and gather all the remaining goblins together. Because of that, they'll stick to each other no matter what the player does. He stopped somewhere and said, all right now. Young-min stood before the door of a house and declared loudly, it's time to use the second method. The house was eerily quiet. Suddenly, he started gasping for air, his body feeling like it had 0 strength left. Young-min slumped against the wall. Various liquid bottles were scattered across the floor. A notification popped up. You have 20% health remaining. Body functions have been reduced. He felt exhausted. Honestly, damn, I thought I was a goner for a second. Was it too reckless to dive into 3 of them at once? Young-min grabbed a blue bottle from the shelf. He chugged it down. At that moment, a notification appeared. Using lowest grade health potion, restoring body functions. As soon as he finished, Young-min cheered as if he'd been fully recharged. A potion on the brink of death is always the absolute best. Suddenly, a terrifying bone-chilling roar echoed out. He froze, recognizing that voice. A goblin with its mouth wide open immediately lunged at him. It was none other than the armed goblin, the leader of the pack. Young-min said excitedly, looking for me, you ugly bastard. It flinched and turned to look at him. He laughed, beckoning it closer and taunting it. Come on, come and kill me. Its eyes bulged and it gnashed its teeth, its face twisted in pure rage. The armed goblin let out a massive roar that echoed through every corner of the house. All the other goblins charged at Young Min at once following its command. He declared boldly, "Come and get it, you little shits." The armed goblin realized something was off, but it was too late. Young Min had already poured a yellow liquid all over himself. He gave a cunning smile and affirmed, "I prepared this special treat just for you, you asshole." He cheered inwardly. The second completion method was truly powerful. Notifications popped up one after another. Using lowest grade buff potion. Strength increased by 10. Agility increased by 10. The armed goblin accelerated and lunged at Young Min. He calmly waited for the attack, but before it could even land a hit, the armed goblin took a punch straight to the face from Min. With just a bit of force, its head slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. It lay there motionless, grinding its teeth in pain. Without giving it a chance to move, he landed a second blow on its head. Young Min slammed his axe right into the center of the armed goblin's head and kicked its body several more times, making the wall behind it look like it was about to shatter into pieces. Seeing this, the others went into a frenzy and charged, but before they could even touch a single hair on Young Min's head, he had already shredded them to bits. One remaining goblin charged with all its might at Young Min. He lightly tripped it, then used his axe to deliver the decisive blow. In the darkness, Young Min was like a hungry predator lunging at its prey. He sliced through it, unable to hide his excitement. That goblin was split in half amidst a sea of red. While he was caught up in the thrill, a notification suddenly popped up, startling Young Min. Only those who frequently use the achievement system can grow this fast. He stared at the notification board and pondered for a moment. Young Min imagined himself looking incredibly cool with infinite power and felt delighted. The system announced a series of achievements. An unexpected one. You have achieved a perfect victory. Against a large number of enemies stronger than you, you've earned a title, Natural Born Warrior. Your talent allowed you to defeat a large number of enemies 3 levels higher than yourself. Hearing this, he smiled and wondered, does it give a bonus to the first person to do it too? Young Min stared at the notification and thought, I'm only level 1, but my stats are currently 15, strength and 14, agility. These stats are on par with a level 10 player. Suddenly, the goblins ahead let out a loud scream and charged at him. Young Min's face was filled with crazed excitement. He spoke with confusion. Haven't you guys learned your lesson yet? These idiots were sliced into hundreds of pieces one by one. Young Min took them down as easily as a breeze, asserting boldly, you guys aren't even worth my time. Suddenly, the armed goblin jumped out and pointed its sword straight at him, making Young Min freeze for a split second. It put all its strength into its arm to swing that sword. The armed goblin landed an incredibly powerful blow on him. Notification. Level 15 Elite Armed Goblin. But contrary to what the beast thought, Young Min was completely unscathed. He spoke up, all right, you're still here, you brain-dead boss. The scene was more chaotic than ever. The village was engulfed in a sea of flames as the armed goblin lunged with all its might. Its blade swung toward Young Min in a sharp sweeping arc, but he skillfully dodged every strike. Unfortunately, one blow grazed his shoulder, making him grimace in pain. Seizing the perfect opening, the creature aimed a finishing blow at Young Min. The sheer power of this armed goblin was absolutely terrifying. Everything around the fight seemed to be blown away by the force. This time, he managed to narrowly evade the attack again. Young Min thought to himself that this thing was way stronger and faster than a normal goblin. He knew boss monsters were on a different level, and that realization only got his blood pumping. Young Min flashed a wide grin and charged toward the armed goblin, boldly declaring, but a goblin is still just a goblin. Both sides seemed to be relishing the combat, trading blows without a moment's rest. It swung a hammer-like blow at Young Min, but he quickly danced out of the way. He immediately countered with a strike of his own. Taking in the sight before him, Young Min landed lightly on his feet and muttered, all right, are we good? Just when it seemed over, the wound on the armed goblin's neck began to heal rapidly. An indescribable killing intent suddenly filled the air. Seeing this, he froze in his tracks, drenched in cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. What the? Before he could even process it, the armed goblin lunged and grabbed Young Min's arm in a crushing grip. It let out a deafening roar that seemed to tear the sky apart before slamming him violently into the rubble. The pain was excruciating, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure it. The system flashed. You have taken 355 damage. Health reduced to 20%. The beast prepared to stomp him into the dirt, and Young Min's eyes widened in terror. The armed goblin brought its foot down with such force that the ground beneath them shattered into pieces. He was sent tumbling quite a distance away, his face twisted in frustration. He realized the problem wasn't just about strength or speed. The tension in the air was suffocating. Young Min cursed under his breath, realizing he was in deep trouble. He watched the armed goblin's movements closely, realizing its defensive capabilities were incredibly annoying. I can't finish this thing off with my current weapon stats. Young Min bit his lip, his mind racing. His strength potion only had 5 minutes left. All right then. Suddenly, he let out a chilling laugh and shouted, let's do this, get ready. Seeing him like that, even the armed goblin momentarily hesitated. But contrary to his bold words, Young Min turned tail and bolted. Running away was the best strategy right now, leaving the beast standing there in total shock. For a moment, the armed goblin just stared confused. Then it let out a furious scream sounding like it wanted to rip him into 100 pieces. It charged after him, brandishing its heavy weapon, while Yu Min ran for his life with everything he had. After a frantic chase, the armed goblin eventually lost sight of him. It screamed in a blind rage until something to its left caught its eye. It was a house that was still mostly intact with its lights still flickering. A twisted idea flashed through the armed goblin's head and it broke into a more sinister grin than ever before. Meanwhile, Young Min had slipped into a house and collapsed on the floor, panting for breath. He clutched his stomach, grimacing. Damn, my ribs are broken. Does a game really need to be this realistic? Then a rolled-up piece of parchment appeared in his hand. He chuckled and triumphantly tore the scroll open. Time to use it. The last item I got from the shop, the system announced. You have used a low-grade fire resistance scroll. Your fire resistance will increase by 30 for 10 minutes. Young Min smiled, a plan forming in his head. All right, now I just need to lure it. Before he could finish, the house he was in was smashed to pieces by the armed goblin. It scanned the wreckage for Young Min, failing to notice him right behind it. Suddenly, it realized he was there. He just gave a small smirk and said, "Hello there. You look pretty pissed off. Let's talk, shall we?" Ignoring him, the beast swung its blade wildly, trying to butcher him. Young Min dodged, frantically terrified. Its special moves were devastatingly powerful. The armed goblin kept swinging its blade relentlessly and he was starting to lose his breath. Suddenly, Young Min realized he had no room left to dodge and he took a direct hit right to the gut. The force sent him flying through several walls. The power was horrifying. Buried under a pile of stones, his face was contorted in bone-deep agony. Young Min sat battered on the floor as the system alerted. You have received 78 injuries. Health reduced to below 10%. Despite his state, the armed goblin showed no mercy. It approached shrouded in a dark, magical aura. He forced himself up, gripped his axe, and channeled every last drop of his strength into it. With a loud roar, he hurled the axe at the armed goblin. But the beast dodged it easily and gave a mocking, triumphant laugh. Young Min smiled back and asked, "Having fun? Laugh all you want." He added confidently, "Because that's the last time you'll ever laugh." Just as he spoke, a massive crash echoed behind the beast, making it whip around. The axe had sliced through a support pillar, causing it to slowly collapse. He stood up and cheered, "Goodbye, you idiot." Strategy number 3, use your environment. Seeing the danger, it tried to run, but Young Min had already jumped through a window and slammed it shut. The beast struggled frantically as the house began to cave in, burying the armed goblin under tons of debris. Young Min managed to clear the area just before the structure was completely swallowed up. Then a massive boom erupted from the ruins and he couldn't help but let out a shout of joy. As he walked away, he thought to himself, "I'm only doing this for the reward, but it's pretty pathetic that I had to struggle this much and rely on tactics just to beat one monster." The system announced, "You have defeated the armed goblin." With his health under 10%, he remembered Odin's face and felt a surge of rage. "Odin, you bastard. You've put me through way too much." He ground his teeth and vowed, "Just you wait. I'll make you pay 10, no 100 times over for everything I've had to endure." The system chimed again, "You have completed the tutorial." Young Min's eyes went wide with shock. A flurry of notifications began to appear, an unbelievable achievement. You have defeated an enemy 10 levels higher than you. You have earned the title Descendant of David. You are the first person to receive this title. The system continued its alerts. You have defeated a significantly stronger enemy. You have received title 1117. You are the first person to receive this title. Hearing this, he froze, unable to believe his ears. One final notification appeared, an incredible achievement. You have cleared the tutorial with a perfect score. You have received the unstoppable title. You are the first person to earn this title. Young Min bursts out laughing in pure joy. This is awesome. He stands atop the ruins, dazed for a second time. You hear that you'll receive a reward from the tutorial. You've obtained 3 loaves of hard bread and 50 coins. You will also receive an additional reward for these results. You've received 5 pieces of nameless armor. Young Min lets out a sinister grin of approval. Of course, the rewards aren't bad at all. He observes his surroundings for a moment before speaking. Now let's see what these titles can actually do. Pondering, Young Min reads every single word in his status window. Suddenly, he breaks into an unbelieving smile. This is insane. No way. Satisfaction is written all over Young Min's face. This is perfect. Just perfect. The notification reads, "As the legendary first unstoppable, you have performed a miracle by taking down a monster that no one else could defeat. There will always be people plotting against those who turn the impossible into reality. But honestly, who could ever hate a miracle worker? Since you're the first to achieve this, your relationship with neutral NPCs is established and your standing with NPCs within the alliance will start as friendly. The proficiency required to level up your skills has been reduced by 30%. Overjoyed, Young Min thinks to himself, a legendary title. I can't believe it. Staring at the notification board, he can't stop marveling. The fame and skill upgrades are already insane, but there are even more effects. Young Min can't hide his grin. As ideas start racing through his head, With my plans in this title alone, I'll be able to level up incredibly fast. No wait, I'm going to have to rework my entire plan. Among the many titles Youngmin received was First Descendant of David. You have defeated an opponent 10 levels higher than you, possessing power far beyond your own. All your stats will increase by 10% when engaging in combat with higher-level enemies. The first to win a 17-1 fight, you have triumphed in a battle against 17 opponents. Numbers mean nothing to you. Your defense will increase by 10% when fighting against large groups. Your defense will increase by up to 30% based on the number of enemies you face. He beams with joy. These titles are unique and their effects are absolutely incredible. Suddenly, multiple shields manifest around Youngmin. He shouts, "All right, let's go. I'm going to open all the chests I've received." Every single one of them he teleports to a bustling modern city. Youngmin lets out a long sigh. To be honest, it's been quite a while since I was last here. Standing tall, he looks up at the sky and declares, "The starter village, PKIT City." He narrows his eyes, peering into the distance. Just as I thought. The place is already packed even though it's only been open for a few hours. Observing carefully, Youngmin realizes, wait, looking at them now. Weren't some of these people here from the start? Suddenly, he's filled with rage, screaming internally at the thought of Odin and his followers. Youngmin flashes back to them, those bastards from the Ragnarok guild. He gnashes his teeth, determined to find them immediately and kill them one by one. But then he tells himself, wait, that's too many of them to handle at once. The image of Odin standing like a god above the masses with a blinding aura flashes through his mind. Odin stepped into that spotlight after earning the title King of Creation. 2 years after the game launched, his face remained ice-cold, devoid of any emotion. Youngmin thinks to himself, no matter how much I dwell on it, it still feels so strange. He imagines dozens of people kneeling before Odin. By that time, dozens of A-rankers will be swearing their loyalty to him. They even changed their nicknames and appearances. Youngmin explains the name he gave that group. That's why I call them the weird cosplayers. They were even cosplaying as Norse and Greek gods. But even now, I should still be able to find them. Resting his chin on his hand, he ponders. But who are they really? Just how big were the rewards they were promised to show that kind of loyalty? Did he bribe them with hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is he the son of some big corporation's chairman? The more he thinks about it, the more absurd it seems. Frustrated, Youngmin kicks the ground and starts cursing under his breath. Damn it. Whatever, I should just forget about it for now. Overthinking won't solve a thing. Suddenly, he turns solemn. What's more important is preparing for the day I face them again. Youngmin quietly weaves through the crowd, vowing to grow stronger faster than anyone else. His footsteps become steadier and more deliberate than ever. If I want to achieve that, the first thing I should do is, suddenly a voice from out of nowhere cuts off his train of thought. Hey young man, do you want to get stronger? It turns out the voice belongs to a buff old man standing behind him with his arms crossed. He confidently asserts, come over here, and you could become as strong as I am. He then gives him a wink, trying to look trustworthy. Youngmin just stares at him with a mix of boredom and suspicion. Only 2 words come to Youngmin's mind: training grounds. Looking at the people practicing inside, he figures it's only this crowded because it's the first day. Even though he knows they'll all end up leaving sooner or later, he speaks up. I'd like to use the training grounds. Hearing this, the man lights up and starts sucking up to Youngmin. I can see the potential in you. I can't let someone with such a bright future pay the standard market price. I'll give it to you for 20 copper. Suddenly, the system pings. Your relationship with neutral NPCs has been established, and your relationship with NPCs will start as friendly. His eyes go wide as he sees the title's effect in action. Normally, the entrance fee would be around 30 copper. Everyone in the training grounds is working incredibly hard. As Youngmin starts moving, he's hit with a wave of nostalgia. Man, I really miss this feeling. He lets out a happy grin and throws a punch. The training dummy takes the full force of his blow. In the beginning, these training dummies are one of the best ways to accumulate experience here in PY City. Everyone in the gym is training with them because you gain XP every time you land a hit. It couldn't be any easier. That's why so many players rush here right at the start. But as someone who's been through this before, Youngmin confidently declares, sooner or later they'll realize how incredibly inefficient this is. One player grumbles to himself, damn it, when am I ever going to level up? I've been hitting this thing for 5 hours. Instead, doing odd jobs for NPCs earns you way more XP, and they even give you money and food as rewards. For example, delivery missions. Here are the 10 grains of rice you asked for. Well done, here's your reward. Youngmin notes that even if you're willing to, if you stay in the training grounds, you'll have to pay usage fees and buy food. It's a total money sink. That's why so many players just give up. Forget this. Let's go hunt some goblins or something. Man, we've already wasted way too much time here. He punched the scarecrow like a madman, but his mind was racing. Of course, in my past life, I wasted time here too, and just ignored everything else. But leveling up isn't the only purpose of this training ground. Youngmin punched so hard that the scarecrow actually flew back. He was panting, completely exhausted. A notification appeared, strength point 1. Youngmin was stunned, then a huge smile broke across his face. Yes, this is it. All my hard work is finally paying off. Young-min revealed that if you spend enough time hitting these scarecrows until peaked, your stamina is completely drained, you can actually increase your stats by 1. This method is totally separate from gaining stats through leveling up. A loaf of bread appeared in his hand. Hard crust bread, a tutorial reward. Young-min thought to himself, right now I'm the only one who knows about this, and even if someone else did find out, they wouldn't bother doing it. He sat down and munched on the bread. To summarize, using that time to level up by completing quests would usually raise your stats much faster. Young-min smirked and wondered, but is that always true? He thought back to his battle. With that armored goblin at level 1220, you could level up in just a day or two, but would that still work at level 100 or 200? Right now, it's boring and exhausting, but the day will come when it all bears fruit, the day my stats soar. A massive surge of power suddenly radiated from his body. Alright, time to get back to work. Cut to 10 days later, and Young-min was still relentlessly striking the scarecrow. He was practicing all sorts of new moves and techniques. The other players in the training ground looked at him completely baffled. What's he showing off for? One muttered. Another guy replied, just leave him be. He's just some attention seeker. Let's go do some quests instead. But Young-min didn't quit, no matter how tired he got. Is it really stupid to master every single attack? Once you level up, simple strikes just won't be enough to raise a player's stats anymore. Right then, he wound up and delivered a devastating kick to the scarecrow's side, completely shattering it. The system chimed. An incredible achievement. Your strength, dexterity, and physical resistance have reached the absolute maximum possible within the training grounds. You can no longer increase your stats here. Young-min froze when he heard the notification. You have earned the hard-working citizen badge. A long string of notifications followed. An incredible achievement. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you are the strongest man in this village, since you destroyed a scarecrow in under 1 minute. You have earned the title Strongest Man in the Village. He let out a thunderous shout as if announcing to the world that he'd finally made it. Finally, more notifications came flooding in. Hardworking citizen. You have achieved something that hard work alone usually cannot overcome. Your perseverance knows no bounds. Strongest man in the village, you smashed a scarecrow to prove you're the toughest man around. He laughed with excitement. Now it's finally time to level up. Suddenly, an old man's voice echoed from somewhere nearby. Hey kid, you want to get even stronger? He looked over at the old man in surprise. I've been watching you closely for the last 10 days. Why that's kind of creepy. The old man spat, making a scary face, but then praised Young-min. A man with your courage and grit just might pull it off. If you want, I'll show you a whole new level. He felt a bit hesitant at first. The old man asked again, well, you coming with me? Now Young-min's eyes were filled with nothing but burning curiosity. The old man straightened up and spoke each word slowly. What? This is a hidden quest. I've never heard of anything like this before. His eyes went wide with a hint of fear. What? A hidden quest? I've never heard of this. A moment later, Young-min was following the burly man down a hidden passage. Young-min thought to himself that he never imagined there was a secret tunnel right underneath the training grounds. Noticing Young-min was distracted, the man warned him. It's pitch black down here. Watch your step or you'll trip and fall. Besides thinking about the passage, Young-min kept dwelling on the guide's words. What did he mean by a higher level? A faint smile crossed his face. Could he know about a hidden class or some secret skills? All right, we're here. But his excitement instantly died, replaced by a surge of anger he had to struggle to keep under control. In front of Young-min was a massive room filled with humanoid robots clad in heavy combat armor. The man leading Young-min turned back with a patient, cheerful expression and explained, this is the advanced training zone reserved only for the chosen few. It didn't do much to cool his temper. Damn it. Why talk about a higher level if it's just a training room with different gear? But Young-min was thinking too simply. It wasn't just about the equipment. He was confused by the guide's words. He noticed a glowing blue light on the robots' chests, likely their power source. These things were active and could attack or fight humans at any moment. They were incredibly intelligent. They move exactly like humans, and because they know how to attack and counter, you could actually die if you're not at least level 10. Then he gave Young-min a choice. Want to try? I'll give you a few pointers, but you only get one shot at this. Young-min stood still for a moment, then a grin flashed across his face as he realized the potential. I might get trashed, but it sounds like a blast. He stepped forward, walking through the iron gate into the massive room, and the door slammed shut behind him. The things in front of him weren't just normal robots anymore. They were elite warriors who fought without ever getting tired. Young-min dropped into a combat stance and lunged toward the robots, unleashing a devastating kick. Right after that, he funneled all his strength into his arm for a thunderous punch. He drove his knee straight into a robot's back, then gathered his energy and blasted the robots with a surge of light. One of them began to stagger, but Young-min didn't let up, raining down a relentless flurry of kicks and punches. With his wind-like speed, there was no way these robots could keep up. But then a faint mark appeared on Young-min's left arm. It looked like something had actually managed to hit him. By now, he seemed to be hitting his limit. He'd been fighting for so long, yet those robots barely had a scratch on them. They stayed perfectly in formation, switching between attack and defense. Wiping away some sweat, Young Min let out a mocking smirk. These toys were actually pretty tough. Young Min took a leap, soaring high into the air. Alright, fine then. He lunged back at them with terrifying speed, his eyes blazing with fire. Why shouldn't he enjoy this? Outside the massive doors, 5 days later, the banging on the gates grew louder and louder as cracks began to spiderweb across the surface. The doors finally creaked open to reveal a robot slumped on the floor. Its arm was twitching, one eye was smashed, and a pair of boots stepped right onto its chest, crushing the machine into scrap metal. Inside that large room, Young Min looked absolutely trashed. I've finally hit level 10 and maxed out my stats. What felt even better was that Young Min was completely satisfied with his performance this time. First, to achieve Absolute Epic Determination. You have obtained the title Absolute Determination. No one can break your resolve. You are the very first person to earn this title. Effect. You gain immunity to all negative mental status effects when your health drops below 5%. All stats are also increased by 50%. As the notification popped up, Young Min stood frozen before it for a long time. An epic title, Absolute Determination. He never expected to get something like that here. He started thinking back to his past life, remembering how incredibly hard he had to struggle back then. After all those life and death battles, he'd finally made it. If all it took was smashing a few wooden puppets, it was well worth the effort. The time had finally come. Sunlight began to spill over Chin City. On one of the streets, there was a house decorated with skulls hanging over the door. Inside the shop, a massive guy was snoring like a chainsaw. To wake him up, Young Min slammed his fist onto the table and gave a loud shout. "Greetings, sir." This man was none other than a member of the Berserker Guild. Young Min spoke up. "Aren't you planning on doing any work?" Startled, the man looked at him blankly. "Do you even know where you are, kid?" Young Min looked him dead in the eye with total confidence and replied, "Of course I do. Isn't this the Berserker Guild?" The hulking man looked back and said, "Well, who doesn't know the famous Berserkers?" He let out a satisfied belly laugh. "You've got some brains, son." He didn't forget to remind Young Min, though. "You know you only get to change your class once, right?" Annoyed, Young Min snapped back. "I know. Just get on with it." As soon as he said that, the man slammed the bell on his desk. "Quick and clean. I like your style." A surge of powerful light coursed through Young Min's body. "You have successfully changed your class to Berserker." The Berserker gave him a satisfied smile. "Young Min, congratulations on becoming a Berserker." Young Min couldn't hide his excitement. "Your level has reset to 1, but all your stats will remain the same." Finally, the man mentioned the next part. "Now for your class change reward, pick whatever you want." He laid out a collection of high-quality weapons like axes and swords. Young Min's eyes lit up as he grabbed one specific weapon, looking like he'd been searching for it forever. Young Min immediately swung the axe, performing a few moves as fast as the wind. Watching the display, the man observed in silence as Young Min's strikes flowed seamlessly, making it impossible to look away. For the final move, Young Min put all his strength into a downward strike, creating a powerful shockwave. The man praised him. "Impressive kid." Finding exactly what he needed made him incredibly happy. "This is exactly what I wanted." After all that hesitation, he finally had his answer. "To be honest, I wasn't sure which class to pick, unlike my past life where I knew about many hidden classes and how to get them. But this time, Young Min knew exactly what his next move should be. If he wanted to take them all down alone, nothing was better than a Berserker. If he wanted revenge, Young Min needed a solid plan. Odin always had a swarm of guards around him. Berserkers gain extra stat boosts when fighting against groups. He felt a surge of breakthrough. Plus, Berserkers can enter a frenzy to boost their stats even further. It's one of the best classes for someone with high base stats. I can manually boost my own power using the Battle Frenzy skill. After a few seconds of silence, Young Min realized something. More importantly, an interesting thought flashed through his mind. Ever since that bastard Odin tried to slit my throat, the least I can do is take his head. A notification suddenly popped up. Seeing Young Min standing there in a daze, the man asked, "What is it? Are you really that proud of your new job?" No, it's not that." Young Min was quite surprised. What was this notification? The message read as follows. "On the path to finding a new wind, the sign of the wild wind, which swept away the world long ago, has been discovered. Seek out what remains and fulfill the final wishes of the wild wind. Complete the advanced training center with your first class." This mission seemed a bit mysterious. Is this a hidden quest? The wild wind. A bank teller at Eero Bank greeted him warmly. "Welcome, Eero Bank always strives to bring joy to our customers. How may I help you?" Before the girl could even finish her greeting, Young Min jumped in, demanding a loan. The girl was spooked and turned pale. "Yes, sir. Your class and name." Young Min was in such a rush, it was like someone was chasing him. Berserker Young Min. "I want the maximum loan possible." The teller patiently tried to go over all the details. "All right. Since this is your first class, the maximum loan amount is 30 silver coins with an interest rate of 3% per month. At an ancient house with tiled roofs curving toward the blue sky." Young Min was busy making his purchases, the first-class skill books for a Berserker. The Berserker shopkeeper was stunned. Oh wow, you're really willing to drop some serious cash, aren't you? Young Min didn't have time for small talk and snapped, "Stop wasting time." "How much?" The man gave him the price, 10 silver coins. The system displayed a massive amount of info on the skills he'd learned: Axe Mastery and 4 other skills. Axe Mastery, level 1, you can swing an axe with expert precision. Speed and attack power will increase. Skill Mastery 0.0%. Current rank Novice. Attack power increased by 70%. Flash level 1. You can move quickly across 3 steps. Accuracy increases by 110% when used. Heavy Strike level 1. Your next attack will be much stronger than usual. Power and accuracy both increase by 110% for the next strike. Warcry level 1 terrifies the opponent with a maddening roar. Berserker level 1, burn your own life force to generate devastating power. Young Min read through them carefully, his face twisted in annoyance. Seeing this, the Berserker shopkeeper was confused. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Young Min turned around and called out to him. "Sir," he replied. "Yeah." Young Min frowned and asked, "Do you know anything about the wild wind?" The man scrunched up his face in confusion. "What the heck is that?" Leaving the house, Young Min sat on a ledge by a waterfall on the side of the road. Long strings of system info appeared as he searched for traces of the wild wind. "I finally found a trace of Hoang Fong, the man who plunged the world into a sea of fire so long ago. Find the remaining traces and fulfill Hoang Fong's dying wish. Complete this advanced quest in tandem with your first-class advancement." Done. Young Min aimlessly scrolled through his screen, muttering to himself, "Hoang Fong." He thought deeply. He'd expected it to be a quest related to Berserkers, but even the guild master didn't know anything about it. The more he thought, the more Young Min's face twisted in frustration. Besides, even as a top-ranked Berserker in the past, he'd never even heard of this quest. Did someone already complete it back then? Suddenly, Young Min clutched his head and let out a loud shout, making the passers-by stop and stare at him. "Damn it, how am I supposed to do this without any hints?" Young Min went back to thinking in silence. The rewards for a hidden quest were incredibly tempting, but he still didn't have a single clue. Whatever, I'll just put it aside for now. Status window. Young Min. Race human. Gender male. Level 1. Class Berserker. Health 700 out of 700. Mana 150 out of 150. Strength 5. Agility 4. Stamina 1. Effect resistance 1. Intelligence 1. Wisdom 1. Remaining points 0. Titles: Born Warrior, Talented Warrior, Descendant of David, Strongest in the Area 1 versus 17, Unstoppable. Hardworking, Unwavering Resolve. Young Min scrolled through the info. "I've changed my class. Now all I need to do is level up like a maniac." Suddenly, a sly grin spread across his face. "So should I start that insane leveling path I planned out right now?" Everyone walking past turned to look at Young Min with bewildered eyes. Young Min sat there like he owned the place, chin resting on his hand, not feeling even a hint of embarrassment despite the stares. Above Young Min's head, a harsh recruitment message appeared, "Looking for a knight to escort me to the orc camp. Reward, 15 silver coins." Suddenly, a voice called out, making Young Min look back. "You want me to take you to the orc camp?" A man in polished, shiny armor made the offer. "I'll help you out, brother." It was Bai Kan, a massive hulking man. He flexed his muscular arm. "As for the reward, I want it paid up front." Young Min glanced at Bai Kan, looking visibly annoyed. After a moment, he finally asked, "Are you going alone?" "What level are you?" Bai Kan lifted his chin proudly. "Level 25. Class Heavy Knight." Young Min curled his lip in disdain. "I can't trust you alone. Get lost." Bai Kan, unable to believe his ears, roared. "What did you say?" He angrily pulled out a badge to show Young Min. "Hey, don't you see this? This is an orc warrior badge. I killed one myself to get it." Young Min just picked his ear, completely indifferent. "You're probably just acting tough after killing 1 or 2 scout orcs near the edge of the harsh forest." Young Min told him bluntly. "I need at least 2 people over level 30 to get to the camp in the middle of the forest. Stop being so arrogant and beat it." Bai Kan's face darkened with rage as he realized everyone was watching them. This little bastard. Bai Kan fumed inwardly. Damn it, he was being humiliated in front of the whole world. Suddenly, Bai Kan reached out his massive hand toward Young Min and used an Intimidate skill. "An opponent has used a leader skill on you. For 5 minutes, all self-defense actions will be bypassed. Duration may increase if the target resists." Young Min kept his head down slowly, letting out a single word. "You." He looked up, his gaze cold and sharp. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Bai Kan didn't look scared at all. Instead, he burst into a mocking laugh. "Oh my god," he jeered at Young Min after seeing his level. Level 1. "So you're just some amateur who just got his first class change. No wonder you're so cocky." Bai Kan continued to mock him. "If you don't have the skills to back it up, shut your mouth and get lost." Young Min's face went dark. "What the hell are you rambling about? Do you want to die?" Bai Kan shouted back a challenge. "Go ahead and try it. You're just a delusional brat who thinks he can reach an orc camp at level 1. Young Min let out a bone-chilling smile. He repeated Bai Kan's words, "Level 1. Then he suddenly suggested, "Hey, Want to make a bet? Yu Min laid out the stakes. Let's duel. Whoever wins gets 15 silver coins. No penalties, and it's not like we're player killing or anything. Isn't that a great deal? Bai Can leaned in close to Young Min's face, his voice low and threatening. Are you crazy? Young Min provoked him further. What's wrong? Are you afraid a level 25 would lose to a level 1? That hit Bai Can right in his pride. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. A notification popped up. Player Bai Can has requested a duel with a wager of 15 silver coins. Bai Can raised his arms, taking a combat stance. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted into a hideous scowl. Come at me, you newbie bastard. Young Min smiled, seeing that Bai Can had fallen for his trap. His eyes widened, looking absolutely terrifying. The sky was clear above the rows of tall buildings. As more people gathered, the area became increasingly crowded. They huddled together, pointing and whispering excitedly. Hey, look, there's a fight. There's a duel happening right by the fountain. Ellie glanced over. A duel in the middle of town. They must have a death wish. The captain watched, wondering who it was until he recognized Young Min's face. A duel. By the fountain, Young Min and Bai Can stood facing each other. Bai Can was fully geared up, wearing heavy armor and wielding a three-pronged weapon. He raised his weapon, his voice dripping with rage. I'm going to kill you, you arrogant brat. In stark contrast, Young Min looked completely bored. Yeah. Good luck. Bai Can suddenly paused, confused. Wait, where's your weapon? Young Min gave a confident smirk and held up his fists. My weapons are right here. Do you really think I need to swing a sword against someone like you? Hearing that, Bai Can lost it completely. Start. Once health drops below 5%, it's considered a loss. Bai Can stomped the ground with all his might. Clad in his heavy armor, he looked like a giant as he raised his weapon high, aiming straight for Young Min. Die. He smashed it down with incredible force, shattering the ground. But Young Min nimbly dodged to the side. Bai Can immediately swung again, relentlessly slashing at him, but Young Min avoided every strike with effortless, simple movements. Young Min laughed as if he were playing a game, making Bai Can scream in fury. You little rat. Are you just going to keep dodging? Bai Can started to lose his breath, thinking to himself, damn it. Is a berserker supposed to be this fast? Suddenly, Young Min appeared right beside him. So shall we keep going? Bai Can swung his arm down, cursing again. You arrogant. Before he could finish, Young Min's fist slammed into his face. The punch was so powerful it shattered Bai Can's mask into pieces. Young Min thought to himself, you stupid bastard. I already maxed out my hidden stats at the training grounds. Young Min wound up his fist. My level only reset because I changed classes. My actual stats. They're on a whole different level. Being over level 50, Young swung his fist down with devastating force. Everyone watching turned pale with shock. The captain's jaw dropped. My god. He's taking on that armor with just his bare fists. Bai Can slumped on the ground, looking pathetic as his armor shattered into pieces. Young Min reached out and grabbed Bai Can's face. Leaning in close, he whispered, I'm not just any level 1. Then he slammed Bai Can's head into the dirt. Bai Can couldn't even fight back. He couldn't even wiggle, just lying there flattened against the ground. Young Min stood up with a satisfied smirk. Young Min, human male, level 1 berserker. Health, 700 out of 700. Mana, 150 out of 150. Strength, 79. Accuracy, 63. Intelligence, 15. Knowledge, 12. Bonus stat points, 45. Bai Can's head had been slammed so hard against a rock that his eyes rolled back in pain. Right then, the system's voice rang out. Player Bai Can has been defeated and died in the duel. You will lose 15 silver coins. The system continued its announcement. Player Young Min has won. You will receive 15 silver coins. Young Min gave a triumphant laugh, his eyes full of arrogance. Well, that's some extra pocket money. The crowd started whispering among themselves. Did you see that? He did that with his bare hands. His friend replied, I heard he's only level 1. That's impossible. Is he a hacker or something? Young Min clenched his fist as an intense aura radiated from him. He let out a slightly wicked smile and thought, not bad. This should be enough for now. As Young Min walked along, wondering how he'd get to his destination, someone spoke up. Excuse me. Young Min turned around. He saw 3 people standing behind him. From left to right, there were Ellie and Rose, and the man in the middle was none other than the captain. The captain looked quite excited. Are you really planning to head to the orc camp? Young Min replied, I'm looking for a knight to take me through the harsh forest to the orc camp. Someone just like you. The 2 girls kept their eyes on Young Min. The captain continued, we've never actually entered the camp, but we pass by that area often. Do you want to come with us? Hearing this, Young Min thought it over and asked, what level are you guys? Ellie looked at him, clearly annoyed, but she still answered politely. I'm level 35 and these 2 are level 32. Watching the 3 of them talk, Young Min thought to himself that their gear looked decent. They were a balanced team with a tank, a DPS, and a healer. After a careful look, he made them an offer. All right, instead of forming a party, I just want you guys to escort me to the camp entrance. He then laid out the terms clearly. I'll pay 10 silver coins up front and the rest later. Once the mission is complete, I'll just stand back and won't participate in the fighting. Naturally, any loot that drops along the way belongs to you guys. So the four of them set off together and eventually reached the harsh forest. The captain, Rose, and Ellie were on high alert, but young Min seemed completely at ease. Suddenly, he spoke up. The forest. In front of them stood a strange structure. It looked like a tower adorned with numerous horns and skulls with mist drifting from the entrance. The captain turned to brief the other three. From here on, it's orc territory. There will definitely be guards patrolling the area. Young Min felt a flash of contempt. I know that, you idiot, he thought, but he spoke aloud. So what's the plan from here? Seeing Young Min's confusion, the captain held out his hand and said to Rose, Rose, can you give me that thing? She replied while looking through her bag, yeah, hold on a second. Suddenly, Young Min stood up and threw a piece of meat toward the orcs. The orcs saw the meat and immediately rushed over. They sniffed around to find it, and one of them shouted, look, meat. While the orcs were distracted with each other, the captain's team made their move. Did a hunting party drop that? He looked at Rose, Ellie, and Young Min and ordered. This way, they all slipped away quietly. Seeing this, Young Min thought, they're more skilled than I thought. Not bad at all. The four of them continued their journey until they noticed something. It turned out they had reached the orc village. There was a hole in the wooden fence, but an orc guard was suddenly standing right there. Seeing this, one of them said regretfully, oh no, that was the only back entrance. The captain analyzed the situation. They must have realized and posted a guard. The captain looked at the orc while talking to Ellie. Looks like we have no choice. Ellie responded quickly, got it. She raised her staff and began chanting a spell. Suddenly, she screamed silence. The shout startled the orc. Seizing the moment, the captain grabbed his sword and lunged forward. The orc tried to yell intruder, but he didn't realize his voice had already been suppressed by Ellie. He could only make a raspy sound. My voice. Taking the opportunity, the captain immediately sliced the orc in half. The orc collapsed and died. The captain calmly sheathed his sword. It's done. He smiled at Young Min and pointed toward the entrance. Go through here and you'll be inside the orc camp. Young Min handed the rest of the money to the captain. Thanks. Here's the balance. The captain replied, thanks. Good luck. Rose looked at Young Min looking a bit worried. Are you really going in there alone? It's way more dangerous inside. But Young Min remained calm. Yeah, I know. Catch you later. The captain turned away and told the girls, it's dangerous here, let's move fast. Rose replied hesitantly, I don't get what he's planning to do in there, and he even paid money just to get here. Ellie sighed, just let him be. He's looking for a way to get himself killed. The captain spoke up, we don't need to worry about him. Ellie asked, what do you mean? He continued his analysis. I'm not exactly sure, but he definitely didn't ask for an escort because he's weak. Ellie argued, come on, why do you think so highly of him? He was good in the duel, but before she could finish, the captain cut her off. Why do you think he asked for a duel in the first place? Ellie replied. He began to recall the scene of Young Min fighting Bai Kan. According to those who saw it from the start, that big knight was the one who used his skill to attack first. He thought of a massive muscular dark shadow that appeared, making the man with the knife suddenly freeze in fear. He said, as you know, if a player is attacked first, they are temporarily allowed to act in self-defense. The image of that dark shadow appeared again, laughing with excitement. After a powerful buff, they can even gain experience points by defeating their opponent. Everything was starting to make sense, but Ellie still looked skeptical. Exactly, it was a great chance to level up. Rose added, then why did he? The captain's face turned grim. I'm not sure. I'm still not entirely certain. But as he turned to leave, that player named Young Min clearly had a plan. The image of Young Min began to surface in the captain's mind, the reason why he had to stay stuck at level 1 until he finally reached the orc camp. At that moment, things were getting pretty wild over where Young Min was. His group of friends watched in shock as he walked in with a total I don't give a damn attitude. One of the orcs barked out, look, we've got a human male over here. Young Min looked incredibly arrogant, a triumphant smirk plastered across his face. Another orc chimed in, calling him an intruder. Young Min took a slow, steady breath and then suddenly bellowed at the top of his lungs. Which one of you bastards knows anything about a warrior's honor? If there's a real warrior in this place, step up and fight me right here, right now. The crowd of orcs stood there completely stunned. A human who actually understands the honor of a warrior. That was a first. Young Min just stood there looking smug as ever. The secret to defeating an orc hadn't been revealed yet. He began attacking the orc like a madman. See, if you shout something like that right in the middle of their camp, a warrior's barracks, they're forced to duel you just to protect their pride. Young Min thought to himself with a winner's grin. Yeah, I didn't come all this way just to level up. This was the most crucial factor to becoming powerful in the Lord. Unbeknownst to them, he was holding a crown that every monster craved. They looked like they were ready to risk their lives just to tear him apart. He was aiming for a near impossible achievement, one that rewarded a legendary tier title. He thought to himself, this is my true goal. There were plenty of powerful and vicious monsters around. Fighting beasts in the harsh forest was famous for being a brutal gauntlet, but he knew for sure winning a duel here would grant him massive reward. And not just that, it was a free pass that allowed him to duel without having to worry about anything else. With a look of pure excitement, Young Min stared down those massive orcs and roared, "Come on then, which one of you is the strongest?" Young Min stood there for a second, looking a bit dazed, staring blankly at the explosion area where black smoke was billowing up. Chief Chiff let out a wide mocking, toothy grin. "Here's your chance to prove your honor, human." "Step up, human." Young Min felt a surge of nerves and tension gritting his teeth at how tough Chiff looked. Damn it, I got too cocky. I didn't think there'd be an orc chief here. The man's massive muscular frame was so huge that Young Min had to strain his neck just to look up at him. Compared to a normal player, this guy had to be at least level 70 with 2 different classes. With my current stats, there's absolutely no way I can win this. He scowled, his face twisted in frustration and annoyance. Damn it, I'm so stupid. At this rate, I'm going to. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out and quickly snapped his head around to see who it was. "No, Chief. He's ours." Chief gave Young Min a sly, cunning look. "That's right, the Chief is way too strong for you. Give us a chance to prove our honor instead." The Chief let out a sinister laugh, revealing bright white teeth and 2 protruding tusks. "Correct. You must be tested before you're worthy of fighting me." He slammed his foot down hard on the ground. The one called out to fight was a fierce-looking guy with a nose ring. "Kallo, deal with him." Kallo, the 4th-ranked orc warrior. Young Min smirked dangerously, feeling like he'd just found a lifeline since he didn't have to fight Chiff. "I'm gonna live. Okay, this should be enough." His body shook as if he were chuckling to himself, and then he turned dead serious. His face became terrifying, cold and dangerous, radiating a powerful killing intent. "Am I really feeling relieved just because I'm facing a weaker opponent?" Young Min forced himself to snap out of it, his mouth twisting with sheer willpower. "Damn it, get a grip on yourself." The cold image of Odin flashed through Young Min's mind. How can I ever get stronger than him with a weak mindset like that? He let out a long sigh while the orcs in the distance grew more furious. "Human, you're fighting me?" Kallo raised his weapon, his eyebrows twitching in confusion at Young Min's behavior. He tilted his head to the side, watching Young Min tap away at a notification screen. "Human, what the hell are you doing?" Young Min was busy adjusting his stats and abilities on the interface. The notification screen showed his bonus points, 45 stat points. He stood there slightly hunched over with his blade resting on his shoulder, radiating a terrifying, suffocating, killing intent, ready for war. "All right, let's do this." A series of notifications popped up as Young Min finished distributing all his points. Young Min, race human, gender male, level 1, class 1st, Berserker. Health, 700 out of 700. Mana, 150 out of 150. Strength, 112. Agility, 70. Stamina, 70. Willpower, 70. Intellect, 15. Knowledge, 12. Stat points remaining, 0. He pointed his hand toward Chiff. "Hey, Orc Chief." He smiled with pure excitement and total confidence that he would win. "I'm calling it now. Today, you're going to die by my hand." The Chief spoke up, staring directly into his eyes. "This human is actually pretty funny." Young Min's laugh was dark, wild, and borderline insane. The veins in the Chief's eyes bulged as he glared clearly on the verge of losing his temper. "You." Kallo charged forward, swinging his weapon in a blind rage. "You're a shameless human. I'm the one you're fighting." He delivered a massive downward strike that made the ground tremble. Kallo appeared suddenly, his gaze momentarily drifting. "Your axe looks a lot better than mine." Young Min laughed, his voice buzzing with excitement. "I like it. I think I'll put it to good use." Their weapons collided with a deafening crash, sparks flying from the impact. He lunged straight ahead. Kallo squinted, his face tightening with stress as he faced Young Min. "I seriously underestimated this human." He flew into a rage, steam huffing from his mouth and swirling around him. "Fine then, try this." He let out a blood-curdling roar that made Young Min's face go pale with worry. Battle cry. "Is this?" He stared blankly at his hands, feeling a strange energy surrounding his body, signaling that his stats were dropping. His attributes were being lowered slightly by the battle cry. He let out a contemptuous smirk. "A berserker's battle cry. And that's all you've got." Kallo gripped his red axe and charged straight at him. "That human is weak now." "I've won." Young Min's expression went cold, dripping with a dangerous aura. "Oh really? You actually think so?" Kallo leaped into the air, spinning around to deliver a crushing axe blow. But then he froze, eyes widening in utter disbelief at what was happening. "You!" He screamed at the top of his lungs. "You arrogant human, just die." Kallo and Young Min clashed, both unleashing their ultimate moves to take the other down. The battle was incredibly intense. Both were pouring every ounce of strength they had into it, neither giving an inch. Kallo was panting hard, his face showing signs of exhaustion as sweat poured down. Kallo couldn't wrap his head around it. "No way. Humans are supposed to be weaker than me." He swung a wide horizontal strike, but Young Min dodged it easily. "Kallo, what are you doing? Fight properly." "Push him back." Kallo Chiff's face twisted in frustration. "This is strange. Kallo is definitely superior in both strength and speed." Kallo was desperately trying to fight back, his face strained while Young Min just kept grinning, looking more excited by the second. But why hasn't he won yet? With a wicked look on his face, Young Min leaned in close, his eyes glowing a deep, menacing crimson. Are you curious? Want to know why things turned out this way? He took a sharp kick to the gut from Young Min. Gasping for air, the beast looked completely spent. His strength was fading fast. His attacks were just the simple, foolish swings of a mediocre orc warrior. Young Min stood there with smug confidence looking down at the spot where the orc had been sent flying. Every move was so predictable right from the starting stance. But then the orc's eyes turned a terrifying bloodshot red. The beast lunged forward, swinging wildly in a fit of pointless rage. A flash of light sparked as the blade grazed Young Min. The orc stumbled back looking utterly dazed and confused. A red icon appeared showing a warrior hunched over with an axe. Young Min charged in his strength stats, surging rapidly and significantly with every move he made. Strike, level 1. The next attack will be far more powerful than usual. Strength and agility increased by 110%. Young Min flashed a sinister, terrifying grin as he prepared his next blow. Warrior Orc, I'll definitely remember your honor. Kalo was stunned by the man's overwhelming power. This human was strong. Young Min leaped high into the air, a sly, joyful smile on his face. The orcs watching from the sidelines gasped in shock. They couldn't believe a human was actually holding his own against one of their tribe's strongest warriors. The human had won. Young Min stood tall, his axe resting arrogantly on his shoulder as he let out a contemptuous smirk. Kalo was down. Impressive. That human is incredibly strong. He pulled up his notification screen. A flurry of messages appeared showing his boosted stats and the rewards from the battle. It was an unbelievable achievement. You have defeated an orc warrior single-handedly at level 1. Your bravery in battle will be remembered. You have received the title Tier 1 Orc Slayer. You are the first person to earn this title. He pumped his fist in the air, savoring the victory. Yes, that was my first major goal. He earned the Tier 1 Orc Slayer title. A dark figure emerged, mirroring his movements like a shadow clone. After his first job change, if you defeat a specific number of monsters during your first hunt, you'll earn the Tier 1 Orc Slayer title. Defeating one at level 1 was the key. The glow from the screen reflected off his face. The more monsters you kill, the more powerful the title's effects become. This is great. If I level up with this title. Young Min paused, thinking I might actually be able to take down that meathead orc chief. But suddenly he jumped back in shock as another notification popped up. Title and stats have been put on hold. The Warrior's Honor quest is now in progress. Your title and stats will be awarded upon the completion of this quest. He shouted in frustration as the orcs watched. A Warrior's Honor quest. Since when did this start? Just then, Chif, the massive orc chief, stepped in and blocked his path. So you've proven yourself worthy of facing me. Young Min narrowed his eyes in annoyance, looking up at the giant. Was this your doing? The chief looked back at the events. What? You're the one who barged into our territory screaming about a warrior's honor, aren't you? Young Min grimaced, clearly annoyed. So you must uphold that honor until the very end. Damn it, Young Min cursed under his breath. The old guide for dominating orcs never mentioned anything like this. A reflection showed him grinning. Even though they're just basic monsters, they're still NPCs. It's not unusual for them to trigger quests for players. That's just how this game works. Young Min lowered his head, his expression darkening. Chif was dead set on a duel, radiating a terrifying pressure and the pride of a tribal leader. If I beat this damn chief, I'll get extra rewards. But if I lose, I'm as good as dead. Though I might still keep the previous rewards. Right, Young Min's grip tightened on his axe. Wait, lose. No way, that's nonsense. He swung his blade, a wicked, excited smile on his face. I'll grant your wish and kill you myself, old man. Young Min, the king of violence. He welcomed the challenge, ready to fight this human. This human is actually pretty funny, he thought. Come on, then I accept your challenge. Young Min smirked as they both lunged at each other. Berserk the chief roared in fury, releasing an immense and terrifying power. Berserk level 1. Use self-destructive rage to drastically increase power. All skill effects are boosted by 200%. Additionally, all skills can be used without consuming any mana. Immune to all mental attacks. You will not die even if your health reaches 0. However, you will be unable to distinguish between friend and foe due to the frenzied state. Once the skill ends, you will immediately lose up to 50% of your health. If your health is at 0 when the skill ends, you must recover at least 10% of your health or you will die. After the skill ends, the first penalty phase will reduce all your skill effectiveness by 50% for 10 minutes. The second penalty phase will reduce all skill effectiveness by 20% for 20 minutes. If you reactivate Berserk while a penalty is active, the duration of the 10-minute penalty will be doubled. Young Min entered a terrifying frenzied state. His cold bloodlust was overwhelming. Though his breathing was heavy, his power didn't waver. It only grew more intense. This is it. He laughed with a wild, manic excitement. The feeling of his blood boiling and the sheer rush of power was exactly why he could never give up the Berserk skill. Chif squinted one eye, watching him with confusion. On Young Min's body, Chif saw a violent, eerie purple energy swirling around him. What is this savage power? Young Min leaped high, gripping his axe like a grim reaper, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. You bastard. You've been hiding your true strength all along. Young Min brought his axe down with a massive earth-shaking force. He laughed like a complete maniac. What? Is there a problem? He kicked off the ground, spinning through the air for another strike that sent the chief skidding back. Yu-min laughed wildly. Even in his berserk state, his eyes remained locked onto Chif, showing he could still perfectly distinguish his target. Normally, using berserk makes it impossible to tell friend from foe, but thanks to my precise skill management, I can see everything as clear as day. I won't mistake him for anyone else. His pupils turned a deep crimson as his berserk state reached its absolute peak. He was a complete madman now, charging in with total reckless abandon. Berserk level 1 lasts about 180 seconds. Yu-min lunged at Chif like a force of nature. No one could stop his insane rampage. I'll definitely finish him within that time. Flash step. The chief winced as his strike grazed him. Yu-min lunged again, but the orc managed a perfect dodge. Yu-min's eyes were stained a vivid red. The chief blocked another blow, cursing under his breath. You little pest! Yu-min slammed his axe down with everything he had, shattering the ground. Young Min looked tense, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped his axe. As expected of an orc chief, his strength and defense are so high it's like he's using cheats. Then a massive explosion rocked the area. Both of them are clashing intensely, each possessing their own terrifying strength and ready to take the other down. For now, I still have the edge in speed. He's slowly being pushed back. He's driving him back. The fight is becoming incredibly fierce. The orcs watch with their jaws on the floor, eyes wide in shock. This can't be. Chif is struggling to hold his ground and is being shoved further back. Look, the chief is being pushed back. Chif grimaces, his mind racing to find a way out. Damn it. This isn't looking good at all. Yu-min is also having a hard time fending off the attacks. What a pain. It looks like I've got the upper hand for now, but he has to retreat a bit. His face shows his frustration. Chif's insane endurance is making him impossible to take down quickly. Because of the level gap, I can't land any fatal blows. How the hell is his stamina this high? I have to find a way to hit a vital spot. Chif lunges forward for a decisive strike and both clash again, determined to end this. Suddenly, Young Min spots a weakness, a gap in his defense. Perfect. I'll take that opening. Both of them are gritting their teeth in agony. Chif lets out a thunderous roar. Another insignia is activated, fueling the heat of the battle. Young Min winces and curses under his breath. Damn it. The massive surge of power from both sides creates a terrifying force with streaks of energy intertwining into a blinding light. One of his axes shatters instantly during the clash. The low-tier battle axe has been destroyed. He stomps on the remains. Young Min retreats and collapses as his stats begin to plummet. Your health has dropped below 30%. Berserk state, 80 seconds remaining. Damn it. I can't believe I made such a stupid mistake. He pants heavily, trying to figure out his next move. He's a boss, so there's no way his attack patterns would be that simple. Chif stands tall, holding his blade with an arrogant smirk. Is that all? He looks down from his position. He scratches his head in disdain, his voice dripping with mockery. And here I thought you'd be something special. You're quite the disappointment, human. Yu-min turns his back. He lets out a low smirk. His madness is taking over and his rage is reaching a boiling point. Young Min covers one side of his face, revealing a crazed, bloodshot eye. What's that? Thought I'd be something special. You're such a fake, especially for a coward who only knows how to play dirty. Chif looks at him confused. What? A memory flashes back to when Chif was talking to the orcs. You think I didn't know? You could have fought me properly from the start, but didn't you put on a show scolding your subordinates instead? And then you kept spouting that nonsense about meeting conditions. Young Min smirks, pointing a finger. You already knew what level I was. Chif laughs, heartily underestimating his opponent. He thinks the human is just making excuses because he's about to lose. You're being quite pathetic. Human. Young Min's face darkens. Yeah, maybe you're right. Odin's image appears in his mind. I guess I was so desperate to get stronger quickly that I overcalculated things. He loses himself to the madness, charging forward like a wild beast. A direct assault is what suits someone like me best anyway. Chif takes a direct hit from his power. Yu-min pushes him back with a relentless barrage of attacks. Chif grimaces, sweat pouring down his face as the pressure mounts. This human. Young Min lunges forward, swinging his axe in a frenzied direct assault. Chif tries his best to fight back, but Young Min is hacking away without pause. He's just coming at me head-on without even trying to dodge. Young Min's body stiffens from the blood loss. A bright light flashes between the two combatants. Your health has dropped below 20%. Chif looks at him with a mocking sneer. Giving up already? You've gotten reckless, human. Young Min is reaching his limit, but his ferocity remains. Berserk state, 70 seconds remaining. Young Min roars in fury, his power peaking. Shut your damn mouth. He leaps into the air for a strike. Chif thinks to himself triumphantly, I've definitely won this. What a pathetic death struggle. This victory is already in my hands. Young Min delivers a massive slash straight at him. Your health has dropped below 10%. You are now suffering from the hemorrhage status effect. Young Min drops to one knee, gasping for air. His body is severely damaged and his strength is visibly fading. His breathing is heavy, his face covered in blood. Your health has dropped below 5%. Chif laughs, overjoyed that his victory is finally within reach. It's finally over. Chif prepares his blade for the killing blow. Goodbye, human. I win. Young Min lets out a low chuckle. His wrath triggers an explosion of terrifying power. The killing intent is overwhelming. Legendary title effect activated unwavering resolution. Chif is stunned. He can't believe the human is standing back up with such an explosion of power. What how? How is he getting even stronger? His madness reaches its peak. All stats increase by 50% due to health falling to 5%. Berserk state 30 seconds remaining. He growls his face, looking completely feral. Now, let's finish this. Chif grimaces, bracing himself in a panic. This is dangerous. He activates his defensive skills to block the incoming blow. Steel body defense increased. Young Min slashes relentlessly, leaving no room for a counter. He lets out a primal scream. Chif desperately tries to hold his guard, praying he can endure the onslaught. Young Min smashes against the shield with a heavy blow. Chif is struck and collapses. The opponent's weapon has been destroyed. He lets out a scream of pure resentment and disbelief. No, this can't be. Young Min's rage is at its peak, terrifying and absolute. Nothing is impossible, you bastard. Strike Young Min delivers one final blow, killing him instantly. You have defeated the orc chieftain Chif. Chif staggers back, his face contorted. He falls backward, letting out one last hateful cry. Shortly after, blue sparks begin to flicker across his body. I can't believe it. Beaten by a mere human. Young Min stands over him, looking down at the chieftain, gasping his last breath. Didn't I tell you? Young Min stands there with a satisfied laugh as Chif's body begins to dissolve into a bright light. Today, you die by my hand. Before vanishing, Chif screams one last time, unable to accept his fate. A human Young Min grins widely, feeling the rush of pride and victory after defeating the chieftain. I acknowledge you. You are a magnificent warrior. You have defeated Chif. The notification rings out. You have leveled up. The remaining orcs stand there, having watched the entire fight, whispering in total shock that Chif is actually dead. How is this possible? Our chief actually lost. He rests his axe on his shoulder, standing tall with the arrogant, majestic air of a conqueror. Amazing. The human is incredibly strong. A true warrior. Finally, even these thick-headed orcs are acknowledging me. He winces slightly as his health is nearly gone, the risk of bleeding out looming over him. Berserk has only 5 seconds left. Oh no, I'm about to die. I need to heal first. He grabbed a health potion and chugged it, his cheeks bulging as he swallowed repeatedly, showing his annoyance because the Berserk skill has both pros and cons. It's a super cool skill, but it comes with way too many drawbacks. He used the lowest grade healing potion. You have received the title Orc Chieftain Slayer at level 1. The first person to defeat the Orc Chieftain at level 1. Legendary. You defeated an orc on your own while only being at level 1. You are the first person to receive this title. Affect your strength, stamina, and endurance stats will each increase by 30. Your attack power will increase by 30% when fighting an opponent stronger than you. Your critical hit rate will increase by 10% when fighting an opponent stronger than you. You have received the title Honorary Orc Warrior First Achiever. Honorary Orc Warrior Rare Rank. You deserve the respect of all orc warriors after proving your honor in battle. You are the first person to receive this title. Effect: all faction-related issues within the orc territory will be resolved. Your reputation in the orc territory will change to trustworthy. You will no longer receive stat points when hunting orcs that belong to the orc territory. You will not be attacked first by any orc-type NPC. Young-Min grinned so wide his mouth practically split. Alright, now this is the kind of reward I deserve. His eyes turned dark with a red glow as he raised his fist high, showing his victory and determination. This journey was pretty tough, but I've already surpassed my original goal. To think I've already earned a legendary title. He smiled proudly, gripping his axe ready to charge forward again. I'm going to keep going like this and level up like a madman. Alright, who's next? The orcs told him that he was now part of the tribe since Young Min had defeated their leader. What are you saying, human? The battle is over. You have defeated our chieftain, so now you are an honorary orc warrior. Young Min frozen in place, standing there dazed and confused as the new shock set in. Wait, what? His eyes lit up with excitement. What the hell are you talking about? Young Min shouted in frustration, his eyes burning as he stared at the screen. First Achiever Honorary Orc Warrior Rare Rank. You deserve the respect of all orc warriors after proving your honor in battle. You are the first person to receive this title. Effect: all faction-related issues within the territory will be resolved. Your reputation in the territory will change to trustworthy. You will no longer receive stat points when hunting orcs that belong to the territory. You will not be attacked first by any orc-type NPC. No wait, I haven't finished hunting yet. Young Min became gloomy and dejected. Damn it, I was planning to hang around here to grind some more stat points. I didn't expect that killing the chieftain would lead to this consequence. He grimaced and closed his eyes to think of a new plan, since the old one was useless now. Oh well, whatever. There are plenty of other ways to level up. A trusting relationship with the orc species. I'm sure I'll need that later on. Young Min turned to look at the orcs. They all knelt with one hand over their hearts, orderly and ready to worship Young Min as their noble leader. O human who has proven your honor, let this warrior spirit serve you. Let this warrior spirit serve you. He smirked deviously as if he could already see the benefits. Young Min sat high up looking down on them. He rubbed his chin, looking at the massive pile of loot with pride. This is actually pretty great. A notification appeared showing Young Min's stats. Species human. Gender male. Level 19. Class, first-rate Berserker. HP 1110 out of 1110. Mana 150 out of 150. Strength 132. Agility 63. Stamina 111. Endurance 96. Intelligence 15. Wisdom 12. Bonus stat points 90. Young Min grinned proudly. Only 2 battles and I shot straight up to level 18. What a steal. In his frenzied state, he slaughtered many monsters to rank up. If I take down even more, I can easily reach level 30. Young Min leaned back in his chair with his legs spread wide, looking relaxed and composed, just like a true boss in control. I should probably put that aside for now. With this level, I'm ready to move on to the next thing. He suddenly realized something. Right, since I'm in the village, should I learn a secondary skill? A butcher suddenly appeared practicing with an axe. He was chopping meat with a proud look on his face as he showed off his skills. You chop right through the bone with a single hit like this. You have learned the secondary skill, butchering. He looked at the racks of meat and skins hanging above, thinking he could sell them for a lot of money. If I sell the meat from the monsters I've already prepped, I could make a decent bit of extra cash, right? Oh, it also helps me gather more precious resources. Then a building looking like a library appeared. A nurse stood there, smiling, introducing some books to Young Min. If you read through that skill book, you'll be able to learn it immediately. You also need to use clean materials to bandage your wounds. He looked bored, not wanting to read because there were too many words. He rested his chin on his hand, flipping through the pages. Yeah, I know. Young Min started practicing his bandage cutting skills. You have learned the secondary skill, first aid. He cut the cloth while thinking seriously, actually trying to learn. If I learn first aid, I can save money by not having to buy so many potions anymore. Young Min held a roll of bandages he had just cut. Its healing effect is a bit weak, but it's more cost-effective for non-emergencies. A blacksmith shop specializing in axes appeared in the late afternoon. An axe was being sharpened and polished until it shone. Here it is all ready for you. It'll only cost 1 silver coin. Young Min picked it up as it came out of the forge, examining it thoughtfully. Orc Warrior's Battle Axe. Magic grade. A double-edged axe for orc warriors to take into battle. Attack power 100. Durability 200 out of 200. I've learned plenty of secondary skills and got my weapon repaired, so I guess I'm all geared up now. Young Min gave a devious, wild grin. Well then, shall we get started? The main quest of this game. A dark sewer pipe loomed in the distance, no light to be seen. Ton sewers. Young Min covered his nose, looking disgusted by the foul smell. Ugh, the smell is terrible. He took slow steps forward, holding his nose and grumbling. Damn it. I knew this was coming, but I didn't expect it to be this pungent. A notification popped up, sewer cleanup. The quest stated that the Ton sewers have been infested with rats lately. Hunt the sewer rats and prove your success by collecting their tails. You will then receive a suitable reward. Requirement for completion, rat tails. A reward of 2 coins for every sewer rat tail. Young Min thought about it, his cheeks puffing out in dissatisfaction. As a newly appointed chief, he wondered, should I just leave right now, or should I suck it up and accept this? He pinched his nose, his face contorted with anger at the stinking darkness of the sewer. According to the plan, he needed to complete 10 sub-quests in order before tackling the main quest. It was best to finish everything as quickly and efficiently as possible. Suddenly, Young Min's gaze drifted and then froze. A giant rat appeared covered in filth and oozing pustules, baring its teeth at him. Young Min looked at it, his face twisted with pure loathing. You guys are absolutely revolting. How have you been lately? The creature lunged the moment it spotted its prey, opening its maw wide to snap at his head. Young Min swung his axe in a clean arc. The rat's head was severed instantly, tumbling to the ground. Its corpse began to dissolve into light. How does a disgusting pest like you even have the guts? He stood there watching it vanish while holding his breath, not daring to inhale the stench. Well, it looks like I've found the right spot. Suddenly, a sound echoed and something came rushing toward him. Dozens of sewer rats charged at him with sheer aggression. He let out a crazed laugh, realizing he hit the jackpot. That's right, he said, spinning his axe 360 degrees. Isn't it convenient that you're all coming to me like this? Every rat that lunged was decapitated. They kept coming, their numbers growing by the second. Young Min laughed heartily. Growls echoed through the sewer as their corpses piled up and vanished. Their bodies were scattered everywhere across the sewer floor. What a bunch of useless pests. A notification popped up, an outstanding achievement. You have slaughtered over 200 sewer rats. You have earned the title Rat Hunter. Young Min sat down, picking up a severed limb that was slowly fading away. Their bodies are abnormally deformed because of the plague. It must be close by. His entire body stiffened. That familiar madness surged within him, a wild frenzy triggered by the presence of a powerful monster. A plague rat loomed behind him, standing tall. Level 23, Plague Rat. Yu Min's guess was spot on because he only came here for the alpha, the strongest one to increase his rank. Bingo. The plague rat glared at him, baring its teeth and huffing out hot, heavy breaths. Level 23, the Rat King. It threw its head back and let out a deafening roar that echoed through the tunnel. Yu Min winced at the sound, looking up with irritation and disgust. Just looking at you makes me want to gag. Let's get this over with. Instantly, the plague rat whipped its tail toward Young Min. He frowned, displeased, and tilted his head to dodge. His body glided through the air as he closed the distance, a playful smirk appearing as he spotted an opening near the tail. You disgusting vermin. You actually dared to swing that filthy tail near me. With a swift motion, he brought his axe down, hacking through the purple tail. The plague rat shrieked in agony as its tail was severed. It recoiled, hissing as it stared at his gleaming axe. Yu Min beckoned the rat over with an arrogant look in his eyes. Be a good boy and give me your head. I'll make this quick. The plague rat craned its neck, its mouth bulging. It spat out a glob of toxic venom. Yu Min stared blankly for a second, looking down at the poisonous mass. Is that poison? He muttered, sounding uncertain. It's been so long that I actually forgot. Yu Min looked at his arm where a faint smoke was rising. The system chimed, You have been poisoned by the Rat King. Your health will decrease by 1 every 10 seconds. Yu Min gripped his axe tightly, watching the plague rat charge. He gritted his teeth in annoyance and cursed under his breath. You annoying little pest. The plague rat lunged with its razor-sharp claws. Young Min took a deep breath, and the next moment, the rat was sent flying backward with a powerful blow. The monster gnashed its teeth in hatred. System notifications streamed in the enemy's stats had been reduced. Without missing a beat, he began spinning the axe in his hand continuously. With an excited grin and a sharp gaze, he locked onto the plague rat. Finding a gap in its defense, Young Min aimed true, his momentum and power increasing as he closed in. The plague rat's hideous skin was full of openings. He delivered a heavy blow, a punch that sent the beast crashing into the distance. Young Min glanced over, laughing with pure excitement. You really think you can beat me just by using poison? The plague rat retreated its body, emitting a faint, eerie green light. Within moments, its wounds began to knit back together. Young Min was slightly surprised. Not bad. So you're a boss with healing skills, huh? He thrust his axe forward, his eyes filled with provocation. All right then, this just got a lot more interesting. Come at me. The plague rat charged frantically, its mouth wide open. It lunged with its long claws, but Young Min just smiled, reinforcing the arm holding his axe. He moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing as he swung his weapon. The system updated, dash skill activated. Young Min was ecstatic. His entire body was surging with the thrill of battle. Fantastic. Let's see how long you can hold out. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, every single strike backed by his full strength. After a while, the plague rat's body began to crumble despite its regeneration. Young Min took pleasure in the sight, mocking his opponent. Looks like you're running out of steam, aren't you? He stepped up to the rat's head, feigning surprise. Look at you. You still want to fight, not a chance. With a swift move, he kicked it hard in the head, a look of contempt on his face. You're done. A satisfying ding echoed from the system. You have leveled up. You have defeated the Calamity Boss, the Rat King. Young Min gave himself some basic first aid. The system quickly notified him. Poison successfully neutralized. Poison resistance has been developed. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily as he checked his injuries. That fight was a real pain, but at least I got poison resistance out of it. Young Min stood up carefully and walked over to the plague rat to search it. Now I'll take what I came for. He activated his butcher skill. A faint golden light shimmered on his hand. Found it. It was a calamity orb radiating a dark, ominous aura. Young Min scowled. You have been afflicted by the calamity curse, the system warned. Your stats will be slightly reduced and your health will drop by 5 every 10 seconds. If you don't recover quickly, you will be forced to return to the city. Young Min looked up, his expression grim. Just as expected. This curse caught me off guard in my past life, but things are different now. He staggered out of the dark sewer. Time to get out of here and get treated. At the city gates, the guards looked at his loot bag with excitement. Not bad at all. These rats are actually pretty tough customers. The soldier gave a faint smile and handed over a pouch. Good work. Here's your reward. The system appeared. Quest, complete sewer cleanup. Counting tails. You've received 10 silver coins. Young Min nodded and gave a casual explanation. Oh, I also picked up this strange orb while I was at it. The soldier stared at the black aura in shock and immediately recoiled in disgust. That's definitely a cursed item. And look at you, there's a mark on your face. You've been cursed. He turned his head away, not wanting to look. This is bad. Can you deliver that thing to Lord Sterorian? I'll send word to him. You need to go get treated immediately. Young Min was completely irritated by that fearful look. Just take it already, you coward. I couldn't even turn down this quest because of this reward. At the same time, the system updated the delivery quest for the cursed orb. Objective: deliver the cursed orb from the sewers to Sterorian, the master of the Mage Guild. Completion condition: deliver the orb before the player dies from the curse. Reward: 5 low-grade potions. The disaster curse will be partially lifted, restoring some stats. Young Min reached out unhappily to take the item. Fine, leave it to me. The soldier gave a slight hesitant warning. Thanks. You look like you're in critical condition. Here, take this. A mechanical clicking sound echoed. You have received 5 low-grade potions. The soldier's eyes narrowed with a look of distance. Go get cleaned up as fast as you can. That sewer stench is really strong. At the tower where the mages gathered, young Min dragged himself along, panting as he admired the place. This building is massive. They must have cast a ton of spells on this structure. It was a world apart from the Berserker Guild building. As he trudged slowly along, people around him covered their noses and grimaced in disgust. Well, mages have always been a popular choice, even in my past life. Would it kill these bastards to pay even a little attention to the berserkers? Young Min gasped, clutching his trembling arm. Damn it, it's getting harder and harder to move. The system blared continuous warnings, health at 30%. Young Min silently tried to drag his battered body forward. I have to hurry. His legs struggled with every step up the stairs. He burst through the door and shouted, "Is anyone here?" Sterorian frowned, turning around with a puzzled, searching look. Who are you? He turned his head, looking slightly displeased as he questioned him. Shouldn't you have washed up before coming here? Young Min held out the orb and explained, I came because of Thuong. We found this in the sewers and I was told to bring it to you. Sterorian looked shocked at what was in front of him. Oh, isn't this the plague orb? Sterorian stepped forward excitedly, wanting him to hand it over. You were right to come to me. Curses are my specialty. Quickly give it to me. Young Min watched him silently. Sterorian grew impatient, his face twisting as he snapped. What are you doing? Give it to me. That cursed orb is eating you alive right now. Young Min's response was filled with wary distrust. I'll give it to you if you're actually Lord Sterorian. The man looked taken aback and asked, what his voice was full of confusion. What on earth are you talking about? Young Min simply summoned his axe to support himself. Then he swung the axe towards Sterorian. You? Young Min's eyes sharpened with serious suspicion. What's going on here? Sterorian looked down at Young Min in utter disbelief. If you were the real Sterorian, you should have been able to block my axe easily, right? Young Min swung his axe high, his eyes fixed in a glare. Try something or I'll kill you. Seeing the axe closing in, the man screamed in terror. Wait! Suddenly, a nearby staff shook, signaling him to stop. The figure in Young Min's grasp vanished into a mist. A sigh echoed. I lose. The real Sterorian appeared, explaining with a grimace, that was a clone to test your magical awareness. I never expected to be caught by a berserker. Young Min turned his head away, feeling helpless. I thought he might have been that bird on the windowsill. Don't they usually transform into animals? Seeing a familiar figure made Young Min reflect. Well, I'm the only one who knows this because of how that bastard Tony Kim cleared the tutorial. Thanks, pal. Mage Guild NPC Guide. Author Tony Kim. The reality of the Mage Guild NPCs and their goals. Suddenly, the system screen flashed, announcing an incredible achievement. You have seen through the lies of a high-level mage without any assistance. You have obtained the title, The One Who Sees Through Deceit. You are the first person to earn this title. First to achieve The One Who Sees Through Deceit, a unique rank. Applauding your keen perception and recognizing the lie of a high-level mage without any help. You are the first to receive this title. Effect: anti-illusion skills are increased by 20%. Special effect: once per day you can summon the Bell of Truth, which can distinguish between fact and fiction. Young Min looked at the achievement excitedly, rubbing his chin. Is it unique rank? I wouldn't have realized this if I hadn't come to see it for myself. What a stroke of luck. Sterorian suddenly stepped forward and gave a firm knock as a reminder. Now hurry up and give it here. You're in a very critical state right now. Young Min finally looked down, dazed. He's right. I'm low on health and I've used up all my bandages. The system displayed constant alerts. Your health has dropped to 10%. Young Min gestured that he was fine. His words made Sterorian jump. Young Min excitedly pulled out an item, laughing to himself. I have to make sure you're the real one this time. You won't trick me again. The bell chimed, ringing the Bell of Truth. Sterorian could only accept it and curse under his breath. You crazy bastard. Young Min made a mocking face as he handed over the orb. Actually, you are the real one. Here, take it. Sterorian turned away and gestured. Now drink this. Young Min could only grimace and gulp it down. He stretched his body, feeling his strength return. The plague curse was lifted. I feel much better now. Sterorian stared intensely at the orb, his face twisted in thought. He must be a high-ranking official. For a moment, the orb emitted a dangerous, deathly aura. He gazed at the object before him, deep in thought. This orb must be what infected those sewer rats, causing them to mutate so severely. Sterorian turned to Young Min, getting straight to the point. Is there any other specific information? Young Min put his hands on his hips and shared his theory. The orb likely spread the disease to the sewer rats, which is why they become so badly deformed. Sterorian looked on with deep concern, unable to stop overthinking it. Using rats to create chaos, it's not like the soldiers could control them easily. Young Min stepped forward and quickly offered a suggestion to Sterorian. That orb looks like it could be lethal to humans too. He rubbed his chin. Yeah. You know. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Sterorian's mind. Young-min smiled as he saw the moment of truth unfold. Exactly. Humans are the ultimate target. Sterorian looked at the orb, slowly piecing together the sinister plot. If those infected rats wander through the alleys or nest in the waterways. Oh no. I've figured out what they're trying to do. Young-min watched with excitement. A high-level mage really is something else. Even with just a few clues, he could figure out the cause so quickly. The road figures from his memory appeared. They were planning to spread the plague throughout the entire city, using the sewer system. Images of mutated rats and suffering slum dwellers flashed by. In reality, it would start in the slums first and then spread everywhere before anyone could even realize what was happening. While other players are desperately trying to heal people, they also have to struggle through a hellish 10-quest chain to deal with the plague. But I'll just consider those 10 quest chains cleared. Sterorian sat up, clearly in a hurry to leave. I have to inform the captain of the guard immediately. He rushed off but didn't forget to look back and remind me, come back and find me in 2 days. The system quickly updated the mission status. You have spread the plague. Sterorian and the city guards are currently investigating who placed that plague gem in the sewers. Wait for the initial investigation results. Requirement meets Sterorian again in 2 days. The reward included a few stat points, but Young Min completely ignored it. He looked around with curious eyes. So should I head out now? I've never played a game quite like this before. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Due to the arrival of the first noble player in the first main scenario, the Great Quest has taken over the space. Therefore, the Plague Outbreak quest and all related missions will be deleted. Young Min stared in shock, unable to believe it. A global announcement. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Plague Outbreak was supposed to be the first of 10 quest chains. Did the quest just vanish because of me? Behind him, the other rookies were now stuck because they had no missions to follow. This meant there was no way for anyone else to get close to the main scenario. Now to reach the main storyline, I'll have to complete many other difficult missions instead of just following the standard chain. A grin he couldn't hold back spread across Young Min's face. I've got to hurry. He told me to come back in 2 days. His eyes were overflowing with excitement. Coincidentally, I know a perfect place to kill those 2 days. He stepped through the portal and arrived at the wasteland. Let's see from the entrance. Young Min looked around, trying to figure out his position. Is it to the east? Iron gear flashed on his body. I spent my remaining money on a few throwing axes and some basic armor and shields. I should be able to use them once I hit level 50. He swung his gear and stored it in the system. This was his cemetery, a place long confirmed to have absolutely nothing. Young Min scanned the area, a smile forming when he spotted a specific spot. But I know the secret of this place, you naive fools. Well, it's only fair you don't know information that hasn't been released for months. Suddenly, a lonely-looking prosthetic leg appeared before him. Found it. The system appraised the item and pulled up the info prosthetic leg of the enlightened. A prosthetic leg dropped by a one-legged man. It would be a good deed to return it to him. Even if you do bring it to him, though, you'll just be kicked out without receiving a single reward. In the collective memory of many players, even if you returned it, you'd only be chased away empty-handed. Because of that, almost every player thought it was a useless item. But very quickly, Young Min found a tombstone with a strange empty slot. There it is. The prosthetic leg fit perfectly into the slot. The ground shook slightly, revealing a dark path leading deep underground. The system displayed a congratulatory message. You have discovered a secret dungeon, the Graveyard Under the Moon. An outstanding achievement. A round of applause for your insight as the first person to find a secret dungeon. You have earned the title, the Seeker. You are the first to receive this honor. Young-min's eyes grew more excited as he read through the notification. Sweet, I need this to make some bank. The system displayed a long list of first discovery rewards. Rare Seeker, your talent as a finder is unmatched. You have managed to decode the secret using your sharp senses and keen insight. Your vision effect has been improved. Thanks to the night vision effect, you can now see clearly in dark places. You will also be able to spot hidden devices at a low rate. The rusty lever in front of him suddenly glowed, catching his eye. With this title, not only is my vision better, but it even highlights hidden mechanisms with a faint light no matter how low the discovery rate is. This title is going to be incredibly handy. The system hovered nearby, giving a standard reminder. Since this is your first entry, you will receive an additional bonus. You will receive extra stat points and the item drop rate will increase by 30%. Young Min stepped inside without a second thought. I just got a first entry bonus too. Should I head down and make a little profit? He followed the dark tunnel. Suddenly, a skylight opened above and the hallway was instantly illuminated by countless lamps. Young Min grimaced, slightly squinting as he took in the scene. Do I have to wipe out everything here before I can leave? Since it's a secret dungeon, that's not too surprising. However, a hint of worry crossed his face. What if a ghost appears? I can't exactly chop a spirit with an axe. Suddenly, a clicking sound echoed. An army of skeletons emerged. Level 26 Old Grave Skeletons. Young Min swung his axe, shattering the skeletons into pieces on the ground. Broken bones scattered everywhere. He swung again and again as more of them charged forward. Hey skeletons, I'm about to break your backbones for good. Young Min slammed his axe down, the force of the wind tearing through everything. Still, looking at you guys is way better than looking at those sewer rats. He spun his axe continuously, watching the skeletons rush in. The smile on Young Min's face grew wider and more excited. He went on a wild rampage, clearing the dungeon. Exactly, shards of bone flew everywhere, cluttering the path. The system quickly granted a new skill, making Young Min strike even more aggressively. Rocks and ancient bones were sent flying. Young Min let out a tired sigh, looking at the mess on the ground. Easy. The system updated, you have leveled up. Young Min level 22. Young Min sat down, satisfied, and opened the system window to check his progress. It was getting quite long now. The system updated rapidly, scrolling down. Young Min, race human, gender male, level 22, class Berserker first, health 11,101, mana 301, hunger 10, thirst 7, status normal, strength 132, dexterity 63, vitality 111, endurance 96, intelligence 15, wisdom 12, extra stat points 105, weight 89,300, titles owned. Natural warrior, talented warrior, strongest man in the village, honorable orc seeker, descendant of David, 17 versus 1 hardworking worker. Insight into deception, fearless decoder, unstoppable, defeated the orc chief at level 1. Young Min looked at his points and considered his options. He had over 100 extra stat points. I don't think I need to save these anymore. His fingers moved quickly. Young Min was thrilled. I'm not in a rush, but I should boost my hunting speed. After he pressed the buttons, his strength stat fluctuated wildly. Young Min. Race human, gender male, level 22, class Berserker, first, health 12,000, mana 200, hunger 30 out of 390, thirst 10, condition normal, strength 200, agility 63, stamina 200, endurance 100, intelligence 39. Insight, Young Min smiled comfortably, feeling absolutely fantastic. He looked sharp. His system window was pulled up, showing off those sky-high stats. His strength had reached 200. Alright, to level up more efficiently, I'm going to need mana, so I'll put a few points into intelligence this time. Young Min was getting more fired up by the second. With a fierce look in his eyes, he dashed forward. Let's do this. There were only 2 days left until the main scenario kicked off. He needed to reach level 30 before then. He started swinging his axe, turning a swarm of skeletons into piles of dust. Some were smashed against the walls until they shattered. The air was filled with screams and the sound of cracking bones. Young Min let out a bored sigh. He was starting to get tired of this. Suddenly, a massive skeleton wielding a weapon let out a roar. It was a level 30 bone warrior, the dungeon boss. It growled in rage and swung its axe, but Young Min swatted it away with a single blow. Level up Young Min had reached level 30. He didn't even bother to look back. He just picked his nose and walked away. So weak yet acting so tough, he muttered. While waiting for the remains of the skeletons to vanish, Young Min took a moment to check his updates. He had finally hit level 30. His time in this hellhole was finally over. His eyes showed the exhaustion of the last 2 days. I've been running all over the place for 2 days straight, taking down monsters the second they respawn. It paid off though. I leveled up 10 times faster in just 2 days. The system showed his current gold balance. He must have racked up quite a bit, right? 1 gold and 80 silver. I've got 1 gold coin and 80 silver pieces. He looked at the armor dropped by the skeletons he killed, but he had no intention of wearing it. More importantly, I've gathered the Bone Knight armor that every warrior dreams of owning. But man, it's so ugly. I'm definitely not wearing that. His body was aching all over. He rubbed his neck and sat down on a mountain of equipment he collected. There was a ton of it. He looked at the list with a smirk. Maybe I should sell these and do a little investing. Since I already know what's going to happen in Thelos, investing will be a piece of cake. He glanced in another direction with a faint smile. Time to get moving. Even though he was a bit sad to leave such a great hunting ground, Young Min quickly sold the location info for a bag of cash. Selling info about this place brings in a decent amount of money, especially for organizations like guilds looking to train new recruits. They would definitely be swarming this place soon. He walked away feeling triumphant, his body buzzing with excitement. What should I do with all this cash? Buy a new weapon. Or maybe some gear with better stats. Sterian was still focused on his books when Young Min walked in and signaled him. Hey old man, I'm back. The old man looked up and nodded. So you finally returned. Sterian stood up looking a bit apologetic. I'm sorry for leaving so suddenly like that. I had some very urgent business to attend to. Young Min walked closer, looking surprised. Did they find the culprit? Sterian shook his head, looking frustrated and helpless. No. After questioning everyone, we still haven't found a single lead. There were no witnesses. Young Min frowned, already knowing why. Of course not. There was no way a culprit like that would get caught so easily. Images of the mysterious figures in black robes flashed through his mind. Those fallen disciples. The main story was all about stopping them. Young-min grew more annoyed the more he thought about it. He needed to find the killer. Well, I basically stopped their plan from the start, but I feel like if I dig deeper, I might find something. Sterorian, looking exhausted, held out a glowing stone. That's why I've decided to use the memory of the land. Young-min looked up, his eyes widening in shock. He has one of those. The system displayed the info Earth Jewel Magic Grade, a gem infused with the energy of the Earth. Even though it wasn't worth much as a gemstone, it allowed the user to perform special magic. He hadn't paid much attention to it before because its magic grade was so low, so he thought it wouldn't be very useful. The instructions on how to use it popped into his head. By using it, a person could see what had happened in a specific area through the memory of the land's skill. It was often used to track down monster hunting routes. Sterorian stared gloomily at the jewel in his hand. With this, we'll find out exactly who they are. Sterorian bowed his head and flipped through a book. I have a favor to ask. Could you help me? Young-min crossed his arms, silently agreeing. I should at least hear you out first. He knew he'd have to do it anyway. It was a main quest. Sterorian looked up with a serious expression. Thank you. Even though we stopped them for now, we don't know when they'll strike again. To prevent that, I need you to help me with a few things. The system window appeared, explaining the fluctuating life force. To prevent a powerful curse from harming the land, Sterorian, a high-ranking mage, needed certain materials. He suspected there was something valuable in the blood of orc warriors and wild beasts. Objective: collect orc warrior blood. Collect wild beast samples. Reward experience points 10 silver pieces and the title Sterorian's Apprentice. Images of potions and orcs filled Young-min's head. Orc warriors and wild beasts, there's no way they're just going to volunteer their blood, which means I have to go hunting. However, this made Young-min feel a bit uneasy. I currently have a high-ranking orc warrior title. I can't just go around slaughtering them. I've even been working on building up my reputation and trust with them. Young-min narrowed his eyes in annoyance. His brow furrowed. Is fighting them and losing my title really my only option? Isn't there any other way? A moment later, Young-min was standing in front of an orc camp. He shouted at the orc inside, "Hey, open up." The orc quickly approached, recognizing him. Human warrior, I remember you. You are the one who knows respect. The massive gate swung open quickly, and a group of orcs surrounded him, greeting him curiously. Welcome. It's been a while, friend. What brings you here? Young-min glanced around. He frowned slightly and spoke to one of them. It's nothing major, but could you do me a favor? The orc immediately signaled his readiness. I'll help you out. Young-min got straight to the point, though he felt a bit awkward. I need some of your blood. Can you give me some? The orcs froze, completely stunned. What blood? They started explaining in confusion. They held their own blood in the highest regard. A warrior's blood cannot be given away just like that. Sorry, friend. A warrior only bleeds on the battlefield. The orc started grumbling in his ear. Spilling blood anywhere else is a sign of great disrespect. This made Young-min grimace. The veins were practically popping out on his forehead. They're really going to talk about respect right now. I don't give a damn about that. If that's how they're going to be, I've got another plan. Young-min quickly spoke up again. Fine. Then, can you at least lend me your axe? One of the orcs handed it over. He grabbed it and quickly took off. The orc watched him leave, looking puzzled and curious. You're leaving already, buddy? Young-min gave a casual reply. No, I just have something to take care of. I'll be back in a bit. The pack of orcs waved goodbye cheerfully. All right then, man. See you soon. Young-min gripped the orc's axe tightly in his hand. It would be perfect if I could just get a little blood from you guys. A wicked, sinister glint flickered in his eyes. But unfortunately, they have to protect the honor of the orc race. Meanwhile, back at the beastman's camp, the beastman gripped his sickle, scanning the area. Suddenly, he froze, looking anxious. He glanced over his shoulder, his eyes darting around. He barked out a warning, demanding the intruders show themselves. Whoever's there, come out. Something suddenly whizzed past his cheek. The beastman's eyes darted quickly, realizing what it was. An axe. Young-min flickered in and out of sight, acting surprised and playful. Whoa, you dodged that. Impressive. I knew you beastmen were faster than the orcs. A blood-curdling scream of agony echoed through the air. Young-min smiled at him, satisfied as he corked the bottle of blood. The system updated. You have obtained the blood of the Beastman King. The Beastman's body lay motionless on the ground. Sorry about that, big guy. My friend didn't mean to do this, you know. In the distance, frantic shouting erupted. Who's there? I just heard a scream. The Beastmen crowded around the body, confused and angry. Who did this? Wait, this is an orc axe. Those damn pigs did this. Young-min watched the scene unfold from behind a tree, enjoying the show. He knew these two races hated each other, so he was more than happy to exploit it. Throughout history, the Beastmen creatures very similar to humans have despised the orc monsters. These two species have been at each other's throats for ages, fighting for control over the forest. Young-min's eyes were fixed on them, his mind spinning with a meticulous plan. I'll use this to trigger a full-scale war between them. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. I'm just speeding up the timeline a bit. Over at the orc camp, the guards were on high alert when a projectile suddenly grazed one of them. The orcs quickly gathered around, staring at the sickle on the ground. What is this? A sword. No, it's a beastman's blade. I recognize it. The orcs looked at their fallen comrade, pinned against the wall, their blood boiling. They're attacking us. This is unforgivable. Young Min smiled, seeing everything going according to plan. Idiots. He walked up to them, feigning surprise. Hey, what's going on? The orcs turned around and immediately started explaining. Oh, you're back. This is an emergency. This is a beastman weapon. Young Min added fuel to the fire. On my way here, I saw a pack of beastman warriors. They looked like they were getting ready to raid this place. That was all the reason the orcs needed. They roared with excitement. I knew it, warriors to arms. We can't let those weaklings beat us. Young Min smirked as he approached, leading the orcs right where he wanted them. Now, calm down. Is that all you're going to do? Why should we wait for them to come to us? His hands moved and his eyes burned with intense energy as he signaled them. If we're going to fight anyway, why not strike first? If everyone's going, then I'll help too. The orcs let out a collective roar of agreement. Great idea. Humans really are smart. A massive orc stepped forward, looking pensive. What's the commotion? Young Min looked up curious. Who's this guy? One of the orcs quickly filled him in on everything. Young Min analyzed the situation. It wasn't the same guy from before. This must be the new orc chief. He watched as the chief gripped his axe, admiring how perfect it felt. The chief raised his weapon high, signaling the rest of the orcs. We strike first. Follow me. He barked orders to assemble the warriors immediately. A look of pure satisfaction crossed Young Min's face. This was getting easier by the second. He joined the ranks, a winner's smile plastered on his face. All right, let's go. Let's have some fun on the battlefield. The orcs gnashed their teeth, eyes fixed forward as the chief led the charge with their flags flying high. Baiken huddled behind a tree, peeking out trembling with fear. This is insane. They're absolutely bloodthirsty. He couldn't wrap his head around who could have provoked them like this. It's never been like this before. What on earth happened? The guy standing next to him was also shaking like a leaf. Do you think they'll just keep fighting like this? Baiken swallowed hard and made a suggestion. We need to run before things get. But he suddenly stopped himself in horror. Are you crazy? Did you see how many of them there are? If they catch us while we're trying to escape, we're dead meat. Baiken hissed back. We'll just hide here for a while. But a second later, he was horrified to see a human figure marching alongside them. What? Why is there a human there? Is he a player? The guy with him also spotted the man among the orcs. Wait, why is a human hanging out with a bunch of orcs? Who is that guy? Baiken was already sweating buckets. He turned to his friend, his voice urgent. We don't have a choice anymore. Run. But his friend just stood there like an idiot. Huh. What didn't you just say we shouldn't run? Baiken's face went dark as he snapped. Just shut up and do what I say. If we don't run now, we're definitely finished. But an orc had already snuck up from behind. Young Min heard the commotion and calmly turned around. The orcs had already knocked Baiken's friend to the ground and were surrounding them. He immediately recognized that arrogant face. Wasn't this the guy he fought last time? Seeing Young Min, Baiken acted like he'd found a lifeline and started begging. You're with these orcs, right? Look, I don't know what's going on, but please let me go. We know each other, remember? As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit with a devastating punch. The orc laughed mockingly. How rude. You dare touch our honored warrior. Young Min, do you know this guy? Remembering how Baiken used to bully him, Young Min's expression turned ice cold. I don't really remember him. He shrugged and gave the order. If you want, just handle him however you like. The orcs moved in surrounding him. Baiken could only swallow his rage and curse under his breath. Damn it. He didn't want to accept his fate and tried to resist. Get away from me. Young Min flashed a small smile and left him with a final word. Better be careful next time, newbie. A fierce battle was unfolding. The Beastman Chief and the Orc Chief were locked in a stalemate, neither giving an inch. The Orc Chief roared, ordering his subordinates to give it everything they had. Kill all those filthy beastmen, leave no one alive. Young Min stood back watching it all play out. Both leaders were still fighting aggressively while he waited for the perfect moment to snatch some orc blood. He looked at the bottle filled with new power, his heart racing with excitement. Finally, the system notification popped up. You have successfully collected the blood of an orc warrior. Young Min nodded in approval. They're doing even better than I expected. They must be furious that I started this. He quickly activated his powers. Well then, I think it's time I joined in on the fun too. Along with that, Young Min's battle cry echoed through the entire forest. As he let out his roar, the wild beasts started looking at each other in total confusion. How could a puny human do something like that? Those damn monsters called in a mercenary. They immediately shifted their focus to Young Min, wanting him dead, but he was exactly where he wanted them to be, waiting for them to charge. Each sword stroke was precise and clean. You really think you can kill me? Bring your leader out here. A devious smirk spread across his face. There was another reason he'd sparked this war. If he just needed orc blood, he could have just mimicked a wild beast and picked one of them off. But his real target was the Wild Beast King, a boss far more powerful than the Orc Chieftain. Plus, wild beasts weren't obsessed with honorable one-on-one duels like the orcs were. That made taking him down much harder. Young Min charged forward with a terrifying plan, used the orcs to grind down the wild beast king. This is the best chance I'm ever going to get. Now where are you hiding? After mowing down the beast minions, Young Min finally locked onto his target. He gripped his weapon tight. Finding his mark, Young Min spun with immense force, delivering a devastating blow. Deep gashes erupted all over the area surrounding the two leaders. The orc chieftain was struggling to defend himself, clearly losing ground against the wild beast king. The level 73 wild beast king let out a raspy cackle. My clan's enemies will surely die today, but before he could finish, a blade cut his joy short. The sword was parried back and the beast king sneered in contempt. Cheap sneak attacks won't work on me, but before the words left his mouth, Young Min's weapon struck again, carving more wounds into his massive frame. Young Min smirked, ready for more. Strike found an opening. The ambushed Beast King could only think, damn it, I have to stop this. A violent explosion rocked the area and he was forced back, losing his footing. But his tenacity was too high for it to end there. You're tougher than you look, Young Min said with a casual mocking shrug. I was planning on taking both your arms, but I guess you got to keep one for now. The orc chieftain and his crew surrounded him. Now what? Your subordinates are all dead. You've got nowhere to run. He let out a cold, mocking laugh. I'm running out of patience. Your head is next. The Beast King found it hilarious and let out a furious, earth-shaking roar. A lowly human like you, Young Min's eyes glowed crimson as he went all out. A dark aura surged around him, revealing only a sinister grin. You have leveled up. You have earned the title Conqueror of the Harsh Forest. You are the first to obtain this title. First Conqueror of the Harsh Forest. Rare. You have successfully defeated the two rulers of the Harsh Forest. Effect stamina and agility increased by 10. All stats will increase by 5% when in forest environments. The orcs let out a deafening victory cheer. We did it, we beat them. Meanwhile, Young Min stared blankly at his system notifications. Wait, there's more. The congratulatory messages kept popping up. You've earned the title Dark Veil. You are the first to obtain this title. First Dark Veil, unique. You are praised for your intelligence in achieving 2 goals with a single move. Effect intelligence and insight increased by 20. Special effect. You can now hide your identity. Check this out. He looked on with excitement. I knew I'd get the Conqueror title, but I didn't expect the Dark Veil one too. It says it's because I took down 2 enemies at once. It seemed the system didn't view the orcs as true allies. Young Min rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So I only have a high reputation with them. That means they could still turn on me, huh? But Young Min had unlocked a new skill. Now that my stats are up and I have this identity hiding ability, it's going to be extremely useful. On the other side, the orcs were celebrating, wildly shouting to kill every last one of them. In the war between the orcs and the wild beasts, the orcs had emerged victorious. The area formerly held by the wild beasts will now become the ruined beast village. The beast's rage will now manifest in the ruined beast village. He stepped forward, muttering, they really get a kick out of this, don't they? Young Min's smirk grew more devious. Time to head back to the old man. Back at the still-lit tower, Starorian looked at the 2 vials with suspicion. You're done already, given the difficulty. I thought you'd need a lot more time. Young Min shrugged casually. It wasn't that hard. The old man nodded and stepped back. Wait here a moment. Suddenly, a notification popped up. You have earned the title Starorian's First Apprentice. You are the first to obtain this title. He frowned, looking at the prominent text. First Apprentice. The screen displayed a detailed explanation. First Starorian's Apprentice, unique. You are the very first apprentice of Starorian. You have gained Starorian's respect. Effect stamina and tenacity increased by 10. The detective's assistant grants you an extra 5% movement speed. He was thrilled with the reward. The effects are this good, right then? Starorian returned with some items. Here it's finished. Deliver this to Matorian in Chiixish. Quest. Deliver the improved antidote. Deliver the newly crafted antidote to Matorian in Chiixish. The next quest notification appeared on the screen. Condition. Successfully deliver the improved antidote to Matorian. Reward. 3 silver coins and experience points. Young Min took the order and set out. This is the last quest in the starter area. Finally made it to Chiixish. Back in the real world, a VR gaming pod sat in his bedroom. Having finished his session for the day, Young Min woke up. He sat up looking frustrated. Why would they make something this good but limit the playtime? Time is the only thing I have plenty of. Young Min hopped out of the pod. Well, I guess I need to stay healthy for the long haul. He looked at his monitor and muttered. So I need at least 5 more hours before I can log back and write. Might as well spend some time checking my previous post. Recalling his recent journey, Young Min felt a rush of excitement. I prepared for this by taking screenshots of the items and stats, then posting them online. He hoped for plenty of comments, but what he saw left him stunned. Whoa, it even made it to the trending posts. He started wondering what was happening. People are probably just doubting it. I bet there are tons of comments calling it fake. But his eyes widened in shock when he clicked on the post. Honorary reporter, this is a thing now. The post read, Secret Dungeon discovered. There are secret dungeons hidden alongside the public ones. The conquest of a secret dungeon by an honorary reporter. A wave of information flooded the screens. Rar, a famous web game magazine reporter and high-profile user, had just written a post about the secret dungeon. He framed the discovery as an epic adventure story, even including photos of a secret tunnel entrance. Down in the comments, things were already heating up. Nate posted, "Wait, seriously, I thought only one dungeon had been made public. Is Yumin for real, or is this just another fake post?" Attacker replied, "Guys, have you even read Rar's stuff before? Secret dungeons are definitely real. I'm just not sure if this guy's info is legit." Silver jumped in, "But this post went up before Rar's. What if Rar just tweaked it and reposted it? That would definitely get Yumin's attention." Another user noted, "The dungeon RAWR found has a different mob set though." Then RAWR chimed in, "Hey everyone, RAWR here. Based on my experience, this post is highly credible. Trading might be tough, but meeting in person would be easier. Contact me." Yumin smiled broadly, realizing he'd hit his mark. Perfect. Because of that, one comment, "My post is blowing up. If it wasn't for that, this would have just looked like bait. My plan is working." Notifications from other players were now flooding his inbox. People were practically tripping over themselves to reach him. Remus message, "I sent you a DM." Helidon wrote, "Please check your messages." HP added, "Sent you a message, man. I'm willing to pay 5% more than anyone else." Yumin started filtering through the noise. First, he cut out the lowballers. He needed to find the ones worth his time. He had to be careful with his choice. A lot of these groups called themselves guilds, but in reality, they weren't part of any actual guild system. I recognize a few big names from my past life, so this shouldn't be too hard. After a moment of thought, Young Min clicked a profile. He chose the safest option for his first contact, the Megapixel Guild. Their name came from Men or Play. They were known for helping rookies, taking down toxic PKers, and doing good deeds. They'd built a solid reputation under that name. Young Min sent out a brief announcement. "Thanks for the comments, everyone. Let's meet at the cemetery east of town." And that's that. Young Min leaned back in his chair, feeling satisfied. "All right, the meeting is set. Now I just have to wait." Everything was going so smoothly, it was almost scary. A bold thought crossed his mind. Is it okay for things to be going this well? Is this really all right? Should I try to push even faster? But he immediately shut that thought down. Recalling his past, Young Min shook his head. "No, one step at a time. I've got plenty of time ahead of me. Rushing won't solve anything. I might as well go buy some groceries and get some fresh air." After wandering through the supermarket, he walked out with a load of bags. On his way, he passed a group of young guys chatting. A guy in a blue shirt asked, "Hey, how many levels did you gain at the Gold Bin hunting grounds?" The guy in white replied, 3 levels in 2 days. Then the guy with glasses chimed in, "Nice man, I had to sweat just to level up once." Maybe it's because our levels are different, or maybe it's just a skill gap. Young Min walked past them with a faint smile. Everyone's talking about the Lord. He glanced around the campus. I thought this college area would be quieter in late September. But then someone caught his eye, making him freeze. He shielded his eyes from the sun. Wait, who was that? A girl standing nearby caught his attention. She looked incredibly familiar. She happened to look his way at that exact moment and immediately spoke up. Young Min, long time no see. His brain finally caught up. It was Lim Su, his ex-girlfriend who had cheated on him and then dumped him. Because of the Lord, he had completely forgotten she even existed. For her, it had only been 4 months since they last met, but for him, it felt like years. He looked at the guy next to her and scowled. I guess that guy is the new boyfriend. Word was he was a pro at the Lord. Lim Su liked games too, so it figured she'd go for a high-ranked player. Lim Su didn't waste a second before throwing shade. I heard you're still struggling. Young Min frowned, clearly annoyed. What the hell is this? He snapped back. I'm only acting like this because I'm around you. I'm actually taking a break from the Lord right now. But don't get it twisted, it's not because of you. She gave a mocking little laugh. Oh really? Well, that's a relief. If you're having a hard time with the game, feel free to reach out. My boyfriend is an absolute expert in the Lord. I'll have him carry you once or twice. Young Min looked at her with newfound interest. Oh, what's his ID? Lim Su stood between them and answered proudly, I think it's Filet. You've probably heard of him. Internally, Young Min was cringing. Filet, I don't remember a single name like that. He must be a total scrub. Thinking that he turned away, losing all interest in the pair. Right, I'll keep that in mind. If we meet in-game, I'll be sure to save him. Filet's face turned red with anger. What did you say? Lim Su was also stunned by his bluntness. Young Min, how could you say that? Before leaving, he offered them some sincere advice. Just level up as much as you can while you still have the chance. And if you run into trouble, contact me. Young Min chuckled to himself, thinking about how Lim Su would react when she found out his ID was Young Min. He walked away. She'll find out soon enough. And then she'll regret every stupid word that came out of her mouth. Inside the game, a man in a cloak was already waiting at the cemetery. A voice came from behind him, Megapixel. The man raised an eyebrow and looked over. Young Min appeared using a disguise to meet the Megapixel representative. It looked like he'd found his man. By using the identity hide item, your name and appearance are randomized. This effect lasts for 1 hour. He thought it through. There was no need to reveal his true identity, just for one secret dungeon deal. He glanced around cautiously and asked, "Did you come alone?" The man was honest. Yes. This is valuable info, so there was no point in drawing unnecessary attention. He looked back at Young Min and continued, "But my teammates are on standby. One word from me and they'll be here in seconds." Young Min thought to himself, "I see. He's warning me." He didn't seem too bothered. The man started to urge him, "Let's get on with it." But Young Min shook his head. "No, pay up first." The man's brow furrowed, but what Young Min said made sense. "Haven't you done trades before? I need some motivation here." Megapixel agreed. "Fine, but I'm going to use his skill first. We both need to play it safe." Young Min nodded. "Fair enough." The man activated his detect skill. A second later, Megapixel's eyes widened in shock. Everything had been settled smoothly. "Thanks for cooperating, Young Min. I've already paid part of it up front. Let's go." Level 35. Young Min. He gave a slight smile and a nod. This little trick actually worked. The two of them quickly made their way toward the mysterious tomb. Young Min gave detailed instructions. "If we do it like this, the entrance will open." Megapixel gasped in surprise. "Whoa. I think it looks like some kind of device." Young Min let out a hearty laugh. "Keep this a secret, okay? Now where's the rest of the money?" Megapixel handed over the remaining amount. "If there are any issues, I'll get in touch with you later." Very quickly, a bag full of gold was pushed toward him. It held 51 gold, 98 silver, and 20 copper. He nodded with great interest. Selling info on a secret dungeon and making over 50 gold. Not bad at all. He happily took his things and left. Guilds really are the best. It's not easy to make this much money in the game. And it's probably just as hard to squeeze cash out of guild members. I wonder if that was even his real money. Then Young Min quickly shifted back into his true form. All right, that's taken care of. Now shall we head to Chinsek? Right now, he was still wandering through the forest, feeling totally drained. Damn, this is so freaking far. His face was dark and drenched in sweat. That's the problem with being a low-level, the lost class. It doesn't need to be this realistic for God's sake. He'd been walking for over half a day. But despite everything, Young Min pushed through to the end. It looks like he finally made it. He stayed focused, keeping himself in peak condition. Don't let your guard down. If I die, I'll have to start all over again. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. There was movement in the shadows of a tree. A sly smile crept across Young Min's lips. It wasn't a monster or an animal. I wonder which cowardly bastard is hiding there. At that moment, a powerful force struck from right behind him. Young Min loved these kinds of thrills. Well, this is interesting. That almost hit me. A group of 4 appeared behind him. His gear looks expensive, so he must be a high level, right? Another one chimed in. Who knows, maybe he just likes blowing money on gear. Young Min's eyes began to glow a faint, menacing red. Right, there are always guys like you. He could feel the power radiating from the 4 of them. The red markers in their eyes showed they were PKers players who had killed others. They preyed on people heading to town, looting whatever items their victims dropped. As soon as he turned around, they rushed him. "Hey buddy, you got a minute? I think we need to have a little chat." Young Min replied, his weapon already in hand, ready for them. "Sure, I love a good talk." Young Min looked up and laughed, sending a sudden chill down the thug's spines. What's wrong with this bastard? Is he so scared he's lost his mind? Young Min stared them down with a lethal gaze, his mouth still twisted into a terrifying smirk. "Listen up, kids. I'll let you go if every single one of you hands over a piece of gear." The group froze. "What? Why?" The surprised faces. Young Min asked. "Isn't this what you always say when you're PKing? I'm giving you a great opportunity here." Young Min thought to himself their only goal was to steal equipment. When a player is killed by another player, they drop gear. It's not guaranteed, but the chances are higher than dropping from monsters, usually about 10 to 20%. The guy with the black bangs, who seemed to be the leader, laughed mockingly. "You think we're stupid? You've really lost it." They all brandished their weapons in front of him. "If you keep acting tough and get killed, you'll have to walk all the way back here from town. So don't get cocky." Young Min laughed like a maniac, his eyes wide and piercing. Negotiations had failed. Young Min raised his axe. "To be honest, I never intended to let you off easy anyway." The guy with the bangs sneered. "So arrogant." He and 2 teammates pointed their weapons forward. "The levels here are on a whole different scale, pal." A buff guy with a buzz cut slammed his weapon down. He slid across the ground, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that ripped forward in a straight line. Suddenly, the buzz-cut guy froze, his eyes widening as he saw something charging toward him. Before he knew it, Young Min had already closed the distance. He lunged forward, swinging his axe. "You idiot. I'm taking you out first." The leader with the bangs immediately jumped in, using a reflect shield just in time to block Young Min's strike. Young Min, now halted, watched closely. A reflection skill. Is he a guardian knight? The buzz-cut guy leaped forward, raising his axe and aiming straight for Young Min's head. "I've got you now." The axe slammed down with massive force, shattering the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. Young Min nimbly dodged. He narrowed his eyes as the attacks kept coming. Suddenly, countless surges of energy swirled above him. He looked up, stunned. It was the Aran skill. A blonde guy raised his bow and fired. A barrage of energy crashed down on Yeomin. Nice, countless arrows pierced the ground. The blonde archer smirked. No matter how fast you are, you can't dodge this. As the dust settled, Yeomin slowly emerged, his hand tightly gripping an arrow. Yeomin dropped to one knee. Arrows had grazed his body, drawing blood. His eyes remained cold and sharp as he stared ahead. I look pretty pathetic right now. The group burst out laughing. You moron, did you finally realize the gap between us? The leader shouted. If you change your mind, I'll play nice. Why don't you just leave your gear and get lost? Yeomin stared at them, calculating his next move. They're used to ganging up on people. If I attack from a distance, I'll get peppered with arrows. But if I get close, that knight will just block me. They stayed close together, shielding one another instantly. If that's how it is. Yeomin stood up firmly. Fine. If you want my gear that badly. 2 axes materialized in Yeomin's hands. I've got some high-grade equipment right here. Catch. A system notification popped up, weapons swapped. Tomahawk axes. Yeomin thought to himself, I'll split them up and strip them of everything one by one. He swung both axes simultaneously, creating a violent whirlwind. The buzz-cut guy grimaced and swore. Damn it, the leader quickly raised his shield. It's fine, I've got it. But Yeomin's power was so overwhelming that the leader's eyes bulged in panic. The leader was blown away. What? What the hell is this power? They were shocked. Even though he'd been knocked flat on his ass, the guy with the bangs kept screaming. Forget it, I'm fine. Just kill that son of a bitch already. Enraged, the buzz-cut guy charged at Yeomin. You bastard, Yeomin thought. Teesk, angry already. Well then let's see. Yeomin leaned in, sweeping his arm to strike the buzz-cut guy. The system pinged, weapons swapped. Orc warrior's battle axe. A new massive axe appeared in Yeomin's hand. Let's see how strong your skills really are. Yeomin sent the buzz-cut guy flying, the impact so hard he spat out a mouthful of water. Yeomin rammed the handle of the axe right into the guy's gut. You're even worse than I thought. Yeomin delivered the finishing blow, leaving the buzz-cut guy's face distorted and his eyes bugging out. He raised his monstrous axe high. That's one down. Yeomin swung down and blood splattered across his face. Suddenly his eyes widened and he snapped his head to the side. Sensing something flying toward him, he tilted his head and caught the arrow midair. Oh no! Yeomin mocked the blonde archer, who stood frozen in shock seeing his shot fail so miserably. If you wanted to shoot me, you should have done it while I was busy with your buddy. Oh wait. Maybe he died a lot faster than you expected. He instantly pulled out 3 arrows at once and aimed them straight at multi-shot Yeomin. But Yeomin lunged forward, swinging his axe high. Too late. The 2 moves collided midair. Witnessing that terrifying power, the guy could only stand there with his mouth wide open. A massive explosion erupted, nearly sending the blonde guy and the one with black bangs flying. The blonde guy gritted his teeth in frustration. The system notified you to switch to your combat weapon. The blonde guy lunged forward trying to stab Yeomin with a knife, but Yeomin dodged it effortlessly. The blonde guy swung his knife again. Yeomin leaned back to avoid it, so he switched to a melee weapon. Looks like this kid actually knows a thing or two about fighting. But even so, Yeomin reached out and grabbed the blonde guy's arm. He swung his axe down, severing the blonde's hand completely. You really thought an archer like you could beat me in close quarters combat. It happened so fast that the blonde guy just stood there, eyes wide in shock as blood sprayed everywhere. Yeomin stood there with his axe resting on his shoulder, one hand on his hip. How does it feel, getting your hand chopped off in the Lost? Damn, it feels pretty real, doesn't it? The blonde guy collapsed to the ground, arching his neck back as he screamed in agony. Amidst the pain, something lunged toward them, catching Yeomin's eye. It was the Earth Splitter skill. The guy with the black bangs appeared right behind Yeomin, channeling an immense aura of power. The guy screamed like a maniac. Die. He swung his weapon down with everything he had, creating a powerful gust of wind. Yeomin placed his hand right on the black-haired guy's shield. You idiot. You really want to test your strength against mine? Yeomin began channeling his power into the hand pressed against the shield. Earlier, I only got pushed back because of that reflection skill. You actually thought you could kill me with this. The black-haired guy started breaking into a cold sweat. His voice was trembling. What kind of monster is this? Yeomin only uttered a few words, but it was enough to send the black-haired guy into a panic. It's not that I'm a monster. Yeomin swung his blade down ruthlessly. It's just that you guys are pathetic. He slowly lifted the axe, dripping with blood. Yeomin turned his head, spotting the blonde guy trying to crawl away in terror. Oh right, there's still one more. Yeomin glanced around the area. Let's see. He reached down and picked up a large rock. The blonde guy bolting as if he were being chased by a ghost. He clutched his severed arm and ran his face pale as if death were knocking at his door. I can't die in a place like this. The blonde guy looked back and saw Yeomin still standing there. He was confused. Huh, he's not chasing me. A wide twisted grin spread across his face. He was overjoyed, completely unaware of the massive boulder hurtling toward him. I'm gonna live, you bastard. I'll get my revenge later. Crash, a loud thud echoed. Young Min looked over satisfied. Nice. The boulder had crushed the blonde guy flat. Young Min tilted his head back and laughed. It's been a while since I felt this refreshed. Fighting players is way more fun than grinding mobs. The system notification windows popped up, making Young Min pause. Player Young Min has won. Penalties will be distributed based on each opponent's attributes. You have leveled up. You have acquired multiple items. Countless info screens flooded Young Min's vision, appearing faster than he could read. Good grief, Young Min muttered. Drop rates increased during PK due to the penalties, but it looks like I hit the jackpot this time. Poor suckers. You should have listened to me. Suddenly, he turned his head and spoke to someone hiding behind a tree. Don't you agree, little rat? Young Min's eyes glowed like a predator stalking its prey. Stop with the childish games. Come out now before I slice you and that tree in half. He slowly approached the tree, causing the person hiding to turn pale with fear. I told you hiding is useless. I really will kill you. A boy in a hooded sweatshirt lunged out and screamed. What on earth are you? Who are you? Young Min rested his axe on his shoulder. Even if I told you, it's not like you'd know. The boy grimaced as he looked at Young Min, breaking into a cold sweat while his mind raced. He must be with that group from earlier, but his eyes aren't red. He's probably just a scout. Young Min squatted on the ground, examining a knife. How disappointing. If you don't want to fight, then just stay there. I've got no interest in weaklings. The boy was shaking his teeth, chattering in fear. Suddenly, he unleashed a charged attack straight at Young Min. The system notified level 35 Young Min. The boy froze in confusion. Wait, you're only level 35. His eyes went wide with shock. At this level, how could he possibly take down 3 level 40 players? That's impossible. He must be using a bug or some kind of cheat. While the boy was lost in thought, Young Min's hand suddenly reached out. Young Min angrily grabbed him by the throat and slammed him onto the ground. He spat out in frustration. You piece of trash. I told you I'd let you go, but you just wouldn't listen, would you? The system announced player Young Min has won. You have acquired all of the opponent's equipment. Young Min stood there looking down at the boy sitting motionless against the tree and laughed with delight. Stealing this guy's gear. Man, how did I get so lucky this time around? Young Min pulled out the pile of equipment and looked through it impressed. This gear is actually pretty decent. I guess those Chinchig guys are the real deal. They even had a bow with an incredibly low drop rate. He must be devastated right now. Young Min turned and strolled away. I thought his backup would have jumped in for some revenge. Should I have gone a bit easier on them? How disappointing. In Shinseech, where buildings with red-tiled roofs stood side by side, Young Min glanced around at the bustling crowds as he walked. It's pretty crowded, he thought. So many people over level 40. It really makes me realize just how massive this game is. Arriving at the Shinseech Mage Guild. Young Min looked up at the massive building and muttered, the Mage Guild. Here is just as huge. He didn't hesitate to push open the doors, finding the interior filled with people coming and going. Young Min thought to himself, the number of mages doesn't seem to match the size of this guild. Well, whatever. That's just the kind of class that gets more miserable the higher your level gets. He kept walking, keeping his eyes peeled. Maybe that's why everyone here looks so strong. I can even see some people who've already completed their second class advancement. A pretty girl with shoulder-length hair stood at the reception desk, smiling warmly. Welcome. The girl politely introduced herself to Young Min. Welcome to the magic goods shop. Please feel free to let me know if you have any specific requests for magical equipment. Young Min asked for an ancient rune scroll. The girl quickly turned to retrieve the item. Of course, please wait just a moment. Young Min thought to himself, an ancient rune scroll is a must-have for anyone going out for some PK. It's a magic tome that lets you teleport to any one of 5 designated locations written within it, as long as you're not currently in combat. Since it's a soulbound item, you don't have to worry about dropping it. And if you're willing to pay a little extra, you can even expand it to hold 20 different locations. I really should have won. The girl placed the items Young Min requested on the table, a book containing dozens of ancient languages, 5 marking scrolls, and 20 teleport scrolls. That will be 5 gold, sir. Hearing the price, Young Min thought to himself that it was absolute daylight robbery. He scowled as he handed over the gold coins. 5 gold wasn't an amount just anyone in Jinsik could afford. Just how many people did those bastards rob anyway? It seemed every single one of them had an item. Young Min stared intently at the gear in his hand. The girl spoke up, thank you, sir. We hope to see you again soon. Young Min looked up toward the 3rd floor. He muttered, let's see. The 3rd floor is next right. A man named Matorian widened his eyes, looking at Young Min in surprise. Lord Sterorian sent you here, Young Min explained. Yes, here is the antidote and a handwritten letter from Lord Sterorian. Matorian took it and read the letter Young Min handed over. Matorian rubbed his chin, his face still full of suspicion. I really should have prepared for this, so you're the one who's going to help me. Matorian noted Young Min's level. He was only level 35. Matorian wondered, is a level like that really going to be okay? Young Min confidently pointed at himself. You can count on me, sir. Matorian glanced at Young Min with clear disdain. He's nothing but a piece of trash, but I can't just ignore Lord Sterorian's recommendation. Mitorian turned to walk away. He didn't forget to tell young Min, fine, then do me a favor. Consider this a test. A system notification appeared. Non-stop research. 1. After seeing the first sample of the antidote developed by Sterorian, Mitorian wants to find ingredients to help boost its effectiveness. You must bring him the Witch Doctor's elixir from the Jungle Goblins. Completion condition: deliver the Jungle Goblin Witch Doctor's elixir to Mitorian. Reward 4 silver and stat points. Young Min smirked as he read the info. And so it begins. Mitorian was famous among players as an incredibly sinister NPC. Starting with this Jungle Goblin Witch Doctor's elixir, he would begin demanding all sorts of rare materials that had nothing to do with the main quest, using them just to complete his own research projects. Usually players couldn't refuse the main quest, so they had no choice but to reluctantly accept. But that's not going to work on me. Young Min tapped the screen to check the auction house items. He watched the list of items for auction appear on the screen. I still vaguely remember the next item Mitorian will demand. Young Min calculated that since he had to make the trip anyway, he might as well grab everything at once to save himself the trouble of going back and forth. He pressed the buy button. There we go. Most of them were considered common items, so they were fairly cheap. Young Min held the gold coins between his fingers, his face looking absolutely miserable. It made the people around him look at him strangely. All right, let's go. Inside his room, Mitorian was focused on a book holding a test tube. Suddenly, something slammed onto the table with a loud thud, shattering Mitorian's vial and making him jump. It turned out to be Young Min, carrying a massive sack with a smug look on his face. I've gathered everything. Take a look. Mitorian was still in shock. What? How? He picked up the items, still completely bewildered. I actually do need these things. How did you know? Young Min smiled and replied, did you think I could become Lord Sterorian's assistant without knowing at least this much? Mitorian smirked as well. It seems I misjudged you. Mitorian pointed at Young Min and snapped his fingers. Here is your reward. Instantly, Young Min's level rose. You've leveled up, you are now level 36. Mitorian then started assigning more tasks that left Young Min stunned. Fine, I'll give you the rest of the tasks then. A long list of information appeared. Non-stop research 11. After seeing the first sample of the antidote developed by Sterorian, Mitorian wants to find ingredients to help increase its effectiveness. You must bring him the blood and heart of a jungle lizardman. Completion condition: deliver the blood and heart of a jungle lizardman to Mitorian. Reward 20 silver and stat points. Young Min grimaced, thinking to himself. And there's his true face. I knew there'd be more quests, but giving me the next one immediately, like he's been waiting for this. Moreover, lizardman items aren't currently available on the market. They're not here. And I wanted to finish this as fast as possible. But then again, it made sense. A jungle lizardman's heart could only be obtained by defeating a level 80 boss, the Great Jungle Lizardman Warrior. I can't beat that thing yet, so I'll have to put this aside for now. Even so, the main quest is more important. But Jinsik isn't just about quests. I'll look around for other work first. I'll start with the easy stuff. Outside, a statue of a tall man with his arm raised toward the sky stood in the middle of the street. Young Min watched the crowd and muttered, is it here? He stood with his hands on his hips thinking. 1123 left 200, 130. In his past life, a player had seen this clue and claimed that where the hero pointed was where his legacy was hidden. No one believed that player, but in the end, he was the one who actually found it. Young Min looked up at the statue. Back then, it took a while for the info to get out, but he already knew all the clues, so it didn't matter. Young Min began to walk according to the quest. 1,123 steps in the direction the statue pointed, then 200 steps to the left, and finally another 130 steps in that same direction. Finally, Young Min stopped. He looked around and saw nothing but the walls of houses, so he scratched his head. Based on the clues, it had to be around here somewhere. Suddenly, a glint of light caught his eye. A circle of light appeared on the wall, activating the effect of the rare title Seeker, which revealed a hidden mystery. Young Min thought, that was a close one. He pressed a brick on the wall and it slid open to both sides. Young Min stood there with one hand in his pocket looking triumphant. The system announced, you have discovered a secret dungeon. Young Min glanced at what was behind the wall. A magnificent, brilliant golden gate. Young Min muttered, what is this? This is totally different from what I heard. He pushed the door open to reveal countless stairs. Young Min leaned against the wall, fumbling his way down as it got darker. His face showed his exhaustion. My senses are all over the place. I don't even know how deep I've gone anymore. Did the person who found this spread fake info just to scare others? A sudden light shone on Young Min. Where was he? A startling notification rang out beginning level 1 hero trial. Young Min stood there dazed. Wait, what? A massive boom echoed like a giant explosion. As the dust settled, Young Min frowned in confusion. What the hell is going on? He immediately dropped into a fighting stance, his mind racing. I can't dodge this. I have to stop it. Young Min slammed both hands against the massive solid rock charging toward him. He let out a primal scream, pouring every ounce of strength into his body to halt the giant boulder. Young Min gasped for air as the system screen flickered above him. The display flared as a surge of power coursed through him, allowing him to hoist the entire rock upward. His strength and agility surged by 110%. His legs braced with such force that the stone floor beneath him shattered. Gasping for air, his face drenched in sweat, Young Min sank to his knees beside the rock and let out a long breath of relief. He finally stopped it. Young Min thought to himself, I only just managed to block it, and my vitality has already taken a massive hit. Damn it, it's on a slope. Now what, he reached out again, grabbing hold of the cold, lifeless stone. With another roar, he heaved it even higher than before. Crap, this is heavy as hell. Though exhaustion was etched into his face, Young Min didn't care. He was deep in thought. The hero trial. He searched his memory, gritting his teeth. I knew level 1 was a test of willpower, but I didn't realize it would be this damn stupid. Young Min's entire body trembled from sheer exhaustion. It's been a few minutes since I started climbing, right? How much longer is this going to take? Before long, he was completely spent. A blinding light appeared above his head, accompanied by stones floating in the air. He stood up and brushed his hair aside as the system announced, You have cleared level 1 of the hero trial. A test of willpower, Young Min remarked calmly. If that's all it is, this'll be a breeze. He planted his hands on his hips. He turned his gaze toward the gate ahead. Level 2 is next, huh? The system's voice echoed his thoughts as a notification flashed. Starting level 2, hero trial. Since it didn't specify the type of challenge, Young Min clicked his tongue and picked up a nearby stone. Let's see what we've got. He wound up and hurled the stone forward with everything he had. The stone streaked through the air with incredible speed and force. Seeing the array of traps triggered ahead of him, he could only let out a weary sigh. That's some lethal stuff right there. Young Min began visualizing a plan. If that guy's intel was right, this must be the trial of intelligence. Since I don't have any gear for scouting or disarming, I guess they expect people to use their heads. A smirk played on his lips as he started stretching. But I'm not playing their little games. Young Min crouched low into a solid starting position. I'm going to clear this place in a heartbeat. A fiery red icon appeared immediately. Berserker. His power seemed to explode. His feet were infused with an immense surge of energy, followed quickly by a green icon. Blink. He lunged forward like a leopard charging its prey, putting his life on the line. Young Min's eyes glowed a fierce red filled with intense determination. At that moment, arrows flew from both sides like lightning. The green icon flashed again, boosting his abilities further. Blink. He gritted his teeth, focused solely on the goal ahead. His black glove was just inches away from the long blue bar. The arrows, however, weren't giving him an inch, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Suddenly, a red staff shot up from the stone floor. He seized the opportunity and snatched it out of the air. Young Min performed several mid-air flips before landing firmly with the long red staff. Simultaneously, the system chimed, You have cleared level 2 of the hero trial. The trial of intelligence, huh? He panted heavily and commanded deactivate Berserker. Man, I thought I was a goner. The system continued its warning, 10% vitality remaining. You will die in 5 seconds. He cleared his throat, a bit of pale red liquid trickling from his mouth. If it weren't for the drawback, this would be the best skill ever. Young Min walked slowly through the gray smoke. As he transitioned to a new area, the system quickly announced, starting level 3 hero trial. Young Min thought to himself, level 3 is the trial of temptation. I've heard there's some terrifying mental magic used to lure challengers in. Behind him, an image appeared, a young, beautiful woman sitting leisurely atop a mountain of gold and jewels. Based on the leaks, there could be a seductive woman, countless treasures and items, or a table overflowing with delicious food. Young Min's face flushed with excitement. I wonder what I'll get. The system popped up again, startling him. Activating Mythic Title Effect, Rapid Resolution. Negating negative mental magic. Wait, what? He let his head hang slightly. Oh, I see. Feeling dejected, Young Min clasped his hands behind his back and trudged across a wooden bridge. What a letdown. The system delivered the results immediately. You have cleared level 3 of the hero trial, the trial of temptation. Young Min stood still, staring into the dark path ahead. He was now holding a brilliant golden bell, the Bell of Truth. Young Min held it out, looking intrigued. He gave it a shake and asked, Is this the real path? The bell quickly signaled, No. He smirked triumphantly. I knew it. Images of 2 shadowy figures appeared in his mind. That bastard didn't clearly explain what I'd face after level 3. I was already suspicious, but I saw it coming. Shaking off his thoughts, he began searching the surrounding area. Now, time to find the secret path. Moments later, he felt a button hidden near the wall. Is it here? The wall suddenly recessed, startling Young Min. He let out a shout and tumbled inside by reflex. He hit the ground and muttered helplessly, That was embarrassing. The system chimed just as Young Min's eyes locked onto something. You have cleared the hero trial. A shimmering iron helmet sat quietly in the middle of the dark vault. The system info read, You have obtained the Lion King's sealed Gretham. New quest, find the Lion King's armor. Find the Lion King's armor. Collect the sealed armor of Gao, can the Lion King, and inherit his power. Completion conditions, obtain the Lion King's sealed Gretham. Obtain the Lion King's sealed chestplate. Obtain the Lion King's sealed leggings. Obtain the Lion King's sealed pauldrons. Obtain the Lion King's sealed boots. Reward: the Lion King's armor set. Yu-Min picked up the helmet and muttered to himself, "This is insane. It's a set item." The system window displayed every detail clearly for him. Lion King's sealed Graythelm. Type set piece. Helmet. This was used by King Gaokan throughout his entire life. A portion of the Lion King's power is sealed within it, granting 530 defense, 30,030,000 endurance, plus 50 strength, and plus 30 stamina. Thanks to the Lion's Roar effect, the battle cry skill's effectiveness is increased by 50%. Yu-Min stared blankly at the helmet. Was the thing that was sealed actually his stat points? This is an item I can use to gain at least 100 levels, no 150 to be exact. He imagined himself going toe-to-toe with another monster, thinking that this one item alone gave him higher defense than a mid-level warrior. Not bad at all. A smirk played on Yu-Min's lips. Though he was a bit disappointed, there were no clues about the other pieces. Still, this was more than he could have hoped for. Suddenly, the ground above shook violently, causing small rocks to tumble down as the system interface hurriedly issued a report. The hero's trial has concluded. The instant dungeon, the Lion King's tomb, will now disappear. Hearing the system's announcement, he relaxed his face and gave a slight smile. The Lion King's armor is pulling its pieces together. You will now be able to sense if you are near other parts of the set. So that's how it works. In that moment, he was told he'd be moved to another location in 3 seconds. You will be teleported outside momentarily. 3, 2, 1. Seeing the crowd of people passing by all around him, Yu-Min looked around in a daze. Am I back at the plaza? A nearby citizen suddenly looked up at the stone statue and spoke out. Look, there's a crack in the statue. For some reason, the stone statue by the lake began to crumble, leaving the citizens in shock while he simply turned his back and walked away without a care. Next, let's check the love message. Yu-Min lightly touched his lips, lost in thought. This was a trial chain that could only be unlocked once his reputation reached the friendship level, but thanks to his special title effect, he had already managed to achieve it in that region earlier. Finally, he shook off his lingering thoughts and flew off. Alright, let's keep going and finish all these trials perfectly. The scenery slowly shifted into the orange hues of late afternoon. Time slipped away and a look of pure annoyance was now plastered on his face. 3 days later, damn it. After playing the role of everyone's problem solver for the past few days, I've realized that life is a struggle whether it's in the real world or in here. Yu-Min remembered that sickeningly sweet couple with irritation. The love message forced him to deliver a love letter, and since he couldn't just leave, he had to stand there and witness the whole thing. It made him want to puke. The words of disgust surged within him. I've invested so much time into this game that I now possess countless titles to boost my stats and level up. I've also managed to gather some pretty useful items. A sparkling green necklace appeared. The Emerald Tear Necklace, Magic Grade. A necklace formed from an emerald combined with a woman's tears. It carries the longing for a lover and a wish for their well-being. Stamina recovery speed is increased by 50%, and all healing effects are up by 20%. A hemostasis effect is also applied. Yu-Min held it in his hand, contemplating its value. This is perfect. I needed something that could restore my vitality after the Berserk effect wears off. This'll do. Suddenly, a raspy voice called out from ahead. Hey, have you heard the news? 2 men were laughing and chatting with each other. Someone already hit level 70. I even heard there's someone at level 80 now. Man, I'm so jealous. When will I ever hit level 50? Those words accidentally reached his ears. Because of those PK bastards, it's been really hard to level up lately. It seems like everyone has been grinding hard, huh? An image of Yu-Min's heroic self appeared in his mind, fueling his current ambition. To be the first to finish the most important trials and claim the titles, I need to level up even faster. Time to pick up the pace. A blue system window suddenly popped up. Greetings. This is a notice regarding today's feature updates. Listening to the system, Yu-Min immediately grinned like he'd just struck gold. A guild system has been updated. You can now purchase guild stones to establish a guild. Second, the housing system has been updated. Third, many new items have been added. The list of newly added items includes contracts, silk bandages, and dye. Right at that moment, Yu-Min entered the marketplace where people gathered in droves, living off the items they found by trading them for money. 1. The guild system update is live. You can now purchase a guild stone to form a guild. The guild system is finally here. He looked at the display screen and thought to himself, you can buy a guild stone for 50 gold. 50 gold for 1 stone. He had a smug look on his face, thinking deeply about the vision of the Megapixel members kneeling and begging before him. 1 gold is worth 200,000 in the real world. The Megapixel Guild must be struggling right about now. His sharp eyes stared intently at the screen. But what caught his interest even more was something else. He stood in front of a few buildings, hands on his hips, in a self-satisfied pose. 2. The housing system has been updated. With this, I can buy houses in the city or land to build on. Yu-Min looked up at the tall building with a smug expression. Other people might think this is just for convenience, but there's a way to exploit this. I should go see the housing administrator before anyone else gets there. Inside a large, elegant building that looked like a hotel, Young Min glanced around left and right, searching for something while a staff member greeted him warmly and politely. "Welcome, how can I help you today?" The clerk tried to greet Young Min, but he just kept looking around restlessly. "Man, this is great. No one seems interested in the housing system yet." The clerk's face went blank when Young Min slammed a large bag of money onto the desk. "Here, 65 gold. He started to panic and get anxious when he realized Young Min wanted to rent a massive number of rooms. "I want to rent every 3-room and 2-story house in this area." His face was set in deep thought as he imagined the mountain of money he'd make from subletting them. Something big is going to happen now that the housing system is out. In his mind, Young Min saw himself standing high above a crowd of people below, all of them clamoring to rent a room. Once real estate values skyrocket, they'll all be coming to him. Property prices are going to explode. Young Min placed his hands on the table, looking incredibly proud of the profit he saw coming. Supply won't be able to keep up with demand. Real estate is the ultimate investment. He looked so arrogant it was like his nose was growing as he waved his hand dismissively. "Just give them to me." "But sir, do you really want all of them?" "Yes, and for a long-term lease." Young Min was delighted, imagining himself bathing in gold coins and living a life of endless wealth. "I'll have to pay rent every month, but as long as I'm the first one to own these places, I'll be so rich that the rent will feel like nothing more than a mosquito bite." The clerk used a calculator to tally up the total number of rooms the guest had requested. "So that's 10 3-room houses and 5 2-story houses." "Correct, that's right." He pointed to a piece of paper listing the room numbers and the deposit required before renting. "All right, but you'll need to pay the first month's rent up front. A 3-room house is 3 gold and a 2-story one is 5 gold, making it 65 gold total." He gave a thumbs up in agreement, holding his shirt in his teeth with a triumphant look. The deposit came to 32 silver and 50 copper. Current balance, 65 gold, 32 silver, and 63 copper. "All right, let's do this." Young Min uses his index finger to press his print down, finalizing the lease agreement. Real estate mogul. You sign leases for over 10 mid to large residential properties all at once. Calling you a real estate mogul isn't an exaggeration at all. Everyone in the industry is starting to take notice of you. Effect. After signing a real estate contract, your security deposit will be reduced by 0.05%. Young Min struts outside, a massive grin plastered on his face. He's practically beaming because he thinks he's about to strike it rich. "Down to my last 13 copper. But man, I'm gonna be loaded." Looking at Young Min's shady-ass face and his pure, unadulterated excitement, I wonder, should I be nice and just double the price? No, it's gotta be at least triple. I mean, what's the inflation rate anyway? He's already inviting imaginary guild members to check out the place. In Young Min's head, every guild member is going to need a guild house. A guild house needs to be a safe haven, but it's also a way to flex the guild's power. They won't be satisfied with some tiny shack. Young Min tosses the scroll into the air, walking with a slow, cocky stride. Business is done. With a sharp look and a sinister smirk, he heads off to pick up more quests and go hunting. Deep in the dense forest, everywhere Young Min walks, trees come crashing down. He uses his axe like a machete, hacking away at anything blocking his path. He spins the axe effortlessly as he moves. In his past life, the Skinkmen's lair was a pretty famous spot, but it probably hasn't fully formed here yet. He's out searching for them, looking for a fight to level up his rank. While the Great Skink Warrior home might show up around here, so it makes sense. I only came back here once I'd leveled up quite a bit. Suddenly, he halts. Young Min raises his axe, ready for blood. "Let's get this party started, shall we?" His body tenses up. The Skinkmen are close. He can hear their roars echoing nearby. Hearing the war cry, he prepares to sprint toward the sound. Nice, there's 2 of him. A sinister, hyped-up look crosses his face at the thought of a head-on collision. "Come get some." A skink man lunges out of nowhere, swinging a blade right at his side. A sharp point almost pierces Young Min's eye. It was a split-second close call. Young Min flashes a savage grin and goes on a wild killing spree, hacking them down one by one. Strike. One of them gets sent flying face-first toward the sky. He dives in, slaughtering them before they can even react. Young Min's face is twisted in pure thrill. A massive, muscular red skink man gears up, ready to bring its axe down on him. Boom! He slams them into the dirt like he's throwing out trash. His eyes glow red with fury and intense killing intent. Too slow. He leaps into the air, delivering a brutal blow right to their shoulders. The skink man clutches its shoulder, gasping for air in agonizing pain. I haven't mastered this skill yet, but I bet that hurt like hell. His silhouette shifts into a dark form, his eyes burning red as he points directly at their faces, taunting them with pure arrogance. If this were any other day, I'd have ended this sooner. But you guys aren't allowed to die just yet. Young Min swings his axe, letting out a blinding flash of light. He licks his lips in excitement. I can get a 1 to 100% drop rate on that tail if I cut it off while it's still alive. Young Min rests the axe on his shoulder, admiring his loot, a skinkman's tail. If he's lucky enough after the kill, he might even get a skink tail equipment drop. A flurry of notification windows pops up. Youngmin heads to the butcher to cash in. By constantly completing quests for the butcher shop, his hourly pay will double, or even more. Wild Skinkman tail meat. Since the meat is tough but incredibly flavorful, it's a massive hit with foodies. Quest complete, he gets 2 silver for every tail collected. He turns around and barks, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Youngmin taunts the Skinkman, while several of them watch from the trees. "Let's play a little, shall we? Come on, little lizard babies." One of them flips down, soaring right over him. Youngmin's gaze turns sharp and dangerous. A massive explosion rocks the forest. A Skinkman is trembling, looking like it's got something caught in its throat. He's choking the life out of it, watching it struggle for breath. "You've leveled up. Not bad. The perks are pretty sweet." Youngmin shoots a sharp glance to the side. Suddenly, someone appears behind him, witnessing him strangle the Skinkman. He smirks deviously. "They fell right into my trap. They've been watching his every move, tracking his every gesture. They've been spying on me for a while now. Are they showing themselves now because they think I'm exhausted?" A pale hand appears. Is it him? Who the hell is this guy? Where did O come from? The winner of that 1 versus 3 fight. He snaps his head toward the stranger, startled. A group of 5 people stares him down with arrogant smirks. He's taking on a wild Skinkman all by himself. He's more talented than he looks. As the group stands there, watching his power slowly begins to surge. His face darkens, turning terrifying. The group starts to get twitchy and nervous as Youngmin's aura explodes. His energy all of a sudden. A wave of fury slowly rises within him. He radiates a terrifying, cold, and dangerous killing intent. Don't be scared, he's all alone. Doesn't look like any backup is coming. He points his axe at them as a greeting. "Yo, glad to see you. I didn't expect to find you here." With a murderous look and madness bubbling over, he growls. "You're ready to die, aren't you?" One of Odin's soldiers snickers with utter contempt. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Did we kill you or something in the past?" A guy in full bodyplate armor swings his axe down. "Your end is here, Youngmin." Helios lets out a twisted, maniacal laugh. In his past life, Helios was ranked 19th on the lot and 9th in the Ragnarok guild. "This is better. I'd rather kill you now than let you run away like a little coward." Youngmin laughs like a wild, dangerous lunatic. "I'm going to beat you so senseless you won't even be able to dream anymore. We finally meet again." Youngmin is radiating pure intimidation and killing intent. His rage has hit its peak, and he's ready to slaughter anyone who dares get in his way. "Ragnarok, I'm going to kill you." Youngmin smiles faintly at the man in front of him. "We finally meet again, Ragnarok." The leader flashes a bright, welcoming smile. "I like it better this way. We won't have to waste energy chasing him down." He lets out a small sigh of relief. For now, the guy still has no clue who I am. But Youngmin couldn't care less. "But that's none of my business." The leader Helios speaks in a threatening tone. "I'll make sure to teach him a lesson he'll never forget." But there's one person who catches his eye more than the others, a symbol of a bow and a sword. He mutters to himself, "If I remember correctly, that's the mark of the PK guild. The Blood Hunters. Since they're already hunting me, these 3 must have been in the same guild from the start." A faint smirk lingers on Youngmin's lips. "I'm honored to receive such special treatment." His voice drops to a low, heavy rumble. To think they'd send this many people just to deal with one guy. Helios stands there, hands on his hips, oozing arrogance. "We only care about what's relevant to us. We need to completely annihilate anyone who dares to stand in the way of our plans." Youngmin found it ridiculous. What a coincidence. "I also feel like I can't just ignore pieces of trash who make a living by murdering others. I'm not afraid of any of you, so bring it on. Since you're so hell-bent on targeting me, I'll bury your entire guild right along with you." Helios snapped his fingers in utter disgust. "You talk a big game, kid. The Blood Hunter and the other guild members have already stepped up to fight. You should save that tough talk for after you've actually beaten us." As they rushed toward him like a gale, he just stood there with a bored expression and asked, "Oh, is that so?" Youngmin timed the distance perfectly and swung his blade at close range. He pursued them relentlessly, shattering the ground into fragments. My teleportation point ended up right in front of Helios. I wonder why I did that. The moment Youngmin swung his sword, Helios blocked it. As they clashed up close, Helios muttered, "You're better than I thought. I can actually believe you took down that trio all by yourself now." He smirked, but seeing that reckless swing, Helios immediately used a fire burst skill to blow him backward. Helios laughed loudly. "How stupid. This is the true power of a magic swordsman." Level 41 Magic Swordsman class. Amidst the thick dust and the scorched earth from the previous blast, Helios's voice still reached Youngmin's ears. "I highly doubt you can even hear what I'm saying right now, but at that moment, Youngmin launched a full-scale counterattack. Helios was caught off guard by the sudden strike but managed to block it with his arm. Veins popped out around his eyes in confusion. "My attack didn't work." Helios spat fire again, trying to burn him alive. "Then I'll just use something stronger." Explosive strike. Once more, Youngmin was knocked back by the overwhelming force of the fiery explosion. He fell forward, his entire body covered in burn wounds, but this didn't drain Youngmin's will. Instead, it made his spirit burn even brighter. You really haven't changed at all, have you? Well, you've always been this kind of person. His next words were like daggers, stabbing deep into Helios's heart. Do you seriously think you're stronger just because your level is a bit higher than everyone else's? Young Min burst out laughing. You're so full of yourself and your little delusions. But in reality, your magic and swordsmanship are nothing more than an empty shell. His words were specifically designed to provoke an arrogant, competitive person like Helios. Is that all you've got? No other skills? This was exactly what he wanted. Don't you dare get cocky with me, you bastard. Helios lunged forward in a fit of pure rage, but at point-blank range, young Min managed to dodge it with flawless precision. He stayed in one spot, nonchalantly evading Helios without breaking a sweat. Too slow. Recalling his past life, young Min sighed, unable to give Helios a higher rating. Because I fought him thousands of times in my previous life, I can see right through every single one of his moves. I guess this is as far as he goes for now. When Helios refused to back down, young Min unleashed a hidden strike. Only then did Helios realize he was trembling from the slash wounds. Young Min just smirked with pure contempt. You idiot, young Min added, his voice dripping with disdain. You probably think you're the best, but you're nothing but a big fish in a small pond, always picking on those weaker than you. This successfully pushed Helios over the edge. Young Min stood still as Helios spoke again. I'll admit your skills match your big mouth, but let's see if you can block this. Flames incinerate. Young Min only had time to curse. Oh crap! The sheer heat of the incinerating flames made him gulp. This is Incinerate, a mid-tier fire element skill. He's learned it already. That's too fast. He must have dumped a ton of time and money into this. Helios looked so insane that even his smile became twisted and horrifying. You arrogant piece of trash, you've never seen anything like this before, have you? Helios unleashed a torrent of incinerating fire. Die. A massive explosion followed, shaking the entire forest as dust, sand, and debris flew everywhere. Helios laughed arrogantly to himself. That bastard. Not even a speck of his ashes will remain. He looked straight ahead and continued. How did that cocky brat dare to look down on me? But just as Helios was gloating, young Min stepped out from the raging flames. Helios couldn't believe his eyes. No way. How can a lowly level 35 survive a direct hit from a mid-tier fire magic spell? Helios brought his teeth together in frustration. There must be some kind of trick. You're cheating, you bastard. How could you possibly resist that move? Young Min attacked him again from an unexpected angle. Ambush. You idiot, I told you that you were too slow. Helios screamed in terror. He couldn't accept the reality of being erased into thin air like this. Young Min finally landed and let out a sigh of relief. A notification screen popped up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. I barely won that thanks to this mask. I almost died back there. After taking off the mask, he leisurely collected his loot. Oh ho, this is some high-quality loot. To hell with those PKing thieves. All you guys know how to do is run around and steal items from the weak. Thinking back to Helios's final moments, he had to admit one thing. Honestly, he almost beat me at the end. I didn't expect him to be able to use mid-tier magic yet. In his past life, players out hunting monsters were always in danger. If those guys were lurking around, I guess this life is going to be the same. He remembered the lessons learned from fighting them before. The weaker players joined forces and almost managed to take these scumbags down. Now that I think about it, most of the people who attacked them belonged to the Magic Guild, and they became famous for that achievement. This also meant Young Min's victories would be even more profitable. But things are different now. The Magic Guild won't be able to do this anymore. I should get away from these jerks before they bring reinforcements. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed Young Min's mind. Maybe I should try using the Purger title. But just as he turned to leave, a pillar of light appeared behind him. Another group of people manifested. He frowned and blurted out, "What now?" Young Min stood tall in front of them, glancing at their faces, his voice turning deep and cold. "You've come to the right place. You're here for backup, aren't you?" A smirk played on Young Min's lips, paired with an icy expression as he welcomed them all. "Then what are you waiting for? Come at me, you bastards." Young Min ruthlessly sliced the man in front of him in half. He let out a savage, bloodthirsty grin. It was 15 against 1. The system announced, "You have leveled up." Young Min stood tall and proud, surrounded by countless swords driven into the ground. Young Min narrowed his eyes, sizing up the situation ahead. He counted the enemies standing in front of him. This time it was 9 versus 1. A bunch of them were perched on tree branches, all aiming right at him. They unleashed the Heaven's Arrow skill, but Young Min didn't have a scratch on him. The guys in the trees were stunned, wondering how the hell did he block that? That was Heaven's Arrow. It has a 100% accuracy rate. Is this guy using a cheat code or something? Young Min gripped his axe tight. He thought to himself, these idiots don't even understand how their own skills work. They don't even bother to reassess the situation after their shots are blocked. Young Min activated his burst speed skill, slashing through the surrounding tree trunks in a blur. The system pinged. Level up. The guys Young Min just took down weren't going out quietly. They started shouting curses. "You bastard, I'm definitely reporting you." Young Min shot them a cold, piercing glare. "Ugh, I'm getting really sick of being called a hacker. Go ahead, report me if you want." He walked over with a smirk, getting ready to pick up the loot on the ground. All right, time for some fun. Let's see what we got. Youngmin reached for a cloak and suddenly it started to glow. He froze for a second. Youngmin picked up the cloak. What's this? The item's info popped up, rare invisibility cloak. Grants the wearer the ability to hide in plain sight. However, the defense is trash, only 30. Durability is 235,300. Dexterity plus 10. Can use invisibility for 50 mana. Youngmin's eyes widened in shock. A rare item with such a good skill that's this hard to get. I hit the jackpot, he wondered. Wait, why would they bring something like this into a PK fight? Did they really think they were safe just because they had numbers? These guys must be the world's biggest idiots. Well, I guess I should thank them for being so stupid. Suddenly, something caught Youngmin's eye. A blinding light flashed right in front of him, catching him completely off guard. Better use this now. Invisibility, rays of light descended from the sky and two guys appeared. One of them asked, "Is this the spot?" The other looked around and replied, "Yeah, this is it, but it looks like he already bolted." Youngmin was hiding in a nearby bush, peeking out at the two men. He thought, did these guys seriously use up all their life's luck on a video game? The guy in the gold armor scanned the area. He's probably not crazy enough to just hang around one spot, but are you sure he's a hacker? The guy in the silver armor nodded firmly. Yeah, I'm positive. He shared some intel. He took a mid-tier fire spell, point blank, and didn't even flinch. He got scorched and was totally fine. He even blocked every single arrow from the Archers Guild, using just his weapons. We need to report him immediately, the gold-armored man asked. Wait, what did you say his name was? The silver-armored guy answered right away. It's Ran. One of our guild members used a tracking skill to find him right before he died. Youngmin stayed tucked away, watching them intently. Hold on. He stared at the emblem on the gold armor. I've seen that symbol somewhere before. The gold-armored guy spoke up. Just reporting him isn't gonna cut it. His expression darkened. Send someone to find him. Threaten him. Kill him. I don't care. We have to do whatever it takes to get that invisibility cloak back. Do you have any idea how much that item is worth? He scowled, clutching his head and muttering, why the hell did that woman have it on her anyway? Youngmin glanced at him and thought, I figured the person carrying the cloak was his girlfriend or something. But given the way he talks about her, they're probably about to break up. The silver-armored guy asked, what should we do about the items the hunting party dropped? The guy in gold grit his teeth in frustration. How many of them lost their weapons too? Those idiots went through so much trouble to buy items from the hidden dungeon, and now they've gone and made everything worse. Youngmin's eyes snapped wide open like he just heard some juicy gossip. What? A hidden dungeon? The other guy's voice rang out. We still need those items. Just give them more weapons for now. Youngmin's eyes went round as he searched his memory. Wait, now I remember where I saw that symbol. The Megapixel Guild. The guild that always acts like they're on the side of justice, but in reality they're the ones pulling the strings of the PK guilds. The ones who specialize in player killing. So has the Megapixel Guild risen above the Bloodthirsty Guild and all those other players. Back when I teamed up with Megapixel to attack the Bloodthirsty Guild, those bloodthirsty punks joined Megapixel after admitting their mistakes. Did everything really go according to plan? Thinking back, it seems like it wasn't that simple. Seeing how they attacked me even when I had the upper hand, Megapixel must have leaked my information to them. So that's how it is, huh? Alright, time to stretch my legs a bit. Youngmin didn't waste any time and headed off to fight a massive, terrifying level 75 monster, the Great Stone Spawn Warrior King. The monster unhinged its massive cave-like jaw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes bulged before it crashed to the ground with a deafening thud, making the earth shake for a good while. Level up. Youngmin, wielding an axe in each hand, finished off the beast quickly and efficiently. A true miracle had occurred. You have defeated 100 enemies stronger than yourself without resting. Youngmin threw his head back and let out a roar toward the sky after the long, grueling battles. You have obtained the title Infinite Challenger. You are the first person to earn this title. Youngmin slumped onto the ground, panting heavily as he tried to catch his breath. Okay, back to normal. First off, let's check the exclusive Infinite Challenger title. You have defeated 100 enemies stronger than yourself without resting. You are the embodiment of the god of war who knows no surrender. Effects. When you kill an enemy, you will recover 1% of your health. If you begin a battle within the time limit, your chance of landing a critical hit increases by 1. Damage stacks up to 10 times. Youngmin was dripping with sweat, but he was grinning from ear to ear because he reached his goal. It was a bit of a struggle, but I managed to hold my own against the Great Warrior and reach my goal way faster than I expected. You have reached level 50. You can now choose your second class. Please visit the nearest city to select your second class. You can acquire a variety of skills through your second profession. Youngmin pushed himself up deep in thought. Finally hit level 50. Usually, it takes people about a month just to reach level 30. He held up a piece of paper and read it carefully. I guess this is to be expected since I just slaughtered 100 monsters that were 30 levels higher than me. So this is just a normal leveling speed for me. Youngmin tore the paper in half and muttered 2 short words, return home. As soon as the words left his mouth, a beam of light appeared and he vanished along with it. Young Min was instantly teleported to another location. He praised the item. Man, these return scrolls are seriously convenient. Alright, time to go pick that second class. Young Min suddenly stopped in his tracks when he noticed something. There were tons of people around him, and they were all staring at Young Min with really uncomfortable looks. What the hell? Young Min glanced around the crowd and thought, do you see those guys over there? It looks like they've been waiting for Young Min at the square for quite a while since they couldn't track him down. Suddenly, a man wearing earrings approaches and calls out to him like he's just some kid. The man has a nasty scowl on his face. We need to talk. Young Min just tilts his head back nonchalantly and keeps walking. Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. A few others close in their eyes glowing a fierce red as they glare at Young Min. The man with the earrings grabs Young Min by the shoulder. I said, we need to talk. You're coming with me right now before the guy grimaces. Seeing that Young Min isn't paying him any attention and is just calmly checking his system screen, the man snaps. You little bastard, nearby players start whispering. Is he crazy? Is he really checking his friend's status window right now? Young Min keeps his eyes glued to the screen, a smirk playing on his lips. Just wait a second. I'm about to show you guys something really interesting. He reaches out and taps the screen, navigating to sound settings and toggling a switch. Suddenly, Young Min lets out a deafening scream that catches everyone off guard. Security. A group of heavily armored guards with full-face helmets suddenly appears, making the onlookers jump in fright. It's the NPC guards. The guards surround Young Min, glancing toward the crowd that had swarmed him. Does this feature even exist? Young Min smirks triumphantly. He thinks to himself, usually players flagged for PK aren't allowed to wander around the city. The NPCs at the main gates are supposed to stop any PKers from entering in the first place. He looks at the guy with the earrings and sneers. You bastards. Did you really think you could just slaughter other players inside the city? Honestly, you're all just a bunch of brainless, bloodthirsty idiots. The man with the earrings turns livid, the veins in his neck bulging with rage. He winds up a massive punch, aiming straight for Young Min. You talk too much. Just die. Young Min lands a clean, heavy blow right to the guy's stomach, sending blood spraying everywhere. The man with the earrings collapses to the ground before he can even react. Young Min stands there with his hands on his hips. What do you think you're doing? You're going to pay for this right now. Level 99, he shouts to the NPC guards. That's right, city guards, please. Execute justice. The NPC guards charge forward, simultaneously attacking the group of thugs. The criminals scramble, screaming at each other to run, but they aren't fast enough. They get taken out instantly. Young Min watches the scene with a mocking smile. If you want your lost items back, you better head to the auction house and look for them there. A massive pile of loot is now stacked up in one spot. Alright, then I'll just put all of this up for auction. A message pops up on the system screen. Auction registration successful. A young man in a yellow shirt looks over cheerfully. Thanks for stopping by my shop. Young Min, wearing clothes that look like literal rags, stands with his hands on his waist. I just have way too much stuff. It's getting hard to register all these items for auction by myself. He thinks back to those thugs and chuckles to himself. I set the prices at a very reasonable level. They're a bit pricey, but not so expensive that people can't afford them. I bet those guys are going to be in for a real headache. After that, he decides on his next move and heads back to the main hub. At that moment, the online forums are blowing up with comments. Lion. The Lion Guild has a 2-story house in Mong Lao and is currently recruiting new members. Bamboo Grove Guild is recruiting. We have a 3-story house in series. Young Min stands there with his hands on his hips, staring intently at the screen. All these guilds that have made it to the second city are posting ads to recruit more people. A crowd gathers as a young man and woman shout out their guild's pitch. Just as I thought, they're using houses as bait to lure people in. After all, owning a house is a clear sign of a guild's power and influence. The more Young Min considers the situation, the deeper he sinks into thought. That must be why there aren't many guilds recruiting in the first city that actually have houses. He had already bought up all the prime real estate in that city. Since players naturally want to join the strongest guild possible, he has the upper hand. Suddenly, the black screen displays a notification, Wind King. The Kingdom of Wind Guild is located in Relout. We are currently recruiting members. Wait, do you guys even have a house? Wind King. Our guild already has 20 members and the number of people with their own private rooms is. He reaches out a finger to touch the screen. I think now is the perfect time to sell them. And so, Young Min makes his move immediately. His post goes live, house sales transaction. Owner Young Min. I am currently selling several 2-story houses with 3 bedrooms. Ownership will be transferred via a 1-week auction and long-term loans are available. The comment section starts exploding, making him grin with delight. What is this? Is this for real? He stares at the screen, lost in thought. Usually people would just call him a scammer. He imagines a scenario where everyone is fixated on him. But everything will change once they realize that some lucky guild actually managed to buy one of the houses he listed. Young Min's eyes suddenly widen as he spots something. Messages start flooding in one after another. Wait, isn't this the same guy who posted about that mysterious hidden dungeon before? You're right, the Bone Knight gear set was unlocked right after he posted about the hidden dungeon trade. I think this guy is actually telling the truth. But how on earth did he buy so many houses? Seeing the reaction makes him feel incredibly satisfied. I didn't expect the response to be this fast. Young Min looks at the screen, remembering his persona as Young Min. It's likely because he's using a pseudonym that more and more people are messaging him. Please let us know if it hasn't been sold yet. Our guild Megapixel is in desperate need of a 3-story house. We won't try to scam you, so please just let us know which units are still available. Then a message from Blood Moon pops up which catches even Young Min by surprise. To think that both the Megapixel and Blood Moon guilds would be trying to contact him, Young Min's eyes crinkle with laughter at the situation. This is going to be so much fun. I can't wait for next week. He walks up to a door and places his hand on it. So what I need to do now is... Young Min is now standing in front of a rundown building the Berserker Guild. Standing outside, he bangs on the door and yells, "Is anyone in there?" Young Min steps inside and starts looking around. Whether it's in Tan City or Chin Sik, the Berserker Guild Hall is always such a dump. A man with long hair is standing behind the reception desk tilting his head. "What wind blew you in here, kid?" Young Min gets straight to the point. "I'm here for a job advancement." The man with the scar on his lip rests his chin on his hand and nods slowly. "Is that so?" Young Min is suddenly caught off guard when his arm is yanked upward for the advancement process. The man with the scar is suddenly blown backward, his eyes tearing up from the pain. "It's way too early for you to be throwing your life away." Young Min, visibly annoyed, shoves the man's hand away and starts cursing him out. "Damn it. I was wondering what you were trying to say. Just shut up and give me the documents. I'm about to do my second-class advancement." His eyes suddenly turned serious and his eyebrows furrowed deeply. Young Min couldn't help but steal a glance when he saw him staring intently at his own palm. "Are you serious about this? Listen closely. I'm sure you heard this before your first advancement, but let me repeat it. Once you decide, there's no going back." The man with the scar on his mouth kept explaining the two paths, one red and one blue. If you choose the same class as your first one, your existing skills will level up. But the trade-off is that you won't be able to learn a wide variety of different skills. This means you won't be able to combine different skill types to reach your full potential. Do you still want to advance within the same class? Colorful skill fragments hovered in the air. Like he said, the second-class advancement wasn't just a continuation of the first. For the second advancement, you can choose to mix in other classes. A young man with shaggy hair flexed his fingers and let out a wide, confident grin. And for some classes, if you're lucky enough to get special class-specific quests, you could even unlock a hidden class. But two players could end up on completely different paths depending on their goals. Still, it doesn't matter what you choose. You'll probably have some regrets regardless. Every class has its own pros and cons after all. To him, it was clear any class could upgrade its skills. It all just depends on the style you want to play. Young Min looked at him with a confident smile. "I get it. So just hand over those documents already." A chubby guy with glasses and a round belly suddenly appeared waving something in his hand. "Nice, you got the guts to be a berserker. Sometimes we need weirdos like you." He slammed the seal down on the paper with a heavy thud. "Congratulations on your second-class advancement. You are now a berserker." New skill fragments appeared above Young Min's head. "You have successfully advanced to berserker." The man with glasses spread several items out on the table. "Now that you've reached your new class, I should give you what you need. Take your pick." Young Min glanced at the largest item on the edge, the bloodlust mace. A small red object sat in the middle, the sturdy rock-toed mantle and a sword right in front of him. A black sword. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Man, it sucks. They don't have any axes, but that mace looks pretty decent." The man with the facial scar watched with his arms crossed, looking a bit surprised. Young Min decisively and happily grabbed the mantle. "I didn't see that coming. Most people always go for the weapons." Just then, the system screen popped up to confirm. "You have acquired the sturdy rock-toed mantle." Young Min had thought this through. "I've already got plenty of weapons, but gear like this is hard to find." Item confirmed. Sturdy rock-toed mantle, high rank. A tough mantle that protects your shoulders, made from the ultra-thick skin of a rock toad. Even if you get slammed against a tree, it'll hold up. Defense, 85. Durability, 300 out of 300. Can be repaired and upgraded. Young Min looked over the stats, feeling pretty interested. It can even be repaired and upgraded, huh? He walked over, sat at a nearby table, and pointed. "Now show me the skill books for the second class." The man with the scar quickly started rummaging through a drawer. All right, we're getting them." Young Min tilted his head, looking unhappy. His face fell as he opened his inventory and saw it was empty. "Wait, why the long face all of a sudden?" Then it hit him. "Oh right, I'm broke. I haven't received a single cent from the items I put up for auction yet." His eyes darted toward the girl at the desk with a sharp gaze, making her jump. "This sucks." Young Min quickly walked over and crossed his arms. "I want to take out a loan." The girl was wary but followed the procedure. "Yes, you've come to the right place, sir." She carefully recited her lines. "We are Iran Bank, the bank that always brings you joy." Please tell me your class and name. It's part of the procedure. But with a grim look, he slammed his hand on the desk. Berserker. My name is Young Min. The girl trembled, shrinking back in fear. What are they thinking? Why put a scaredy cat like her in the Berserker Guild? She pulled out 3 shining gold coins and placed them on the table. Since you've reached your second class advancement, you can borrow up to 3 gold coins. Hearing that, Young Min didn't hesitate. I'll take all 3. She processed his request. All right. Thank you for visiting. Just then the system notified him your skills have leveled up. The first blue skill fragment leveled up, Blink level 2. You can now blink up to 3 steps. Your dexterity increases by 120% while using this skill. Next was a red fragment, Strike level 2. Your next attack will deal higher damage than usual. Your dexterity and strength increase by 120% during your next hit. After that, a red fragment showing a screaming shadow, War Cry level 2, terrifies opponents with a roar of pure rage. If the opponent is weaker than the player, all of their stats will decrease. If the opponent is significantly weaker than the player, there's a chance to randomly stun them for a short duration. If the opponent is stronger than the player, this skill will not have a debuff effect, but it will still mitigate some incoming power. Next was another red fragment showing a body exploding with Energy Frenzy level 2. Consume yourself with rage to unleash terrifying power. All stats increase by 200%. All skills can be used without mana, and you become immune to psychological attacks. You will not die even if your health is depleted, but in your blind rage you won't be able to distinguish between friend and foe. Once the skill wears off, you will instantly take up to 40% of your maximum health as damage. After the skill ends, if your health is at 0, and you can't recover more than 10% of your health within 7 seconds, you will die. The first penalty, all stats decrease by 40% for 10 minutes. The second penalty, all stats decrease by 20% for 20 minutes, effective for 10 minutes. Young Min pouted and stood with his hands on his hips, staring intently at the system screen as he weighed his options. All right, I've finished leveling up all my skills. Young Min has successfully absorbed and learned a brand new ability. My new skill is called Surge. This is an orange tier skill shard. Level 1 Surge deals a massive amount of damage when knocking down an opponent. Your power will increase by 130% on the very next attack. You'll also get a damage boost based on how long the enemy stays pinned to the ground. You deal AoE damage that ignores a portion of the enemy's defense, a perfect long-range skill for chasing down targets. Below that is another orange skill shard featuring an icon of a leaping shadow. Level 1 Leap, you jump high into the air and crush the opponent directly in front of you. The minimum distance is based on the user's strength. Your power will increase by 130% on the next hit. You'll receive a power boost based on the height of that jump. While using this skill, you won't take any fall damage. There's also the throw skill that the tribal chief showed me before. There's an extra bonus skill shard, also orange, but this one has a hand icon on it. Level 1 Throw. Your power increases whenever you hurl a weapon at an opponent. Your strength and dexterity stats will increase by 130% on the next strike. However, the further you are from the opponent, the less damage you'll deal. Young Min observed everything and gave his assessment. I've only got these 3, so it's not exactly a lot. Young Min stood still, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Well, I think it's better to master a few skills thoroughly rather than knowing a tiny bit of everything. Many players juggle multiple classes, but Young Min remained in a state of serious focus, clutching his weapon. For a moment, he was reminded of her, a purple-haired girl who looked just like him, the great mage Ares, and China. There are many cases where players find massive success by sticking to only one single class, even though for some families combining different classes is seen as unnecessary. I'm going to focus solely on upgrading this class. As a perfect berserker, I'll definitely take him down. A small glass container appeared, identified by the system as a special item. Lizardman blood. As soon as Young Min received it, he felt a surge of joy. This is high-quality stuff. This trade was a total steal. The screen flickered to life. A notification appeared. You have completed Endless Trial 11. Matorian was incredibly excited when he received the item. I need you to help me with one more thing. Your next quest has been confirmed, Endless Trial 12. Matorian is searching for ingredients to upgrade his antidote after seeing Starorian's newly converted antidote sample. He's asking you to bring him the fruits guarded by wild monsters to complete the request. Deliver 10 wild monster fruits to Matorian. The rewards for completion are 50 silver and a massive amount of experience points. Young Min felt a bit annoyed looking at the guy's face, but he decided to let it slide. That guy didn't even bother to look back at me. This quest chain has 15 parts in total, so I still have 4 more to go. Right now, Young Min was standing alone, staring intensely at the system screen. I'm guessing these fruits are probably located in the swamp area, right? Sunlight filtered through the dense forest of massive trees. Melee classes usually hesitate to visit the swamp because it's so easy to get their feet stuck in the thick mud. Taking my class into the swamp isn't exactly the brightest idea, especially since there are monsters lurking everywhere. A smirk slowly crept across his face.
Well, let's just see what happens. Before, this would have been impossible.
But now, every time I see those things, I'm going to slice them right in half. Young Min immediately used an ancient rune scroll to teleport to the swamp. He slung his massive axe over his shoulder and put on his lion mask. Just as he was about to set off, someone else appeared. Hey you, a man with long hair accompanied by two others stepped out to block his path. Young Min didn't waste time and asked bluntly, "Are you the punks the NPC warned me about back in town? Have you been waiting out here for me?" Interesting. It looks like this fight is unavoidable. The man looked at Young Min's mocking expression and went straight to the point with a proposal. "Wait, we're not here to fight. We came here to talk. Let's make a deal." His eyes were sharp as he spoke. "Just return the invisibility cloak you received. If you give it back, we'll let you walk away." Young Min just stood there, axe on his shoulder, silent. His face darkened as he listened to every word the man said. "As for the other items you're selling on the auction house, we'll just buy them back ourselves." Young Min's lip curled into a toothy grin. The group was taken aback when they saw him burst out laughing like he'd just hit the jackpot. They all bristled with anger when they heard his sarcastic reply. "Give it back, I'm guessing you bastards don't know how a real deal works, do you?" The long-haired man trembled with rage, pointing a finger directly at Young Min's face. "You're acting innocent because you're confident in your skills, but you better think twice. We will hunt you down until you quit this game for good. Don't even think about escaping." His face suddenly went cold and his voice turned icy. "Listen," Young Min said casually as he adjusted his axe, looking them straight in the eye. "A deal only happens when both sides have equal leverage. What you're doing is making threats, not a deal, you pathetic bullies." From behind his hand, Young Min's eyes glinted with a twisted smile. And what was that again? The invisibility cloak. His expression became provocative as he beckoned them forward with a wave of his hand. "If you really want it back that badly, then you'll have to take it from me yourself." "Got it." Suddenly, the water nearby exploded upward. "Don't you dare run." A massive arm holding a hammer swung down toward the monster. "You're just like a damn scared mouse." An explosion erupted, sending debris flying, and the people behind looked thrilled. "Nice block." "Great job." The group began a coordinated assault, swinging their weapons one after another. "Stay still." Young Min's eyes began to glow a menacing red as he took a deep breath. He braced his legs and a surge of red energy erupted from his face. War cry. The group was hit head on, their faces contorting in pain as their bodies seized up. Young Min gripped his axe and launched a follow-up attack. But taking advantage of Young Min's distraction, another enemy leaped from the sidelines to ambush him. The guy charged straight ahead, aiming a heavy blow right at Young Min. Behind his mask, Young Min didn't have time to react, his eyes wide with shock. Someone standing further back watched the blinding explosion and heard the screams echoing out. He stood there, frozen in fear and disbelief. What the hell is this? Through the thick smoke, Young Min appeared, looming like a ghost in his mask, leaving the entire group baffled. "Didn't you say this guy was only level 32 or something?" A bearded man roared and swung his weapon at him. Damn it, something happened so fast that the swordsman couldn't even process it. A young man with hair covering one eye gripped his weapon, trembling in pure terror as Young Min closed the distance. What the hell? They were all whispering to each other in total shock. Wasn't he just level 35 a few days ago? But now, the level 50 Rand tag was hovering right over his head. Without a second thought, he used his incredible agility to rush in and start hacking away at them with his axe. He hit level 50 in just a few days. How is that even possible? Young Min was over there, losing his mind, screaming his head off when someone else suddenly showed up. "He's too fast. We can't pin him down," a girl with a side braid cried out in a panic. She turned to the others, trembling. "What do we do now? If this keeps up..." The man standing next to her didn't even let her finish before roaring at the top of his lungs. "Just shoot him." Suddenly, magic circles began appearing all over the sky surrounding the entire area. "We can't afford to lose anyone else. Don't worry about aiming, just fire at will." Young Min snatched up one of the weaklings and looked up, his eyes narrowing. They were really going to use those dirty tricks. The guy caught in Young Min's grip started panicking, shouting, "Wait, stop, are you guys crazy?" But the guy with the earrings didn't care. His face twisted with rage as he barked out the order. "Fire!" Young Min braced himself as a barrage of attacks rained down. He didn't expect to take that many hits all at once. His eyes turned blood red like a wild beast, and he hurled a stone toward them. Throwing. Another massive explosion went off, completely blinding the group. "You idiots, aim properly." Young Min stood there, axe in one hand, staring them down as he calculated his next move. If they'd used higher level magic, he would have been toast. But he could still handle this. Suddenly, his eyes flickered toward his back as he sensed a new threat. An arrow skill was being fired directly at him. Arrow rain. He looked down and saw several bodies already riddled with arrows lying lifeless on the ground. The archers and mages were actually targeting him now. Young Min was completely surrounded. He threw something out to clear a path. There had to be at least 100 of them. Luckily, their entire guild was gathered here. He swung his axe in front of him, carefully sizing up the situation. It wasn't impossible, but he didn't have enough mana to take on 100 people at once. "I've only taken out 20 so far. Still a long way to go." Just as he thought that, another group lunged at him, appearing right in his face. Talk about going from bad to worse. "Fine, I'll just have to stall for time and stop using skills that drain too much mana." He needed to level up to refill his mana bar. Now wasn't the time to go all out with his skills. Young Min's sharp gaze seemed to flash red as he dodged. Melee teams move in and close the gap. Young Min gripped his massive axe tight, watching the crowd surrounding him. On a single command, the entire group prepared to launch a massive coordinated assault. One guy leaped high into the air, from behind him weapon raised. Shield Death's footsteps, iron wall. The force of the wind blew Young Min's hair back, his eyes glowing a fierce red. Oh, so you guys can use 2 skills at once now too. Young Min turned his masked face toward him, looking dead serious. His pupils flashed red. Using 2 skills simultaneously wasn't going to save them. He activated 2 of his own skills at the same time, unleashing a devastating red slash. Leap attack. A chain suddenly snaked around his body, catching his attention. Young Min was yanked tight by the chains and the group started cheering. Nice, we got him. He fell for the trap. We finally caught the bastard. It was then that he realized he'd stepped into a hunter's trap. Young Min stared coldly at the chains binding his body. These were binding chains. Since they couldn't hit him head-on, they resorted to these cheap tricks. All of them used the exact same skill at once, forming a massive circle that slammed down right on top of him. Now it's our turn. Give him everything you've got. This is the end for you. But Young Min didn't look worried at all. In fact, he let out a dark, amused chuckle. I have to admit, I'm impressed by your effort. A pillar of fire suddenly erupted from above him. Fine then, let's see what you're made of. Hit me with everything you've got. The pressure from the massive collision exploded into a cloud of white smoke and raging flames. The guys watching from the outside were getting hyped. Yes, we finally got him. But then one guy's eyes widened in horror. The guy with the earrings froze in his tracks as he saw the chains shatter into pieces. Young Min used his skill to hover in midair. Leap attack. Everyone just stood there dumbfounded. What, he can fly? The guy with the earrings let out a scoffing laugh. Don't make me laugh. What is he, some kind of superhero or something? Without hesitating, Young Min delivered a devastating blow that hit him full force. The impact of his strike shattered the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. A young man in reddish-brown armor clutching a sword could only watch in stunned silence. Young Min went on a rampage, swinging his axe wildly at everyone around him. Your level has increased. When things finally calmed down, he let out a slow, steady breath. Your level has increased. Young Min stood tall like a statue, casting a razor-sharp glare at the survivors. Incredible feat. You have defeated 100 players and earned the title PKK. You are the first player to obtain this title. A notification popped up on his system screen. Peerless Madman Hunter PKK. We salute you for bringing peace to the victims by defeating 100 madmen. You are the first to achieve this honor. Attack and defense increased by 15% when facing madmen. In any combat, attack and critical hit rate increased by 10%. Is this a bonus for being the first one? Young Min looked at the screen doing the math. So the attack boost only applies against madmen and not just any player. The battlefield was a wreck from all the skills clashing at once. With this new title, taking down large groups would be much easier from now on. Young Min reached up and touched the mask on his face. At this rate, he might just hit 1,000 kills thanks to this thing. He spoke softly to himself. I've come this far. I hope I can reach the 1,000-man Slayer title soon. With a decisive move, Young Min pulled the mask off his face and looked at the pile of loot scattered across the battlefield. But first I need to save this location with an ancient script scroll and head back to town. He hadn't even reached his destination yet, but he needed to sell off all the gear he picked up. His black system screen popped up with a confirmation. Auction registration successful. Young Min smirked as he worked. All right, time to check the homepage. He paused for a moment, thinking it through. I can't just let these hunters get scared and back off now. I should mess with them a little. That way, they'll never be able to find me. He uploaded a post that read, I am planning to exterminate every single bloodthirsty hunter and body looter in the Chain District. Young Min smirked as he recalled the look on File's face, especially that flashy cloak of his. I've cut off all the leads so those guys can do nothing but sit there and fume. It's definitely better that I didn't return the invisibility cloak. Young Min looked at the screen with a triumphant, disdainful grin. Do those bastards really think they can get this invisibility cloak back from me? Keep dreaming. I'm not even planning to sell this thing, so don't even think about trying to buy it back. In the palm of his hand, he held a brilliant glowing gem. This is going to be a bit pricey in the end, but I don't really have any other choice. The system screen popped up again. Safe zone. You can create a sanctuary for yourself by throwing this on the ground when out of combat, generating a safe zone with a 2-meter radius. He glanced at the price tag. It cost a whopping 30 silver. Young Min stood there wearing a lion mask, surrounded by a few guys who were laughing. It's a bit expensive, but the alternative is worse. If someone attacks me while I'm injured like this, the monster levels are constantly rising and the number of enemies is higher than ever. Young Min pulled out a book and flipped through the blank pages. This might slow down my quest progress, but it's not that big of a deal. Young Min stood there tall and proud, watching a surge of blue energy manifest before his eyes. With one hand in his pocket, he looked toward it with an excited expression. All right, time to get back to the main quest. Meanwhile, Filet was over on his side, grinding his teeth in a fit of rage. Those damn idiots. He swung his arm out in anger while staring at the black screen. They failed again. What a bunch of useless losers. Hai stood beside him, clutching her bow and shrinking back in fear. Honey, she whispered, looking at him hesitantly with a soft, worried voice. Why don't we just give up? If it's just about that cloak, we can always get another one later. But her words only earned her a brutal tongue lashing from Violet. Shut your mouth. Don't you dare lose heart when we've just begun. An image of the black cloak item appeared on the screen. Do you have any idea how much this is worth? It's a rare cloak that grants the invisibility skill. Countless people would pay a fortune to get their hands on it. That white cloak is invincible. You could even take down high-level players if you're wearing it. Violet's face contorted with rage, veins popping as his eyes turned bloodshot. Just you wait, you bastard. I'll rip it back from your hands. Nothing is going to stop me. Young Min had just uploaded a new post, beginning the purge of the Blood Hunter Guild. To Young Min, I'm looking to wipe out those Blood Hunter punks, the PR members around District 9. If you see them, DM me. Below the post, comments quickly started flooding in. Is Jelp just chasing clout or what? Sound Traveler purging the Blood Hunters lol. Pot Breaker. That sounds like a new way to commit suicide. Xiao Cheo, honestly, I hope it's true. I got PK'd 5 times yesterday. However, some negative comments also surfaced. Siyuki. This guy is seriously insane. Kim Soha. Just go to the auction house already. What does the auction have to do with this, Siyuki? A lot of the Blood Hunter Guild's items are up for sale. Is he actually hunting them down? Iceland now saw Young Min facing off against a massive treant. It was clear that many PKers had been sent back to the spawn point outside the city. People thought they died fighting a boss or something. Deep in the forest, Young Min was excitedly raining down blows on the creature. Were they really all wiped out by someone named Young Min? He used a skill that shattered the wooden trunk's S-tier attack. The more he fought, the more he enjoyed it, grinning like he'd hit the jackpot as he gripped his axe. Tighter. Alright, one more hit. A small golden object dangled from the tree trunk right above Young Min's head. He reached out his hand intending to snatch the golden item. Young Min threw a powerful punch with his thick, strong arm toward it. Young Min caught the sparkling yellow stone, but his expression was a bit annoyed. Missed again. This is exactly why I hate forest monsters. They barely drop anything, there aren't many of them, and they just wander around all day. He picked up his axe, slung it over his shoulder, and looked around arrogantly. I guess if I kill them all, I'll eventually get what I need. Isn't mindless farming the basic rule of this game? I'll just keep at it until I get it. The system confirmed the red apple item. You have obtained a forest monster's fruit. Young Min walked along slowly, admiring the apple in his hand. Finally done. Time to find the second quest item. Young Min tapped his forehead, planning his next move. It'll probably be more convenient to gather all the items first before turning in the quest. He scrunched up his face, trying hard to remember. Now what was next? A clear lake at dusk. Oh right, the Lake of Pure Light.
It's in the middle of the wild forest, right? It's a very clean and clear lake.
Other players were always excited to use the lake's water. Drinking it provides a temporary buff. That's why mages often go there to fill up dozens of bottles. Matorian let out a confident smile surrounded by rabbits and flowers. Anyway, my next targets are the monsters wandering around the lake, the herbs growing nearby, and the fish in the water. Matorian gave me these tasks because he wants to test the water's purification power. Young Min was now standing by the lake, looking rather unhappy. He had spent quite a while trekking through the gloomy forest. But why aren't any PKers showing up anymore? Did I already kill them all? If I'd known, I would have gone a bit easier on them. Suddenly, he sensed something and noticed something over there. You idiot! Young Min quickly used his invisibility cloak to hide behind some bushes, eavesdropping on a conversation. You guys couldn't even kill one person. He saw the angry, distorted face of Violet. That bastard is. He recognized the man's face and let out a mocking smirk. The guy I just ran into is the leader of the Megapixel Guild. That jerk must be in a real tight spot right now. Over there, the man was yelling furiously. What do you plan to do about that post? The person on the other side also gritted their teeth, refusing to back down. If we just ignore it, it'll probably blow over. Violet's face tightened with rage as he screamed maliciously. Don't you see how viral it's gone? So many people have seen it already and you're still saying that. Do you think other players will still be afraid of the PER Guild after seeing something like that? Young Min glanced at him, his face turning cold. I was wondering why they were so quiet. It turns out they wanted to just ignore it, but their leader is at least a little bit smart. Ordinary players usually feel panicked when facing large, powerful groups, but if they see that PKers are avoiding a fight, they'll lose their fear. If that happens, the PKers will become the ones being hunted. That was indeed my original goal. Meanwhile, the person talking to Violet tried to calm him down. Leader Violet, please calm down. I'll take care of this. But Violet wouldn't have it. He just yelled back at the top of his lungs. Solve it. How the hell do you plan on solving it? Are you just going to let him kill you again and take all your gear or what? He squeezed his fist tight, lowered his head, and slowly asked, Are you absolutely sure he wasn't hacking? The black-haired guy on the other side insisted. Yes, I already got a reply from customer support. They could only confirm that he isn't a hacker. Suddenly, he took a blow to the gut that turned his face pale as he backed away from him. Those useless pieces of trash. How can that guy be just a normal player? The more Philip thought about it, the more he shook with rage, his teeth gritting together, while his forehead wrinkled in frustration. Don't make me laugh. How can a massive VR game company like this fail to catch a single hacker? So you're telling me a normal player can take on 100 people at once? From behind the bushes, Young Min watched and throw his little tantrum. Do you have any idea how much money I've poured into this game? Suddenly, his name started sounding a bit familiar. His name is Philip, huh? His face scrunched up in pure judgment. Is he an idiot or some kind of creep? But then Young Min's eyes widened at what he heard next. Fine, then we just need to make him a hacker. We just need to manipulate things so everyone thinks he's a hacker. He was stunned, not expecting them to play so dirty. Philip lost his cool again and punched the guy right in the face. Don't you know that catching hackers is doing justice? Use your brain for once. Behind them, Young Min heard everything and let out a little giggle. Oh. He finally realized it after seeing the contrast between that fake holy face from before and this explosive rage. Philip. So it's him. It finally clicked. The guy who was dating Lim Sui. He said he had a pretty good standing in the Lost, and I guess he wasn't lying. Young Min remembered the time he picked up that cloak from where a girl was lying unconscious. So the person who dropped the invisibility cloak was Lim Sui. Once he realized the truth, a very interested smirk spread across his face. I had no idea she'd be this useful. Now I see that she really was the start of it all. Young Min suddenly flashed back to when he sat at a table watching Sui chat away. In my past life, I only started playing The Lost because of Lim Sui. He had tried so hard to get her attention by playing the game like a madman. I heard she loved The Lost, so I wanted to catch her eye in the game. But then after I got beaten to a pulp, she just stood there laughing at me with everyone else. But she didn't just hit me. Right after that, she ordered some guy to kill me. I'm certain it was the Megapixel Guild. Young Min's expression, hidden under his cloak, turned into a dark, expectant smirk. If I'm lucky, I might run into them again. Then I'll pay you all back for every single thing you did to me. Over on Philip's side, his eyes were bloodshot as he barked orders at the other guy. Send a few of our high-ranking members to the Blood Hunt Guild. Tell them we'll help them lower their death count and level up, but also tell them not to even think about coming back to Megapixel until they've caught that bastard. The guy understood and left immediately after taking the order. Yes, sir. He and some others were now approaching a blue portal. All right, let's get back to the hunt. He and a few others were getting ready to fight some forest monsters. This is going to be fun. Looks like they're around level 70 or so. A group of forest monsters wearing iron helmets were glaring at him. Let's see how fast they can clear them out. A ball of fire flickered to life in his black-gloved palm. One of them lunged forward using its power to attack first. Philip saw the opening and felt confident. Good. From the sidelines, Young Min continued to observe, evaluating his every move. Philip isn't half bad, but he's nothing special either. His skills are just average for his level. After a while, he ignored them and turned to walk away. His control is decent, which is why he's at the front, but that won't last long. It's a waste of time to keep watching. I'll go check out the lake instead. Young Min took off the invisibility cloak and walked casually deep into the forest. After a bit, he stopped in front of a massive lake. Is no one here? I'm in luck. Placing a hand over his eyes, he scanned the area around the lake. Let's see. Suddenly, a massive bear emerged from the forest with a pack of wolves at its feet. All of them were snarling and locking their eyes on him. Oh, a blood bear and blood wolves. Young Min looked like he'd found a prize and charged forward with excitement. I'm really lucky this time. The system confirmed the hot thigh meat item. After clearing these forest monsters, I need to get some clean meat. Since the type of meat didn't matter, I thought I might finish the quest after hunting a single rabbit if I was lucky. The giant bear bared its razor-sharp teeth and let out a maddened roar. But if you're unlucky, you end up fighting a blood bear and blood wolves over level 80. The pack of 10 aggressive wolves lunged at him first. Young Min already had his axe ready in hand, not that it really mattered. With a casual strike, Young Min used a skill to cleave the giant bear's arm right off. They were all taken down in an instant, lying in a pile behind him. Now this is how hunting should feel. Thinking about those megapixel guys just gives me a headache. Time to loot. Young Min was suddenly startled by a deep, low voice booming from behind him. Who has defiled this lake? He whipped around and saw the water level rising, letting out a curse. Standing before him was a knight in silver armor with a sword in his hand. One look and Young Min could tell this was going to be trouble. Damn it, I completely forgot about this guy. The knight's face was encased in heavy armor. He was a knight who had fallen in love with the spirit of the lake and vowed to protect it, even in death. This is the level 100 Knight of the Lake, the White Lake Knight. He felt a sense of dread looking at the knight's level. His level is all the way up to 100. Even level 99 players are terrified of level 100 ones because the gap is just too high. The difference between level 99 and level 100 is like night and day. At level 100, combination skills are finally unlocked. Various flashy moves can be chained together all at once. You can combine skills from your first and second jobs with other movements, creating a massive power gap. Young-min felt a bit uneasy and gritted his teeth, reconsidering his plan. I should probably come back later. Defeating a level 100 monster is a requirement for the third job advancement, but I don't need to take unnecessary risks. Right now, Young-min gripped his massive axe, knowing that even if he defeated him, all he'd get is a small bottle of water. Besides, this guy is considered the hardest level 100 monster near the Cheese Sitch area, and he only drops Lake Essence. But then Young-min's lips curled up as his logic came to a halt. Wait, for a moment he recalled Meshin's face. It's possible. Right now, Young-min stood facing the knight, and neither of them had made a move yet. If I bring the lake's essence to the guy researching its purification powers, I might actually get something good out of it. Suddenly, he breaks into an excited grin. It's worth a shot. Young-min grips his axe tight, thrusting it forward, pumped and ready for battle. Forget it, just bring it on you, OCD freak. Over there, White is slamming his sword into the ground with both hands. The shockwave he creates sends his cloak fluttering wildly. Water splashes onto his face and trickles down, but it only makes Young-min more hyped. White's eyes flash with a piercing light. That double-edged sword of his looks lethal. He's busting out combo skills right from the start. He unleashes his power, and the sheer pressure blasts through the air. Young-min stands rooted to the spot against the gale, clicking his tongue in annoyance. This is the Fox skill. He flashes a sly smile, unable to contain his excitement. It's a third-tier skill, one of the fundamentals that boosts attack power by channeling energy into the weapon. He probably can't keep this up for long since he's only level 100. Suddenly, Young-min shouts, "But why use your ultimate move right at the start?" White just lets out a mocking laugh. "You fool, you'll pay for that with your life." Right then, his skill icon flashes. Water Slash. He swings his sword, delivering a decisive strike aimed straight at Young-min. A thunderous explosion rips through the air, shattering the ice and sending water spraying everywhere. Young-min stands in the middle of the chaos, shrouded in a glowing red mist, and speaks calmly. "Hey, I think you're the only one who's going to pay." As soon as he says it, his massive power explodes and a scorching flame erupts all around him in a frenzy. The icon for the skill Young-min just used pops up. He stands there amidst the roaring red flames, laughing with delight. "You're the guardian of this lake, yet you're the one destroying it." Moments later, the ear-piercing screech of clashing weapons rings out. White's razor-sharp sword slices through the axe blade with ease. He and Young-min charge at each other, perfectly matched, trading a barrage of relentless blows. White raises his sword and brings it down hard. Young-min reacts fast, using his axe to block the strike, but the sheer force is so overwhelming, it makes him let out a strained grunt. Young-min's eyes turn bloodshot as he grinds his teeth, cursing under his breath about the repair costs. He leaps back to dodge, his mind racing as he watches his HP drop from the magic damage. Every time it connects, it hurts. Young-min watches White's sword closely, trying to steady himself. "No need to panic. I can take this. I just have to watch out for those combo skills." White's skill icon flashes Aqua Slash, and he swings down with incredible force. Meanwhile, Young-min spins around and bolts, shouting in excitement as he spots a weakness. There's the blind spot. His skill icon pops up instantly. At that very moment, Young-min charges in with blinding speed, yelling "freeze." Seeing this, White immediately takes a defensive stance and a torrent of water surges up to surround him. White's skill icon appears, Water Shield. At the same time, Young-min dives headfirst into the solid barrier without a second thought. He screams, forcing his way through the water. He knows it's not just a barrier, it deals damage on contact, but this is his only shot. He has to strike now. In a flash, Young-min shatters the shield. Shards of ice fly everywhere, revealing White standing motionless. Young-min lunges forward, shouting with excitement. Yes, Young-min's skill icon flashes. He grips his axe tight and delivers a devastating fatal blow. White sees it coming and immediately tries to counter. A magic circle suddenly glows on White's sword. The system voice rings out, "Escape." Just as Young-min's axe swings down, White's body turns into water, leaving Young-min in shock. The water flows right past him and slowly swirls back into a human shape. He glares at his enemy with murderous intent, sizing him up. Offensive, defensive, and even practical survival skills, all in one combo. Young-min looks at White standing behind him and can't help but be impressed. A level 100 monster is exactly what he expected, but this guy is just too strong. Young-min starts crunching the numbers. But that kind of survival skill usually has a cooldown. I'll nail him next time. He reaches out to grab the white mist floating in front of him threateningly. "You better hold on tight from now on." Young-min charges again, but White doesn't miss a beat, effortlessly dodging every single one of his attacks. Young-min grinds his teeth, his mind racing. This isn't easy. Even though his Berserk mode is active while he's attacking, he remembers how easily he took down other opponents. But if White hits him while using Fox, his Berserk effect might be completely neutralized. Young-min broods while straining to block White's strike. He's forced onto the defensive, worrying that if this keeps up, his weapon will be smashed to pieces. Young-min closes his eyes, frowning as he thinks, "I have to end this in a single blow. I'll aim for the blind spot." Young-min speaks coldly, unequipped. Suddenly, his mask vanishes into thin air. Seeing this, White scoffs. What do you think you're doing? Are you getting ready to die? He laughs back. Looks like it. I'm hitting my limit now. Young Min lunges forward in an instant, thinking to himself, you're right about that. He screams, I'm ready to die. White swings his sword, his voice cold as ice. I'll make sure to kill you this time. His skill glows again. Water slash, sharp blades of water fly toward Young Min. He doesn't flinch, slamming his foot down and shattering the ground. Young Min uses the momentum to leap high into the air, narrowly dodging his opponent's sneaky attack. At the same time, his skill icon pops up. Leap Young Min swings his massive axe, ready to smash through White's water shield. White, safely tucked behind his barrier, says nonchalantly, I'm disappointed. A half-baked skill like that won't even scratch me. Water shield, Young Min laughs mockingly. Who said I was only using one skill? Did you give up already? The moment he speaks, the system alert appears. Throw. He puts everything into hurling his axe at the shield. The impact rings out with a deafening crash, the sharp blade cutting right into the barrier and leaving a hole. Young Min lands quickly, his eyes burning with determination. I finally see an opening. This is my last chance. He charges in a blur, leaving a trail of smoke behind. The cold system voice rings out. Hold. At that same moment, Young Min flings himself straight through the hole he just made. White stands inside his shield, straining to hold it together as he speaks. I'll give you credit for trying to find a gap in my barrier, but there's no way you're getting close. Young Min ignored what the guy just said and simply let out a quiet smirk. Right then, the system issued an urgent alert. Your health has dropped below 14%. He put on his mask and calmly spoke, equipping the sealed helm of the Lion King. The enemy panicked at the sight, but the system's voice cut him off. Epic title effect absolute will is now activating. Your health has dropped below 5% and all your skills have increased by 50%. Young Min shouted in excitement, I only needed to trigger my title's effect for a moment. Did you think I was stupid enough to let my health drop without a reason? You idiot, he roared with joy. This is the end for you. At that moment, the barrier in front of White began to crack. A loud shattering sound echoed as the axe flew perfectly into its master's hand. Amidst the pouring ice rain, the two of them didn't hesitate for a second and charged straight forward, launching an attack aimed right at the opponent. Icons flashed one after another. Flicker strike, Young Min's sharp axe carved out a blinding streak of light, grazing past the man as effortlessly as a breeze. In an instant, within a swirling vortex of wind, the guy was sliced in half and crashed heavily to the ground. White let out a low groan before slowly vanishing into nothingness. After landing the killing blow, Young Min let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank God, it's finally over. At the same time, the system chimed in. The veteran warrior's battle axe needs repairs. He smiled slightly, calculating his gains. I guess collecting all these titles was worth it after all. The Berserker killer has defeated a level 1 clan leader. Thanks to his title effects, his critical rate had increased by about 20%. Young Min took a breath. Time to collect my loot. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks when he saw White trying to crawl his battered body toward the lake. Young Min slammed his axe into the ground and spoke coldly. Hey. He pressed White's own sword against the man's neck and threatened him. Where do you think you're going? Huh? Seeing this, White began to stammer. You bastard. How dare you? Young Min didn't say a word. He just aggressively drove the blade down, making the guy scream in agony. Immediately after the system notifications popped up, your level has increased, your level has increased, your level has increased, the system continued to announce. An incredible feat, you have overcome your own limitations and defeated an opponent far beyond your rank. You have obtained the title, the Defiant Warrior. You are the first person to earn this title. The notifications kept ringing without end. A magnificent achievement. You are the first to defeat a world-renowned figure. You have obtained the title, the first-named Hunter. You are the first to earn this title. At the same time, Young Min unequipped his armor and collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, sighing helplessly, I'm completely spent. He tossed out a blue gem and said softly, create safe zone. A brilliant pillar of light immediately surrounded him. Young Min nodded. Good, now I don't have to worry about monsters respawning. The system suddenly flashed again. You have met a special condition. Therefore, your titles, the Defiant Warrior and the first-named Hunter, are now merging. Young Min was momentarily stunned. What a title fusion! The announcement continued. You have obtained the title Legendary Limit Breaker. As someone who has defeated an opponent far above your rank, you are qualified to be an absolute limitless being. You are the first person to earn this title. Effects. All your stats will increase by 10% when facing opponents stronger than you. The rank of all your skills will increase by 1 level when facing opponents stronger than you. The level difference penalty will be reduced by 30% when facing stronger opponents. All your stats will increase by 20% when facing a named monster. He stared blankly at the system window, feeling amazed. 2 epic titles merged into a single legendary rank title. Young Min was speechless. And what are these effects? All stats up by 10% against stronger enemies. Skill levels up by 1. Level difference penalty reduced by 30%. And 20% more stats against named monsters. He wondered, all my skill levels go up by 1 and the penalty is reduced. Realizing something, Young Min's eyes immediately lit up. So Matorian doesn't even need to reward me for bringing him the tiger's essence. So this was the real prize. He rubbed his chin and chuckled. This game is seriously amazing. This is exactly why I'm addicted to it. Meanwhile, a figure sneaked toward Young Min and began chanting a spell. A skill icon suddenly glowed. Fireball. Young Min whipped around instantly. A scorching fireball was flying straight at him, but a magic wall blocked it. The flames split in two, passing by Young Min and plunging into the lake. Amidst the loud explosion, his voice rang out clearly. What do you think you're doing? Two suspicious men hiding behind the bushes trembled and whispered to each other. Did you see that? I know for sure I hit him, but it just swerved to his right, the other one replied grumpily. I knew he was hacking. He must have bribed the admins. Young Min overheard their conversation and just looked at them thoughtfully. I can guess what's going on. Seriously, I don't know when these losers will ever give up. The two men suddenly jumped up, urging each other to run. I've seen videos of this. We need to go now. Let's see what those damn admins have to say for themselves. Seeing them flee, he let out a scoff. Idiots. Young Min thought excitedly. All right, now that the fools are gone, I can finally collect the rest of the quest items in peace. Right then, a golden glow appeared before his eyes. The system spoke. You have collected the tiger's essence. Young Min picked up the jar and laughed with delight. That bastard Matorian. I'm really curious to see the look on his face. Young Min held his axe high. It was glowing brilliantly, looking brand new. The system announced repair complete. The blacksmith wiped the sweat from his forehead and praised his own work. It's as good as new. Young Min swung the axe to test it and exclaimed, impressive. He looked at the pristine blade, feeling satisfied. Great, the repairs are done and all the items are secured. Young Min headed toward the association building. Now, I just need to get to the Mage Guild. In the lobby, the receptionist spoke warmly. Thank you for using our services. Meanwhile, he calmly picked up a bottle containing a strange yellow liquid. Young Min walked away slowly, thinking to himself, I should go see Matorian for a bit since I haven't received the rewards from the final quest yet. Young Min looked the items over. He fiddled with the bottle in his hand, lost in thought. Speaking seriously, he said, magical items are always incredibly expensive. Even though it's just a consumable, it costs 1 gold coin because it's enchanted. Young Min walked toward the stairs and let out a long sigh. I was only able to afford all of this by selling the loot I got from my enemies. He spoke calmly as he used a magic tome to teleport to Pure Light Lake. Before long, the entire lakeshore was stained a deep crimson. The monster carcasses lay scattered everywhere before fading into thin air. Young Min walked to the water's edge, his voice ringing out clearly. I've dealt with those reborn scumbags, so this should be a good spot. With a sly grin, he tossed the bottle of yellow liquid he just acquired. Young Min watched it sink into the calm water, his heart racing with excitement. Time to get paid, he calculated carefully. Normally, I'd have to use a fishing rod or a harpoon to learn how to fish, but there's a much faster and easier way than that. Suddenly, a mysterious mist began to rise, cutting his train of thought short. He reached out and snatched the mist. At that exact moment, the lake's surface below seemed to explode, sending a massive pillar of water high into the sky. Young Min rubbed his hands together, chuckling with delight. That yellow bee was an enchanted item. Even though it was a consumable that could only be used 3 times, he activated its power immediately. Waves of electricity surged into the standing column of water as he grit his teeth and yelled, lightning shock, lightning shock. With a flick of his wrist, the water pillar collapsed instantly, revealing hundreds of fish floating on the surface, their bodies still twitching from the aftershocks. The scene then shifted to a spacious, well-built house. The system's voice echoed through the room. You have completed Endless Trial 15. Matorian excitedly looked over the loot and praised him. You really are amazing. He leaned toward Young Min and asked curiously, Young Min, how on earth did you get your hands on these items? Young Min frowned, feeling a bit slighted. He's impressed I finished all the quests at once, but he hasn't even given me a single title yet. Matorian's voice remained steady. My next request is... He paused for a moment before continuing calmly. No, it's still too early for you. Come back once you've gotten stronger. Hearing that, Young Min started shaking with rage, clenching his teeth to keep it together. I knew he was annoying, but I seriously want to punch him right now. He makes me do all this grunt work, and now he's kicking me out because my level isn't high enough. Suddenly, a devious smile crossed his face as he schemed. Fine, I expected this anyway. This questline is meant for players level 100 and above. Then Young Min spoke softly. Please take a look at this. He thought to himself, how about this? Then Matorian whipped around, losing his patience. Haven't you left yet? I still have experiments to run. Young Min lowered his voice. I just happened to find this in the lake. Hearing that, the man froze, a look of total shock on his face. Young Min lightly swung the bottle of liquid and asked loudly, by the way, do you know anything about this? Matorian started to stammer. That's... He reached out to take the bottle, inspecting it carefully. This is the essence of the lake. This isn't something you can just stumble upon. Young Min just smiled without saying a word, but inside he was cheering. He recognized it. Matorian looked suspicious. How did you get this? Memories of the battle with W flashed through Young Min's mind as he replied, coolly, I defeated the Lake Knight. The man gasped in disbelief. You defeated the Lake Knight. You must be much stronger than you look. Young Min scowled, cursing him under his breath. Oh, you're just noticing that now, Matorian let out a soft sigh, his voice deepening. If that's really the case. He flashed a crafty smile and spoke slowly. Can I ask one more thing of you? Right then, a system window popped up, right in front of Young Min. In his research on death to properly heal curses and diseases, Matorian believed he needed to understand not just life but death as well. Bring him an item imbued with the power of death. The missing investigator Hackiner knows of an item that holds such power. Success condition. Obtain 1 token of death. Completion rewards, experience points, 3 gold coins, the investigator's ring, and the title investigator. He read the quest details and smiled with satisfaction. Bingo. I managed to bypass the quest prerequisites. Young Min looked closely at the ring listed in the rewards. One of the items was the investigator's ring. It was a rare and powerful ring that he could keep using even after passing level 100. He was pumped. I can get so much stronger with this. Thinking this, Young Min spoke up firmly. I'll take the quest. Matorian smiled and nodded in approval. You seem reliable, so I'll leave it to you. Not long after Young Min left the house, he opened the system window and started calculating, looking for items in the auction house. Heikiner's journal. Young Min recalled Matorian's hint. Why don't you start by meeting the investigator Heikiner? He let out a tired sigh. You really think I wasn't planning on that? Young Min pondered the quest as the image of an ancient figure suddenly flashed in his mind. The quest tells me to find Hackiner, but I won't be able to find Hackiner no matter how thoroughly I search. Then Young Min planned his next move. To find Hackiner, I need to collect 15 pages of his journal that were dropped all over the monster fields. He remembered how helplessly he had struggled with those documents before, and muttered to himself, learning from experience. Since the pages drop in a random order, I had a really hard time finding the very last page in my previous life. A short while later, Young Min held a stack of papers in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, it's a good thing everyone thinks these are just common, useless items. That was how he'd managed to snag 11 pages from the auction. He whispered to himself, only 4 more pages to go. Young Min stared intently at the system window, calculating his next move. I'll just get the rest from the auction house since I have a lot of other stuff to do besides the main quest. He imagined the scene at the auction, carefully organizing his tasks. First, real estate auction. I still have some time before the scheduled date, and I've got plenty of cash thanks to those blood hunters. Young Min nodded. So all that's left is to wipe them out. Then he spoke coldly. Open the homepage. Open the comments on my posts and my message inbox. His voice trailed off. Let's see here. The system screen immediately opened the messages. Save me. Desperately. They've caught me 4 times now. Young Min Master, please keep an eye on those pathetic bastards. Kyujin, they're slaughtering players at the hunting grounds. Young Min skimmed through the messages. He was secretly surprised by the sheer number of reports he'd received. They're still at it, he muttered, noting their latest location. Before he could even finish his sentence, the system chimed with another notification. Hapman, the enemies have appeared again at the Goblin Village in the forest. Young Min paused to think. The Goblin Village was a hunting ground for players around level 30. He let out a mocking laugh. Those cowards. They're taking out their frustration on low-level players just because they lost to me. A flicker of madness sparked in Young Min's eyes. I can catch them if I move fast enough. It's not that far. With that thought, he let out a sharp cry. In the blink of an eye, Young Min vanished into thin air. Activating his skill, he tore through the crowds like a gust of wind. He left everyone in his wake staring blankly, unable to comprehend what had just happened. They were all stunned, wondering if something had just flown past them. Young Min smirked to himself, wondering how they'd react if they knew he was using a stealth skill. The scene shifted to the Goblin Forest, where a brutal clash was underway. Piercing screams echoed throughout the woods. A group of arrogant players stood tall, acting like they owned the place, while everyone else trembled in fear. What do they want from us? This will be the 5th time I've died to them. A man with his hair parted down the middle laughed contemptuously. If you've got a problem with it, just be a bystander. After all, PKing is just part of the game. A blonde guy chimed in with a threatening tone. Hand over your items if you want to stay alive. At that moment, Young Min was lurking in the foliage, silently observing the chaos. He watched them with a cold gaze. They still haven't learned their lesson. He set his sights on a woman wearing pink. He couldn't help but think about how badly they were about to be wrecked. They were so green, so vulnerable. None of them even sensed his presence. One of them chuckled, not like I'm complaining though. Suddenly, the woman sensed something. She jerked her head back instinctively. Right at that moment, Young Min broke his stealth and lunged from above. He finished her off in an instant, his voice dripping with amusement. Thanks for the meal. Young Min's skill icon flashed. Leap attack. A thunderous explosion erupted instantly. Amidst the terrified screams, the rest of the group stood there frozen in shock. The blonde guy asked his comrades in a daze, what was that? Meanwhile, the middle-parted hair guy was so terrified he collapsed to the ground, whimpering in fear. The moment he saw Young Min, he scrambled to his feet and bolted. It's that bastard. He wasn't kidding when he said he'd wipe us out. Run. We're dead meat if he catches us. Young Min watched his prey flee like a wild animal on the hunt. His voice was as cold as a blade. Where do you think you're going? Then he let out a roar that shook the air. Shocking roar. The group immediately froze, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. The middle-parted guy felt utter despair as he saw Young Min charging at him. My body won't move, he stammered. His blood-curdling scream rang out. The players who had been bullied by them just stared at each other in disbelief. A long-haired girl spoke up. Is he the one who posted on the forums about taking down the Blood Hunters? They watched intently as Young Min purged the villains, whispering in curiosity. Is he even human? I wonder what level he is. Another person replied calmly, I don't think he's playing around. Meanwhile, Young Min moved like a shadow, taking them down one by one. Desperate screams filled the air. Someone do something. Hearing that he burst into a crazed laugh, the madness clear in his eyes. All your items belong to me now. Screams echoed through the once peaceful forest. The middle-parted guy shrieked in total desperation. You son of a bitch! He slumped to the ground, his body trembling as he wailed in resentment. Why are you doing this to us? We promised we wouldn't mess with you anymore. Just leave us alone. Young Min walked toward him, his voice laced with anger. What? He swung his axe. He spoke with pure mockery. It's not like you need a reason to keep killing people, right? Young Min's movement was decisive. The blade of his axe slid through the man's neck as easily as cutting through a piece of cake. He sneered, issuing a challenge. If you think this is unfair, then get stronger. The players who had been bullied watched the scene and gasped in awe. He wiped them all out by himself. With a weapon like that, he looks like a total berserker. Definitely not some low-level scrub. The long-haired girl cautiously approached Young Min. Are you? Young Min, she lowered her voice, pleading. A friend of mine said he's being attacked by a group of players over by the Northern River branch. He immediately caught her drift and gave a slight nod. Is that so? Young Min excitedly flipped through his magic tome. All right, I'm on it. The book glowed, opening a spatial portal. Young Min stepped inside and waved goodbye. He looked back, his voice full of confidence. Tell your friend I'll be there to take care of them in 5 minutes. Then Young Min vanished, leaving the group staring in wonder. While everyone else was in shock, the long-haired girl blushed and whispered, so cool. Back in the familiar town, Young Min's voice rang out calmly. That's weird. He scrolled through his system, screen sounding bored. Why aren't there any more reports? I was just starting to have some fun. Young Min thought back to his recent purges and felt a sense of pride. A few days after his announcement about hunting down PKers, reports had been flooding in. He had been rushing from one location to another to take down those blood hunters. He let out a soft sigh. Those were the days. Pure glory. His fingers flicked across the screen, his voice dropping. But there hasn't been a single report since yesterday. What are those blood hunters even doing? How boring. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait, what's this? A string of notifications popped up one after another. Ryu talking, a funny guy, wait, is this for real? Text Karases. The blood hunters are literally scrambling to hide every time they hear the name Young Min. Haha, I guess those blood hunters were all talk. They're all getting wiped out by just one guy. What happened to the victims they were hunting until now? Benfa, don't talk like that if you've never been attacked by them. Young Min is just one incredibly strong player. How can one person stand against so many blood hunters? Great commander. I'm just here to watch the hunt. 110 victims to start. Now 210. Young Min read through the messages with excitement, laughing to himself. So that's what's going on. He recalled the arrogant faces of the group he met in the forest and fell into thought. Until now, those blood hunters have been nothing but a nightmare for ordinary players. Ever since they formed a guild of relatively high-level players, ordinary players haven't had any choice but to get slaughtered. Young Min kept reflecting on it. Ever since he took them down single-handedly, people's views on those blood hunters started to shift. He leaned back in his chair, clicking his tongue in boredom. That wasn't exactly good news for him. Since they stopped confronting him head-on, he was the one who had to go out and hunt them down instead. Young Min grit his teeth, feeling a wave of anxiety. Now that they're being more cautious about hunting others, they become even harder to track down. It was a real headache trying to find them right now. Young Min pursed his lips and complained. Seriously though, kids these days give up way too easily. He rocked his chair back and forth, thinking it over. He had hoped to take out a few more of them, but maybe it was time to call it a day. Suddenly, a noise echoed from upstairs. Young Min heard it and let out a soft sigh. All right, time to head to the auction house. But then he paused, his voice trailing off. The auction house, a bold idea suddenly popped into his head, making Young Min jump to his feet and cheer with joy. I can actually do that. He flashed a devious smirk. If they're hiding then, he just needs to smoke them out. The next day, the street was unusually crowded. A man watching the scene grew curious. Is there an event today? Why are there so many people? The person next to him looked surprised. Wait, you haven't heard. He watched the gathering crowd intently. DM Mean explained. An auction house is about to open here. The man gasped, is that so? The other added, I heard those are pretty rare these days. One man quietly observed everyone around him, calculating his next move just like the big guilds here. He glanced at the flashy armor in front of him. I expect there'll be some quiet competition. Naturally. Then he thought back to the bustling scenes of the real world. He assessed the situation. Looking at how popular Theod had become, it wouldn't be long before in-game levels started reflecting a player's status in real life. He clenched his fist. That was why the growth of the guilds was so vital. Filet looked ahead with determination. Price didn't matter. He just had to secure it. Filet Megapixel, the guild leader and the mastermind behind the Blood Hunters. He grit his teeth, suppressing his rage. Lim Sui. I could have handled the finances myself if it weren't for that stupid woman. Just then, a man's deep, booming voice rang out. Goodness, I never expected such a massive turnout. Young Min, disguised as a middle-aged man, strode confidently through the sea of people. He called out to them, "Welcome, my dear guests. I hope your bags are overflowing with items for the auction." He curled his lips into a calculating smile. Inside, he was cheering, "My little cash cows." At the same moment, a system notification appeared. Unique title effect, Dark Veil activated. Identity camouflage initiated. The notification continued. Your character name and appearance have been changed. The effect will last for 1 hour. A red-haired man rudely pointed right at Young Min's face, sounding skeptical. "So are you Griffson the auctioneer?" Young Min smiled faintly and replied calmly, "That's right." He raised his hand and an auction podium instantly appeared beneath his feet. He raised his voice to invite the crowd. "Now then, I'm sure you've all been waiting." "Open inventory," Young Min shouted. "Let the auction begin." The other players were secretly suspicious. Is this how auctions work now? He displayed everything at once. Suddenly, a hand shot up, accompanied by a raspy voice. "Wait a second." Filet pointed at him, questioning him with suspicion. "Something's not right here. How do we even know if you're the real auctioneer or not?" He frowned, thinking to himself. According to the guild members, he was supposed to look like the person who sold us the hidden dungeon. But I heard he looks completely different. Facing the interrogation, Young Min spoke up calmly. "You don't trust me," Filet replied immediately. "Exactly. At the very least, I want some proof." But Young Min met him with a cold response. "In that case, you don't need to participate." Filet was stunned for a moment. "What did you say?" Young Min stroked his fake beard, putting on a dignified front. "It's simple. If you don't trust me, you don't have to join in." Simple, right? Then, Young Min ignored his mounting fury and raised his voice. "All right, the first auction is starting without this skeptical gentleman over here." He brandished a wooden gavel, sounding excited. 2-story houses. Why don't we start the bidding at just 10 gold coins per month? Anyone? Just 10 gold coins. A player immediately raised their hand to bid. 10 gold coins. Right here, Young Min acted like a true professional. He quickly responded, "Great, do I hear anything higher?" Meanwhile, some women began eyeing each other warily. A pink-haired woman shouted 12 gold coins, but another man suddenly cut in. 14 gold coins. A purple-haired woman screamed right after 15. In the chaos, a strong hand shot up. 20 gold coins. Young Min looked toward Filet, who had just placed the bid, and shouted, 20 coins, any other takers? But before he could finish, someone else interrupted. Wait, the man was desperate to win, shouting between gasps for air. 20 gold coins. The Megapixel Guild bids 22 gold coins. Young Min paused for a second when he heard that, then curled his lips into a satisfied smile. He pointed at the large man and shouted, "If there are no other bids, I'm closing it at 20 gold coins. Sir, what is your guild's name?" The man looked dazed and stammered a short reply. Armored. Young Min enthusiastically slammed his gavel. "Okay, sold to the Armored Guild." The tall man immediately cheered in delight. Filet, having lost the bid, cursed under his breath. Did that old geezer seriously just ignore me on purpose? Young Min opened his system window, sounding confident. "Now why don't we sign the contract right away?" Open inventory. Hearing that, the man gasped with joy. "Thank you. I'll put it to good use." A white-haired man watched in disbelief. He's signing the contract right then and there. Is this for real? The red-haired man frowned, speaking with regret. "I don't have any doubts. I should have bid higher." Just as the contract was handed over, the system popped up. Contract, a document verifying the agreement between signatories. The contents cannot be forged. Yu Min let out a cunning laugh and added a little reminder. Furthermore, he adjusted his bow tie and announced calmly, "We will ban the Megapixel Guild from the next auction if they continue to break the rules." Filet's hair practically stood on end. "What? How could you?" Young Min lowered his voice. "Please remember, you only get one warning." Filet couldn't argue back, so he just grit his teeth and endured it. Is he messing with me? Just wait until this auction is over. Young Min looked at the trembling Filet, feeling absolutely delighted. "Upset are you? I didn't think you'd get this worked up." He imagined crushing him like an ant, thinking to himself that after this auction, I'm going to plan your downfall and kick you and your guild straight into the depths of hell. The auction remained lively. Young Min slammed his gavel, shouting out, "All right, the 4th house is sold for 25 gold coins." He handed the paper contract to a man with long hair and said warmly, "Congratulations to the Jun Guild." The guy took the papers, letting out a soft sigh of relief. "Thank you very much, sir." Filet stood there silently, his anger boiling over. He had lost again. But he started plotting. Those powerful guilds had already bought houses, so all he had to do was keep an eye on the rest and buy the cheapest one possible. Young Min kept a close eye on Filet, chuckling to himself like he was watching a great play. He tapped the gavel again and cleared his throat. "Now for our final auction item." Hearing that, Violet jumped. What, the last one? His resolve began to crumble. Yumin saw this and smirked. Panic-stricken, aren't you? As a guild leader, you should learn to keep a poker face. He nodded to himself. Ah, so this is why I didn't reveal the total number of houses for sale. Then Young Min spoke calmly. Since this is the very last house, the starting bid will be 15 gold. Before he could even finish, Violet rushed to bid 35 gold. He screamed out desperately, Megapixel Guild, 35 gold. No 40 gold, 40 gold. We'll pay 40 gold coins. Is anyone else bidding? The crowd started whispering. Is he insane? 40 gold a month. That's like $8,000 in cash. Isn't that a bit much? Young Min slammed the gavel hard, declaring loudly, 40 gold sold. He continued, the Megapixel Guild has successfully bid on the final two-story house. Violet cheered internally, jackpot. Then, Young Min slowly opened his system window and spoke in a playful tone. Here's the contract. Please make sure to pay on time. Violet felt insulted and cursed under his breath. You piece of trash. I'll find out who you really are and kill you. Immediately, the contract appeared on the system screen. Two-story long-term lease. The user Violet agrees to rent house P05 in the inner city as a guild house and agrees to pay 40 gold coins every month to the administration office. The homeowner will receive the rent minus the commission fee. These terms cannot be changed without mutual consent. If violated, the system will. He carefully held the paper, feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Finally, we have a guild house, even if money will be tight for a while. Suddenly, Young Min's voice rang out enthusiastically. All right, after a short break, we will begin the auction for the three-story houses. Violet froze. What? He pointed a finger at Young Min, shouting in a rage. You scammer. You just said that was the last one. Young Min replied coolly. I meant it was the last two-story house. He tilted his head. Wait, did I not post it on the forum? Just then a notification appeared on the forum house sales event, hosted by Young Min. I own many two-story and three-story houses. I will be auctioning the rights to these houses for guilds via long-term leases. I plan to hold auctions for a whole week. He continued, I told you I have plenty of two- and three-story houses. Young Min shrugged, acting innocent. Perhaps you'd like to join the auction for the three-story ones. If you have that much gold, I won't stop you. Hearing the explanation, Violet's rage reached its peak. He hissed through gritted teeth. You absolute bastard. Young Min watched his angry back as he stormed off, sneering. What a wet-behind-the-ears idiot. This should keep you in trouble for quite some time. He couldn't stop smiling, thinking about the price, 40 gold coins a month, which was the equivalent of $8,000 every single month. Young Min mocked Violet's angry face in his mind. If someone destroys your guild for some reason, you're going to be in deep trouble. As night fell, Violet's golden armor still shone brightly against the pitch-black background. He stood before a ruined building, looking around cautiously before heading inside. Moments later, a bone-chilling cry echoed from within. Violet hesitated for a second before calling out, Are you there? A hand suddenly reached out, lunging toward him and grabbing Violet by the throat, hoisting him into the air. Kabakin demanded, You spent the entire guild fund. All for that damn house of yours. Are you crazy? Violet choked out. Wait, let me talk. Kabakin's voice was cold. Don't tell me you've forgotten. He dropped him, his words sharp as blades. We are only working together because it's mutually beneficial. Kabakin's eyes glowed as he threatened him. If you become useless to me, there will be no exceptions, Violet. He held out his hand and commanded coldly, the ledger. Violet shakily held out a scroll. Here. He gripped the scroll tight and asserted, Take it. We'll handle the transfer later. Kabakin watched him with his arms crossed, looking skeptical. Wasn't the Megapixel Guild's priority to buy a guild house? Violet gave a slight nod. That was the plan, but I changed my mind. He paused, his voice dropping low. The more I think about it, there's only one way for me to get back everything that belongs to me. Violet's voice cracked with rage. Young Min. Everything will be settled if I catch that bastard, and I'll spread the footage across every server. He looked at Kabakin for approval. If you use your resources, can we make this happen? The man rolled up the scroll and let out a long sigh. I guess we have no other choice. I don't think we can just sit back and watch him act like he owns the place. Kabakin tightened his grip on the scroll and lowered his voice. I'll have to handle this myself. The next morning in a bedroom in the real world, Young Min rested his chin on his hand and blurted out, Is this a dream or for real? He stared at the system screen showing 335 gold, 68 silver, and 17 copper. He immediately cheered, I made 335 gold coins in just the first month of rent. I've got to be the richest person in the loss right now, right? His fingers flew across the keyboard, his voice full of excitement. Let's see. 1 gold coin should be about $200, right? The computer screen immediately showed the info. Trading forum, selling 20 gold coins for $400 per coin. Hosted by Young Min. Please contact player Young Min in game. No bargaining. He leaned back in his chair, calculating. Since the guilds don't have enough gold right now, they'll buy it even if the price is ridiculously high. Young Min thought about the items. He should probably just ignore the Blood Hunter's stuff even if they were priced way higher than the market. Is this what being rich feels like, he wondered. As soon as the thought finished, he jumped up and headed straight for the login capsule. He just let those blood hunter items sit there. In the blink of an eye, Young Min appeared in the virtual world. He swung his axe onto his shoulder, excitedly flipping through his teleportation book. It was time to check on the bait he tossed out earlier. He smirked to himself. Those stupid blood hunters. They must be getting really desperate for gold right now. As he stepped into the forest, he couldn't stop thinking that they were probably grinding like crazy in the hunting grounds just to scrape some cash together. Deep inside the western part of the dark forest, a beast let out a pathetic roar as it was taken down. Seeing this, Bulldozer rushed in to support his teammates. He swung his heavy hammer, smashing it right into the beast's head. Meanwhile, Kebaiken leaned quietly against a tree, watching them closely. Once the beast was defeated, Bulldozer slammed his hammer onto the ground and let out a sigh of relief. He hoisted the weapon onto his shoulder, chuckling to himself. I can basically one-shot these monsters now. The Skull Addict Blood Hunter Guild member Bulldozer level 79. Right then, Thrower stood nearby. First Sergeant and Vice Leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, Thrower level 79. He spun his spear, frowning in annoyance. One shot my foot. You just sat there while I did all the heavy lifting. Suddenly, Kebaiken cut them off. Cut it out. He strolled past them, his voice dropping low. You said the target is in the northern area, right? Is it that bastard? Kebaiken flipped open his teleportation book and coldly ordered all Blood Hunter members to be summoned. The book began to glow immediately. He declared grandly, we're going to wipe Young Min off the map right now. Kebaiken, leader of the Blood Hunter Guild level 90 Shadow Assassin. The scene shifts to a quiet forest where a massive brawl is underway. A man pointed an arrow forward, shouting in a panic, get away from me. But all he got back was Young Min's cold reply. Geez, I thought we were friends. Then he leapt into the air. Young Min swung his axe, ready to deliver the finishing blow. He laughed and yelled out, let's skip the boring stuff and get straight to the point, shall we? With that, Young Min slammed his axe down, effortlessly ending his opponent. The people watching were stunned. Everyone looked completely shell-shocked. This is insane, one person gasped. Wait, you're saying he's not hacking? You've got to be kidding me, right? Amidst the chaos, a man's firm voice rang out. Don't panic. The system showed he was a Blood Hunter member. He waved his hand like a true commander coordinating the fight. Long-range archers keep up the hit-and-run tactics. Melee warriors keep your eyes on him and strike the second you see an opening. They followed his orders, aiming all their weapons at Young Min, ready to take him down at any moment. But Young Min's skills were on another level. Using his axe as a shield, he effortlessly blocked every single attack. His sharp eyes scanned the crowd, calculating his next move. As he stared back at their bloodshot, murderous eyes, he thought, there are actually a few decent ones here, aren't there? Young Min dodged the blows while deep in thought. Wait, why aren't they going all out? They aren't trying to run either. They're just hovering around. He suddenly changed his mind and came to a dead stop. He took a stance to face them and mock them. You guys are just trying to buy time, aren't you? Don't tell me. Just then, a pillar of light slammed into the ground behind him, bringing a chilling aura with it. The others rejoiced like kids seeing their mother cheering. They're here. You're dead meat now, you bastard. In an instant, a sharp spear came flying at him. Young Min sensed it and spun around immediately. He raised his axe, using the blade as a shield to deflect the spear. It thudded into the ground, glowing with magical energy. Young Min hesitated for a second. That's a javelin. Right then, Thrower spoke up slowly. You actually blocked my move. He rubbed his chin and sighed. He really is strong. Hearing that, Bulldozer got pumped up. Then playing with him is going to be even more fun. At that moment, Kebaiken strolled out. He said calmly, so you're the Young Min everyone's been talking about. He crossed his arms arrogantly. I bet you've had a nice run so far, haven't you? Too bad, today's the day you die. Kebaiken, leader of the Blood Hunter Guild. Young Min looked at them like he was watching a comedy show and burst out laughing. He tilted his head back, his voice shaking with laughter. You people who talk nothing but trash are such savages. I wonder which side has been acting like cowards, desperately trying to buy time. The leader roared in fury. You little bastard. Young Min shouted back excitedly. Blah, 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 just shut up and come at me. Kebaiken growled his orders. Blood Hunter Guild total assault. The battle cry echoed through the forest as his entire army charged at once, intent on ending Young Min right then and there. He calmly whispered inventory. Suddenly, a mask began to cover his face and the sealed Lion King's helmet was equipped. Fully armored Young Min charged forward without a second thought. The crowd was wiped out before they could even land a single hit. He growled, get out of my way, you small fry. But then Young Min froze for a second, staring blankly at a sledgehammer coming down on him. The hammer slammed into him, creating a shockwave that shattered the ground. Bulldozer laughed like a maniac. For a Berserker, you're pretty quick on your feet. The Berserker Blood Hunter Guild member Bulldozer level 76. This guy is insanely strong, Young Min thought as he pushed himself up from the rubble. This guy is incredibly tough. He can dual-handle hammers that well. He watched them closely, wondering just how powerful they really were. Suddenly, a sharp spear tip lunged from the sky, but with his sharp instincts, Young Min tilted his body just enough to dodge the lethal blow. Thrower clicked his tongue, sharp reflexes. First Sergeant and Vice Leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, level 97. Young Min, having just escaped death by an inch, frowned and cursed under his breath. Those bastards. He looked at the three enemies before him and realized. It looks like these three are the strongest in the Blood Hunter Guild. They're definitely on a different level than the ones I was just fighting. His eyes shifted to Cab-Eye Ken, who was using magic to draw strange symbols on the ground, especially that skull guy. He must be the guild leader. What the hell has he been doing this whole time? Young Min paused for a moment, thinking he needed to take that guy out before things got any worse. But to pull that off, he'd have to deal with those two first. Right then, Bulldozer charged toward Young Min, dual-wielding hammers. "Where do you think you're looking?" he roared. "Your opponent is right here." But Young Min just ignored him, lost in thought. It looked like one of them was in charge of melee attacks. Young Min glanced at the thrower, who was gripping his spear tightly while the other handled area of effect damage, taking charge of long-range strikes. Himph, this combo is going to be a pain to deal with. He crouched low to the ground, ready to counterattack while carefully calculating his next move. If he used his boost mode, he could probably take them out quickly, but he couldn't afford to be reckless, especially since he didn't know what would happen next. Taking a gamble, Young Min lunged forward, deciding to rely on just one thing. His skill icon flashed instantly. His speed surged in a split second. Bulldozer charged excitedly, shouting insults. "You idiot." He swung his hammer with all his might, his voice exploding with rage. "You really think you can take me head-on?" Young Min let out a faint smirk. He blew past Bulldozer like a gust of wind soaring high into the air. Young Min triggered a powerful leap attack, aiming directly for the thrower standing in the back. Bulldozer screamed in a panic, "Captain, look out, he's coming for you." His voice trailed off. The thrower gripped his spear, spitting out words in anger. "You pathetic loser." He raised his weapon, his voice as cold as ice. "Who do you think I am?" Young Min flinched for a second, his eyes widening. The thrower unleashed a powerful skill, hurling his mighty dragon spear right at him. He looked up with a smug grin. A target in midair was much easier to hit. The thrower's attack slammed down with overwhelming force, the cold tip of the spear piercing straight through Young Min's body. He went limp, his consciousness fading into a blurry void. Just when the thrower thought he had finished Young Min off, he stared in shock as the man spoke up. Whoa, that actually packed a punch. Hovering above, Young Min looked down with an excited smirk, mocking him. "You almost ran me through there." The thrower looked at Young Min's completely unharmed state, his face twisted in confusion and disbelief. "No way. I used my precision skill on that shot. How did he dodge it and then just catch the spear?" As if reading his mind, Young Min spun the spear in his hand and spoke. Before the thrower could even react, Young Min hurled the spear back at him and shouted, "Here, I'm giving this back to you." Facing the spear flying toward him, the thrower thought arrogantly, "You fool, did you think I hadn't prepared for this?" Exactly as he had planned, the thrower raised his hand with a confident look and cast a spell. Evasion. Basic info. The Cowardly Mage's escape ring magic type. A Cowardly Mage once crafted this escape ring. You can use it once per day to retreat 3 meters. Remaining use is 1 out of 1. Just like that, the thrower vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. Having teleported to safety, he gloated, "I kept this ready just for bastards like you." Suddenly, the spear reappeared, flying straight for his face because Young Min had used his throw skill. Young Min laughed with pure excitement and remarked, "Oh boy, you shouldn't waste your escape skill like that." Hearing this, the thrower's face turned pale as he realized, that bastard. He knew I'd used that move from the start. He baited me. Suddenly, Baiken appeared after the thrower's failure. Seeing this, Bulldozer called out, looking worried. Young Min gripped his weapon tightly and asked, "What are you going to do now? You're all alone." He stood his ground confidently and beckoned him over. "Let's get serious, shall we?" Feeling provoked, Bulldozer's hands shook as he gripped his weapons. He gritted his teeth, his face flushed with rage. Taking a deep breath, he put everything he had into a charge, screaming, "I'll kill you, you son of a bitch." Dust billowed as Bulldozer tore through the battlefield. Suddenly, Young Min appeared behind him, clicking his tongue in disappointment. TCSK, with spear work like that, even a fly could swat you away. Luckily for him, Bulldozer reacted quickly, turning back to block with his hammer. The impact pushed Bulldozer back, letting him keep a safe distance from Young Min. He gasped, trembling. "Damn it." Young Min looked at him mockingly and replied, "You seem pretty full of yourself because of your strength." The moment he finished, Young Min lunged forward excitedly and shouted, "Then why don't we have a little fun?" Bulldozer hung his head, his hands shaking so hard he could barely hold his hammer as he muttered, "You arrogant prick." But then he surged with energy and roared, "My strength stat is 250. I'm the strongest one in the guild." As expected, a massive explosion went off, making the entire forest shake violently. At the same time, Baiken seemed to be quietly up to something as he was suddenly surrounded by a dark, ominous aura. Back at the fight, Bulldozer's jaw tightened. Suddenly, Young Min appeared behind him, his hands clamping firmly around Bulldozer's head. He let out a cold laugh and swiftly finished him off. With the job done, he walked away casually. Young Min grinned with excitement and sighed. That felt amazing. At that moment, a notification popped up. "You have leveled up. Young Min level, 61 Berserker class. Strength 300, agility 155, stamina 151, endurance 104, intelligence 50, luck 25. Suddenly, he looked at Baikan ahead and clicked his tongue. Young Min lowered his stance and taunted him. Are you really just going to sit there and watch your subordinates die? He used his claw skill while scolding him. What kind of guild master are you? Baikan's hand suddenly lifted off the ground. He clenched his fist and whispered, complete, synchronize. Suddenly, Young Min's eyes froze. The dark aura around Baikan shot straight toward him. It slammed into Young Min head-on. As he blocked the hit, he wondered, what the hell is this? A phantom emerged as Baikan slowly stood up and asked softly, do you really want to know why I let them die? The reason is simple. He looked at his hand, which was now radiating absolute power, and declared, I'm much stronger when I fight alone. Above him, a notification appeared, Baikan, Guild Master of Blood, Hunt Level 90 Phantom Assassin. Standing amidst the wreckage caused by that dark aura, he explained. While you were busy playing with those idiots, I was merging with every soul in the area. He raised his hand once more and asserted, in other words, this entire place is now under my complete control. Hearing that, Young Min just gave a slight knowing smile. Hey, a Phantom Master, huh? It's a real stroke of luck to run into someone like that. Young Min's brow furrowed as his gaze sharpened carefully, analyzing the situation. A Phantom Master is one of the hidden classes in the lot. The requirements to unlock it are brutal. Even in his past life, they were incredibly rare to come across. Watching the turbulent aura swirling around the man, a memory flickered in his mind. Wait, don't tell me it's him. Young Min muttered quickly, shaking the thought away. No, I shouldn't be wasting time on useless thoughts right now. He let out a low, provocative chuckle. So what if it's a hidden class? As the words left his lips, Young Min activated his leap skill. He didn't forget to throw in one last jab. You're going down just like the rest of them. Suddenly, a swarm of weapons, shaped like human arms, burst from the earth, reaching upward. Those grotesque limbs lunged at him frantically while he was still mid-air. Seeing this, Young Min spun his weapon, creating an invisible wall of defense. Get lost, you creeps, he roared. His eyes flared with cold, murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and growled, my opponent right now is. Just as Young Min lunged downward, Baikan suddenly realized something was off. With overwhelming power, he screamed, it's you. His body was effortlessly sliced clean in two, but suddenly, Baikan's physical form began to fade and drift away like mist. Standing there, witnessing such a bizarre phenomenon, Young Min was momentarily stunned. When his brows knit together again as Baikan's voice echoed from right behind him. You really are an idiot. Before he could react, Baikan landed a devastating blow. Young Min collapsed onto one knee. Crimson droplets splattered on the ground beneath him. A notification flashed, your health has dropped below 50%. Young Min stared at his trembling hand and gasped. This is. Immediately, a string of alerts appeared. You have been poisoned. You are paralyzed and bleeding. Your health will decrease by 30 every 10 seconds. Baikan clenched his fist, causing the earth and stone behind him to shatter and fly. With a look of pure disdain, he sneered. You really thought you could stand against us with just this? How disappointing. Suddenly, the young man spoke back. Young Min's voice rang out unexpectedly. Don't get disappointed just yet. With a sharp movement, he stood tall and firm, declaring grandly, we're just getting started. A notification popped up. Your poison resistance has nullified the effects of the toxin. He then pointed straight at Baikan, the Blood Hunter Guild Master. Young Min flashed an excited predatory grin. Number 8 of the Ragnarok Guild, Baikan. Baikan squinted, one eye open and one closed, looking utterly confused. What did you say? Young Min's memories began with Odin, the king of creation, and the Ragnarok Guild. He led a group of fanatics who role-played as Norse gods. I hate to admit it, but they were the strongest group in the lot. Yet he noticed a shift. They were constantly infighting and filled with suspicion. Young Min expressed his disbelief. What I don't get is why top-tier players would abandon everything just to blindly follow that guy. They left their old guilds and even spent a fortune to change their names. Then he recalled Baikan's history, a troublesome individual who manipulated shadows and poison. Young Min noted that the name belonged to the dragon that gnaws at the roots of the world tree in Norse mythology. But I don't really care about their role-playing nonsense. Maybe they just picked a random name for him. Finally, Young Min affirmed to himself, one thing I know for sure is that the guy standing in front of me is the Baikan from before he joined the Ragnarok Guild. Baikan stood before him, leveling his weapon at Young Min and demanding an answer. Baikan Ragnarok. What kind of gibberish are you spewing, kid? Ignoring the man's curiosity, Young Min continued his internal monologue. Now that I think about it, something doesn't add up. There's no way an assassin could be a Shadow Lord, another hidden class, and still use poison at the same time. He tilted his head with an amused smirk. I didn't expect you to understand a word I'm saying anyway. Deep down, Young Min figured that based on his behavior, Baikan probably hadn't crossed paths with Odin yet. Young Min's gaze shifted as he analyzed the man's previous movements. He must have chosen the assassin class first before transitioning into the Shadow Lord role. His level is quite high and his agility is likely double mine since he's an assassin. Having finished his assessment, he quickly switched to combat mode. Dust and debris swirled around him as he made a decision. I guess I have no choice but to use this. As he spoke, the ground beneath Yu Min's feet began to shake violently, cracking under the sheer pressure of the power he was gathering. Suddenly, that power exploded with incredible force. Berserk information for level 2, Berserk appeared, self-immolation. By unleashing this massive surge of rage, all stats are increased by 200%. All skills consume 0 mana and you become immune to all physical attacks. You cannot be defeated. Even if your health reaches 0, you will enter a state of madness where you cannot distinguish friend from foe. Once the skill ends, you will recover up to 40% of your lost health if it hits 0. You must recover 10% of your health within 7 seconds or you will die after the skill expires. Side effect: 1. All stats will decrease by 40% for 10 minutes. Side effect: 2 stats will then be reduced by 20% for another 20 minutes. If you use Berserk again, while the side effects are active, the duration will be doubled. 10 minutes, Baiken muttered, watching Young Min's body erupt in flames as he activated the skill. So you're using a move like that, it'll make you stronger for a moment, but the price you'll pay is heavy. He raised his arm, his entire being radiating a strange, ominous gloom. He reached toward the young man, claiming, "The difference between you and me is that you can't overcome our gap with just one simple skill." That dark aura continued to spread around Baiken. Young Min laughed with pure excitement, looking at him with the eyes of a predator. He instantly lunged at Baiken, let out a powerful roar, and swung his weapon. The strike pierced straight through the gloomy aura surrounding the man. Baiken was caught off guard by the sheer force. Young Min continued his relentless assault, wildly swinging his weapon and screaming. Everywhere his strikes landed, massive explosions followed, sending earth and debris flying everywhere. Baiken couldn't hide his shock.
Isn't this way too powerful, he wondered.
Not only that, but the speed of the attacks was staggering as Young Min zipped back and forth between the canyon walls. His movement was so fast it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Suddenly, Baiken noticed something. Young Min glared at him and screamed, "Die!" A flash of light tore through Baiken's body once again. Young Min clicked his tongue and glanced behind him as he heard the man's body reform. Baiken smugly asked, "Did you really think that would be enough to take me down? If you just mindlessly boost your strength and physical stats without any strategy like that, you're basically garbage." Against that gloomy, eerie backdrop, he reminded him, "Did you forget that this entire area is still under my control?" Baiken let out a delighted laugh, saying, "As long as I'm synced with the shadows, I can detect every single movement and teleport anywhere in my domain to dodge your attacks." Hearing this, Young Min didn't hesitate to shoot back. "Don't make me laugh. Do you think you're some kind of main villain in a comic book? It's pathetic that you think you can actually dodge me like that." Suddenly, Young Min's eyes flashed with pure hatred as he declared that everything was going to end right here. Looking back at the events from a few minutes ago, the ultimate skill Berserk grants you overwhelming power for a short duration. But the trade-off is severe. Your stats drop significantly once the skill wears off. It's a double-edged sword. That's why Baiken was so certain of his victory, mocking how blindly Young Min had activated Berserk so early. Gritting his teeth, Young Min spat out, "You bastard." Young Min lunged forward, shouting, "Don't you dare look down on me." Suddenly, Baiken snapped 2 fingers, summoning a thick haze that allowed him to vanish right before Young Min's eyes. Seeing this, Young Min frantically slashed at the smoke while his mind raced to find a solution. "I have to find a way to clear out this darkness," he thought. "That's the source of his power. If I can get rid of it, that'll be my opening." Young Min whirled around and roared, "Where the hell are you hiding, you coward?" Suddenly, a row of spears erupted from the ground, catching him off guard. Deep down, he was still strategizing. "I could easily blow this darkness away if I had a high-tier area of effect skill." The spears kept thrusting up from beneath his feet, making it difficult to dodge. "It's not over yet," he thought, refusing to give up. Young Min's face paled at the sight before him. A massive dragon head, formed from that dark energy, was plummeting toward him with overwhelming pressure. He looked up at it, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, this is draining everything I've got." Time was running out. Young Min gasped for air as a notification popped up. 20 seconds remaining until Berserk ends. He collapsed to the ground, battered and breathless. Suddenly, Baiken reappeared, gloating. "You're only alive because of that Berserk skill. But you're a dead man the second it runs out." Hearing this, Young Min frowned and cut him off. "I won't let that happen," he declared. The villain stepped closer, overflowing with arrogance. "I want the whole world to see how effortlessly I crush you." Young Min hung his head, muttering, "Damn it, this is getting annoying." The man raised his weapon, remarking, "I never imagined I'd have to go this far in a one-on-one duel." With his glowing weapon held high, Baiken added, "This is the end." Die full of regret, a notification blinked, 10 seconds remaining until Berserk ends. Suddenly, Young Min bit down on something hidden in his teeth. "Honestly, I really didn't want to waste my recovery on something as trivial as this." A massive electric shock and a blinding flash erupted, catching the villain completely off guard. But the Young Min sat there calmly, extending his hand toward Baiken. Arcs of lightning surged toward him. Reeling from the sudden assault, he wondered in confusion. Magic. But how? A status window revealed the item Youngmin had just triggered. Rare grade consumable lightning shock magic. It was a stored spell that could be unleashed at will with over 3 uses remaining. Youngmin thought back to his previous missions where he'd already used 2 of its charges. I didn't expect to use the final charge like this, but it's the only way to clear out the darkness, providing him with all that power. Looking at his struggling target, Youngmin seized the moment and lunged forward. But this is just a temporary fix, he reminded himself. A warning appeared. 5 seconds until Berserk ends. Youngmin gripped his blade tight, readying his slash skill. He reminded himself he only had 1 shot at this. Kabaikan's eyes widened in pure shock. Youngmin soared into the air, radiating an aura of absolute dominance as he locked onto his target. Putting everything he had into one final spectacular strike, Youngmin roared internally, "I'm putting everything into this." As the blow landed, notifications flashed. Berserk has ended. You have leveled up. Kabaikan collapsed, unable to process his defeat. How? How is this possible? He stammered. He slammed into the dirt, his pride shattered. How could I lose to someone like you? Youngmin walked over, a sarcastic smirk on his face. I don't know, maybe stop trying to look cool. It's embarrassing. As Kabaikan's body began to fade, Youngmin flipped him the bird and gave a mocking laugh. Feel free to come back for another beating whenever you want. You monster. His face was dissolving, but he struggled to get out one last threat. Just you wait. A final message appeared. You have defeated Player Can. You've leveled up. The moment the prompt vanished, Youngmin collapsed onto his back, gasping for air. Damn, that was way too close. Youngmin grabbed a health potion, needing to recover immediately. As he downed it, he admitted to himself honestly, I wasn't even sure I could pull that off. He's definitely the toughest opponent I've faced since I regressed. I never expected the leader of the Blood Hunt Guild to actually join Ragnarok. I only won because of that new title I earned. The screen displayed the details. The first to break the legendary limit. You have defeated an opponent far superior to yourself and have been recognized as a player who knows no limits. You are the first to obtain this title. He looked over the Limit Breaker title. The effects were incredible. When facing a stronger opponent, all stats are increased by 10%. When facing a stronger opponent, all skill levels are increased by 1. Additionally, any penalties incurred are reduced by 30%. When facing monsters, all stats increase by 20%. Looking at these buffs, he realized without this title, I'd be dead meat right now. Youngmin picked up a gleaming silver ring, speaking casually to himself. Well, at least I leveled up and scored some decent loot. The loot is good enough that I might actually forgive him for the trouble. Item info, Cowardly Mage's Ring. Crafted by a mage who valued survival above all else. Once per day, the user can instantly blink 3 meters backward. Remaining uses 0/1. Youngmin stared at the shimmering ring, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Even if it's only once a day, an escape skill like this is gold for a berserker who's all about offense. I'll definitely put this to good use. Youngmin looked up at the sky, a pensive look in his eyes. Memories of his past life began to drift back into his mind as he reflected on his journey. I already took down 2 future members of the Ragnarok Guild from my past life. Does that mean the future can actually change? Maybe they won't even end up joining Ragnarok this time around. Then he shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, I can't be sure yet. I still don't know how Odin recruits his members. The image of Odin flashed in his mind, making Youngmin frown as he wondered. Odin. I wonder what that guy is up to right now. He's probably started playing. Though by now, right, I wonder if he used a different nickname in his previous life. So many unanswered questions. He scratched his head in frustration and sighed. Damn it, that guy could be anyone. Forget it, overthinking this isn't going to solve a thing. Then he remembered the sight of Philet, teeth clenched and trembling with rage. Odin is definitely a problem, but right now, Philet is the biggest threat I'm facing. Since he attacked me with everything he had, he must be desperate to catch me. Suddenly, a smirk spread across Youngmin's face, a mix of thrill and anticipation. Well, whatever. If he wants to come at me, I'm more than ready. He paused for a second, looking down his hands as if weighing his next move. Under that clear blue sky, Youngmin told himself he had to be prepared. In the middle of a bustling crowd, the first item appeared. Hawk armor, rare grade. Iron armor with a hawk engraved on the chest. Defense 110. Durability 300 out of 300. Agility +5, critical rate +5%. Level requirement 60. Next up, Archer's Gloves, rare grade. Once worn by a master archer, just putting them on boosts your confidence. Defense 40. Durability 250 out of 250. Archery +10%, critical rate +7%. Level requirement 60. Finally, Youngmin was decked out in some impressive gear. Lizardman pants, rare grade. Infused with the primal energy of the lizardman. Defense 80. Durability 400 out of 400. Agility +3, critical rate +3%. Level requirement 60. Death Belt. Defense 40. Durability 200 out of 200. Critical rate +5%. Level requirement 60. Scout's Iron Boots, rare grade. Once worn by a legendary scout, reduces damage taken and lowers the chance of being caught in traps or affected by difficult terrain. Defense 70. Durability 300 out of 300. Health plus 2. Trap activation rate minus 10%. Terrain debuff minus 10%. Critical rate plus 7%. Looking at his stats and gear, Youngmin realized he couldn't expect much from mediocre auction house finds. He decided to focus on stacking his critical hit rate first. He imagined himself slicing through enemies with ease. Thanks to my titles, I'm already at 20%. With this gear, it goes up to 40%. Basically, every hit is going to be a critical. Youngmin licked his lips, eyeing the items with excitement. On top of that, there was the magic-absorbing battle axe rare grade, an iron axe crafted for warriors. It absorbs magic to increase its durability and sharpness. Attack power 150. Durability 500 out of 500. Level requirements 70. Gripping the axe tightly, he marveled at it. Not bad at all. I can probably use this until level 100. Youngmin looked at his screen doing the math. I think I spent about 30 gold to buy all this. I still got a bit of change left. Suddenly, he remembered something else he had to do. As for the main quest, I just need one more of Haken's journals to finish it. From behind a wall, someone was watching Youngmin as he walked away talking to himself. Alright, time to grind. Perfect chance to test out this new gear. A mysterious figure watched him in silence as the scene shifted to a waterfall deep in the forest. Suddenly, a wild boar charged out of the brush in a total frenzy. Youngmin moved gracefully, sliding past the boar and slicing it clean in half as he passed. Critical hit. He stood up straight and hoisted his axe high, grinning. Nice. One crit is enough to take down a level 70 mob. Another one was getting ready to charge. He planned to stay here until he hit level 75. As the beast lunged aggressively, Youngmin rushed forward, taunting it playfully. That's it, come get some. Suddenly, a hail of arrows flew out of nowhere. Somehow, they slammed into the boar, taking it down before it could even get into the fight. Seeing his prey stolen, Youngmin turned around completely confused. What the hell? Someone approached him acting casual. Oh, my bad. A member of the Megapixel Guild holding a bow scratched their head with an awkward laugh. My hand slipped. How should I make it up to you? Youngmin frowned and replied, it's fine. Just be more careful from now on. He then targeted two monsters in the distance. Gripping his axe, he slowly raised it, locked onto his targets, and hurled it with devastating force toward the beasts. Suddenly, right where the two monsters stood, a massive explosion erupted. Someone had used his skill, Magic Missile. Then another Megapixel member stood before him and said, oops, sorry I didn't see you attacking them first. This was getting way too familiar. Youngmin didn't even want to deal with them. He picked up his axe to attack again. Sensing something, he glared at a Megapixel member who was just about to draw their bow. They flinched at the pure bloodlust he was radiating. She turned to him with a fake sugary smile. Oh my, what a coincidence. We seem to be aiming for the same targets. You guys. Youngmin muttered. You're from the Megapixel Guild, right? The guy flinched but tried to act tough. What are you talking about? Why would you say that? He pointed directly at the guy. Maybe you should have hidden that guild emblem first. The guy instinctively backed away and shouted. So what if we are? What are you going to do about it? People make mistakes while hunting, don't they? Youngmin scratched his head and sighed. Then he stared the guy down, making him visibly tremble. I'm only going to warn you once. Youngmin leaned and closed, his face full of murderous intent. If you keep following me and stealing my kills, I'll take it as a personal attack. And I don't mean just you, I mean your whole damn guild. The guy screamed back, are you looking for a fight? Youngmin turned to walk away but threw one last comment over his shoulder. Do whatever you want. Just don't come crying to me later when you've been warned. The guy's brow furrowed in annoyance. He shot a calculating look at Youngmin's back and thought, keep acting tough. It won't matter what you do anyway. The Megapixel members watched him walk away as the guy thought to himself, every player here is ready to ruin your hunt. He followed Youngmin silently, a twisted, excited look in his eyes. Unlike those bloodthirsty hunting guilds, we in Megapixel are normal players. We're known for being polite and decent. It would be different if you didn't know who we were. But since you know we're from Megapixel, you won't be able to fight back so easily. As Youngmin moved forward, axe in hand, a mysterious, excited grin flickered across his face. A member of the Megapixel Guild cried out in shock. What are you seriously asking me to follow and harass him? You're talking about that Youngmin guy. Phyla crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. That's right. And obviously you can't let any other players catch you doing it. The guild member replied hesitantly. No, the problem isn't about getting caught. He looked anxious. Do you really think he's just going to let us do that? I've heard he's a total psychopath. Phyla lowered his head. He knew the guy wouldn't just sit still, but that wasn't the point. When the guild member asked what he meant, Phyla explained irritably, we need to drive him absolutely insane. We'll record it, edit it, and make him look like the villain. If we can't take him down in the game, we'll use the power of the media to destroy him. He thought to himself, don't worry. Unlike those blood hunters, our guild is famous for its integrity. He won't be able to attack us that easily. The guild member was still incredibly nervous. He thought, sure, he went after Young Min. The only reason he has so many supporters is because he only targets blood hunters. He's part of a PK guild, the Sun-Piercing Guild. He wouldn't dare attack Megapixel because of our good reputation. If we can just provoke him and catch it on camera. Just then, an arrow whistled past Young Min's face. A wild boar nearby was hit and squealed in terror before running off. The guild member behind him let out a mocking laugh. Oh no, my hand slipped. He put on a bored expression. My bad. Before he could even finish his sentence, Young Min lunged forward with his axe. The guild member froze for a split second. Huh, what? The axe swept through instantly, leaving a brilliant crimson trail. Young Min sneered. The conversation is over. The Megapixel members who witnessed it were in a total panic. He had actually attacked a player who wasn't part of a PK guild. Young Min walked over slowly. Why do you look so surprised? I warned you already. She was trembling. Stay back. Terrified, she cast a mana shield, but Young Min ignored her weak resistance and struck directly. Stias. A powerful blow shattered the magic shield into pieces. Critical Young Min flashed a dangerous smile. This is the perfect chance to test out my critical set. One of them suddenly screamed. A man standing behind him questioned, You're making a huge mistake. You think people will just let this slide if you play like this? Young Min angrily grabbed a wooden staff nearby. Fine by me. He swung the staff and roared, If you don't like it, then shut your mouth and attack me. Screams of agony echoed throughout the area. The Megapixel members lay on the ground, slowly fading away. Young Min's pupils turned an even deeper shade of red. The system began its analysis. Your infamy has increased. You are now a murderer. If you die while marked as a murderer, you will lose significantly more experience points. There's also a very high chance you will drop your items. To lower your infamy, you must wait for a certain amount of time or only eliminate players who have committed evil acts. If your infamy continues to rise, you will face much harsher penalties. Young Min clicked his tongue in annoyance. Oh, what a massive pain in the ass. He thought to himself, I knew this would happen sooner or later, but I became a murderer way too early. It was dangerous, but to him it was nothing more than a nuisance. He calculated his next move. If I really want to get rid of them, I just need to move to a higher level hunting ground, like the level 90 bandits hideout mountain. It might be a bit rough, but I can try hunting there. Young Min slung his axe over his shoulder and started walking. He never backed down from a fight. That was his motto. He raised his voice, all right, I'll just relax and hunt for a bit while I wait to see what those losers do next. Inside a brightly lit apartment, Young Min was lying in his room talking on the phone. Yes, that's the right address. Please make sure to send the highest dosage possible. He sprawled out on his bed and added, Right, I'll send the payment by the end of today. Please have it delivered within 3 days. Young Min hung up. Well, that's taken care of. He rolled over and checked his phone with a frown. Why have they been so quiet lately? I thought they'd have made a move by now. Young Min wondered, are they scared just because a few of their members got killed? No, there's no way. Suddenly, something on the screen caught his eye. He smirked. Well, look at this bastard. On the screen was a video of his brutal fight from that day. The title read, revealing the two-faced nature of player Young Min, exposing the fake mask of Young Min. Young Min muttered, how cute. On the screen, Philip sat with a serious expression. Hello to everyone in the LOT community. I am Philip, the leader of the Megapixel Guild, the Guild of Justice. He continued, if you've been active in the transit area recently, you've probably heard of a player named Young Min. Philip went on. He became famous for challenging the Blood Hunters and PK guilds. Many of you might think he's a hero who fights the enemy and protects the weak. That's what we at Megapixel believe until now. His tone suddenly turned accusatory. However, he only does it for the items and experience points he gets from hunting blood hunters. Not once has he ever actually helped ordinary players or newbies. Philip raised his hand. Of course, he isn't obligated to help others like the Megapixel Guild does. But the screen flashed to the footage from that day. We received a shocking report from an anonymous source. According to them, the madman Young Min is using illegal hacking software to gain an unfair advantage. He analyzed the footage. In the video we received, you can see him dodging countless arrows and spells that should have hit him directly. Furthermore, there are many other suspicious things. Another clip played showing him killing their guild members. This is why we sent a request to verify these facts. Philip pointed at the camera. This is why I'm here. I'm here to condemn player Young Min, who is suspected of being a hacker. As for what the truth really is, I'll leave that for you to decide. This has been Philip, leader of the Megapixel Guild. Thank you. Young Min clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. And here I was wondering what he was up to in secret. Is this it? He wiped away tears of laughter. What a comedian. No wonder he got played by Lim Seo-hee. Young Min thought arrogantly to himself. Since the leader of the Blood Hunters can't beat me, they don't even dare attack me in-game anymore. His eyes sparkled. What Philip did was both pathetic and suspicious, but it was definitely effective. Young Min looked back and organized the events in the game. He had only focused on getting stronger while they were one of the top 5 guilds in South Korea. To keep up their reputation, they had to play the role of a charity guild at all times. He laughed loudly. What a shame. But this isn't the first time this has happened, so I know exactly how to handle this pathetic little plan of yours. Staring at Violet on his phone, he thought, I'm going to give you guys a lesson you'll never forget. In the silent war between young men and Violet, people are often harsher on a harmless liar than a powerful bastard hiding in the depths of a bandit's lair. The bandits roared in anger. How dare you show your face here alone? Do you have any idea who we are? Young Min shot back. And if I don't, what then? One of them lunged forward. You arrogant brat, I'll teach you a lesson before I kill you, he screamed. We are, but before he could finish his swing from Young Min's axe cut him short. Young Min chuckled softly. I'm just kidding, of course I know who you are. He raised his axe high. You're nothing but experience points for me to grind. He looked at the group and thought to himself, usually bandits in games or stories are just for newbies to level up, but these guys are different. A bandit stomped his foot hard. You bastard, how dare you? He lunged out violently. Young Min watched him, thinking they might not look like much, but they're all over level 90. He realized these guys had raided and robbed countless adventurers. That meant they had better gear and much better strategies than your average monster. The whole group shouted, he's all alone, jump him. Young Min didn't hesitate to clash with them. Even so, he triggered his berserk state. Enveloped in a sea of flames, he let out a faint smirk. They were still nothing compared to him. Young Min fought like a demon. Just you wait, Violet, I'm going to pay you back with interest. Meanwhile, the online comments were starting to blow up. Nandigo posted, hey everyone, did you see that video of Young Min? Friendships replied, who hasn't seen it yet? Magnus added, I thought he was actually strong. Turns out he's just a hacker. The comments started shifting. Wait, what? Megapixel chimed in, exactly. Young Min never did anything to us. A moderator asked, why are you guys switching sides so fast? User W replied, switching sides, Young Min only did that stuff for himself anyway. User DD asked, who was the one calling Young Min a saint anyway? Everyone was on edge watching the online flame war. But can you even hack in this game? I've never even heard of that before. The internet was buzzing. Sparkler Putafly said, we shouldn't judge just by that one video. We need to hear both sides. They should just post the raw footage already. Would a chubby young man scoffed, great, another Young Min fanboy. I can tell just by listening to you. Jeremy analyzed the video. Except for that incident with the Blood Hunt Guild, this totally looks like a hack. How else could he catch an arrow with his bare hands? Is this some kind of martial arts movie? Just as things were getting tense, Violet posted a new video. Thank you all so much for your support. We are the Megapixel Guild and we stand for a healthier gaming environment, he said, putting on a humble act. Everything hasn't been fully revealed yet, but if you keep supporting us, Megapixel will continue to uncover the secrets of this player. Young Min, a suspected hacker. We appreciate your support. Violet watched the public being led by the nose and couldn't help but smirk. What a bunch of idiots, he muttered. That's right, it should have been like this from the very beginning. Violet laughed to himself. Young Min, no matter how hard you try, you're all alone. How are you going to survive in Theos when everyone is boycotting you like this? His gaze turned wicked. You're finished, Young Min. You better bow down to the power of the masses. Violet's hand gripped his phone tightly. Once he's gone, I'll get back to working with the Blood Hunt Guild. Suddenly, a call came in. What is it? The person on the other end sounded frantic. Guild leader, the person reported. Young Min just logged in. He's at the Square of Love. Violet chuckled. Is that so? He probably wants to explain himself. He asked, you told one's crew about the plan, right? Tell them to blend into the crowd. The person on the other end hesitated. Actually, there might be a problem. Violet snapped at him. What do you mean? That afternoon at the Square of Love, people walking by couldn't help but steal glances at Young Min, whispering among themselves. Hey, isn't that guy who just passed by that famous Young Min guy? A girl gasped, what, that hacker? That's him. She turned around angrily. How does he have the nerve to just walk around in public like this? Her teammate quickly stopped her. Hey, calm down. What if he decides to just kill us right here? The girl was confused. Don't you know? If there's a murderer in here, we just call the NPC guards to take him down. Her teammate hesitated, but she didn't care and turned around to shout at the top of her lungs. Hey, you're Young Min, right? We need to talk. Young Min didn't hesitate to turn his head. Excuse me, the girl was startled. Young Min looked around calmly. Why is everyone staring at me? The girl whispered to her teammate. Wait, isn't he a murderer? Why do his eyes look so normal? Her teammate was also curious. Did he already lower his infamy count? Young Min smirked to himself, thinking about how surprised they were. He was satisfied with what he'd accomplished over the past few days. Lowering your infamy stat isn't easy. It drops on its own, but you have to wait weeks. The fastest way to do it is by killing other murderers. Young Min recalled that this was the fastest known method currently, but there were other ways most players didn't know about, specifically certain monsters that actually have infamy stats. He had been through countless battles, and that was why he had been hunting those bandits all through the night. Of course, it was also to grind levels. But by killing those bandits who had murdered countless adventurers, he was able to reset his infamy stat in just a few hours. Of course, this method would become common knowledge as player levels increased. But the most important thing was that these nobodies wouldn't be bothering him anymore. The girl looked at Young Min nervously.
No way. Your infamy can't just drop in a day or two.
Young Min waved his hand and turned to walk away. If you don't have anything else, I'm leaving. The girl's teammate bowed his head. Ah, sorry for bothering you. But then another man stepped forward and spoke directly. You're the madman Young Min, aren't you? He held a notebook and a pen, smiling as he appraised Young Min. I'm Danos, a reporter for the game event website. Mind if I interview you for a bit? Young Min glanced at him and thought, perfect timing. He remembered he probably came here because of the bait I intentionally laid out. Danos was also laughing inwardly. He couldn't believe the person who actually answered him was Young Min. He couldn't miss out on this exclusive interview. Young Min smirked and replied, an interview. Sure, why not? He pointed nearby. But I want to do it outside at that cafe over there. How about that? Danos was taken aback. What? He grumbled to himself. Damn it, I need a private spot if I want to get the real scoop. Young Min turned away bored. If not, then forget it. Danos hurriedly pulled him back. No, wait, that's fine, let's do it. They sat down together at the cafe. Everyone in the shop was looking at them and whispering. Is he being interviewed? What's going on? Danos clasped his hands. I'm sure you're aware of the recent drama, so I'll get straight to the point. He started scribbling furiously. People suspect you're using hacking software, and there's even evidence of you PKing players indiscriminately. What's your take on this? Young Min replied. Then I'll be blunt too. I have never used hacking software, and the Megapixel Guild got what was coming to them for provoking me. Young Min tapped his fingers on the table. From now on, I'm going to prove that one step at a time. Danos smiled faintly. I can see you're very confident. How exactly do you plan to prove what you're saying? Young Min leaned back and asked, have you ever heard of hacking software being created within Theos? Danos smiled. Actually, I've heard some rumors about that recently. Young Min reached out dismissively. I watched that video from yesterday. But tell me, when do you think they actually recorded that footage? He began his analysis. If the people who filmed it really suspected me of using hacks, wouldn't they have reported me already? Danos hesitated. So, you mean he figured they reported you, but nothing happened. Young Min corrected him. To be precise, they concluded that I wasn't using any hacking software. He crossed his arms nonchalantly. Besides, I know how to play the game properly. I've never used hacks, and honestly, I wouldn't even know where to find them. Young Min raised his hand. If you're still suspicious, go ahead and report me yourself. Danos was taken aback. Are you sure? All right then. I'm reporting you. Young Min didn't hesitate for a second. Do it. Danos tapped his screen. Okay, it's done. Now we'll know for sure. But then he looked puzzled again. So you're saying you deflected those arrows and caught them with your bare hands using nothing but pure skill? Young Min let out a sigh. What's all the fuss about? He raised an eyebrow. Isn't the lot a game where players get stronger based on their level, items, and talent? Young Min continued. I've already upgraded my Berserker class to its second stage. With that kind of power, I could easily level a whole building. So, what's the big deal about catching a single arrow? Danos nodded slowly. You have a point. He asked again. But what about when that spell failed to hit you? Young Min explained. That was an item called Safe Zone. You can buy it in the magic item shop. If you still don't believe me, you can go try it yourself. Danos thought nervously. I don't think he's lying or exaggerating. He probed further. Then why do you think the Megapixel Guild uploaded that video? And why didn't you immediately clear your name? Young Min crossed his arms and shot back. Is there any reason for me to respond to every single baseless accusation? He let out a cold smirk. Don't you think they're trying to take me down because they have something to hide? Danos flinched. Something to hide? He asked anxiously. What are you talking about? Does the Megapixel Guild really have a secret? Danos suggested. Do you know something about them? Young Min replied. You'll find out tonight, he explained. They posted that video to let the viewers judge, so I'm planning to do the same. I'm sorry for making you wait after you came all this way. But please watch the video being posted tonight for the full story. Danos' mind was racing. What could it possibly be? On the outside, he tried to stay calm. Fine. I have one last question for you. Danos looked at him intently. I heard you PK'd members of the Megapixel Guild. Is that true? Young Min answered firmly. Yes, it is. Danos was shocked. How can you admit that so easily? Young Min ignored the surprise. I'm not looking for excuses. They pissed me off, so I just killed them all. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Oh, and let me take this chance to say one more thing. Young Min gave a dangerous look. If anyone is planning to mess with me, you're betting everything from your items to your very life. On the other side of the screen, Violet let out a soft laugh. He sure talks big. Talk like that after you've actually beaten my men. He addressed Young Min through the screen. Just hand over the invisibility cloak you stole from us. If you do that, we'll let this slide. Violet added a threat. Oh, and send some of our elites over to the Blood Hunters. Tell them we'll support them in thinning out the murderers and helping them level up. Comments flooded the screen. Whoa, are the Blood Hunters run by Megapixel? That's a huge twist. I knew Young Min was right. He's serving up justice. They really are a bunch of villains. Jeremy, I heard the Blood Hunters were about to disband. I guess the Megapixel Guild is screwed too. Bai Ken raised his hand mockingly. The gap between us isn't something a measly little skill can bridge. People started judging left and right. The leader of the Blood Hunters is so pathetic. Naxiel, Oh my god, if I were him, I'd have died of embarrassment already. Finally, an image of the Megapixel Guild members provoking Young-min appeared. Oh please, my arrow just happened to miss that time. Gosumi commented angrily, I really want to punch his face. They totally deserve to be PK'd. Don't you agree? Young-min scrolled through the comments. Seriously. These people. He chuckled. Look how fast they changed sides. Is this some kind of joke? Young-min scoffed. You stupid Megapixel bastards. You really thought you were the only ones who could record. You have no idea how much trouble I've dealt with as a gamer. He reminisced about his past life. Back then, while playing the lot, so many people tried to bring me down using dirty tricks. That's why I always keep my camera on while I'm playing, even if it means I have to buy a new hard drive every single month. Young-min smiled with delight. I'm dying to see the look on his face right now. Filet roared in fury. That bastard Lim Su spoke up softly. Honey, please calm down. Filet's face was dark with rage. You really think I can be calm right now? He was livid but also confused. Most importantly, how does that prick know about our connection to the Blood Hunters? Only the high-ranking members of our guild even know about that. Filet paused, suspicious. Don't tell me. You're the one who leaked it, Lim Su quickly tried to explain. No, I swear it wasn't me. Filet sat in a corner clutching his head. Young-min, that damn bastard. What am I supposed to do now? Lim Su suddenly spoke. Actually, I think I might know who Young-min is. Filet whipped his head around. What? He was visibly shocked. What did you say? Is it that ex-boyfriend we ran into last time? Filet was trembling. Damn it. What does that even mean? Lim Su also found it hard to believe. But no matter how much I think about it, it has to be him. She explained he used the nickname Young-min in every single game he ever played. And after watching the video, I realized his appearance and the way he talks. It's just like him. Filet finally remembered everything. Right. The last time he told me he played the lot too. Damn it, thinking back, he looks exactly the same. He gritted his teeth. It really is that bastard. Filet spoke in a low, cold voice. Hey, Lim Su. She flinched. Ah. Yes, Filet's face was contorted with malice. You have his address, don't you? At the apartment building where Young-min lived, two men in black masks climbed the stairs mysteriously. Lim Su's voice was filled with fear. Honey. She looked at Filet nervously. Should we really be doing this? I think this is going way too far. Filet grabbed her chin. I don't care. Just call him out. He glared at the apartment door, thinking to himself, after coming here myself, I feel even worse. I can't believe I got played by someone living in a dump like this. The others sneered. I'm on a different level than you broke piece of trash. Just watch these loyal dogs of mine do exactly what I tell them. Someone's at the door. You've had your fun in the game, kid. But this time next year will be the first anniversary of your death, Young-min. A voice echoes from inside. Who's there? Lim Su puts on a sweet, seductive voice. It's me, honey. The person inside asks in surprise, Lim Su. I'm sorry, but you must have the wrong address. Lim Su gives a cold smirk. Oh, you don't have to act like that. She tugs at her shoulder strap. Why don't we go inside and talk for a bit? Seeing Lim Su's appearance through the peephole, the man inside wavers and the door slowly creaks open. Filet charges in instantly. Got him. Attack everyone. Two men in black pounce immediately. The man inside is terrified. Huh, who are you people? They don't listen and keep swinging. Die, you piece of garbage. You're nothing in the real world, you damn dog. Lim Su rushes over frantically. Wait, stop, she shouts, looking at the man on the floor in panic. That's not him. Filet freezes. What do you mean? The man in the room starts screaming back. You crazy bastards. Who the hell are you? He points a trembling finger. Are you guys robbers? If you are, you picked the wrong house. My dad is the police captain for this district. You psychos better get ready to rot in jail. Hearing that, Filet facepalms in despair. Damn it, we're screwed. Young-min, you absolute bastard. Meanwhile, Young-min was lying back enjoying a break. Huh, is someone talking trash behind my back? He stretched out on a sunbed and whispered to himself, nah, no way. Young-min lifted his sunglasses and smirked. He was lounging on the rooftop of a high-rise building. How can someone as kind-hearted as me have enemies? In reality, just a few days after Young-min posted the video, the Megapixel Guild had basically been dismantled. Public criticism poured in. The Megapixel Guild leader stopped logging into the game and several members were harassed for being part of the guild, forcing them to quit. Young-min lay back, savoring the process. Megapixel, once a top-tier guild, was now collapsing helplessly. He gave a bored critique. What a dull ending. I actually thought he put up one last fight, but I guess after this he's lost all will to even try. And Filet actually ended up behind bars. What a pathetic guy. Boring until the very end. Young-min stood up and headed back inside. As far as he was concerned, it was a happy ending except for a few minor annoyances. Thinking of those minor things, Young-min recalled his interview. He had emphasized, I'm only warning you before anyone else comes here to bother me, but it only made him more famous, and now he had to deal with these annoying fans. Someone sent Young-min a direct message. Min, from what I hear, you've got quite the online fan club now. Well, it wasn't like he cared that much. He told himself, it's a funny world. There was something else that interested Min more. The best part of all this was that after selling all the loot from the hunters, he managed to earn several thousand gold. The media reported on it heavily, and the more famous Min became, the more the real-world value of that gold multiplied. Min stepped into his brand-new apartment. Thanks to that gold, he was able to sell half of it to move into this house. Even though it felt a bit wasteful, he already had a plan for his future items and for leveling up. Min also bought one more thing, the highest spec gaming capsule for the ultimate gaming experience. Investments like this are necessary, Min muttered. In that tiny cramped apartment, I didn't even have enough space to fit the latest model gaming capsule. He put on his glasses. Well, shall we give it a go? It's time to reach level 100, something I've been waiting for. Deep in a desolate forest, a man sat exhausted on the ground. You're pretty good, the man gasped. But just you wait until our camp leader gets here. You'll be. Min didn't let him finish, knocking him flying with a single blow. He stretched his arms and started walking away. Seriously, this is the problem with monsters like you. Why do you talk so much? Just shut up and fight. Min hoisted his axe onto his shoulder. Let's see, it's about time for him to show up. From deep within a cave, a powerful voice boomed out. The level 100 bandit king Jiroten marched out aggressively. How dare you harm my brothers? I, Jiroten, will personally take your head. Min watched the display speechless. So, what if Jiroten is tall? Min waved his hand dismissively. Oh, please don't worry about it, he chuckled. I'm pretty busy anyway. So why don't you shut up and just come at me? Jiroten gnashed his teeth. You arrogant brat, I'll give you exactly what you want, he charged instantly. Min took a deep breath in silence and let out a world-shaking war cry. The enemy's power dropped significantly. Min gave a sly grin. Oh my, look what we have here. The level 95 bandit vice captain suddenly vanished from sight. Vice captain, how did you? Jiroten was shocked. How does this bastard know about Pancus? Min thought to himself nonchalantly. Of course I know. The bandit den is the famous starting point for a major quest line. In other words, it's called the Shaggy King quest. There are many special quest items hidden in bandit dens surrounding the second city. If someone defeats the bandit leader and collects the quest item, it triggers the mission to defeat the Shaggy King. He's the leader of all bandits, and the rewards are quite good. The prize for this quest is the Shaggy Axe, which has incredibly high stats. It's considered a must-have item for any berserker. That's why in my past life I had no choice but to study exactly how to find these bandit dens. Min looked at Pancus. This guy was annoying, a specialist in sneak attacks using stealth. Min raised his axe high. Glad I found you. I hope I never have to see you again. Min thought to himself, that trick won't work on me. Jiroten rushed to stop him. No. Min ignored him and brought his axe down. The system notified him. You have defeated bandit Vice Captain Pancus. You have leveled up. Min scoffed. He's a vice captain, and he died that easily. Haha, well, he's just a bandit after all. Nothing special. Min suddenly whipped his head around, launching a flurry of attacks at Jiroten, who had lunged from behind. The bandit leader glared at Min in rage. You absolute bastard, Min smirked. Whoa, so scary. But you know what? Bright red flames erupted from the axe, engulfing Jiroten. Min laughed like a maniac. Are you even strong enough to handle this? Under the activation of Berserk, the blade in Jiroten's hand was slowly forced down by the overwhelming weight. He couldn't hold on any longer. Min delivered a final crushing blow that sent Jiroten flying. The bandit leader struggled to regain his footing, his eyes glowing with malice. You damn bastard. He uses a deadly combo of fox and steel body. Jiroten's stats skyrocket instantly. He lets out a primal roar, activating his skill combo. A buffed Jiroten sneers mockingly. You see that? Did you really think you were the only one who could use support skills? Right then, Min lunged forward and sliced through Jiroten, splitting his shield in two. Berserk is a warrior skill combo that buffs not just your body but your gear too, right? He leaped into the air, axe held high. Let's see just how tough you really are. Fear washed over Jiroten's face as the air filled with his pathetic screams. After Jiroten's body turned a pale blue, the system updated. You have defeated the bandit leader Jiroten. You have leveled up. Min picked up a piece of paper, a satisfied smile on his face. All right, I definitely need to hang on to this. The system notified him. You have received a letter from the Great Furry King. He glanced around the area. I thought that other item would have dropped by now. Where could it be? Suddenly, Min realized. Oh, the system chimed again. You have received the final page of Haken's journal. Min gave a soft chuckle. Finally. The system warned him, combining items. You have obtained Haken's complete journal. You now have access to the final lead left by investigator Haken. He was beyond thrilled. Finally, I'm done with this damn collection quest. Min began flipping through the book with a serious expression. Haken's journal was essentially a treasure map. By piecing together the countless clues and bits of info inside, the answer became clear. Everything pointed to one single location, the The bone remains, a death cave sealed deep within a thick forest of skeletons. Yu Min let out a long, heavy sigh. Seriously, they hid this thing so well. It's like someone was trying to keep it buried. He leaned back exhausted. Looks like I can get inside even without a quest being active here. He'd noticed a lot of strange cave explorations popping up lately. Suddenly, some weird noises echoed out. Yu Min looked up surprised. He let out a dry laugh. It's been a while, hasn't it, Bonehead? The system alerted him. You've discovered the remains of Investigator Haken. He smiled as the memory surfaced. That's right. This is Investigator Haken, the original owner of the journal. Yu Min's eyes lit up as he spotted a ring on the skeleton's finger. Yu Min pulled it off. I'll just borrow this for a bit. He waved as he turned away. I'm sure it'll come in handy somewhere around here. Eventually, he found what he was looking for and placed the ring on a block of ice. Ah, here we go. The ring caused the ice to crack, releasing a blinding light. The seal on the Cave of Death had been broken. Yu Min smiled to himself. Thanks to the knowledge from his past life, he already knew the locations to enter, but it was only possible with certain quests. If you try to force it without being at the right level or having all the journal pieces, the skeleton spirits would rise up to stop you in your tracks. Level 90 Young Min enters the instance. Young Min thought with a smirk, this isn't a place for low levels, but my current level is more than enough for this mission. He kicked off against the ice wall, revealing a long, wide path. The system announced, you have entered the Cave of Death. A strange sound caught Young Min's attention as several bizarre creatures began to rise. Main quest, stop the ancient bone soldiers from entering the human world. These guys were level 95 elite bone soldiers. Young Min quickly struck the first one, unleashing massive power. A huge explosion sent the group flying. A few of them tried to ambush him from behind. Sensing the movement, he quickly jumped to dodge the attack. The bone soldiers' joints creaked as they took damage. Yu Min mused, they're only slightly stronger than those bandits. Not too bad. But there was one thing he noticed as the bone soldiers kept charging frantically. These skeletons had absolutely no fear of death. Yu Min gripped his axe. He leaped up and sliced through them effortlessly, making the whole thing look easy. One strike and the bone soldiers shattered. The others met the same fate. Yu Min stood in the middle of the horde, taking them all down. He slammed his foot onto the ground, sending the surrounding monsters flying. He spun around in a flash. Clean, sharp cuts took down the mobs one after another. Yu Min was actually enjoying the battlefield. He exhaled sharply. Lucky for me, I don't even need to use Berserker on these guys. It was getting a bit annoying with how they kept swarming him. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A deep, hollow voice echoed through the air as a flash of fire sliced through, snapping the chains. The links shattered one by one until a massive monster emerged. The seal was gone. This was the level 100 Bone General, the dungeon boss. He let out a deafening roar. I will make you my first dried corpse to spread the glory of the Empire to the human world. Yu Min stomped the ground and leaped into the air, charging in without hesitation. It's time for you to get crushed. Leap attack. A crimson flame struck down toward the Bone General's head. He just gave a low chuckle. Arrogant worm. Yu Min saw the boss's reaction and thought with satisfaction. Perfect. I'm going to make sure he can't summon those Bag of Bones minions. He analyzed the situation carefully. The biggest issue with this dungeon boss was his rank as a general. That's why Young Min had a plan. If he gave the boss enough time and space, he'd summon a horde of bone soldiers, and his passive skill, Death Aura, would make them many times stronger. That's why he had to stop the summoning at all costs. But in reality, the boss's raw power was nothing to sneeze at. Even without his soldiers, he was no pushover. Normally, you'd need a three-man party with top-tier classes to beat him. Young Min watched closely. It's almost time. The Bone General activated his special move, Bone Crush. Young Min held up the ring. Now, a magic circle flared to life with a brilliant light. The Bone General sneered, "Puny human, did you really think you could stand against the 4 generals of the Empire?" But his expression quickly shifted. System warning, summon cancelled, target not found. The Bone General roared in fury. Where did he go? He raised his hand high. Don't make me laugh. He conjured a massive vortex. If you're still alive, you won't escape me. Death Aura, stealth disabled. Young Min's figure slowly appeared from beneath his cloak. The Bone General gasped. What? Young Min just smirked as a red flame hit the ground, and he immediately lunged at the general. Caught off guard, the Bone General let out an agonized scream. Young Min used the opening to close the distance. Nice. One more hit. A light flickered in the general's eyes. He twitched his fingers while Young Min continued his relentless assault. The Bone General unleashed his power, roaring, "No one can stop me," soul manifestation. The sheer force of the energy made Young Min hesitate. Damn, I guess I couldn't stop the second phase. Magic circles materialize in the sky under the summoning of the Skeleton General using his Necromancer class skill to raise the undead. From the magic circles, a figure charges out the Mounted Knight class skill. Finally, a perfect monster emerges, the Phantom Steed hybrid skill. Searing blue flames erupt from a massive power source, forcing Young Min to dodge the relentless onslaught. Sudden attacks strike from his blind spot as the Skeleton General's eyes glow with a deadly light. He leaps high, his body wreathed in brilliant blue fire. The skeleton general bellows an imperial command, kneel before the absolute power of the empire. Min pours every ounce of his strength into a leaping strike. Two massive forces collide head-on, triggering a violent shockwave that shakes the surroundings. The sheer weight of his opponent makes him grit his teeth in agony. Min is blown back, skidding across the ground and creating massive friction. He curses in frustration. He's just a skotan, so why does it feel like I got hit by a truck? Not that I've ever been hit by one before. He quickly pulls out a potion and downs it to boost his vitality. I might have the edge in raw power, but in a straight duel, I'll lose because he can accelerate. Min glares at the monster, weighing his options. What should I do? Should I use Berserker? He muses. No, I can't do that yet. Min calculates the risks. If he uses it, he could easily win, but the penalty would ruin his plans for rapid leveling. He narrows his eyes, focusing intently on every single movement the skeleton general makes. I can handle him if I can just neutralize his movement. The system announces a weapon swap tomahawk axe. Min's eyes glint dangerously. One wrong move and he'll crush me, but I have to try. He hurls both axes simultaneously. The skeleton general gives a mocking laugh. Useless. He casually raises a hand to block the strike. Did you really think such a cheap trick would stop an imperial general? But Min is already there, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Of course, I'm not that stupid. The skeleton general is caught completely off guard. What? Is he really taking this head-on? How reckless. A thunderous crash echoes through the chamber. Taking damage, the skeleton general roars in fury. You insignificant worm. He counterattacks immediately, but his vision is obscured. Min seizes the opening and lunges forward. The skeleton general snarls, "How dare you!" The ground shatters into fragments. Min looks up with a predatory gaze. The general releases a wave of oppressive power. Min just smirks. Yeah, I'm a worm, all right. A worm that's going to eat you alive. He closes the distance, driving his weapon deep into the skeleton general's body. The general howls in pain. Curse you. The empire shall rise again. Min mocks him. You and your pathetic empire. He lands another heavy strike. This one's for earlier. The general screams in agony. Min sees right through him. Your spirit form skill is still on cooldown, isn't it? He delivers the final blow to the pile of bones. Now stay dead. A massive explosion obliterates everything in sight. When the dust settles, only rubble remains. The skeleton general vanishes into thin air. Impossible. An imperial general like me. Defeated. The system notifies level up. A metallic block appears. The system identifies it. Skeleton general defeated. Essence of death has appeared. Min scoffs. So this is it. The reason they die to protect this cave. This hunk of metal. The essence of death. Under its influence, the skeleton soldiers begin to stir. The system warns, hurry, the essence of death is reanimating the corpses. They slowly crawl out of the ground after the brutal battle. If you don't pick it up quickly, the life force will continue to wake the dead. Leave it there, and an endless army of undead will keep coming. It's literally the personification of death. Despite the danger, Min's lips curl into a wide grin. He can't help but laugh, thinking this is his ticket to super speed leveling. The system issues a constant warning. Warning. If you do not retrieve it immediately, the undead will continue to awaken. Min snaps back. Are you crazy? Look at all those experience points. Level 25 Skotan soldiers begin to charge. But these guys can't stop him. He dives straight into the fray. A single light swing is all it takes to shatter them and claim their power. Min's eyes are filled with a frantic, wild energy. Alright, time to hit level 99. 4 days later, the skeleton hunt is still going strong. Min is lost in the pure adrenaline of the slaughter. He ruthlessly cuts down every last one of them. The skeleton army keeps charging mindlessly, and Min drops them one by one. Finally, the system chimes, level up. You have reached the maximum level, level 99. Min lets out a long sigh of relief. Woo, finally made it. He looks back at the past few days. Honestly, an endless wave of monsters like that was actually a bit of a struggle. But thanks to all the potions, recovery items, and the portable shelter he brought along, he was able to recover and keep fighting non-stop. Min gazes into the distance. Because of that setup, he hit level 99 in just 4 days. He bet that no one, not even himself in his past life, had ever leveled up this fast. He steps forward. Alright, enough of that. Min reaches out and grabs the essence of death. The system speaks dungeon scenario, death's cave cleared. An unbelievable achievement. You have conquered the undead and saved the world from chaos. Though your deeds are unknown for now, one day the world will recognize your sacrifice. You have earned the title, Subjugator of Death. You are the first to achieve this title. Effect: your attacks deal an additional 10% damage to the undead. Critical hit damage against the undead increased by 50%. Resistance to dark elements increased by 10%. Min smiles. This is incredible. He thinks to himself, this is even better than the passive abilities of a light priest. I can't wait to hunt more undead now. Suddenly, the system warns death is beginning to consume you. Be careful. If you don't act quickly, death will swallow you whole. Min replies boredly, yeah, I get it. No need to be so dramatic. He looks around the cleared cave. Everything's done here. Clutching his loot, he starts to leave. Mission accomplished, and I'm level 99. Finally, the time has come. He opens an ancient book and uses a rune. A massive surge of power envelops him. Time to send a little sweet gift to the Chain Guardian. Elsewhere, inside the main building, Matorian points in disbelief. That's Young Min. And is that the essence of death? I found it where Haken's diary said it would be. Matorian cuts him off. Wait. He begins a magical inspection. A warm, purifying light surrounds Young Min, cleansing him. Young Min asked again, is it finally over now? Matorian turned away, not yet. You must never underestimate the dark power held within that death crystal. He handed over a vial. Here, give the crystal to me and drink this. Matorian explained, it is a rare potion that will significantly boost your vitality. Young Min downed it in one gulp and couldn't help but think, ugh. This stuff tastes like garbage. Suddenly, the system alerted him. The vitality in your body is surging. The power of life is repelling the essence of death. He rubbed his chin while looking at the progress bar. All right, this should be enough to keep death at bay. Young Min recalled that the next rise of the undead forces was coming soon. Even now, he couldn't shake the memory of it. Matorian reached out his hand. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. We can finally move past this mess. He gave a confident smile. Not only that, because of your incredible achievements so far, I have decided to make you a member of our Overseer Council. Matorian offered a handshake. I'm really looking forward to working with you from now on. The two men shook hands firmly. Matorian smiled. Continue to protect this continent for the sake of peace and safety. Young Min smiled back. I look forward to it as well, sir. Internally, he was calculating. Of course, he'd join. He needed to keep this main quest line going. The council was comprised of many races from humans and elves to goblins and dwarves. The system chimed. Congratulations, for your extraordinary achievement, you have become a member of the Overseer Council, a network that maintains relations between all species. You have received the title of the Overseer. You are the first person to ever earn this title. Yu Min looked at the system window with satisfaction as it began to explain. First, Rare Overseer, you have become a member of the Council, a network formed by humans, dwarves, elves, and goblins. For the peace and safety of this continent, you will be respected equally by all races everywhere. You are the first to receive this title. Effects. You will be able to complete special Overseer missions. You will receive equal respect from all species regardless of location. Matorian handed over an item. Take this. It is the proof of your status. Yu Min realized it immediately. That's it. This is exactly what I need to finish the quest. In Matorian's hand was a ring. The system explained, the Overseer's ring. Rare grade. A ring that serves as proof of an Overseer's identity. It holds a special power that enhances the user's vitality. You can use vitality recovery once per day to restore 3,000 health points. Remaining uses 1, cooldown until next, use 0 hours. Young Min gripped the ring tight, thinking, perfect. This is an essential item for a Berserker. Since my maximum health is only 2,500 right now, this basically gives me an extra life. Matorian waved him off. Now you should head out. The world is waiting for you. He gave an encouraging smile. No matter what your goals or ambitions are, I will support you, brave human. Young Min turned to leave, looking back at Matorian and thinking, honestly, this guy worked me like a dog, and now he's trying to act all nice. Young Min walked away, lost in thought. But I guess I'll let it slide. I'm feeling pretty great anyway. He walked toward another large building. That was the place where players chose their class. It's time to upgrade to my 3rd class. The doors slowly creaked open, revealing a clerk sitting bored in the room. Young Min greeted him. I'm here for a class advancement. The clerk looked at him startled. Didn't you just finish your 2nd advancement recently? Don't tell me you're already prepared for a new class. Young Min stood confidently, pointing to the level 99 achievement above his head. Stop talking nonsense and just give me the 3rd class advancement. Hurry up. The clerk let out a boisterous laugh. For real, someone is actually ready for the 3rd advancement here. You might be the first person on the entire continent, he asked. Are you going to continue your path as a Berserker? Young Min didn't hesitate. Is that even a question? The clerk chuckled. Excellent. I'll tell you what you need to do. It's actually quite simple. Every player goes through the same thing, he explained. You need to defeat a level 100 target by yourself. It doesn't matter if it's a monster, a beast, or a guardian, just take down anyone at level 100. The system popped up. You have accepted the quest, a reckless challenge. Defeat a level 100 opponent solo. Young Min just gave a wicked smirk. If I could give you a hint, instead of just looking for one person, the clerk gasped. Wait. What? The system notification cut him off. Confirmed victory against the level 100 Moonlight Knight. Another notification flashed, confirmed victory against the level 100 Chief of the Bandit Mountains Jiroten. Finally confirmed victory against the level 100 Forgotten Bone Lord. The clerk clutched his head in total disbelief. No way. You actually defeated all 3 of them. Young Min clenched his fist. He felt a surge of passion burning inside him. The system congratulated him. Incredible achievement. You were the first person to achieve the 3rd class advancement, Berserker Lord. You have become the first Maniac Berserker after 3 advancements. You are the first to hold this title. He smiled to himself. I've really grown from being a total newbie. The system chimed in. You have successfully completed the advancement as a Berserker. The clerk stammered, How? Who are you? Youngmin reminded him, Don't be so shocked. There's going to be a lot more to be surprised about from now on. He held out his hand. Stop staring and give me my advancement reward. The clerk snapped out of it. Oh, right. He brought out 3 weapons. Your reward is one of these 3. Choose wisely. They are the Magic Maniac's Longsword, the Magic Maniac's Battle Axe, and the Magic Maniac's Great Sword. The clerk smiled. These are high-quality weapons. You won't find anything better at your current level. Youngmin picked one up to inspect it. The clerk nodded knowingly. I knew you'd pick the axe. Youngmin replied, It's what I'm most used to. The system window appeared Maniac's Battle Axe, Magic Grade. A battle axe forged specifically for Maniacs. It is a powerful and sturdy weapon, built to endure the brutal fighting style of a Maniac. Attack power 250. Durability 700 out of 700. Strength plus 30. Stamina plus 10. Youngmin gave the axe an experimental swing. It had been a while. It's not the top tier item in the game, but it's pretty good for now. He looked around. Now show me the skill books. The clerk cautioned him. You need to know which skills are available here first. There are 5 in total. He pointed to a blue badge. Divine Power Level 1. Consumes mana to empower your weapon. It costs 2 mana per second. Next is the yellow badge, Defense Level 1. It allows you to block an enemy's attack once. It can only be equipped to weapons, shields, and hands, boosting defense by 200%. It's for one-time use and lasts for 2 seconds. Next is the green insignia Level 1 Frenzy Strike. Unleash an explosive power to crush your enemies. Every 5 seconds, your movement speed increases by 200%. Then we have the blue insignia Level 1 Death Cyclone. You spin like a whirlwind swinging your weapon to slash and deal massive damage to all nearby foes. Finally, the bronze insignia Level 1 Body Fortification. This is a passive skill that permanently boosts your physical strength and defense. Your strength and defense both go up by 5%. Youngmin pointed and said, I'll take all of these plus a few other items. The clerk was stunned. Don't tell me you already know everything about skill combinations. To put it simply, skill combinations are a special type of power. This feature only unlocks after you reach your 3rd job advancement. Once you have the ability to fuse different skills together, you can create entirely new devastating techniques. They are incredibly powerful and essential, but you're limited to only 3 slots for these moves. The clerk gave a friendly warning. You might not realize this, kid, but you need to think long and hard about this. The skill books will vanish the moment you use them to attempt a combo. If you're careless during the fusion process, you'll end up with a useless skill and lose everything. Youngmin remained completely confident. I'll take Battle Roar, Frenzy, Death Cyclone, and Body Fortification. Also give me 2 blinks and 3 divine powers. The clerk's jaw dropped. All of them. Are you even listening to me? He looked worried. That will be 21 gold and 80 silver. I'd love to give you a discount, but unfortunately, we have to stick to the fixed prices. The clerk placed something on the counter. To make it worth your while, I'll give you this. It's a rare Frenzy Red Quartz, a special item specifically for the Berserker class. With this, you can trigger your Berserk state without any of the usual backlashes. It's a single-use item. Youngmin held it in his hand, feeling thrilled. I didn't expect to find this here, he thought. Normally, items like this only show up much later in the game. He smiled and replied, Thanks. I'll make sure to put this to good use. Youngmin tossed over a heavy pouch. All right, here you go. The clerk panicked again, thinking he just dropped that much cash in one go like it was pocket change. Who is this guy? He watched Youngmin's retreating back, realizing that the kid seemed to know everything there was to know about job advancements and skill fusions. Just who the hell is he? The clerk let out a dry laugh, guessing that he might have just finished a deal with a future legendary player. Inside the Grand Magic Association building, people were whispering. I knew my eye for talent wasn't wrong. You've got exactly what it takes to be an investigator. Starorian lifted his teacup. I'm genuinely impressed by your material crafting skills. Youngmin exhaled and turned away, thinking that being hit on by an old man didn't exactly make him feel any better. Starorian checked in. So where are you headed now? Youngmin gave a short answer. Crossroad, the 3rd city. Starorian began scribbling furiously on a piece of paper. I was worried that might be a bit much, but I suppose for someone like you, it shouldn't be a problem. He added a reminder. Oh, and I'm sure you already know, but you'll start running into different races once you reach Crossroad. Youngmin replied, I know. He remembered it well. Indeed, from the 1st city to the 2nd city, Chinsich, and then to the 3rd city, Crossroad, that was the place only those who reached level 100 could enter. It was a melting pot for humans and legendary beings like elves and dwarves. It was a hub for both NPCs and players alike. Starorian handed over some items. All right, take this to the Western Mine. Look for a guy named Kiram. He'll guide you there. Youngmin asked, what about the other letter? Starorian remembered. There's a guard commander there named Mankin. Please deliver it to him. Young Min's lip twitched. This old geezer is really milking me for all I'm worth until the very last second, he thought. Sterorian warned him. The road ahead might be full of obstacles. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Young Min just smiled and looked away. Old man, you know I'm a madman. You don't need to worry. But his face immediately turned dark after that. Young Min pointed his finger, furious. Are you kidding me? Why the hell am I traveling in this thing? The other guy acted like it was no big deal. We have to use it, kid. I'm Kiram of Glom. He patted the coal cart. This is the only way to get to Crossroad from Tan. Didn't Sterorian tell you anything? Young Min waved his hand dismissively. Now that I think about it, I'd probably be better off taking the long way around. Kiram smiled understandingly. Whatever you want, buddy. But his next words made Young Min freeze. But if you decide to take the detour, it'll take you several days to get there. Plus, there aren't many checkpoints or anything like that on the road. Young Min started tempted himself with the possibilities. The first one to discover the third city. The first pioneer title, first pick of the important quests, the first to grab the best housing, and that sweet title bonus. Finally, he gave in. Damn it, Young Min shuddered. Are you sure this thing is safe? Kiram gave a thumbs up. I told you it's perfectly safe. I've never had an accident in my life. He pulled the lever. Of course, this is the first time I've ever carried a passenger. Young Min's heart skipped a beat. Hey, what did you just say? Kiram ignored him. Then we're off. The cart suddenly blasted forward like a rocket, leaving Young Min screaming in terror. On the other side of the tunnel, Mankin was already waiting. Deep inside the cave, there was a stunningly beautiful elf. She suddenly sensed something. Young Min's appearance startled Mankin. Hey, stop right there. You can only enter if you have a permit. Young Min, looking half dead and clutching his head, replied, I'm extremely dizzy right now, so could you please stop screaming in my face? My head is spinning. Mankin drew her bow. If you don't identify yourself right now, I will shoot you. Young Min felt a massive headache coming on. That damn dwarf. I'm going to remember his face. Mankin released the string. I said, stop. The arrow tore through the cave air. She was completely stunned by what happened next. He dodged a point-blank shot. Before she knew it, Young Min had reappeared and swung his fist. Mankin ducked and covered her head. Young Min snapped at her. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You told me to show my ID, didn't you? He held up the ring on his hand. I'm Young Min, the investigator. This is the entrance to Crossroad, right? He muttered irritably to himself. If this isn't it, I'm going back to kill that dwarf. They finally stepped foot into Crossroad City. Young Min marveled, few as expected of the third city. It's freaking huge. He smiled as he took in his surroundings. Now the real journey begins. A system message popped up. Unbelievable achievement. You are the first to discover a new city. You have earned the title First Visitor of Crossroad. It was a rare insignia effect. You are the first visitor of Crossroad. Effect. All skill power is increased by 5% while within the Crossroad territory. Young Min let out a long sigh. If it wasn't for this damn first title reward, I wouldn't have even bothered. But since I got it, I guess it's fine. The people around him start whispering. I've never seen him around here before. Is he even human? Is a human really the first visitor to reach this place? He must have done some pretty horrific things to make it all the way here. System notification, nothing is impossible. Legendary status, your relationship effect with NPCs and neutral NPCs within the Alliance will now start at friendly. Your skill level proficiency will increase 30% faster. Young Min rolls his eyes in annoyance. I bet those guys will still be hostile toward me even if I'm being genuinely friendly. Those long-eared jerks are always so damn picky. He thinks back to his past life, but after all, this is way better than how things used to be. Back then, I was mocked and ignored constantly just because I was human. System notification. You are now logging out. Young Min sighs. Well, that's enough for today. He changes his clothes and steps out of the gaming capsule. I've reached my third-class advancement and secured the first title reward, so I must have a lot of catching up to do. Young Min sits down to scroll through his phone. I wonder if there's anything interesting. Suddenly, his eyes light up. Breaking news about a mysterious level 99 player. The appearance of a level 99 player in the Lost, an exclusive interview with a level 99 player. Young Min thinks back. If they're talking about an exclusive interview, there's no way they're talking about me. I thought I was way ahead of everyone else, but a level 99 has already shown up. He stops. Wait a minute. Young Min thinks back bitterly. Please tell me it's not that guy. A girl with a sweet voice introduces the show. Hello everyone, my name is Ruby, your host from Game Invent. As we announced earlier, today we are welcoming a very special guest. A blurry silhouette appears on the screen. He might be the very first person to reach level 99 in the Lost. His name is Ruby, pouts playfully. Do you want us to reveal his name and what he looks like? Too bad, we just can't do that. She regains her excitement. It's a real shame, but the condition for him to join us was that the show must keep his identity strictly confidential. Odin laughs and replies, I hope you all understand. I don't really have any desire to be famous. Ruby holds out the microphone. I heard that fewer than 100 people have even surpassed level 90. So how exactly did you manage to reach level 99 so quickly? Odin says nonchalantly, "It's nothing special really." He continues, "I just analyzed the system and figured out the most efficient way to hunt. I discovered the perfect hunting grounds for every single level." On the other side of the screen, Yumin listens intently. Ruby looks concerned. Now that he thinks about it, he's only just getting ready to head to the third city. Odin smiles. "That's right. I plan to head there as soon as I finish my third quest progression." Ruby smiles. "That's lucky. I'd love to see that too." Odin suddenly mentions, "I feel bad about not being able to go public with my identity. So I'll tell you this, once I settle into the third city, I plan to establish a guild." Ruby is surprised. "Oh, really? I heard you've always been strictly a solo player until now." Odin looks down. "Of course not. Just anyone can join. To become a member of the guild, you must have at least cleared the third quest progression." Ruby gives an awkward laugh. "Is that so? By the way, have you decided on a name for the guild yet?" Odin chuckles softly. "Ragnarok." On the other side of the screen, Yeomin's expression turns manic as soon as he hears that name. The name will be Ragnarok. His hands clench so tightly his veins pop, accompanied by a suppressed laugh. Yeomin growls with pure excitement. "I'm so glad I get to meet you, you bastard." On the training grounds, sharp axe strikes cut through the air with ease. Yeomin is immersed in his training and deep in thought. "To be honest, I was getting pretty worried." His eyes turn grim, fearing that after everything he'd done to change the course of things, the guy wouldn't show up. That image of Odin from that day. However, in the end, he revealed himself even faster than in the past life. Anger surges within Yeomin. "So that's it then." He swings his axe rapidly, reflecting the strange phenomenon of his regression. A powerful vortex surrounds Yeomin. During the death whirlwind, he gasps for air, his mind filled with Odin and Thoth. Yeomin thinks back. "Honestly, I want to find him and kill him right this second." Odin's face is crudely sketched onto a piece of paper. He aims at a straw dummy, but right now the guy is on a different continent. And more importantly, I'm still way ahead of him, and he hasn't even formed his guild yet. What's the point of killing him now? A symbol of divine power, a miraculous glow of strength. Yeomin tells himself. It's only worth it once he's gathered his allies and is close to reaching his own limit. He swings his axe high. Just when you think you've reached the peak, the axe bow dock cleaves the straw dummy in half. A satisfied look appears on Yeomin's face. "I will destroy you." He chuckles darkly. "That's just my style. You better get stronger and fast, Odin." Yeomin waves his hand and walks away. "That's enough of a warm-up. I guess it's time to start combining my skills." He touches the skill combination progress board. The screen displays, "Please select the skill books or action replays you wish to use for the combination." Yeomin touches two pieces. First, these two. Divine Power and Battle Cry can be combined. A notification pops up. "Please confirm this effective combination and press agree. If you want to try a different experiment, please change the action replay options." Yeomin smiles. "Perfect. Exactly what I expected." "Confirm." The system asks him to name the combined skill. He answers Insane Scream. In reality, the name of a combined skill is very important. Sometimes the name even determines the skill's effectiveness. In the gaming world, when combining two skills, the effects vary depending on the chosen name. For example, things like weight or speed. A new badge is formed. Combined Insane Scream emits a maddening cry that strikes fear into opponents. Your voice will be amplified by magic that can directly influence the opponent's psyche. If the opponent is weaker than the user, all their abilities will be weakened. If the opponent is significantly weaker than the user, they may be stunned for a short period. If the opponent is stronger than the user, the skill still takes partial effect. This also affects whether the user is weakened or empowered. If the user is in a berserk state, the effect of Insane Scream is increased by 1.5 times. Yeomin thinks it's not that different from Battle Cry, but it's definitely more useful, especially when I'm in a berserk state. He startles. "Wait, what's this? There are 3 empty slots on the screen. I still have 4 slots left for combined skills. What's going on? I thought 3 was the limit." The system explains. "The player is the first to achieve the 3rd class advancement. Unique. You are the first person to achieve this feat. Effect. You are granted extra slots for combined skills." Yeomin smiles with delight. "So that's how it is? Huh, I didn't expect that." He thinks happily to himself, having an extra slot for combined skills is a huge advantage. No matter what anyone says, the best way to get stronger in the Lost is by achieving these milestones. Yeomin made up his mind. Good, let's keep this momentum going. Ahead of him stood a grand impressive building. This was the Crossroad Dwarf Miners Guild with their proud banner fluttering in the wind. The guild master looked at him completely baffled. "You want to handle this solo? Are you just talking big kid?" Yeomin put on his best polite smile. "Of course not, sir. Just leave it to me." Inside, he was fuming. This old bastard just blew smoke right in my face. The guild master sized Yeomin up from head to toe before dismissively turning away. "Well, you don't look all that reliable to me, but I guess it won't hurt to let you try once." Yeomin gritted his teeth in silence. These damn dwarves. It's not like they can do it themselves anyway. If you're going to give me a quest, at least show some damn respect. He stormed out of the guild, his mind already racing with calculations. The first order of business at Crossroad was earning the respect of the other races. Only then would he be able to unlock the main quests from their alliance, the Golden Lion territory. Young-min recalled why he chose to start with the dwarves. He wanted to avoid the condescending glares of those damn elves, but it turned out these guys were just as bad. He cursed under his breath, damned racists. To earn the respect of the dwarves, he had to enter a special mining zone and extract a rare mineral that only appeared deep inside the Oranamon mine. Currently, the mine was overrun by kobolds, bringing all operations to a halt. They needed help to meet their monthly production quota. Completion objective: collect 50 green minerals. Reward: the respect of the dwarves. Bonus rewards will be granted based on the quality of the work. Most people would think the only way to do this was to roll up their sleeves and start digging. Since the quest was about collecting, that's how most players would approach it. Hire some miners as subordinates, learn the mining skill. That should make it easy, right? But Young-min knew better. That was nothing but a trap. If you actually learned to mine, you'd end up digging up all sorts of junk, not just the green minerals. It was a massive waste of time, a trap designed for players looking for the easy way out. He arrived at the mine entrance. Yep, just as I thought. There were shiny ore veins right at the mouth of the cave, and a group of kobolds were working their asses off to harvest them. One kobold stood to the side, barking orders. Move it. We need to dig up as much as we can before that muscle brain manager gets here. Suddenly, a shadow blurred past. The kobold looked up, irritated, only to see Young-min leaping through the air with his axe held high. He flashed a predatory grin. Why the hell would I bother digging when I can just steal it? The kobolds were caught completely off guard. Young-min slammed his axe into the ground and let out a manic laugh. What's with those faces? Don't worry, I'm sending you all to join your ancestors right now. They swarmed him instantly, shrieking about an intruder. Young-min immediately channeled his divine power, followed by a high-speed blink. He swung his axe in a wide arc, a whirlwind of death. One monster hurled a pickaxe at him. Young-min snapped, activating his shield. The pickaxe clattered away harmlessly, his defense holding firm. Young-min lunged forward, grabbed the monster by its head, and slammed it into the dirt. His axe followed up with a sweeping strike that left no survivors. The remaining kobolds were sent flying. Young-min laughed like a madman. The critical hits were even better than he'd expected. He thought back to his past life before the regression. The first time he came here, he couldn't even take down a single one of these things. But now he could take them all on by himself. He picked up a crystal shard and smirked. I knew this was the right way. But he wasn't satisfied yet. I can't just stop at 50 minerals. He turned to head deeper in. If he just brought back 50 minerals like the quest asked, he'd finish it quickly, sure. But then he'd just have to take a separate quest called the Fall of the Kobold Cave. He looked at the monsters. In the end, what those dwarves really wanted was to take their mind back from these pests. Young-min tightened his grip on his axe. If he just slaughtered them all now, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Talk about a time saver. Akimothy's ear twitched. He spun around, growling. Did you hear something? A nearby kobold bowed its head. I don't think so, sir. The Kimathi grunted and turned back. Forget it then. Just dig faster. This was the level 115 mine overseer Kimathi. Young-min approached cautiously, activating his stealth skill. He surveyed the area, his eyes locking onto the Kimathi. Right. If I remember correctly, that guy's the leader. He looks like a mangy dog, but he's actually a level 115 boss. Young-min knew that even with Berserker active, taking them all on at once would be suicide. What should I do? Suddenly, a plan formed. He gave a nearby mining cart a shove, and it began to roll slowly. A kobold looked up just as the cart derailed and went careening down the path. Kimathi jumped, pointing a frantic finger. Catch it. If that gets out, we're in deep trouble. The whole squad went chasing after the runaway cart, leaving Kimathi standing there scratching his head. What the hell? Did I forget to lock the wheels? He snapped his fingers, a small flame igniting his cigarette. Kimathi exhaled a cloud of smoke. Those damn dwarves are a real pain in the ass. You never know when they're going to come storming in here. But as he turned his head, his face twisted into a snarl. Come out, human. I don't care how well you hide, you can't mask that disgusting stench of yours. Young-min stepped out of the shadows, deactivating his cloak. Impressive. Exactly what I'd expect from a dog, he smirked. Your nose is sharp. Then again, you are a mutt, aren't you? Kimathi lunged forward in a rage. Filthy human intruder. He bared his razor-sharp claws. I'll rip your throat out before those muscle-brained dwarves even get close. Kimathi leapt into the air, unleashing a combo skill, Frenzied Strike. Young-min just sneered. Starting off with a combo, are we? He braced himself. In that case, it's only fair I return the favor. He stacked his skills. Divine Power Body Reinforcement, Berserk Strike, Blink, and Frenzy. His bronze badge flashed as he triggered his own combo. Young-min launched himself upward, unleashing his ultimate move, Destruction Charge. It was a devastating combo strike, a shockwave of power that obliterated everything in its path. His movement speed, defense, and strength surged by 200% for a limited time. His power would keep scaling up unless he deactivated the skill or the enemy managed to break it. Any damage he took was redirected back at his enemy's defenses. Kimathi screamed in agony as the blow landed. Even as the monster's claws tore into him, Young Min didn't flinch, he just kept pushing forward. The two of them clashed head-on. Young Min was thrown back, shattering the stone wall behind him, but Kimathi took a brutal punch to the gut that sent him tumbling across the cavern. The monster let out a pathetic howl, blood spraying from its mouth. Young Min stood over him, his axe ready, wearing a terrifying crazed grin. "Aw, poor little puppy. This is where it ends." Kimathi let out a desperate roar. Wait, but it was too late. Young Min's axe came crashing down with lethal force. System notification. You have defeated Mine Overseer Kimathi. Level up. Deep inside the mine behind a set of heavy iron bars, a dwarf slammed his fist against the cage. "You damn kobold bastards." He let out a furious roar. "Hey you piece of trash mongrels. How much longer do you plan on keeping us locked up in here? Those heartless bastards." The others are actually supporting them. If they're going to kill us, dwarves, the least they could do is give us some food and some booze while they're at it. Suddenly, a sound draws closer and closer. What was that noise? A kobold lunges forward and bites the iron bars, sending the dwarves into a panic. What on earth is that? It suddenly goes limp and drops to the floor. Young Min walks up calmly. "I knew you guys would be here." He places his hand on the bars. "Hey old man, step back a bit." The dwarf is caught off guard. "Who the hell are you?" His eyes go wide at what happens next. The iron bars are ripped apart, creating a path. The dwarves are both terrified and impressed. What kind of strength is this? Is he actually human? Is he a mercenary or maybe an adventurer? Young Min introduces himself. "My name is Young Min. I'm here with an offer from your guild." The dwarf just waves him off. "We're grateful you saved us, kid, but it's not that simple." He warns him that the place has been completely taken over by kobolds, all led by the Overseer Kimathi. "Thanks to the mess you just made, you're going to be their target now." The dwarf suggests he leaves while he still can and calls for reinforcements from the guild. Young Min just chuckles. "And here I thought you were worried about something serious." He lowers his head. "Stop worrying about nothing and just walk out." He points toward the exit of the mine. Young Min mentions his handiwork. "I doubt there's a single kobold left alive." The dwarves from the guild are stunned. "You're incredible. Just amazing." The guild master points at him, clearly impressed. "You actually pulled it off. It's my mistake for not recognizing such talent sooner." Young Min nods to himself. "Do you get it now? Then start treating me like the talent I am." The guild master gives a generous smile. "Let's get along. I have a feeling our paths will cross quite often in the future." Right then, the system announces an incredible achievement. You have earned the trust of the dwarf race. You have obtained the title Friend of the Dwarves. You are the first to obtain this title. Unique title Friend of the Dwarves. You are the first human to ever be trusted by the dwarves. Effect. You can now request production repairs and enhancements from the dwarves. When commissioning a dwarf blacksmith, you receive a 5% discount. Young Min is shocked. "Wait, what? I can already do enhancements?" In the world of the Lord, there are typically only two ways to enhance your gear. The first way is using enhancement scrolls. The second is hiring an NPC or a blacksmith to do it for you. In reality, most other methods are useless. However, enhancement scrolls are only given as quest rewards starting from the third city, making them extremely rare. In other words, there aren't any scrolls on the market right now, but that's not the end of it. Even the second method isn't as simple as it sounds. Why players usually struggle to get an NPC to agree to it. Your affinity with that NPC has to be at a certain level. Plus, the success rate and price vary a lot. A player could choose blacksmithing as a second class, but since it's so hard to master, it's considered one of the top 3 most difficult skills. On the flip side, if you're willing to wait, high-level item production and enhancements will eventually become available. But that's a long way off. Which means right now, the only person in the entire game who can enhance items is Young Min. He lets out a soft laugh. This means money. Lots and lots of money. His smile starts looking a bit sinister. I mean, we're talking serious cash. A few days later, at the Dwarf Forge in Crossroads, the blacksmith looks up. "A human. You must be the one the guild master told me about." Young Min stands before him. "I'd like to commission some items." The blacksmith smiles. "Of course I can do that for you. What's your pick? An axe?" Young Min shakes his head. "The axe can wait. Please make me a longsword first." The blacksmith gestures dismissively. "A longsword, that's easy enough." Young Min had a simple reason for choosing the longsword first. They don't have any standout traits or obvious weaknesses. They're widely used by most players, which means they'll sell for a good price. He asks curiously, "How much will it cost?" The blacksmith is surprisingly polite. "Just 90 silver for each weapon." Young Min replies respectfully, "Then please make 50 of them for me." "How long will it take?" The blacksmith laughs and points. 50 of them. That's quite a lot, but it'll only take me about a day. Just leave the materials over there." Young Min piles the materials to the side. He thinks to himself that the only skill player blacksmiths can really use is self-repair. That's why materials are dirt cheap, so he was able to buy them for next to nothing. He suddenly remembers something. "Oh, I almost forgot. Can you engrave them? I'll pay extra." The blacksmith shrugs. "That's easy. Once the work is done, Youngmin picks one up to inspect it. Not bad at all. No wonder dwarven gear is considered the best. The system describes it magic grade longsword of the abyss. He clears his throat. You have received the abyss longsword. He looks at the engraving with satisfaction. The mark stands for Thon. It's going to be his brand name from now on. Youngmin smirks. Building a brand by selling items made by an NPC. Is this what it feels like to be a con artist? He points at the swords. I want to enhance these too. For now, can you give them a +3 enhancement? The blacksmith doesn't quite get it, but he agrees anyway. I see. He starts working, and another sword is finished. You have received a +3 magic grade longsword of the abyss. Attack power 190 + 35. Required level 90 or higher. Durability 600 out of 600. Youngmin smiles. At a +3 enhancement, the success rate is still pretty high, and it doesn't require any rare materials. This is the perfect item to sell. He heads to the Crossroads World Market. This is the main trading hub in the city. Let's see how much I can get for this. He opens his inventory. The world market is accessible starting from the 3rd city. Unlike markets in other cities where you can only trade locally, here, you can buy and sell globally in real time. He does the math. Let's see. This cost me about 3 gold to make. Youngmin checks the interface. Then I'll start. The bidding at 6 gold and set the buy it now price at 10 gold. He hits send. The system notifies him immediately. Your item has been sold. Youngmin shudders. What? It's only been 5 seconds. He gives a wry laugh. This is insane. That's worth about 2 million won in real life, and it's still sold that fast. He thinks it over. Wait, actually, it's not that crazy. Only about 1 to 2% of the total player base is over level 90. He thinks of Odin. When there are too many people at the same level, finding good gear is a nightmare. And Odin's interview from yesterday only made the market even more cutthroat. Youngmin laughed like a madman. I never thought I'd be so grateful for this, but I definitely can't let an opportunity like this slip away. He happily walked through the market, eager to see how much he could jack up the prices. To start with 20 gold. Wait, is Youngmin really raising the price again already? Then 30 gold it is. Even so, people are lining up to buy them. 35. 30 minutes later, he was completely exhausted. This is the power of the system display. Every single item had been sold. You've received 458 gold, 98 silver, and 32 copper transaction fees not included. Youngmin was shell-shocked. Did I really just make nearly 100 million won in 30 minutes? This is insane. He frantically scrolled through his screen. Doing quests and leveling up is important, sure. But right now, Youngmin's eyes were glowing with the sight of dollar signs. Let's do this. I need to buy up every single crafting material I can find. I have to exploit this opportunity for everything it's worth. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Falcon, the developers of Lord Falcon located in a massive skyscraper. The deployment system, a complex microcircuit, began to glow. An anomaly was detected, a monopoly on item enhancements confirmed. Player named Youngmin. 2 days later, in another city where a golden castle stood, Youngmin frowned. What is this? A system notification. A regional announcement. Item enhancement rates have been adjusted. The number of enhancements is now limited to 100 uses. Players, please use them wisely. He gritted his teeth. Is this their way of telling me to dial it back a bit? Well, there's no helping it. Youngmin muttered to himself. I didn't think this trick would last forever anyway. I should be satisfied with what I've raked in over the last 2 days. Besides, it's a relief that other players didn't see this notification. This is basically a warning message my sister sent just for me. He sat down and crunched the numbers. He had already enhanced all his current gear to +5 and made a massive fortune to boot. His loadout included solid lizardman hide +5 defense 85 +20, reinforced chestplate +5 defense 110 +45, bracers +5 defense 40 +10, belt of wisdom +5 defense 40 +15, wild forest lizardman trousers +5 defense 80 +32, explorer's iron boots +5 defense 70 +26. Youngmin picked up his axe, the real prize of his efforts. The axe emitted an enchanting purple glow. The Slayer's axe +5 rare grade. This axe was forged from the bloodlust of a cold-blooded killer. You have dealt countless cruel deaths to your enemies. Due to the murderer's frenzy, this axe grants special power. Attack 320. Durability 1000 out of 1000. Thanks to the desperate struggle effect, the lower your health, the higher your attack power. His face was filled with pure satisfaction. He was beyond thrilled. Youngmin started jumping around, eager to test it out. I can't wait to see what this baby can do. Time to start the next quest immediately. Elsewhere in Crossroads at the High Elf Guild, the guild leader Taro turned her head away arrogantly. So, you are a human? She asked curiously. What brings you here? Youngmin replied calmly. I thought I could be of some help, so I came. I heard you've been troubled lately, and I'm here to listen. Taro cut him off sharply. Who told you that I don't know where you heard such nonsense, but that's enough. It's not so urgent that I need to borrow the strength of a weak human. Youngmin couldn't take it anymore. What weak? How can you be so rude to someone who came here to help you? He swung his axe up. Just because I'm being nice doesn't mean you can look down on me. Taro was stunned. What do you think you're doing? Young Min repeated the motion, smashing the table to pieces. Taro panicked. How dare you? Young Min threatened her, wanting to show her who the weak one really was. But of course, that was all just in his head as he suppressed his anger. On the outside, Taro still refused him. Didn't you hear me? Go back, human. Young Min told himself to stay patient for the sake of the main quest. He held out his hand. Now, don't be like that. The ring on Young Min's hand caught the light. I'm an investigator and I've been recognized by the Blacksmiths Guild. I'm not as weak as you think, so just leave it to me. Taro closed her eyes. It seems there's a misunderstanding. We do not acknowledge those savages, nor do we wish to associate with them, she emphasized. But if you truly are an investigator, I cannot deny your credentials. I will trust you just this once. Young Min trembled with suppressed rage. A wise decision. The system updated ensured the safety of the gathering party. It had been several days since contact was lost with the young high elves who went to collect items in the Tekalona forest. Find them, confirm their safety, and bring them back to Crossroads unharmed. Taro spoke up looking worried. Something must have happened to the artifact collection team. You must bring them back safely. She handed him an item. Young elves are very wary of strangers. If you find them, show them this. The system notification popped up. Receive proof of the Elf Guild. Completion conditions confirm. The survival of the gathering party members. Protect the party. Failure condition, death of the party members. Reward Elf Tribe certification. Additional rewards based on completion rate. Young Min lowered his head thinking, as expected, this quest has bonus rewards too. He smirked inwardly, full of schemes. Of course I know what this quest is about. Standing nearby, Taro watched him anxiously. There's something very strange about this human. Can I really trust him? Young Min began his journey. The primary goal of this quest was to fulfill the original purpose of the collection team when they entered the Tekalona forest. A creature approached. You have obtained a black steed. Base riding speed increased by 150%. You have received a summoning whistle. Use the whistle to summon the black steed from any location. Young Min calculated that starting from the third city, the travel distance for quests would get much longer. If I had to walk like before, I'd die. He hopped on the black steed and dashed into the forest. I spent 100 gold on this thing, so I'd better get my money's worth. Faster, suddenly, a strange creature appeared. Polluted forest tree, spirit level 115. Young Min charged at it instantly. I didn't expect a tree monster to show up right when I wanted to test out my axe's performance. The polluted spirit lunged at him. Young Min tracked its movement with a sharp eye. With one clean swing of his axe, the tree trunk was split down the middle. Young Min remarked, "It's so pitiful, it almost makes me want to cry." System notification, critical hit, you have leveled up. He analyzed the fight. It's stronger than the kobolds in the dungeon, but it has no skills, just basic attacks. Young Min looked at his top-tier weapon. This investment was definitely worth it. He walked lightly thinking, they must be around here somewhere. He scanned the area. This was the place where the missing gathering party had last been seen. Young Min's eyes caught something. The system also recognized it, discovered a shoe belonging to the gathering party. He shouted, found it. According to the lore, the party encountered a monster and one member dropped their shoe while fleeing. Now he just had to follow the tracks to find them. Of course, it wasn't as easy as it sounds. Young Min thought to himself that because elves are naturally light, it's extremely difficult to find their tracks, even when you're looking for them on purpose. To find them, you need intense focus and incredibly sharp eyes. You can't afford to miss a single detail. A slight rustle in the bushes where someone passed a tiny broken twig. He looked around the strange forest. Young Min whispered, they're definitely close by. Suddenly, something flew toward him from behind without warning. Did I take a wrong turn? Surprise attacks came flying straight for Young Min's back. The sound of movement echoed through the forest. He snatched an arrow out of midair. Young Min turned his head and smirked as he snapped the arrow in half. Just as he thought, he spotted the group of elves. He found the right place. A girl jumped out and screamed, "Who are you? Why are you tracking us?" Young Min explained calmly, "I'm Young Min, an adventurer. Lord Taro lost contact with you all and was worried, so he sent me here to find you." She looked shocked. Lord Taro. The girl remained wary, but Lord Taro would never send a human. Young Min cut her off. Look, that's enough with the suspicion. He held up an item. If you see this and still don't believe me, then fine. Stay here and rot. The girl gasped. That belongs to our guild. Young Min let out a sigh of relief. Believe me now, he thought to himself. If they didn't buy it, I don't know what I would have done. As Young Min led them through the brush, the girl said nervously, but it won't be easy to get out of here. Terrifying monsters like we've never seen before are taking over the entire forest. He asked her, are you talking about those corrupted forest spirits? The girl asked in return, how? Have you already run into them? Young Min replied nonchalantly, I took down a few on my way into the forest. The girl snapped back thinking he was lying. Liar. Even all of us together aren't a match for even one of those monsters. Suddenly, a horrific sound rang out, making the girl freeze in fear. A corrupted spirit appeared once again, lunging to attack everyone. The elves scrambled to help each other. What do we do? We're dead for sure this time, young Min just smiled. Right at that moment, he stepped forward. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. Young Min hoisted his axe onto his shoulder. From now on, I'm going to show you a killer woodcutting performance. The corrupted spirit swung its arm to attack, but young Min quickly lunged forward to take the initiative. His eyes were filled with a battle madness. His powerful slashes tore straight through the corrupted spirit. It let out a pained shriek. Young Min just laughed loudly. He leaped toward it, shouting, "All right, come on. Is that all you've got?" Young Min jumped again, delivering a flurry of slashes. The elves below could only stare up in awe. The girl's lips trembled. It's impossible. She watched his sheer power, wondering how can a human possess such strength. The attacks grew more violent, and the rapid slashes quickly brought the corrupted spirit down. It was blown back and collapsed. Young Min delivered the finishing blow with 2 final cuts. The corrupted spirit was left gasping its last breath. He nodded to himself. This should be enough proof, right? Young Min retracted his axe blade and licked his lips. That's why you shouldn't be afraid of mere fuel like this. The girl was speechless. Finally, she fell to her knees on the ground, and the other elves followed suit. Young Min asked grimly, "What are you all doing?" The girl cried out, "I know this is shameless, but because of you. We realize we can't just go back like this." She explained that not long ago, for some unknown reason, this forest became corrupted. Before the forest is completely gone, we absolutely must complete our mission. Tears streamed down the girl's face. To us, this is more important than our lives. Before we head back, can you please help us? The system confirmed the determination of the young elves to gather resources in the Tekalona forest. Before returning to Crossroads, the young elves have asked you to take them to their destination. Completion condition: reach the central area of the Tekalona forest. Failure condition: abandoning the journey to the center or if the young elves die. Completion reward: a bonus reward on top of the gathering team's safety mission reward. Young Min smirked. "Just as I thought," he replied. "All right, I'll do it." Young Min made one demand. "In exchange, from now on, you must follow my orders exactly. If you don't, I'll force you all out of here." The girl nodded immediately. "We will do exactly as you say." He stepped forward, thinking to himself, typical elves. Mention anything related to that, and they become obedient instantly. Young Min led the way. It made sense. That was worth it to them since it was a crucial element linked to the main quest. Deeper in the forest, there were other types of corrupted spirits. Young Min warned them to move silently past them. He tilted his head, thinking, fighting every time we run into them just slows down the mission. My goal is to reach the destination as fast as possible. Together, they pushed further in. Of course, if any of them get too annoying, I'll just finish them off. Suddenly, the girl noticed something. "Ah," she called out. Young Min, wait, the girl leaned down. "I found it. This is what we came here to collect." It was a budding sprout, a sprout of the world tree. Young Min looked confused. "This is it," the girl replied. "This is a world tree sprout. To be precise, it's a seedling with the potential to become a world tree. In this world, world trees exist. They are the symbol of the elves. To them, these are more sacred than anything else. To revive them, the elves ventured deeper into the forest. Their goal was to restore the elven kingdom. Tears fell from the girl's eyes. Of course, we aren't strong enough yet, but even if it's just one tree that could grow into a world tree, we have to start collecting them. Please, protect us." Young Min bowed his head in thought. Based on his memories of attack patterns, he reached out with a bottle of water. "Wait, stop." Young Min pushed the girl aside. "Get back for a second." She was startled. "Wait, what are you doing?" He poured a blue liquid directly onto the sprout, making the girl furious. "What do you think you're doing?" The group began to rage. "I knew it. You can never trust humans," someone screamed. "Wait," her eyes began to waver. The system sensed the world tree sprout was maturing rapidly because it absorbed life force. In just a short time, the tree had grown significantly. The chances of it maturing into a full world tree increased. They were stunned. The world tree, it grew. The elves all cheered. "Impossible. How did this happen?" Young Min just gave them a bored look. He thought these people were so obsessed with worshipping the world tree that they never even considered trying something like this. He pulled out a mid-grade life potion. "If it's in a place full of life energy, a world tree can grow. Since we're already here, we might as well let it grow as much as possible since this area isn't corrupted yet." The girl thought in surprise. This is top secret information among elves. How does he know? But she just replied, "I understand." Another dose of red liquid was poured onto the tree of life. Young Min warned, "Slow down, don't let it overflow." He watched it and mused, the speed is slower than I expected. This is getting expensive." Young Min's eyes lit up. "Wait a minute. Do I really have to use potions for this? Since it's life force I've got a different kind of water. Use this." The system explains that this is water from a dream lake containing pure energy. Just one drink and your mana is fully restored. The girl looks at it curiously, but Young Min just brushes her off. "Just use it to water the tree. It should be effective." As the shimmering water is poured onto the tree of life, a second leaf begins to sprout. The elves are left speechless. No way, Young Min thinks to himself. It looks like this dream water is even more powerful than I thought. Good thing I kept a bottle on me just in case. A look of ambition crosses his face. At this rate, I'll definitely snag the rest of the rewards. I wonder what the reward is. But then the girl's face turns pale again. This is bad. Something terrible is happening. Young Min is confused. What now? Isn't it a good thing the world tree is growing? The girl hesitates. Well, yes, of course we're happy about that, but... She tilts her head. Like you said, the tree of life needs life force to grow. But if it grows this fast... Right then the ground begins to shake violently. This means the life force of the entire forest is being sucked dry. Everyone screams as a monster rises. Level 139, the corrupted guardian of the forest. A literal forest boss. It roars in fury. Intruders, who are you to dare steal the life force of this forest? Young Min sighs to himself. Of course, nothing is ever that easy, is it? He smiles and summons the sealed Lion King's helmet, awakening a portion of the sealed item's power. Alright then, if that's how it's gonna be, I guess it's time to do some heavy lifting. Suddenly, the item transforms. It reveals its true form, a lion head helmet. The sealed blue helmet of the Lion King. This is part of the set used by the great Lion King Gao Kan when he was alive. The power release depends on the user's level. Defense 750. Durability 4000 out of 4000. Strength plus 70, stamina plus 50. Agility plus 50. When used with Lion's Roar, the effect and range increase by 50%. Young Min smirks. Oh, now this is a surprise. He picks it up, examining the partially unsealed piece. I didn't expect this. Unsealing based on level. Well, that works for me. The golden helmet shines in Young Min's hand. The Lion King's helmet is without a doubt a top-tier item. Right now, it's the strongest defensive gear he owns. According to legend, having the full set will break all the seals. At that point, the stats will reach their absolute peak. I have to collect the whole set. The girl standing next to him is trembling with fear. Young Min, what are we going to do? Young Min replies calmly, don't panic. Just focus on moving the sapling safely. He looks up at the approaching guardian, that massive brute. Young Min charges forward, fully geared up. He grips his +5 Madman's battle axe and the orc warrior's axe. Just leave this to me. The girl screams, no, you can't. She explains that's the high guardian of the Tekalona forest. It's like the supreme deity of these woods. And now it's even more dangerous because of that mysterious corruption. Her warnings ring in his ears. It's not something a single person can stand against. We have to run now. Young Min cuts her off. And who decided that? He glares at the beast. Not something a single person can handle. People love setting limits for themselves and calling it the standard. And it seems elves are no different. Young Min lunges forward. Watch closely. He goes head-to-head with the guardian. Today, I'm breaking those limits you all believe in. It all happens so fast. The corrupted forest guardian. As the name suggests, it was once the protector, but the corruption turned it into a monster. Normally, he'd face this guy later in a different main quest involving the world tree. It wasn't supposed to happen in this area. But the guardian is a powerhouse. Even at level 130, it's way stronger than any typical boss of that level. Even groups of players over level 100 would struggle to take it down. The monster's eyes are sharp and filled with bloodlust. Honestly, Young Min doesn't even need to kill it right now. Technically, while he distracts the guardian, the gathering team should grab the sapling and make a run for it to finish the quest. But something feels off. Young Min just smiles. His instincts are screaming at him as he charges in. Just running won't be enough. The guardian is also on guard. Intruder. It activates its elimination system. A massive wave of power crashes down as the guardian's giant hand smashes everything in its path. Young Min curses, "You big idiot, aside from flailing those arms around, what else can you even do?" The monster glares at him. Wait, is something waking up beneath the forest? The monster lunges, truly awakening now. Young Min quickly retreats. Damn it, so that's how it is? A terrifying surge of power tries to pin him down. Violent explosions erupt everywhere as they clash. Rocks shatter and a blinding light pours down. The girl flies in to support him with a magic shield. Young Min takes the chance to strike, harassing the beast as he tries to get close to its main body. A bolt of red lightning strikes down. Don't be in such a hurry. Massive power surges from the Demon King's Calamity Axe. The lightning slices through everything. Because right now, I'm going to chop you into pieces. The Guardian takes a heavy hit. Its arm falls off and it howls in agony. The Guardian flails, wildly grabbing at anything it can. Another flash of red lightning strikes as the axe blade cuts through the darkness. Young Min moves like a blur, closing the distance. Now that he's close enough, all that's left is to tear it down. Young Min smiles. Not as tough as I thought, The Guardian continues to struggle in desperation. Young Min calculates his next move. Alright, once I take out its limbs and disable it. The Guardian sends roots snaking toward him. He quickly jumps back. What, the tentacles? No, those are roots. A bright light surrounds the Guardian's body. It's trying to regenerate its power. Young Min clicks his tongue in annoyance. He looks at the monster and thinks, that regeneration is insane. Is this what a forest boss is capable of? The harder it gets, the more it pushes you Min. No matter how fast it heals, there has to be a limit. Suddenly, someone screams, you have to destroy its magic core. The girl shouts at the top of her lungs, you're planning to keep cutting it until it can't grow back, aren't you? Young Min scratches his head. How did you know? She snaps back. It's obvious just by watching you, she explains. You can't do it that way. The forest spirit is a being linked to all life in this forest. As long as it keeps draining the forest's life force, it will regenerate forever and just keep getting stronger. If this continues, every tree in this forest will die, Young Min frowned. Got it. Stop nagging already, that's enough. He then asked, so where's its magic core? She replied, right in the center of its body. But how? The thing is massive. What kind of new axe did Young Min even summon? There was nothing special about it at all. As he stepped forward with the axe in hand, roots suddenly lunged and coiled around him. The situation turned dire, leaving him no time to react. That powerful blow reduced everything to rubble. From behind the shattered rocks, amid the thick clouds of dust, a new surge of power erupted from the debris. Young Min had awakened a terrifying strength. Basically, he just needed to slice the whole thing open. Entering a lightning fire frenzy, red bolts rained down from the sky, bringing total devastation as the flames roared. Young Min laughed like a maniac. Well, looks like I'm going all out this time. Fully geared up, Young Min charged onto the battlefield. All right, let's do this. Everything I've got, he shouted. The Guardian forced itself up, acting on pure instinct to eliminate the intruder. Young Min leaped into the air, activating a combo skill. Red lightning struck down, pulverizing everything in its path as his emblem began to glow. With destructive force, red sparks tore through the forest and shot toward the sky, slamming directly into the core in the center of the Guardian. The giant collapsed, instantly howling in pain. Cloaked in an immense aura of power, Young Min continued his assault on its vital points. But the Guardian wasn't backing down. Young Min thought to himself, I need to be sure. He jumped high above the Guardian's head, his lion helmet glowing a brilliant red. Moving with godlike speed, Young Min danced through the incoming attacks and surged upward. He charged straight for the Guardian's core to strike, wanting to see just how far his full power attack could go. Below him, the girl watched in a panic. Why is he being so reckless? The Guardian, under constant bombardment, unleashed a wave of counter-energy. Its eyes flared with rage as its power became increasingly explosive. Young Min mocked it midair. What you planning to just die and respawn? He kicked off the air, his own eyes turning red with the thrill of battle. Raising his axe, he lunged straight at the Guardian. The beast let out a furious roar. Two massive forces collided, clashing violently. Young Min triggered his ultimate move, Battle Cry. The system issued a warning about the terrifying pressure being emitted, reducing the effectiveness of debuffs since the opponent's level was too high. Young Min just brushed it off. Is that so? Then how about this? He chained his skills together, Divine Power Battle Cry and his combo skill. The overwhelming assault tore right through the Guardian's defenses. His frenzied screams combined with the sound of raging lightning striking fear into his enemy. The magic hidden in his voice could even warp the mind. All stats are reduced if the opponent is at a lower level than the user. If the level gap is significant, random status effects will trigger for a short duration. If the opponent is higher level, certain effects will still activate to weaken any negative status effects directed at the user. In a berserk state, the potency and effects of the maddening shout increased by 1.5 times. Young Min leaped up to strike, the enemy's defense dropped and a sudden stun effect triggered. A flash of light blinded everything. Young Min gritted his teeth. Now I'll finish this with my strongest blow. All his power converged into a single slash. Divine Power Assault Flash Strike Combo Skill. The combined emblem blazed above the Guardian's head as the space cracked like a shattered mirror. Shards of energy fell from the sky, trapping the Guardian. Young Min gripped his ultimate fused weapon with both hands and leaped high, his muscles tensing. For a split second, it flashed with a lethal glow, and the Guardian's body was instantly obliterated. The light pierced the heavens. A critical combo hit movement speed increased by 250% for the duration. Attack power increased by 300% for one hit. Critical hit chance increased by 50% for one hit. Critical damage increased by 200% for one hit. The Guardian's body had reached its limit and could no longer regenerate. It could only stare wide-eyed, letting out piteous wails. Its eyes rolled back, failed to eliminate intruder resetting quest. It crashed into the forest floor as the system announced. The boss of the polluted forest, the Guardian, has been defeated. Finally, the Guardian ended in a massive explosion, boosting his level. The elves stood there completely stunned. They stared blankly at Young Min's back. Did he really take it down all by himself? He turned around with a smile. Well, let's go get those rewards. The guild members erupted in cheers. How is this possible? Taro couldn't hide her joy. Is that really a sapling from the world tree? How on earth did you do it? Young Min puffed out his chest. It's not like I have a specific method, so it's a bit hard to explain. Just wait until you finish cleaning up the battlefield, then you'll see. Taro grabbed his hand. Adventurer. No, Master Young Min. She gave him a sincere smile. Thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Because of you, our elves finally have hope. Young Min remembered how arrogant and rude this elf guild leader used to be. What a change. Still, he wondered what the world tree really meant to her. He clicked his tongue. Whatever, as long as I get paid, it doesn't matter. He gave a devious smirk. No need to be so formal. I didn't do this out of the goodness of my heart. You're not planning on disappointing me, right? Taro replied quickly. Of course not. She handed over a weapon as the system announced an unbelievable achievement. Gained the trust of the elves. Receive the title, Friend of the Elves. You are the first person to ever earn this title. Tara closed her eyes to activate the unique power. Friend of the Elves. More than just being recognized, you are the first human to ever earn the total trust of the elven race. Anyone who acknowledges you as a friend will help you to the best of their ability. Active effect, Blessing of the Elves. All defensive attributes are increased by 10%. Basic HP and mana recovery speed increased by 50%. Young Min was stunned. The elf's blessing. He basked in his new strength. Not bad. Defense attributes are crucial in the Great Magic War, but they're incredibly hard to raise once you hit high levels. Especially at my level, this is a must-have stat. Young Min turned his head. If this is the whole reward, I'm going to be a bit disappointed. Tara replied, of course, that's not all. She brought out a large pouch of gold coins. I'm not sure if this is enough, but this is all the gold our guild can offer as a reward right now. Young Min pursed his lips. Fine, I guess. I'll take it for now. He put on a serious face. Received 150 gold. My god, getting this much gold for one quest is insane. It was actually worth putting up with those psychos. Taro bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you once again. Master Young Min, if you ever need help, please don't hesitate to ask us. She bowed, wishing you a safe journey. Young Min waved her off as he walked away. Yeah, that's enough of the send-off. Go on back. Finally, he departed, escorted by the elves. I got lucky this time, but I really hate doing stuff like this. Young Min's worried. They might treat him like a savior now, but if they ever see him as a threat to their world, they'll flip on him in a heartbeat. They wouldn't hesitate to take him out. In this game, that's just how the elves are wired. He glances over just one more quest to go right. That's gonna be a piece of cake. Young Min heads to another guild crossroad. It's the Dwarf Guild. Someone answers. So you want our tribe's seal of approval. The boss hands him a tray of repair tools. We don't have time for folks who aren't precise. Here, take this. System notification, repair the dwarves' high-risk gear. These guys are drawn to people who are sharp and handy. Clean up the equipment they gave you and hand it back. Success criteria, repair the dwarf gear perfectly. Failure, break the equipment or fail to meet their standards. Reward total recognition from the dwarves plus bonus rewards based on your performance. Young Min lets out a long breath. The final quest is to earn the dwarves' respect by fixing their gear up nice and neat. He mutters, well, I should be back before you know it. He takes the pile of junk and heads out. At first glance, he thought this would be a total breeze. Young Min clumsily fits the pieces together and ends up making a strange-looking gun. Young Min's curious, is this a musket? Warning. This is a shabby old normal-grade musket. It's basically made of rusty ancient scrap metal. There's a good chance it won't even fire. If you want to use it, you'll need to assemble it properly and oil it up. Attack power 50. Durability 3100. Risk of blowing up in your face 70%. He frowns as he looks it over. Of course, the machinery is just like the dwarves, sturdy but rough. But the durability is absolute bottom tier, and the thing is covered in dust and rust. He feels like one wrong move will snap the whole thing. Young Min clicks his tongue. At this point, it doesn't feel like a test for recognition, it feels more like a direct insult. Young Min gives a little smirk. There's a loophole in this quest. Those stupid dwarves. When the boss sees the finished product, he's stunned. How are you done already? On the table sits a perfectly restored gun. It's an old-style musket repaired to perfection. Normal grade. Attack 50. Durability 100 out of 100. Young Min gives him a charming smile. Oh yes, I just put it back together nice and tidy. What do you think? Here's the truth, that loophole made him the first friend of the dwarves, which is way better than just getting recognized. You're the first human to earn the dwarves' trust. Now you can commission them to craft, repair, or even upgrade your gear. When you hire a dwarf blacksmith, you'll get a 5% discount on the fee. Young Min thinks to himself, since it's still an item, I can just have them fix it for me. Young Min grins mischievously. Even if they hand me something to fix, it's still just an item. I don't have to stress at all. I'll just hand it over to a dwarf blacksmith and let them do the work. He looks pretty smug. Is there a problem? The boss is worried. No. Wait a second. He takes the gun back to inspect it carefully. It's so fast and the repair is flawless. This can't be right. Did he just swap it for a new one? But this specific model isn't something you can just find around here. The boss still can't believe it. No matter how he looks at it, he's sure the kid is pulling a fast one. He asks, was there anything unusual when you were fixing it? Young Min acts like he knows his stuff. Oh, there was a pretty unique drawing on the inside of the casing. A wheelwright. I think there was a similar pattern on the firing pin too. The boss jumps. Exactly. He lets out a sigh. I can't believe it. You even noticed the specific marks I put there to stop people from cheating. I guess I have no choice but to recognize you. Young-min smirks, thinking to himself, of course, I knew. He had already finished this quest before he traveled back in time. The system reports, you've achieved something unbelievable. You've earned the dwarves' trust and the title Friend of the Dwarves. You're the very first person to ever get this. This is a unique title. You've earned the recognition of the dwarves and are the first to hold this honor. Those who recognize you as a friend will go all out to help you. Perks include access to the mechanical engineer subclass and a 50% discount on all dwarf-run transportation. Young-min can't stop grinning. Man, I wasn't expecting much from such a simple quest, but these rewards are insane. In this world, transportation like trains and planes are run by dwarves and they're expensive. Getting them at half price is great, but the real prize is that mechanical engineer subclass. They have their own secret symbols. If he becomes a mechanical engineer, he can learn all about their machinery and their special tribal skills. Young-min is impressed. So that means I can build my own mechanical gear. At first, he thought completing this quest would only give him the right to trade for dwarf tech. He even remembers some players who became legendary just for their mechanical skills. He recalls a guy with the nickname CR. His full name was Mad Scientist Grat. Even though he was a dark horse mage, he had tons of bizarre mechanical inventions. The way he used those gadgets in battle drove other players crazy. In Young-min's past life, that guy was famous for being a total weirdo with a unique fighting style and a bizarre personality. He was so popular back then that he even had his own fandom. Anyway, thanks to him, a huge mechanical engineering craze took over the game. My main skills are mostly just basic attacks, so this is the perfect chance to fill in the gaps. Young-min thumps his chest and says, I want to learn about mechanical engineering. The boss beams. Welcome, my wonderful friend, to the perfect beauty of mechanics. A system alert pops up. You have acquired the mechanical engineer's subclass. If you build up enough experience and mastery, you can learn the secret techniques of the dwarf tribe. Young-min thinks for a moment. Let me see the blueprints and the parts list. I'll practice whenever I can. The boss is thrilled. Of course. You can look at them as much as you like. The system summarizes your gear. You have been recognized by every race in the Golden Lion territory. You are now a member of Crossroad. What an incredible achievement. You're the first visitor to ever become a member of Crossroad. You have received the title Honorary Resident of Crossroad. Rare. You're the very first person to earn the recognition of all three races in the Golden Lion territory. As an honorary resident of Crossroad, you'll be treated as an equal by everyone else. Since you're the first to hold this title, you get some extra perks. You're now under the protection of the Crossroad Guard, and you can build close relationships with anyone in the Golden Lion territory. Young-min looks at the notifications and lets out a long breath. Finally, this boring tribal quest is over. He stood there deep in thought, surrounded by the Crossroad Guards. Young-min frowned. Oh, right. Come to think of it, Storian asked me to deliver a letter to Mankin, the captain of the guard. Well, I have to go anyway. Since I just remembered, I might as well head over. Now it's about time. This building, it's even more magnificent than the guilds. The Crossroad Guard headquarters. Young-min studied the architecture, lost in thought. Compared to the usual guard outposts, this place is pretty flashy. Actually, considering the scale of the city. Just then, a voice called out, Sorry for keeping you waiting. The footsteps drew closer. I was busy handling something nearby, so I had to take care of it first. My bad. The man was significantly taller than Young-min. He gave a bright, booming laugh. I'm the one in charge of security here in Crossroad. It's a pleasure to meet you. This was the captain of the Crossroad Guards, Mankin, an elf. Young-min thought to himself cynically. Every time I see him, I can't help but wonder, is this guy really an elf? Seriously, what the hell does he eat to get that big? He reluctantly reached out his hand. I'm Young-min. Mankin, on the other hand, was much more welcoming. You've got a great build. Is it just you today? Young-min felt annoyed. Something felt off. He tried to remember. Why is he acting so friendly? In my memory, Mankin was one of the most arrogant look-down-his-nose-at-you types I knew. Mankin continued, I've heard a lot about you from the other elves. Our people owe you a great debt. Young-min realized, oh, so that's why. He pondered seriously. This works out. If I can get on Mankin's good side, everything will go much smoother. After all, this seemingly lovely gentleman in front of me is the strongest man in Crossroad, and the true ruler of this place. Level 200. Captain of the Crossroad Guard, Mankin. Then the man suddenly remembered something. Oh right, did Storian send me a letter? Is he doing well? Young-min calculated his moves. Sure, being just over level 200 is impressive, but on the outside he kept his cool. He's doing fine. This is the letter he asked me to give you. Mankin replied politely. Is that so? I'll read it right now, so just wait a moment, okay? He nodded. Are you a new member of the investigation team? Young-min answered, yes, that's right. Mankin let out a loud laugh. Why hide it? I'm a member of the investigation team too. Let's work together for the peace of the continent from now on. Young-min thought irritably. Well, obviously that's what an investigation team member is supposed to do. Does he really need to state the obvious? Is this guy actually an idiot? But Mankin's eyes flashed with a hint of danger. Even regardless of his level, I can feel his overwhelming aura. He's someone who's earned the respect of every other race, and he even made it into the investigation team. He's clearly a very capable man. But the most impressive part was, Mankin recalled how from the moment they met, he had been using invisible mana to silently pressure the kid as a test. He looked at young Min's calm expression. Even now, his face hasn't changed at all. Normally, anyone would feel some pain, or at least look uncomfortable. Mankin continued, "Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you." But Young Min suddenly cut him off. He leaned in and lowered his voice. "So, are the test results in yet?" For a split second, Mankin froze. Did he realize Young Min stood up? It seemed like the captain hadn't made his best judgment yet. He spoke with a threatening growl. "How about this? Let's just settle this with a fight right now." Mankin stayed silent. Young Min had his own plan. Of course, this was a totally insane move. I'm only level 106 right now. There's no way I can be a level 200 Mankin, but he had experience from his past life. I know Mankin is an NPC, and while he's proud and has a massive ego, he loves people who are strong and straightforward. Plus, there are other factors. Most importantly, the elves trust me implicitly. That's why I know this crazy fight won't actually happen. Mankin's whole body shook before he burst into laughter. I guess I really did misjudge you earlier. The system alerted him Mankin's favorability towards you has increased. Young Min let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Mankin said, "I was just trying to see what level of mastery you've reached. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean any harm." Young Min grinned to himself. This was it, the hidden reward. He pretended to turn away. Just saying sorry doesn't really cut it, does it? Mankin was incredibly generous. Of course, I have to compensate you properly." He made an offer. "Tell me, what do you want, gold? Or maybe some weapons or armor from the guard? If not those, how about some of the highest grade instant recovery items? As long as it isn't anything too outrageous." Young Min cut him off. "No, that's plenty." He smiled confidently. "Just let me join the Crossroad Guard." Mankin was taken aback by the request. "You, a member of the guard?" Young Min waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, since I'm an adventurer, I can't be on duty all day long. Just give me the appropriate missions when they come up." Mankin tilted his head, weighing the idea. He didn't see a problem with it. "Fine, you'll have your wish." A system window popped up. "Mankin, captain of the Crossroad Guard, has invited you to join the guard. Do you accept?" He added, "If you need it, I'll let you borrow specialized guard equipment and items, as much as you need. I'll let the manager know." Young Min replied politely, "Thank you, sir." In his head, Young Min was calculating. Those brothers of mine will finish their 3 missions and arrive at Crossroads soon. As he walked around the city, he knew that in the end they were all competitors and their strengths varied wildly. If they decide to act out like those bloodhound guilds, I'd be happy to take them on, but I can't beat them all just by PKing every single one. I might have to play dirty like Filet. Young Min thought back to that guy. Come to think of it, in the end, they all had to give up anyway. Man. In times like this, what do I need most? A loyal guard was already waiting for him. "I'm here on the captain's orders." "You're Young Min, right?" He handed over a badge. "This is your guard certification. Just show this to anyone and you won't even need to wear the uniform to prove you're a member of the guard." Young Min gave a sly, powerful smile. "Thanks. I'll do my best to help everyone protect the peace of Crossroad." The system updated. "You have become a member of the Crossroad Guard. You may now exercise certain authorities to maintain order among NPCs and players within Crossroad. Under specific conditions, even if you attack first, your infamy stats will not increase." Young Min narrowed his eyes. "With this, I can legally use my power on any players who come to Crossroad." Young Min walked through the city holding his badge. He realized that the duties of a Crossroad Guard were actually quite simple. The daily work wasn't hard at all, just things like taking out 20 monsters in the surrounding area. He thought about it. In the event of a special situation threatening Crossroad, I'd have to provide support. Those are the conditions, and while it's a bit of a hassle, it's definitely worth it. On top of that, there are plenty of other perks, like full access to all the city's amenities. Building trust with NPCs also boosts your favorability with them. Plus, you get extra discounts and special offers on various services. Young Min smirked. But honestly, those are just minor benefits. The real advantage of joining the city guard. Well, let's say a player starts causing trouble or disrupting the peace. That's when Young Min steps in. As a member of the guard, he can immediately hand out punishments right then and there without facing any penalties himself. In fact, if the punishment is deemed appropriate, he can even earn extra rewards. To put it simply, he's the one who holds the power over other players. There are a few other small details, but there are no restrictions or penalties for quitting the job either. He just needs to work diligently until it's time to move to the next area, then he can just resign. Anyway, it's about time for the other players to show up. Young Min thought back to his enemy. Since that guy Odin was in a different area, they wouldn't be crossing paths just yet. But even if it wasn't Odin, it wouldn't be strange for other level 100 players to start appearing. Suddenly, Young Min frowned, his face twisting in annoyance. What the hell is this? A breaking news alert flashed on his screen. The world's first level 100 player has been confirmed, and they're from South Korea. Young Min waved his hand. He needed to check this out. He logged out and saw a player's profile featured on the cover. The world's very first level 100 player in Theot, race Orc, class Demon Hunter Master. It was an exclusive interview with a player named Tai. The interviewer was smiling. It's an absolute honor to meet you, Tai, the world's first level 100 player. As the first person globally to reach level 100 and make it to the third city. How do you feel? He replied, I'm deeply honored. She pushed further. Your class is Demon Hunter Master, right? So your subclass must be Control. Young Min watched the broadcast feeling bored out of his mind. Who is this bald orc guy? He looked at the face on the screen with pure disappointment. So it's not Odin, but some random loser who hit level 100 first. Young Min remembered that by the time of the interview that guy had only reached level 99. There was no reason for him to suddenly fall behind. Then it hit him. Of course, that's it. Everything was playing out exactly as expected. Odin, that sneaky bastard, had probably hit level 100 a long time ago and was just lying low to see who his real competitors were. Young Min let out a wicked laugh. I knew it. You have to be that cautious to be worth hunting. The interviewer continued. In your opinion, what changes once you hit level 100? The orc player replied, the combo skills, of course. Combo skills? What are those? Young Min sighed. Was everyone who actually knew the truth just staying quiet? Since the game doesn't announce rewards for being the first to achieve something, it wasn't certain if they even knew. I'm the one who actually hit level 100 first, you idiots, he muttered. The interview kept playing on the screen. Lately, everyone is curious about the third city. What are your thoughts on it, Tai? The orc replied, I haven't finished the quest yet, so I'm still in the process of gathering information. He gave a smug smile. But to players all around the world, please wait for me. Tai declared boldly, as the first-generation player to enter the third city, I will share all the information publicly with everyone. The crowd cheered in anticipation. Young Min looked disgusted. This moron is taking it way too far. He moved his mouse. Perfect timing. It's been a while. Time to upload a new video to my YouTube channel. Young Min opened the software interface, the channel he created to post the video of him teaching those Megapixel Guild punks a lesson last time. He recalled how that video had become the hottest topic among players both at home and abroad. His channel had fewer than 10 videos but already boasted 400,000 subscribers. Thanks to that, the income was pretty sweet. He'd been a bit worried since he hadn't uploaded anything new in a while. But since the first level 100 player just appeared, the internet was buzzing. Young Min reached out and whispered to himself, what if the world's first level 100 player just showed up but a video of the third city suddenly gets released? Young Min let out a sharp breath. Time to put those editing skills to use. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction. This is going to be fun. Sorry, Tai, but you should have known your limits. Shortly after the video was live, the earliest footage of the third city in the entire world. The comment section exploded. Whoa, look at that. Is that for real? In the video, the cityscape was clear. Is that actually inside the third city? Seriously, wait, is this edited? No way, that's definitely a city that hasn't been revealed yet. Could it really be the third city? There was even a shot of a beast inside the city. The weakness of that monster is insane. What is that? Do giant monsters like that really show up in the third city? Wait, did he actually hunt that thing? No way, right? He just filmed it, didn't he? The comments were driving the orc player insane with rage. Grapefruit Soda says, there's no way he just snapped a pic and posted it. This must have taken days, right? Who is this guy? So is Young Min actually the first one to level 100? Meow Bass says, so Tai is actually last place. Watermelon War God says, he's bald, so I guess he doesn't have eyes. Either. He slammed his fist onto the computer screen, his hand trembling with fury. Damn it, that son of a bitch. He couldn't contain his rage. The video of the third city was spreading like wildfire. And because of it, people were slamming him, calling his claim of being the first level 100 player a total lie. Everyone was attacking him online. First in the world, how embarrassing. The orc player wheezed, realizing all his ad deals were being cancelled. He growled, God damn it, how was I supposed to know? Since the A didn't say anything, he just assumed he was the first. The veins on his forehead were bulging. Using this to stab me in the back. Just you wait, you bastard. Meanwhile, Young Min was watching the engagement skyrocket. Oh, look at that. He flipped his phone around. It's only been up for half a day, and it's already got nearly 20,000 likes. The ad revenue is going to be insane. Young Min felt smug as interview requests and show offers poured in. Of course, I'm taking them all. It felt surreal. Theot had already moved beyond just being a VR game. This reality was impacting everyone. The player base was exploding not just in Korea but worldwide. It was having a massive influence on society as a whole. A comment from Richard Carriot read, how do we get there? Please make a more detailed guide. Another said, is the top player Korean again? Well, Theot is a Korean game after all. Young Min thought to himself, after regressing, I didn't put everything into this. He smirked, enjoying the intense reaction. He lay back in his gaming pod. As the creator, I shouldn't show my face right, he thought. Well, then I guess I have to give the people what they want. The new quest takes place at an ancient dark castle. Someone knocks on the door. From inside, a voice asks, "Who is it?" Young Min replies, "I'm from the Crossroad Guard. I heard Baron Cho needs some help." He is finally led inside the massive mansion. The butler announces, "My lord, this man is from the guard." The Baron replies, "Bring him in quickly." Sitting in the center of the room with a gentle smile, Baron Cho says, "I didn't expect the guards to send someone over personally. So are you the one who's going to help me?" Young Min smiles and says, "Yes, I am Young Min from the Crossroad Guard. Captain Mankin sent me, and I'm truly eager to assist you, sir." He keeps a perfect professional smile plastered on his face even though he's screaming on the inside. Of course, that bit about getting orders from Mankin was a total lie. I already knew about this quest, which is why I came here, but dropping Mankin's name just makes me seem way more credible. Baron Cho's hands begin to tremble. "The reason I'm living out here so far from the city is to find a cure for my daughter." He begins to recount his heartbreaking story. "I would do anything for her, anything at all. But her body is still so frail. No matter what I try, nothing seems to work." Baron Cho tilts his head in deep worry. "But you can help me find the blood of a Cho troll." They appear in the cursed cave. "If I can just get that blood, my daughter might finally start to recover." A system notification pops up, "Quest Healing Baron Cho's Young Daughter, Part 1. To save his daughter's life, Baron Cho has requested your aid. Clear condition, collect blood from a Cho troll in the cursed cave. Completion reward, 5 gold. Young Min replies, "Of course, sir. I'll head out and find it for you immediately." Internally, he's pretty satisfied. Nice. I had another quest nearby anyway. Young Min makes his way to the quest location, the Cursed Cave of Life. He steps forward and addresses his audience. "Hello everyone, I'm the Berserker Young Min." With that, Young Min heaves his axe onto his shoulder and marches forward heroically. "I'm about to show you one of the dungeons around Crossroad. Today, I'm raiding the Cursed Cave of Life." The night sky is clear and eerily quiet. Young Min has already reached this remote freezing wasteland. This dungeon isn't affected by the time outside. He silently scans his surroundings. That means even at night the monsters don't get any stronger. I guess I have to explain even the basics like that to these guys. Moments later, Young Min spots the massive hulking figure of a Cho troll. The unique thing about this dungeon is that the Cho trolls appear as common monsters. This is the very first time the Cho have appeared as dungeon monsters in the Golden Lion territory. Young Min watches quietly from a distance, but then he realizes he isn't just dealing with trolls. Right on cue, the first monster emerges. A stone monkey appears, and Young Min is actually a bit stunned by its raw power. In here, the stone monkey is the lowest level monster. It's a bit shorter than a human, but it's pure muscle. Its attack, defense, and agility are all high. If you're not careful, you're in for a world of hurt. Suddenly, the stone monkey lunges forward with incredible leaping power. One punch sends a Cho troll flying, teeth shattering and face twisting. With just one punch, the stone monkey absolutely wrecks the Cho troll. After taking it down, the monkey lets out a deafening, earth-shaking roar. From a distance, Young Min accidentally catches its eye. Without a second thought, the beast charges at him, throwing a powerful punch. But before it can land a hit, the stone monkey freezes its eyes wide with disbelief. Young Min firmly catches its arm and gives a mocking smirk. But look at it this way, since all its stats are balanced, you just need to focus on what you're best at, like speed or raw power. The stone monkey looks stunned as it sees Young Min's hand getting closer and closer. An instant later, he uses all his strength to slam its head into the ground. With just that first counterattack, Young Min makes the stone monkey taste the dirt. He let out a cold, mocking laugh. "What do you think? Easy, right?" He casually turns his back and walks away. Honestly, there's no special reason why they show up in a dungeon full of trolls. Just then, a pack of stone monkeys emerges. Young Min just stands there totally unbothered. They're basically just food for the Cho trolls. Sure, they're a threat when they swarm you, but to a troll, they're just snacks. Young Min grits his teeth, his voice dropping low, and that's exactly how it is. As soon as he speaks, he unleashes a skill called Berserker Shout. Facing Young Min's skill, the stone monkeys try their best to hold their ground. However, the first monkey is taken down instantly by the shockwave. One by one, the entire pack of stone monkeys collapses. Right in the middle of the fight, Young Min senses something strange. High above, he sees a massive Cho troll appear, but the one that just fled was a giant bat. It attacks by slamming into things or biting. It's a bit of a pain because it has wings and can fly, but since we're in a cave, it shouldn't be too hard to handle. He approaches it slowly without a hint of fear. Now we're officially entering the Cho troll's territory. He grips his weapon and walks forward boldly. There are about 10 trolls in this dungeon. If they team up, it'll be a mess, so I'll lure them out one by one. Young Min seems unaware that a massive shadow is stalking him from behind. He continues to walk and talk mockingly. The Cho are a race that players can choose when they sign up for the throne. But when they show up as monsters, you never know what they're capable of. The massive troll behind him begins to unsheathe its razor-sharp claws. Young Min's sharp ears pick up the sound and he whips his head around. Without hesitation, he swings his sword, unleashing a blindingly powerful strike. The attack hits hard, making the troll grit its teeth in pain. Young-min looks at it and sighs in relief. The main traits of these trolls are their insane strength and agility. They easily outclass a human. But the troll begins to tighten its grip on the axe on its back. He keeps talking as if nothing's happening. But their biggest trait is, suddenly the troll launches a fierce, violent counterattack. Right where the wound on its shoulder was a thick slime begins to ooze out. It's their regeneration ability. After fully healing its wound, the beast is back at full strength. Young-min doesn't hesitate for a second and lunges forward. Even so, there's nothing to be afraid of. As soon as it feels his overwhelming power, the troll's face contorts in fear. In the blink of an eye, Young-min is right in front of its face. He lets out a wicked, cunning laugh. If you just keep hitting them, they'll eventually go down. Simple, right? Just like that, the Cho troll is painfully defeated. A moment later, another troll rushes in to challenge him. Young-min isn't scared at all. He drops into a combat stance immediately. Then he unleashes a flurry of devastating punches and kicks on the creature. Not wasting a single second, Young-min grips his axe, charging up for the final blow. With one decisive strike, he sends another troll to the afterlife. The remaining trolls look on their faces filled with rising terror. Young-min glances coldly at them and warns, "Did you see that? You're next." I'm not sure if a general or hero level 1 will show up later, but the regeneration rate of these cursed Joes is only a little high. After fighting for a while, Young-min wiped out the remaining Joes. At this rate, the entire basement dungeon is cleared. He reached out and tapped a notification button on the system screen. And that's the end of this video. I won't reveal the entire quest. Obviously, it'll be edited before I post it. Once everything was set up, Young-min looked satisfied. Now it's time for the best part, looting. The system popped up a series of success notifications. He held up the vial of Joe's blood, sounding smug. Great, that's one down. Young-min looked up at the darkening sky and thought, let's see. After observing for a bit, he searched around. It should be somewhere around here. The system continued to ping with notifications. He finished reading and let out a wicked, satisfied laugh. Perfect timing. He watched the Zio corpses slowly dissolve. After waiting a moment, the system announced that he had collected cursed beast bones. This was why the Joes here were cursed. Of course, this didn't happen naturally. Someone had cast a powerful curse on a beast, then thrown it into this cave where it became prey for the monsters. Young-min stared at it for a moment, and a thought crossed his mind. I can probably guess what kind of person did this. Plague rats in the sewers, polluted apes in the Takalona forest. There's a high chance the monsters this time were caused by that same person. Those who use curses to mutate monsters and NPCs. In reality, they're no different from the enemies in the main quest. In my past life, no player ever figured out who they were. I was making steady progress on the main quest, but I ended up getting tangled with Ragnarok's group. Leaving the cave, Young-min suddenly stopped. Wait. His eyes turned sharp. It's a wild theory, but could it be Ragnarok? Did that Odin guy attack me just to sabotage the main quest? Mankin was stunned when he saw what Young-min brought back. This is. He took it, his voice full of shock. Where did you find this? He answered bluntly. In the Zo's habitat, the cursed cave of life. Mankin frowned, looking serious. I've been investigating these mutations too. I didn't expect the curse to spread through a medium like this. After the sewers and the Takalona forest, now it's a cave. These mediums are hidden in places that are incredibly hard to find. Young-min's voice was firm. Do you have any info on who's spreading these curses? If not, what's their goal? Mankin sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't have anything yet. I've only just started my investigation. He emphasized, Young-min, leave this to me for now. I'll handle the research. Can you find other monsters affected by the curse? After their talk, Young-min left deep in thought. The reason I was brought to Crossroad. I was thinking too simply. I thought it was just because I wasn't a top-tier player and they wanted to suppress me, but if that's not it, are they working with them? Making some kind of deal to stop me from finishing the main quest. It was all just guessing, but in the road there's no reason for players to side with villain NPCs. After thinking for a while, Young-min let out a sinister chuckle. Whatever. He burst into a crazed laugh. Whether it's Ragnarok or those guys, I'll just crush them and ask them myself. He looked at the vial of Joe's blood, sounding excited. Cho grabbed the vial, thrilled. You actually found Joe's blood. I knew I could count on the guards. His face turned gloomy. Next, I need the hot blood of a devil ram. It's a rare drop. For my poor daughter, I must have it. Young-min strolled out of Cho's room, smirking with disdain. What poor daughter? Give me a break. He looked up at the sky. Right, she's supposed to appear with that identity. I'll play along for now. A massive creature appeared, huffing fiercely. It was a giant devil ram. Young-min arrived just then. He looked at the herd below, his heart racing with excitement. Well, time for some sheep herding, shall we? He braced himself for battle. He leaped high, startling the devil rams. He soared through the air, descending with high-speed friction. In an instant, Young-min was right in front of them. Seeing he hadn't done anything impressive yet, they started laughing at him. Young-min adjusted his mask, mocking them. Just a bunch of herbivores. He dashed forward, shouting, faced with a top predator, "You're so scared you can't even move." The devil rams were still laughing, oblivious to the danger. Just like that, Young Min finished off a few to start things off. During the fight, he noticed something. Look at that. Mocking the devil ram's odd reaction, he sneered, "What, puffing up your fur to stop my axe?" It charged, knocking Young Min back. He quickly used his agility to bounce back, landing perfectly. The devil ram stomped the ground violently. It charged with the speed of light. Young Min dodged the attack. He thought, "It's hesitant, but it knows how to use skill combos." Impressed by its power, he praised it. Not bad strength. He gripped his axe tight. "But I'm pretty strong too," he roared. "Let's see who's stronger." With a massive swing, he struck the devil ram. The impact was so great, the ground shattered into pieces. The devil ram fell covered in blood. Young Min let out a tired sigh. He turned to the one behind it. "Where do you think you're going? I'm not done with you yet." His face twisted into a dark smile. "I only need your skin and blood. Give me those and I'll let you live." The remaining devil ram trembled in fear. Young Min kept interrogating it. "Well, is it a deal? You can survive without those parts, right?" The night sky was silent. By the next morning, Young Min was back looking completely exhausted. "I spent the whole night hunting those sheep." As he walked, he heard someone shouting nearby. "Why won't you sell it? Come on, I'll pay extra. Is something wrong?" Young Min's voice dripped with irritation. "Other players have already started entering the third city. I thought it would take at least a few more days." A grumpy-looking man appeared, scowling at them. "These kids are all style and no substance. Can't you guys just shut up for once?" A tough-looking woman stepped forward and shot back firmly. "Why the hell are you treating us like this? Did someone do something wrong? Did we offend the villagers or something?" Young Min watched their reactions and judged them silently. Because they haven't earned the recognition of the other races, they can't trade with the NPCs. It was clear they were reaching their breaking point. Frustrated beyond belief, one man gritted his teeth, his voice low and dangerous. He stepped forward and shouted right in the man's face, "Why the hell are we the only ones being discriminated against?" The man grabbed roughly by the collar, cried out in a panic, "Let go of me." Amidst the rage, the aggressor heard his friend's voice from beside him. "Hey, calm down. Let's just go to another shop. How many times have we been kicked out now? Why is this happening?" Young Min let out a faint, sinister, and mysterious smirk. The man being held by the collar kept screaming, "Oh my god, he's killing me. Someone save me." Seeing the chaotic scene, someone walked over and barked in a commanding voice. "Who's the one making all this noise?" They turned their heads in relief and shouted in unison, "The guard, it's the guard." Young Min in disguise walked up and asked irritably, looking every bit like a local official, "What exactly do you think you're doing to a citizen of Crossroad?" The old man suddenly screamed, "Guard, help me." He pointed an accusing finger at the group of young people. These thugs appeared out of nowhere and threatened to steal my things. The young man was stunned by the accusation. "What are you talking about?" The two girls with him hurriedly tried to explain, but it was all in vain. They were immediately restrained by an electrical current. "No, we didn't mean to do that." Young Min didn't want to hear it. "You're too loud." Clad in his guard uniform, he approached the group. "Regardless of your intentions, I will never tolerate those who use violence. You've barely been in this city for any time at all, and you're already causing a scene. I don't want to hear another word." Young Min didn't give them a single chance. Using his authority as a crossroad guard, he officially expelled them from the city. He wanted them gone for good immediately. His decision was so sudden and absolute that they didn't even have time to process it. "Wait," the young man shouted, showing no remorse, only bitter resentment. "We just got to the third city, damn it." Meanwhile, the old man was incredibly grateful for Young Min's heroic intervention. "Oh dear, thank you so much. I thought something terrible was going to happen." A system notification popped up. "Your favorability with the weapon merchant has increased." Young Min let out a weary sigh. Even if they're just NPCs, you should still maintain basic etiquette. Using violence against a merchant is just asking for trouble. Young Min took off his helmet, showing a surprising amount of sympathy for the group he just banished. "It's not that I don't understand how they feel. Being unable to buy items without knowing why is incredibly frustrating." He thought back to his own past, the burning resentment, especially that disgusting feeling of being looked down on by the other races. Just thinking about it makes me mad." Young Min walked aimlessly through the crowded alleys, clutching his helmet, unable to shake the memory. After working so hard to reach level 100 and finally making it to the third city, even buying a single item meant putting up with so much humiliation. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Young Min had figured out a way to make a ton of money. First, he got some necessary paperwork stamped, and then he stood in front of an abandoned building. Young Min looked up at the massive building before him. Is this the place? It was magnificent, with grand glass windows that offered a direct view of the city landscape. A building this big is going to need more than just a few repairs. I bought a 4-story building in a high-traffic, bustling district. My plan is to invest in real estate here in Crossroad just like I did back in Croton. Players in Croton, the second city, usually range from level 50 to 100. In Crossroad, the third city, most players are between level 100 and 200. In the future, the price of this place will skyrocket. It'll be worth many times what I paid for it. The problem is that Crossroad is a massive city. It'll be hard to monopolize the real estate market like I did in Croton. That's why I need to grab the advantage early with a building in a prime location. Young-min pushed the door open and stepped inside. He was genuinely impressed by the layout. The interior structure isn't bad at all. Without a moment's hesitation, he got straight to work on the next phase of his plan. Alright, from now on, this place is becoming a supermarket. Since players haven't earned the recognition of the other races in Crossroad, they're restricted from trading with NPCs. That means demand is far outstripping supply. In this situation, what if I provide a dedicated place for players to shop? Everyone will come flocking here. The first floor will feature hot items and essential hunting gear. Things like traditional charms or potions will sell like crazy no matter how expensive I make them. Of course, buying in bulk back in the second city would be cheaper. But Young-min was certain his supermarket would have the upper hand. Because he understood the player's psychology. Going through the trouble of traveling back is something you only do once or twice. Nobody's going to keep doing that when they can just buy it here. The second floor will house general equipment and high-performance premium gear. The third floor will sell branded crafted items, including my own TK brand products. Finally, the fourth floor will be an auction house. After spending some time renovating the abandoned building, the layout had become much clearer and more organized. Phew, now this place actually looks right. Before leaving, he gave instructions to his employee Young-min's servant, the NPC named Bent. While I'm away, make sure you manage this place well. Yes, boss. However, there was a catch. Once players complete their racial quests, they'll be able to trade with NPCs and they won't buy items at these inflated prices anymore. Young-min was still pondering the best layout for his stock. The items on floors 2 and 4 must be things that are nearly impossible to find anywhere else. He felt a bit of regret. It was a pity, but there seemed to be no way to increase the rate at which players use this place long term. But as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. Another idea struck Young-min. He snapped his fingers. That's it. That's the only way. The guard has a records department, a place created to handle tasks like fulfilling commissions or posting wanted notices. Young-min went to find a certain spirit clerk. The spirit looked up surprised and stopped his work. You want me to write something for you? The spirit was baffled by the request. What exactly am I supposed to write? As if waiting for that exact moment, Young-min immediately pulled out a piece of paper and handed it over. I need your help with this. The spirit stared at the incredibly long sheet of paper in shock. What is this? A mountain of regulations had been set, all of which were meticulously detailed on the paper. Number 1, if the monsters designated by Young-min are captured, send word to the city immediately. 2, if you keep hunting, your reputation will go up and you can start taking quests from the city folk. 3, once you finish those quests, you'll be recognized by the citizens and can even become a resident yourself. 4, this is a necessary step to use the city's main facilities. He hesitated after reading the rules. Who even wrote this? Who's in charge? Young-min was feeling pretty smug about his choice. These were instructions from Mankin, the captain of the guard. Joining the guard was definitely the smartest move. He then started posting flyers along every street he passed. Honestly, none of this seemed wrong. If you hunt monsters, your fame increases. NPCs only give quests to those with high reputations. The first designated monster was the Rappel. They have high defense but low attack power and are incredibly slow, making them easy pickings. Their hides and shells are materials for high-end gear, but the downside is they take forever to kill. If your reputation is low, you've just got to grind them. But if your fame grows too slowly, it'll take forever to earn the citizens' trust. That means players will spend more time at his supermarket, and those who don't know the value of those hides and shells will just dump them at the shops. But since they haven't finished the quest, all the NPC shops will just reject their trades. In the end, there's only one place that'll buy their loot: my supermarket. Young-min laughed uncontrollably. Dreaming of the riches to come, he'd buy up all the hides and shells for dirt cheap. Then he'd craft the gear, enhance it, and put it up for auction. It was basically a license to print money. Realizing it was getting dark, Young-min noticed the time. Is it that late already? Guess I better go see the Baron. At Baron Cho's castle, the man was genuinely shocked by his progress. No way. Really. You actually found the goat's blood. You're much more capable than I thought. Cho acted incredibly sincere. This is my final request. Take the materials you've gathered to the eldest son, then just bring back the item he crafts. The system popped up a quest. Recovery for Baron Cho's young daughter, Hai. To save his little girl, the Baron has requested your aid. Deliver the blood of the cursed Cho, the warm blood of the sheep, and the G sheep blood to the witch Tradika to receive an item. Completion condition: deliver the items to Tradika. Reward 10 gold. Young-min bowed respectfully to accept the order. I'll get right on it. The Baron looked extremely pleased. I'm counting on you. Suddenly, a loud noise from upstairs caught his attention. Young-min looked up, wondering what happened. Cho quickly tried to hide the secret. Don't worry about that, he explained. It's probably just a servant dropping something while tidying the library. More importantly, you should head out soon. Cho put on the act of a kind, loving father. Only you can help save my daughter's life. Hearing this, he couldn't hold it back and let out a small chuckle. The Baron looked confused and asked, "What is it?" Young Min faked an excuse. "It's nothing, I just had a sudden cough." He turned to leave. "Then I'll take my leave." He already knew all the Baron's secrets. Doing it for his daughter, please. To put it bluntly, the Baron never had a daughter to begin with. Young Min had figured it out, especially since the Baron only ever met him at night. The quest had given such obvious hints. Why hadn't he noticed before Baron Cho's true identity was a vampire? A race that's weak under the sun and drinks the blood of others to increase their own power. There was a child's voice up there, but it wasn't the Baron's daughter. The Baron had kidnapped a child and was pretending she was his daughter. High-quality blood can amplify a vampire's strength, specifically high elves. Among the elves, they have the most noble bloodline. If a vampire drinks high elf blood, they can gain massive power, but that blood has a divine energy that's too strong for most vampires to handle. A high vampire might be fine, but Baron Cho was just a regular vampire. If he drank it straight, his internal organs would melt instantly. That's why he was looking for a sorcery item. He thought if he could boost his blood absorption ability, with a cursed item, he could finally consume the high elf blood. Deep in the dark, gloomy forest at the Misty Valley, Young Min walked alone, trying to find the witch Cho mentioned. Tradika should be around here somewhere. He glared at the thick fog in front of him, feeling completely frustrated. I can't find anything if I can't see where I'm going. Why the hell is this forest so big? How am I supposed to find her in this mess? Young Min kept walking, grumbling the whole way. Only someone like me would go this far. Anyone else would have quit by now. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. A pack of level 115 fog forest hyenas were staring him down, looking like they wanted to eat him alive. Young Min turned his head to look at the pack, carefully assessing the situation. There were quite a lot of them, but he didn't want to waste his time or energy on a bunch of hyenas, so he immediately turned and bolted. He just needed to finish the quest. There was no point in wasting time fighting them. Time to run. They stayed right on his heels, determined not to let their prey escape. Behind Young Min, nearly a dozen hyenas were in hot pursuit. He glanced back at them and let his guard down a bit. They're slower than I thought. Some of them have already fallen behind. Young Min planned to take them all out in one hit to save energy. But just as he was about to make his move, he lost his footing and fell off a cliff. Okay, let's gather them up and... Oh damn it, this stupid fog. He plummeted down his body, about to slam into the hard ground. A massive crash echoed and dust billowed up as he hit the dirt. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Young Min landed safely. But then he realized something. The whole pack of hyenas was slowly closing in. He finally understood. Oh, I see how it is. Seeing the massive horde of hyenas, Young Min backed up to keep his distance. So this is your nest, huh? You bastards kept your distance while chasing me just to herd me into this spot. They all looked famished, their eyes filled with hunger after going so long without a meal. With no other way to save himself, Young Min pulled out his weapon and got ready to fight. If it's going to be like this, then let's go. He slammed his sword into the ground. Actually, I wanted to test this out anyway. Young Min looked genuinely excited. I'm curious. Let's see how many of you monsters I can clear out with my skills now. His eyes turned cold and deadly. I'll just have to test it on you guys. The biggest weakness of the Berserker class is fighting groups, but in a one-on-one, it's stronger than any other class. But there was no way to wipe out a massive crowd of enemies all at once. So even if the enemies were weak, if they swarmed together, winning was still a struggle. Young Min took the initiative and moved closer to the hyena pack. To make up for that weakness, he had found a workaround. Skill combinations. If a Berserker's skills are chained properly, they deal massive area of effect damage. With just one move, Young Min sent the entire pack of hyenas flying in an explosion of destruction. After clearing the whole nest, he turned back, satisfied with his work. Alright, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to wipe out 80 hyenas. He felt pretty confident. Even a mage using wide-range spells couldn't be as fast as him. The biggest flaw of his class was gone thanks to the development of skill combos. Now, whether it's one-on-one or one versus many, he isn't someone who'll be easily defeated like before. But Young Min suddenly froze. He let his arms hang limp and muttered to himself, "No, it's still not enough. This is only true when compared to average players. Even if I went back to that time, these skills wouldn't be enough to handle the entire Ragnarok army." Winning was easy this time because the monsters were low level. But to face Jack Ragnarok, I need special traits to fight against the masses and high-level berserk skills right from the start. Compared to a regular frenzy attack, Destructive Rush has much higher offensive stats. You move in a straight line while using skills to damage multiple enemies. Since you can't change direction, it's hard to use berserk skills if enemies are scattered. Young Min was determined to grow stronger and crush everyone in Odin. To beat those guys, high-level berserk skills are absolutely essential, especially when dealing with Odin himself. He shouted with pure determination, "Just you wait, Odin. Sooner or later, I'll create the ultimate berserk skill to take you all down." Young Min suddenly remembered his main reason for coming here, but first he had to finish the quest. He continued through the desolate forest, thinking about why he accepted such a tough quest. I took this job because it helps increase my win rate when fighting against multiple enemies at once. Suddenly, someone blocked his path. An old man leaning on a staff approached him. Did Baron Cho send someone here? The man wore a tattered cloak that hid his face, but his glowing red eyes looked eerie under the moonlight. He introduced himself. I am the sorcerer Tradika. Put the materials you brought down and step back. Young Min pulled out the box containing the requested items, surprised the man showed up in person. Following the instructions, he raised both hands and backed away. Done. Take them. Tradika used his magical power, chanting a spell that made everything in the box float into the air. Scraps of paper slowly began to assemble themselves. Then, holding 2 glass test tubes, he continued his incantation. A murky black liquid rose from the tubes, forming words on the paper. Young Min watched Tradika intently from start to finish. Everything the sorcerer did along with the aura he gave off was strange. Is this sorcery? Once the spell was done, the man tied the scroll. He handed it back to him. It's finished. Take it. The system pinged rare quest item blood letter. It was engraved with blood marks like tattoos emitting a powerful vampiric aura. The scroll's effect duration was listed. Young Min took the scroll and realized it was actually an item to boost Baron Cho's lifesteal ability. With this, he might even survive the blood draining of a high elf. The quest board updated heal Baron Cho's young daughter. To save his child, the Baron had requested your help. Deliver the blood of the cursed Jew hot sheep's blood and sheepskin to the sorcerer Tradika to receive an item. Objective: successfully deliver the items to Tradika. Reward 10,000 gold. I just need to give this to the Baron, he smirked. But what I really want isn't the quest reward. It's this. Right in front of Tradika, Young Min didn't even bother hiding his intentions. He immediately used the scroll. The old man screamed, trying to stop him. What are you doing? If you use that, but it was already too late. Blood letter used. Young Min crushed the scroll in his hand. Finally, it's mine. System notifications flooded in. Lifesteal on hit 3%. The blood mark cannot be upgraded or removed. The number of marks one can collect depends on their race. Current mark count 15. Young Min's power surged significantly. He grinned, having achieved his goal. The most unique and powerful mark for fighting crowds is lifesteal. Young Min's power exploded violently. He could feel the new strength surging through his veins. Yes, this is it. Young Min was obsessed with increasing his power. Damage output is important when fighting a crowd, but to deal with those disgusting bastards all at once you need recovery skills. Looking at the blood marks spreading across his body, he knew he'd become stronger. I can drain life with these marks and endure much longer. The system displayed an update notification: blood mark lifesteal, 3% of damage dealt. In the future, the lifesteal ratio from damage caused by blood marks would be nerfed, but for now, those who obtained it could keep the original rate. Young Min smirked. He was one of the lucky ones. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled toward him, but the attack didn't even leave a scratch. Tradika screamed in a rage. How dare you steal that? You arrogant brat! Young Min didn't give him any respect, mocking him directly. What, my ears are itching. Looks like making that blood mark drained all your energy. Seeing a perfect opportunity, Young Min decided to use the old man as a guinea pig for his new power. Besides, I've been wanting to test this out anyway. I should probably thank the creator for being so cooperative, right? But the old man couldn't even fight back. He was sent to the afterlife just like that. Young Min was stunned. Wait, what? A massive wave of energy surged. His body was instantly healed. He had discovered something else: the full recovery on kill effect. He checked the system logs. He collected Tradika's head and an item shaped like a monster. What's this? Was Tradika a goblin or something? Since the fight ended so quickly, Young Min hadn't been able to fully test his power yet. Since I'm at it, I might as well see what this blood mark can really do. Just a little bit more. Young Min smiled. There was one place he absolutely had to go. The Berserker Guild in the city of Crossroad. Young Min went to the merchant and started buying the items he needed. I'll take the skill books for Divine Power Charge, Tough Body, and Twist Attack. He wanted to build new skills that were more groundbreaking. Divine Power plus Charge plus Tough Body plus Twist Attack. Skill combination. Combining Divine Power and Charge. Starting the synthesis now. Once the combination is complete, the skill books will be consumed and the combined skill Hardened Body Twist Attack will be automatically acquired. Young Min was extremely satisfied. Perfect, just perfect. The system displayed a notification. Please perform the intended movements for the combined skill and confirm upon completion. He began performing a technique he had come up with himself. A series of coordinated strikes unfolded beautifully. He shifted his weight onto one leg and spun like a top. The axe swinging motion confirmed the skill's physical requirements. Once everything was set, the system requested a name. Let's name this combined skill Whirlwind. The system accepted the command and the details of the new skill were finalized. Whirlwind, a combined skill where the body rotates at a dizzying speed while simultaneously spinning the weapon during movement. This continuously deals physical damage to all surrounding enemies. The skill can be used indefinitely until mana reaches 0. While active, the user can move freely and change direction at will. While using the skill, movement speed continuously increases. When in a berserk state, the skill's speed and power are doubled. Young Min sprinted out of the guild in pure bliss. This version of Young Min has officially become the first berserker. I've got to test this out right now. Entering the cave of cursed life, he marched deep inside, eager to find monsters to test his new strength. Where is everyone? He grew incredibly excited, glancing around for a target to fight. You guys will be the first sacrifices for my whirlwind. Originally, Berserkers didn't have a skill like whirlwind. Youngmin had been inspired by other games to create it himself. He was thrilled with this breakthrough. This was something even Odin couldn't have imagined. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. His first targets had arrived, a pack of wolves with razor-sharp claws. Good, good. The more the merrier. Young Min dropped into a combat stance, clearly satisfied with the pack that had appeared. I was hoping for something stronger than those hyenas, and this is perfect. The pack began to charge at him simultaneously. Level 120 werewolves. He welcomed their onslaught with open arms. Even as the wolves tore at his body, Young Min stood deathly still. One bit into his arm, while others clamped onto his calves. They mauled him savagely, but Young Min only grew more ecstatic despite his severe injuries. Perfect. The system warned health at 20%, body in a severely weakened state. Only then did he start swinging his blade, keeping the wolves from getting any closer. You did well. Young Min struck back. Now, it's my turn. Holding his massive hammer, he was dying to try it out. Witness Young Min's new skill. With just one move of his own design, he could take down several of them at once with his whirlwind. His eyes turned blood red as the blood marks spread across his face. A massive whirlwind erupted, sweeping everything away. The vortex tore the wolves apart, leaving them howling in agony. The entire pack was wiped out by Young Min. His wounds began to close rapidly until he was fully healed. Young Min surveyed the aftermath of his carnage. Wolves lay scattered across the ground. Even though the blood mark only absorbed 3% of the damage dealt as health. When fighting a crowd, the total damage output is massive, making that 3% more than enough. He still had one thing he wanted to test though. If I could just manage my mana recovery, I could hunt indefinitely, couldn't I? Feeling the overwhelming power surging through him, Young Min let out a smirk. This should be enough to deal with those guys. He put his weapon away, imagining how Baron Cho would lose his mind if he found out. This was a good enough test, but since he had killed the sorcerer and seized the quest items, he'd likely face punishment from Cho wouldn't. Young Min began brewing a new plan to maximize his gains. Should I just take out the vampire too and bring him to the High Elves for a reward? Would that work? Back at the guard barracks in Cross Road, he brought Chitika's head to the barracks to report to Mencken. This is the head of Chitika, an orc. Mencken looked at the severed head in his hands, his heart burning with resentment. An orc. Are there orcs hiding around here? He interrogated him intensely. Orcs belong to the Black Dragon Legion, the greatest enemy of the Golden Lion territory. Where did you find it? Young Min reported everything. He was a subordinate of Baron Cho. He even went as far as telling him everything regarding the High Elves. And Baron Cho is a vampire. Right now, he's holding a High Elf child captive. Mencken shouted in shock. A High Elf. Young Min proceeded to lay out the whole story. He tweaked the story slightly during his report to favor himself. In order to drain the blood containing the High Elf's divine power, he conspired with this orc to perform dark magic. I discovered them and eliminated the orc first. He maintained a professional facade, having temporarily handled the immediate crisis. But if we leave him be, Baron Cho will continue to harm the High Elves. The more Mencken heard, the angrier he became, hissing through his teeth. That piece of filth noble. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes full of murderous intent. I will never forgive anyone who lays a finger on a High Elf in my jurisdiction. He immediately turned to his soldiers and barked an order. All guards assemble, we move out immediately. But Young Min stepped in just in time. Captain, wait, please listen to me. He offered a very rational and clever piece of advice. Fighting a vampire at night was essentially a suicide mission. We should head out at dawn and catch him while he's still asleep. Mencken rubbed his forehead, realizing how impulsive he'd been. I let my emotions get the better of me. You're right. For now, we wait. After leaving the barracks, Young Min set his own plan in motion. I only said that so I could get to Cho's castle first. He smirked, feeling smug about his plan. He had something more important to do than just arresting the guy. Meanwhile, Young Min was still fast asleep in her bed inside Baron Cho's manor. His priority was to rescue the kidnapped High Elf before the guards arrived, ensuring he'd be the one to claim the reward. The girl's entire body was trembling from a nightmare. A sinister voice whispered in her ear, "It won't be much longer now." Cho stood by Young Min's side, whispering as he looked at her with pure lust. The blood containing your divine power will soon flow through my veins. At Baron Cho's castle, Young Min had already arrived. By now, Cho must be. I'm so pumped thinking about getting a taste of those two High Elves' blood. I made an excuse to keep Mencken waiting until morning because I've got my own agenda. I want to test my limits by taking him on when he's at his absolute strongest. He slowly grips the cracks in the brick wall, pulling himself up toward the high windows. His ambition is massive, and he knows he has to take down Cho alone to keep the rewards from those two High Elves all to himself. Once he reaches the ledge, he nudges the window open and slips silently inside. From up here, he has a clear view of Cho's seat, but the man is nowhere to be found. Cho isn't there. Recalling the noises from before, he pinpoints the likely location of Young Min's room. It looks like the two high elves are on the upper floor. Young Min opens the door with extreme care, making sure not to make a single sound. He peeks inside to size up the situation. Is this the place? Sure enough, Young Min is right there on the bed. She hasn't woken up yet. Young Min looks at Young Min, unable to hide his excitement. Bingo, why was that so easy? He gives her a gentle nudge. Hey, high elf. But even with a firmer shake, she doesn't budge. Hey, Young Min feels completely helpless. He's shaking her this much and she's still out cold. Usually high elves are incredibly sensitive to sound. She should have woken up the second I stepped into the room. Did they drug her or something? He racks his brain for the best way to wake her up. If I don't control my strength and just keep manhandling her, I'll probably end up hurting her. But there's no way to wake this high elf up without being a bit aggressive. Suddenly, Young Min has an idea. Aha, I've got just the thing. He pulls a device out of his bag. From his inventory, he pulls out a simple alarm clock. It's a piece of dwarven engineering. He starts winding the knob on the clock. Who knew that all that time I spent grinding my mechanical skills would come in handy like this? He places it right next to Young Min's ear. It's just a basic alarm, but the ringing is so loud it could wake the dead. Even Young Min standing right there has to cover his ears to block out the deafening noise. Ugh, my ears are about to explode. That's got to do the trick. Young Min stirs, looking uncomfortable, and finally reacts to the chaotic noise. Stop it. Make it stop. Seizing the moment, Young Min quickly grabs the annoying clock. Oh, you're finally awake. Young Min is still covering her ears, looking thoroughly annoyed. Do something about that sound. With a quick squeeze, he crushes the clock in his palm. She slowly comes to her senses. Young Min asks with concern, Young Min, are you okay? What's your name? Young Min stares blankly at the man standing by her bed. How did you wake me? He bows respectfully and introduces himself. That's right, I am Young Min, a member of the Crossroads Guard. He has other things on his mind though. High elves are naturally high-born. Young Min smiles to himself. She's probably royalty. Just like Captain Mankin, so I'd better mind my manners. She shyly introduces herself. My name is Young Min. Thank you for saving me. He reaches out his hand to help her up, looking apologetic. Sorry for the wake-up call, but Young Min shakes her head. It's fine. If you hadn't done that, I never would have escaped that nightmare. She suddenly turns her head toward the door as she hears something. I guess making all that noise didn't go unnoticed. Young Min's face goes deathly pale as she points toward the door. Cho is standing there blocking the exit, his eyes glowing red and his voice dripping with rage. You little rat, how dare you? Young Min trembles, clutching her arm in fear. What do we do now? But Young Min doesn't show a hint of fear. In fact, it's like he's been waiting for him to show up. I didn't expect you to hear us so soon. Originally, his plan was to find the High Elves first, but Young Min immediately summons his weapon ready for a fight. But since you came to me, I guess I should show some hospitality. Cho approaches them, determined not to let a traitor live. I won't let this slide. He reveals his true hideous vampire form and bellows. You dare disobey my orders? Young Min can't help but feel terrified. Do you really think you can defeat a vampire like him? Young Min reassures her. Just stay here and wait for me. This won't take long. He drops into a combat stance. Look here, Baron. You wouldn't want the lady behind me getting hurt in our little scuffle, would you? In a flash, Young Min lunges at Cho before he can even react. So let's take this somewhere else. He slams a heavy punch right into the man's gut. Young Min calls out after Young Min. Cho's body is sent flying into the back wall, smashing right through it. They've successfully moved the fight outside. High in the air, he continues his assault, punching Cho in the stomach again. The vampire is slammed hard onto the cold ground, but he still manages to pull himself up. Young Min jumps down, landing perfectly on the dirt. He excitedly asks Cho how it feels. Well, how does it feel for a vampire to be hunted by a human? The man starts to take the fight seriously. You arrogant bastard. His power flares up violently. I'll drain every drop of blood from your body until you're nothing but skin and bones. Young Min channels power into his weapon, feeling satisfied. That's it. You better give it everything you've got. His own strength is skyrocketing by the second. His face is twisted with excitement. Because I want to taste your overflowing vitality too. Cho looks confused when he hears that. Vitality. What are you talking about? But he doesn't get an answer. Young Min takes advantage of his confusion and lunges. An opening. He combines his momentum, making his speed and impact even more devastating. Flash step plus a power strike. But Cho quickly uses his stone-hard hands to block the attack. They act like a solid shield, leaving Young Min momentarily stunned. How are a vampire's nails this hard? Cho's power is definitely not ordinary. It makes him question the man's true identity. This is a bit much. Are you really just a vampire? At that moment, Cho notices the blood seal patterns running along Young Min's body. Those patterns. He answers nonchalantly. These, you're just now noticing them. He even flaunts his arm with the blood seals, taunting and provoking the man. Blood seals. I have them thanks to you. Hearing this, Cho shakes with pure rage. From the start, this guy was after them and just pretended to obey me. He finally realizes Young Min's true colors way too late. Right. He was planning to steal my two high elves from the beginning. It was all part of his plan. He's even more furious that he was played by someone he considered a mere nobody. A human dares to toy with me, Cho screams, lunging forward to tear him apart. I will never forgive you. His nails transform into razor-sharp weapons, striking out at him with lightning speed. His speed is insane. Young Min can't even react before getting clawed across the arm. Looking at Cho's power and speed, he's certain now. Just as I thought, he's no ordinary vampire. Young Min struggles to dodge the relentless onslaught. Right now, the bastard is trying to pin me down. But they're neck and neck, neither gaining the upper hand. Looking at his speed and attack power, he's definitely something else. Suddenly, a system alert flashes. Health at 20%, basic skills will now receive a massive boost. This takes Young Min by surprise. I've never heard anything about Cho being a progenitor vampire before. But if he really is a progenitor, then the blood seal wouldn't have worked from the start. He grips his weapon even tighter. No matter what, Young Min still has absolute faith in his own abilities.
The fact that he's dying here today won't change.
How does my blood taste? He starts unleashing his ultimate move. Blow after blow rains down. Wild Gale Cho screams in pure agony. The more he bleeds, the faster Young Min's recovery becomes. The blood seal. You like it, don't you? He tries to provoke the monster. Just one wild gale and my health is already back up to this level. If a vampire uses it, their life steal is amplified. But if a human uses it, they gain the power of life absorption. Red blood pours from Cho's body, yet he's actually smiling. He laughs mockingly at Young Min. What makes you so damn confident? Life absorption. I bet Cho licks the blood dripping down his face. It seems you're clueless. He bellows with laughter, completely full of himself. Life absorption is an innate ability of us, vampires. His eyes slowly turn feral and crazed. Even if a human uses the blood seal, they can never master that power as perfectly as we can. Cho's power explodes with violent intensity. Now I'll show you the true gap between us. His body begins to warp and shift, growing massive and bestial like a werewolf. Young Min stands there stunned. He's turned into a total monster. At this rate, he's more like a werewolf than a vampire, isn't he? But he doesn't let it get to him, remaining dead calm as Cho lunges. Whatever. You'll make a great test subject. He raises his massive weapon high, building momentum, then Young Min swings it down with everything he's got. Cho is livid, his eyes glowing a deep, bloody red. Cho roars and charges back, slashing a deep gash into Young Min's arm. The wound is so deep that blood won't stop gushing out, and for once the injury isn't healing instantly like it should. He can't fully recover. Cho sneers triumphantly. Did I forget to mention, when a human uses the blood seal, he's now certain of his victory. That puny recovery speed of yours can't outrun your death. Young Min grits his teeth, trying to find a way out. Clearly, in my past life, the blood seal was nerfed. I wonder if it's even working right. But he decides to go all in. If the life steal rate is down, I'll just have to find another way. Young Min charges forward with his weapon. I just need to hit you until you break. Cho can't wrap his head around this reckless move. You idiot. The two clash in a brutal, desperate struggle. Neither side backs down an inch. Both are losing blood rapidly, but Young Min only gets more fired up, throwing himself into the attack with reckless abandon. He lunges, hacking away at Cho's body. The system warns health at 10%, but he doesn't give a damn. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Young Min keeps diving back in, attacking relentlessly. I just need to deal more damage. Cho screams, seeing him fight like a suicidal maniac. You're insane. Out of pure pride, he refuses to back down. A vampire will never lose to a mere human like you. Young Min loses control completely. Just die already. He unleashes his ultimate skills. Overpower. Another strike lands. Wild Gale. See, I'm no ordinary human. Finally, he prepares a combo attack. The power behind it is absolutely terrifying. Overpower combined with Wild Gale, a combo skill that Cho has zero hope of blocking. Young Min's smile turns just as crazed as his opponent's. The vampire's body is torn to shreds. The final battle has finally come to an end. He lets out a long sigh of relief as his body slowly begins to mend. In front of him lies a massive pool of Cho's blood. Is blood all that's left? The system notifies him that his health is fully restored. Young Min is ecstatic. Thanks to you, this body is brimming with health again. Young Min has completely mastered the use of the blood seal. Young Min feels satisfied, vitality fully restored. Integration of the blood seal complete. This feels even more refreshing than I thought. On top of that, he's looking forward to something else. Now it's time to claim the prize that no amount of money could ever buy. The system screen pops up, hidden achievement unlocked. Requirements met, rescued 2 high elves, and personally defeated a vampire count. By the time morning comes, a commotion breaks out outside the Baron's mansion. All soldiers line up. As of now, the operation to eliminate the vampire Baron begins. Break down the doors and take him down. Mankin leads the army, giving his men final orders. It doesn't matter if that wicked vampire dies, but you must ensure the high elves aren't harmed by so much as a speck of dust. Save them. He signals the troop. Move out. The entire army rushes forward to breach the gate, but before they can even touch it, a loud boom echoes from inside. The doors are being smashed open from the inside. With a deafening crash, the entrance is completely destroyed. What Mankin stands there, frozen in disbelief. What the hell? It's broad daylight. Vampires are supposed to be at their weakest right now, so how are they this strong? But it's not Cho who steps out, it's Youngmin and Youngmin. He speaks up first. Surprise, my apologies, but you shouldn't be so quick to judge based on appearances. Mankin is stunned, recognizing that familiar voice. Mankin is even more shocked to see him and her walking out completely unscathed. Youngmin. And the high elf lady too. What on earth is happening? Youngmin steps forward to calm everyone down. It's okay now, Baron Cho. She points to Youngmin standing beside her. He has been personally defeated by this man. This news leaves Mankin even more flabbergasted. He's incredibly skeptical. Youngmin, that kid did it. But Baron Cho's level is way higher than his. Youngmin acts like it was just a coincidence. I was a bit worried, so I came here early only to find this high elf lady about to have her blood drained. How could I just stand by and watch someone stain the honor of an elf? Another spirit kin speaks up hesitantly. Is that really the truth, Captain? It's not that I don't trust Youngmin, but it's hard to believe a human could take down a vampire count. What if he's trying to play us for fools? Mankin snaps back. Watch your mouth. Can't you see for yourself? We have no choice but to believe it. The soldier looks confused. Sir, see what Mankin understands this better than anyone. The privilege of the high elves. Youngmin is making a vow to Youngmin. The oath has already begun. Everyone is wide-eyed and speechless. No, that's impossible. She's making a sacred vow. To a human, she looks completely certain of her choice. That's right. This is something you can't buy no matter how much money you throw at it. It's priceless. Youngmin is finally about to get what he's been after. And this is it. Youngmin approaches him, holding the bracelet, the oath of the high elves. Right here, she prepares to make her vow before the man who truly deserves praise, to the one who bravely defended the honor of the high elves. Right here, right now, I swear upon my own name. I, Youngmin, will support the Berserker Youngmin with all my heart and soul. The system displays a notification. You have achieved the legendary feat, the High Elves' Oath of Youngmin. You are the first person to ever achieve this. Special rewards for the first achiever. At this moment, beyond mere trust, your relationship with Youngmin has reached unshakable faith, the final stage of rapport. After taking the bracelet from Youngmin's hand, Youngmin kisses her hand to show his respect. It is truly an honor. Noble High Elf, he says, but inside he's thrilled. This achievement is unique. While it doesn't boost his stats directly, he now possesses something special that no amount of money could buy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to gain more connections and resources. Unlocked access to High Elven Society. You can now join High Elven Society through Youngmin. High Elven Society is a tight-knit aristocratic senate, a true hub of power. No other race has ever succeeded in gaining access to it. The choice is yours, and you must chase your own fortune. But don't let this rare chance slip away. This is a very close bond. If I can control the Senate, it'll be a huge help in taking down Odin. Youngmin looks at the other kneeling guards, feeling incredibly smug about their respect. To get this achievement, he had to immediately stop the guards' movement just so he could rescue the High Elf all by himself. Even Mankin was no exception. He had to admit the man's talent. Youngmin. He really is something else. Who knows? He might be the one to rewrite the history of this world. Once done, he just wanted to leave right away. Well, then I'll take my leave. Youngmin calls after him. Wait, please, hold on a moment. I want to introduce you to the Senate. Why don't we rest for a bit and enjoy dinner together? Youngmin is annoyed on the inside, but he has to force a smile. This is going to be a real pain. I don't know what Odin is doing or where he is right now. I need to level up as fast as possible. A system window appears with a new quest if he accepts Youngmin's invitation. Mankin's forgotten quest, Mutant Monsters. Find the beast that has been consuming creatures tainted by curse energy and causing them to mutate. However, if the mutations get any worse, there's no telling what might happen. Success conditions. Confirm 3 mutated monsters. Reward 90 silver and the Crossroad Guard Spear. But he feels this is a waste of time. There aren't even any high-level mutant monsters there to help me grind. In the end, Youngmin insists on declining, playing it off smoothly. How about we make it another time? Until then, please take care of yourself. Youngmin leaves immediately, flying to a deserted island before landing softly. It's a peaceful and beautiful place. He's arrived at the White Coast. Even though he's here, he still hasn't decided on his next move. Where should I go now? I bet one of those mutant monsters is. He grins as he senses his targets approaching. The Blade Arm Dance, a swarm of mutated monsters, is standing right behind him. Oh, so it's you guys. Youngmin has a new target to test his strength on. You really just delivered yourselves right to me, didn't you? Thanks a lot. He summons his familiar weapon ready for battle. Might as well level up while I'm at it. Youngmin aggressively points his axe at the mutants. Bring it on. All of you. A fierce battle breaks out, dust and smoke filling the air. The scene shifts, showing someone holding a large gem with excitement. Oh, this actually worked. He praises Odin's extraordinary power. You're amazing. That was a monster whose true strength was still a mystery. How did you find its weakness? The man leans against a tree, his voice calm but sharp as he criticizes the other guy. How rude. The condition was clearly that you wouldn't ask me questions. The guy cowers in fear, quickly apologizing. I'm I know I get it. I'll just shut my mouth and level up, okay? Odin stays silent, his eyes sharp as knives. His mind wanders. Everything is going according to plan, but something feels off, like a foreign object stuck in a gear. That feeling keeps repeating. The guy next to him won't stop being noisy. Damn it, it still won't open. Wait, this is the first title I've ever gotten. I don't care who that bastard is, I'm going to crush you all and take that first title for myself. Odin advises him, no need to rush. Those whose fates are intertwined will eventually meet whether they want to or not. Back to young Min, who is in high spirits. Let's settle this. I'm going to tear you all to shreds. Go for it. With a single swing, he takes one down, but they start to surround him. What Young Min isn't scared at all. In fact, he's loving it. This trash is too easy. The rest of you come at me all at once. The mutants charge and he's satisfied. That's it. You should have come at me first, so I could finish this easier. He leaps high into the air, preparing to land a devastating blow on the swarm. Faster, aren't I supposed to be leveling up? Once again, Young Min unleashes his ultimate techniques. Wild Wind. That one move quickly wipes out a group of mutants. Their bodies are sliced into pieces and hit the ground. Young Min's power is growing stronger by the second. The system constantly flashes notifications. Level up, level up. You've leveled up again and again. You have successfully eliminated the mutant monsters. Young Min finishes them off in no time. This is way easier than dealing with those chews. Then another mutant monster approaches from a distance. He recognizes it instantly. There you are, right on time. The second mutant monster of the plains. It bellows the core of light in its chest, glowing even brighter. The Blade Demon Keter. I've already figured out your weakness. It's that core in the middle of your chest. Even knowing this, Young Min doesn't want to take risks. But attacking the weakness directly is dangerous. If I want to finish this quest, I have to be patient. He keeps telling himself to wait just a little longer. As he waits, Keter's body begins to transform. It merges with the corpses of the other monsters, performing a twisted dance and regenerating into a perfect form, which means it just got a whole lot stronger. Level 130. The Blade Demon Keter, the field boss. He must destroy this merged body to complete the mission. Young Min only wanted to wrap up this mission quickly. Besides the mission, I've got other things to do. You're just a field boss in name only, aren't you? He then moved out swiftly. He lunged at the Blade Fiend, forcing it to yield. Spit it out, rare items only drop when you're defeated in your fused state. But things were never that simple. Young Min moved like a flash of lightning, closing the distance to the mutated monster. There's always a solution. He figured this showdown was nothing he couldn't handle. A bit of a nuisance, but I know how to hit it. He leaped into the air, dodging a punch from the Blade Fiend that felt like it could crack the sky. Then Young Min raised his weapon high to build momentum. He couldn't hesitate for even a single second. He couldn't give the creature a chance to counter. Suddenly, the Blade Fiend was engulfed in a crimson energy. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a fatal strike, taking it down in one clean hit. The sheer force of the impact sent both of them flying back. Young Min quickly launched another assault, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. Blitz, the attacks came in a relentless, lightning-fast barrage. Blitzing forward, he just wanted to end this fight as fast as possible. Strike fast, win fast. The Blade Fiend was hammered so hard it couldn't even react, let alone fight back, howling in pure agony. Even though its weak point was right there in plain sight, it was still protected by a thick layer of armor. This is annoying. That armor makes it hard to hit the core precisely. In that case, Young Min decided to go all out. Fine, I'll just smash through your armor too. He landed a devastating blow right on the chest core. The system announced the enemy was hit by weapon bash and was now in a state of confusion. The Blade Fiend's armor was destroyed. Its defense dropped by 50%. He smirked with satisfaction. Gotcha, that's a guaranteed hit. But as the monster just stood there taking the hits, even with its core being slashed, it actually started to smile. Only then did Young Min realize too late that something was wrong. Could it be? The Blade Fiend finally unleashed its ultimate move, Blade Storm. Its entire body fired off countless tiny blades in a self-destructing frenzy after landing 25 hits on the enemy. There was no way to dodge it. Where the hell did this nonsense come from? The monster followed up with another skill, Unstoppable Siege Machine. While the skill was active, its defense power and movement speed increased by 200%. Young Min drove his axe blade even deeper. Rest in peace. The chest core was completely destroyed, and the Blade Fiend began to fade away. A massive explosion erupted, and the battle finally ended with Young Min as the victor. As he fell, an arrow shot toward him but stopped just inches from his eyes. Quite simply, because the Blade Fiend was dead, its skills had stopped working. Is it finally over? Beams of light started radiating from the creature's eyes and mouth. Another explosion went off. Young Min realized in a panic, crap, I forgot about its final act. It was a cataclysmic self-destruct explosion with a massive radius. It blew away everything in its path. Thick smoke filled the air. Slowly, a figure emerged from the haze. It was Young Min. He had survived the blast despite being right in the middle of it. That sneaky bastard. If I'd been a second slower, I'd be toast. The system flashed. You have leveled up. 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 You have successfully defeated the second mutated monster. Sharp black stones lay scattered across the ground. Well, at least I got the rare item. It was a rare tier Blade Fiend fragment. This fragment contained the lingering resentment of the Blade Fiend. It could grant special power to any bladed weapon. When used for enhancement, it would cause a bleed effect on any target hit. Youngmin looked at the item in his hand pleased. Bleeding after a fatal blow, I've got to try this out right now. He immediately applied the item to his weapon. Enhancement successful. The weapon now causes bleeding on hit, making it even more powerful and imposing. Nice enhancement complete. Looking at the calm water, Youngmin decided on his next destination. Before I take down the final boss, I need to make a quick stop here. Down at the bottom of the lake were giant clams, the place where one could find 5 colored pearls and where they were nurtured. Youngmin looked off into the distance, hoping all this hard work would pay off. The ship was slowly sinking. If I remember correctly, it was really strong. The hull was snapped in half, destined to stay at the bottom of the ocean forever. A deep dark doorway on the ship creaked open, and something with glowing red eyes appeared. Youngmin pried open a giant clam with his hands inside. Another failure. Seriously, another mana pearl. He complained about the wasted time. The item was expensive, but it was high time the pearl he wanted showed up. As they say, heaven helps those who help themselves. This time, Youngmin finally found what he was looking for. A shimmering, perfectly round and smooth pearl appeared. Finally, there it is. 5-colored pearl acquired. He looked at the pearl in his hand, feeling incredibly satisfied. When it comes to boosting defense, nothing beats this. Feeling motivated, Youngmin enthusiastically moved on to the next giant purple clam. Alright, let's go get the next one. He cracked open another shell and a light glowed from within. Suddenly, the system window displayed a quest. Find the traces of the Lion King. An iron helmet was sealed by some mysterious power. It needed the power of its own kind. Find that essence and uncover the truth. Success conditions and rewards were listed. Youngmin was stunned when he saw the quest. What a Lion King quest? He figured this might be a hint from the system. Come to think of it, items related to the Lion King tend to attract one another. He summoned the item, the Lion King's iron helmet, and the helmet in his hand began to glow. Naturally, he had high hopes for the reward he'd get. So this quest really does lead to another piece of the Lion King's armor. Youngmin looked toward the shipwreck in the middle of the vast ocean. The only place around here that would have the armor is that shipwreck. He thought the quest would be a breeze and felt excited. There aren't any mutated monsters anyway, so I might as well check it out. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Youngmin immediately swam out toward the shipwreck. I'll probably find more 5-colored pearls there too. Let's see what we've got. Without hesitation, he dove in. Youngmin pushed himself to swim fast toward the ocean floor. The system notified him. You can breathe underwater thanks to the effect of the gill herb. Even though he had reached a depth that would crush a normal person, he felt perfectly fine. This item really works wonders. He felt lucky he had completed that quest earlier. It's a good thing there were so many gill herbs on the beach. Because of that, breathing underwater is a piece of cake. Even though it was a one-time use item, Youngmin couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. There's definitely something here. Sure enough, he spotted something. He finally reached the doors of the ship, the very place holding the item he'd been searching for. Found it, the lair of the mutant sea's final boss, the captain's quarters. Youngmin began summoning his weapons, bracing himself for the coming slaughter. He deliberately provoked the boss. Hey, quit hiding and get out here. Suddenly, a section of the ship was blown to smithereens. The mutated monster's massive arms slammed directly into his stomach. The force of that punch sent a shockwave through his body, making Youngmin cough up a spray of blood. He glared at the creature before him. So you're finally showing your face, huh, Captain Monlak? The monster didn't seem to like people like Youngmin one bit. Level 130, Captain Monlak. You filthy human. Do you have any idea where you are? He pinned Youngmin down, letting out a guttural, furious roar. What was your goal in sneaking in here? But as usual, he didn't give an answer, completely confident in his own power. What's the point of telling a dead man? Youngmin unleashed his ultimate move to break free. The impact was clear to the naked eye. However, his attack speed had dropped significantly. This is exactly why I hate fighting underwater. My body feels so sluggish. Monlak's hands were now riddled with deep gashes. A mere human like you. How dare you? But in the blink of an eye, he lost sight of Youngmin entirely. He had disappeared into thin air. Youngmin flickered in and out of sight, leaving the boss with no time to react. Whatever, killing one guy isn't that big of a deal. Monlak unleashed his own special move, summoning his crew. At his command, a swarm of crewmen appeared. Youngmin grumbled in annoyance. This guy is really using his subordinates as meat shields. While he was busy tearing through the henchmen, the captain launched a sneak attack. A heavy strike came crashing down, but luckily his quick reflexes allowed him to dodge just in time. Monlak laughed mockingly. Nice moves. What happened to that arrogant attitude you had a second ago? Youngmin knew exactly where they both stood in terms of power. This bastard. If it weren't for his minions, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. He had to find a way to completely wipe out the lackeys if he wanted to win this. The crewmen, summoned by Captain Monlak, were incredibly annoying because they kept blocking most of his critical strikes. Suddenly, a smirk played on his lips, as if he'd just thought of something. If you guys want to be this much of a pain, a blood-red aura began to surge out. It was Berserk mode. The system flashed a notification, Lion King's iron helmet equipped. Young Min felt a surge of excitement as he tore through everything. I'm going to turn all of you into Manlak sashimi. Realizing things had taken a turn for the worse, the minions and the captain turned tail to run, but there was no way he'd let them escape that easily. He chased them down, picking them off one by one. Even Manlak was stunned by his sheer speed. He's too fast. Yu Min lunged forward to strike, but the boss managed to parry the blow. Their weapons clashed with a shower of sparks. Due to the massive power gap, Manlak's sword quickly shattered into pieces. No way. My sword. The system announced, enemy weapon destroyed. Target has entered an abnormal state. Opponent's attack power reduced by 10%. He screamed, unable to accept the reality of it. No, Young Min vanished once again, right in front of Manlak's eyes. What happened? Where did he go? This time he appeared right behind the captain's back. Where are you looking? This sudden appearance left the boss defenseless, and he was sliced into countless pieces. Young Min had delivered on his threat. Done. Manlak sashimi is served. Level up. You have leveled up 3 times. 3 mutant monsters defeated. Quest complete. Eliminate the mutant monsters. Now go find Mankin. Young Min quickly swam back toward the surface. Phew. Almost out. He loved the Berserk mode, but it was always a struggle to get back to normal. Just then the item's effect wore off. The effect of Manlak's gills has been deactivated. He looked at the item he just received. Well, at least I got the drop from Captain Manlak. But wait, wasn't this part of my collection in my past life? A rare ancient coin. A coin of unknown origin and purpose. Because of its beautiful pattern, it's often kept as a collector's item. Suddenly, an explosion echoed behind him. He spun around, startled. What was that? Young Min recognized it instantly. It's the lion statue. Is this a clue for the Lion King quest? Oh, is there something in its mouth? He slowly reached for a small box. It was a chest, but instead of a keyhole, it had a circular slot. He took the item he had just gathered and inserted the ancient coin into the slot. Whoa, was this really the key? Young Min's lion helmet began to glow once more. Wait, as the iron helmet glowed, the box opened with a matching radiance. He picked up the box, and when he saw what was inside, he froze. You've got to be kidding me. Is this seriously happening? After the enemy was finished, the ship tilted and slowly began to sink into the ocean. Young Min was mesmerized by the light from the box. What is this circular thing? The system displayed the info. Unidentified circular object. Grade rare. Origin and use unknown, but it feels like it's overflowing with some kind of energy. He placed his hand on the item. It was his first time seeing something like this. Young Min's eyes widened in surprise as he picked it up. Why is it suddenly glowing? The system provided more details. Proof of the Lion King. Set grade. Long ago, Manlak saved Gaokan, the Lion King, and the Lion King passed this proof down to them. This object contains the power of the Lion King. It grants the following effects: stamina plus 100, intelligence plus 100. His eyes nearly popped out of his head, his breath hitching in shock. This is part of the Lion King's armor. Young Min paused to think. Wait a minute. According to my memories, none of the pieces of the Lion King's armor were supposed to be this proof of the Lion King thing. Is this unsealed item really part of the set? He let out a low, delighted chuckle. Not only that, but the bonus effects were insane. Just from this one item, his stamina had jumped by 100 points. This is the kind of power you usually don't get until level 40. Young Min said excitedly, this is a massive win. He sat down and looked back into the chest, noticing a faint golden light flickering. What now? Why is it still glowing? He realized the material inside wasn't just ordinary fabric. Young Min pulled the item out of the chest to examine it. It was a painting related to the Lion King. This is a drawing of the chest plate's design. He stood up warily, scanning his surroundings. Does that mean the Lion King's chest plate is somewhere around here? But it doesn't seem to be on this shipwreck. Young Min's mind raced. Wait, that's right. Looking back, Manlak's crew had a backstory about stealing treasures from the Pirate King. Could the armor have been stolen back then too? He felt a surge of excitement. Some Pirate King, huh? This is great. That's a level 300 boss. He appears in a very distant area from the start, so finding the armor won't be easy. Young Min felt like his mind was expanding across the entire universe as he thought. He stood up and pointed toward the horizon. Just having this is enough of an advantage. I know exactly where you are now, and I'm coming for you. No sooner said than done. Young Min logged into the third city crossroad. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he let out a sigh of relief. Time to use this to blow off some steam. His attention was immediately caught by a rowdy crowd up ahead. Why is it so noisy? Young Min muttered in confusion. What is going on? Hey, that is my spear. The crowd was in a frenzy, pushing and shoving each other. Let go of it. I got here first. What are you talking about? I grabbed it first, so I am the rightful owner. Seeing the crowd bickering and fighting just to buy his items, he smirked, thinking to himself, as expected, this is top tier. Now making money is just a matter of time. Afterward, Youngmin headed to Crossroads, specifically to the Guard Corps building, to talk business. The spear business is settled now. It is time to get back to the quests. Mankin was startled by his sudden appearance. "Oh, it is you." He stood up to welcome him. "Youngmin, it has been a while." Youngmin nodded in response to the greeting. "It has been a long time, Captain Mankin. I have successfully eliminated 3 mutant monsters." Mankin shouted in shock. 3 mutant monsters. "Have you really improved that much already?" Youngmin smirked with satisfaction upon hearing the praise. "Youngmin, you have worked hard. You have been a huge help to us." Despite the praise, Youngmin remained humble. "It was nothing, sir." The system notification rang in his ear, confirming the completion of the mutant monster elimination quest. He then asked, "I was wondering, have you found the cause of all this yet? If there is anything I can do to help, just give me the word." Mankin rested his chin on his hand, hesitating. "It seems like some external force has interfered in this matter. It is still a bit difficult to give you the specifics. Right now," he said, his voice turning serious and stern. "If I find out anything, I will let you know. For now, you must prioritize getting stronger. With your current strength, if you were to encounter them, there is absolutely no way you would survive." Very quickly, the system issued Youngmin a new quest. Training time. You are still too weak to access the secret. Build up your strengths so you can carry the weight of that secret. Success condition: reach level 150. Reward: the trust of Mankin, the captain of the Crossroad Guard Corps. He muttered as he walked away. "T6, as I thought, I cannot accept the next quest because of the level limit. To level up, I definitely need to go to that dungeon. I should get prepared." The system's voice rang out. Magic resistance scroll has been applied to the currently equipped gear. Magic resistance has increased to 9. Youngmin muttered with excitement. "The magic resistance scroll I bought earlier is finally coming in handy. Now let's head out." The scene shifts to the southwest of Crossroad. He used great force to chop down 2 trees in front of him, quickly clearing out a whole patch of woods. The system notification popped up. "You have received 10 logs." Youngmin shouldered the bundle of wood and talked to himself. "The logs are ready. Shall we go now?" He suddenly froze when he heard a shout nearby. "Hey, Youngmin, look toward the source of the yelling." "What? Someone is here. This dungeon is not supposed to be known by others yet." A black-haired man shouted loudly. "Do you have a conscience? Where did this brat come from stealing other people's loot?" A nimble-looking guy replied, "Wait a second. Did you guys mark this hunting ground or something? Is the hunting ground not a free-for-all zone?" The black-haired man shook with rage. "That is the point. You brat, you are interfering with our hunt." The small guy glanced the other way. "What? You guys were hunting that thing?" Mitty poked his own face mockingly. "I thought you were just standing there scratching an itch or sunbathing. It must be because you were so weak." "Well then, I am sorry, so sorry. My bad." Annoyed, the black-haired man drew his weapon. "This guy is a total lunatic. We cannot talk sense into him. Spit out everything you have swallowed, you bastard." He fired an arrow. The boy had quick reflexes and jumped back. The black-haired man chased after him before the arrow even hit the ground, his whole body trembling with fury. "Damn it, he is as small as a mouse, so he is hard to hit. This time I will definitely get him." Youngmin hid in the bushes, observing. "What? That guy? I think he is Mitty. He was very famous in my past life." Youngmin followed Mitty's every move. Even so, he is a strange player, able to dodge any opponent's attack by shrinking his own body. He finally understood why the guy was called Mitty. The boy seized the opportunity to counterattack. "Got you." The black-haired man gritted his teeth in pain because he was hit in the thigh. "Just a little more, you filthy piece of trash," he screamed in rage. "I cannot take this anymore. I am going to crush you myself." The black-haired man suddenly froze when he heard Youngmin shout. Youngmin stepped out to stop them. "Right now, your actions are considered PK, targeting an innocent player." The man panicked when he saw Youngmin appearing in guard armor. Why is the Guard Corps? It is just a misunderstanding. We were just..." The system rang in his ear. "Identity disguise has been activated. Name and appearance have been randomly changed. Effect lasts for 1 hour." Youngmin cleared his throat, his voice cold and loud. "Judgment." The system displayed a notification based on his command, Private Authority of the Crossroad Guard Corps. Analyzing the criminal behavior of Player 2F. Confirmed attempted attack on Mitty. The culprit and accomplices will be sent to prison. The black-haired man panicked as he was sucked away. "No way," Mitty trembled before Youngmin's power. "Oh my god, this is incredible. Thanks to you, sir, I survived." Youngmin yelled out in a fake rage. "You were also warned. Get out of my sight now." The boy was terrified and scrambled away. "Yes, sir." Once everyone was gone, Youngmin deactivated his disguise. That was a close call. If they had stayed there and argued any louder. He picked up his giant sword. The secret entrance that only I know about would have been exposed. Youngmin used his strength to smash the wall in front of him, and very quickly the entrance appeared. Youngmin stepped inside and assessed the area. "Seriously, you have to hit the ancient tree for the dungeon entrance to open." Who even came up with this idea? Wherever he walked, light followed his path. The system kept ringing with notifications. Secret dungeon discovered: the mage's dungeon. Reward for being the first person to enter: 30% increase in experience points and item drop rates in this dungeon for 3 days. Youngmin said with satisfaction. "Very good. Let's get started then." The system voice continued, "The 5-colored pearl has been crushed." He commanded, "First, I need to boost my defense." The mechanical voice kept appearing, "5-colored pearl powder has been used. All attribute defense increased by 10% for 3 minutes." Young Min immediately summoned his items, the logs. He cheered with excitement, then widened his stance to gain momentum. Young Min used his power to unleash a move. "Take this log, plus plus." As soon as the log hit the ground, a magic circle appeared, followed by a thunderous explosion. He excitedly continued his assault. "Great, no more wasting time, let's clear this place out." The logs rolled into the magic circles on the ground one by one. Young Min shielded his eyes from the dust and smoke. "The last log." He sighed and thought to himself. The difference between a mage's dungeon and regular ones is the overwhelming number of magic traps set right from the entrance. Young Min focused his thoughts. If an ordinary player triggered these, they would be finished. But for me, this is just a moderate threat. He knew exactly what to do. Since he didn't know the precise location of every trap in his past life, he had used a very simple method using logs to neutralize the dungeon's dangers. Young Min let out a slight smirk. Since he had already used up every single log he had, he placed a hand on his chest and decided his next move he would have to use his own body for this. Well, he was already halfway there anyway. With that, Young Min took a running start and lunged forward. He frantically dodged every incoming strike, scrambling away, just as massive blades slammed into the ground. Young Min sprinted through the basement, tense as he evaded every trap. He panted heavily amidst a sea of flames. All right, I had to try to finally get the knack of this. Instead of another trap, that thing finally showed itself. Young Min turned around to face it. Good. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the entire basement. A blinding light flashed through the air. He stood in the middle of the smoke, gasping for breath. So this is the round. Young Min growled in annoyance, barely finishing his sentence before it lunged at him. He let out a provocative roar. "Bring it on, you damn spirit." The Sparter's entire body let out steam in a fit of rage. Young Min calmly stepped back. Since the Sparter was incorporeal, no matter how high his physical attack power was, it wouldn't do a damn thing. That was why he had prepared for this by using a blazing scroll. Young Min took another leap forward to attack. With this active, the system would convert every physical attack into a custom elemental strike for the next 10 moves. He let out a determined shout, even a spirit can be torn to shreds. Young Min watched with satisfaction as it squirmed on the ground. That's right, keep struggling, because this is the last time you'll ever face me. Immediately after, another explosion of dust and smoke even more violent than before erupted in the basement. A robotic voice announced that the Sparter had been eliminated. He wiped away his sweat exhausted. "You were a real pain in the neck." Young Min turned his attention to the new loot. "Let's see what you dropped." The system then announced received Fire Arrow Magic Scroll. He blurted out in shock, "What, just a magic scroll?" Young Min sighed, gripping the scroll tightly. "I heard this dungeon was packed with top-tier magic items. I was hoping for something I could actually use, but I guess I can't expect the good stuff right at the start." His expression darkened as he calculated his next move. "Right, no need to rush." He comforted himself as he pushed deeper. There were still about 10 other enemies before he reached the boss. Young Min cut down the other Sparters with a single swing. The rest were wiped out just as smoothly. It didn't take long for him to finish them all. Done, Young Min sighed, evaluating the situation. What gives? Were they always this easy? I expected more since that mage created them. Right then, a system notification popped up. The magic scroll's effect had worn off. He stopped when a particular chest caught his eye. Guess I'll keep going. Could it be that Young Min approached it curious? What's a dungeon without a treasure chest? I'm finally getting a proper reward, aren't I? He eagerly pulled the chest open. This is a rare treasure box. You almost had me there, Young Min shouted as he forced it open. It's open. Did you think I'd fall for that? His voice was filled with excitement as he looked at what was inside. Of course, it's a mimic. In a twisted dungeon like this, there's no way a treasure chest would be left untouched. Young Min finished it off without hesitation. Shut your trap and spit out the goods. The system announced that the mimic had been defeated. He stared blankly at the actual item that dropped. The system displayed the info, Cowardly Mage's Defense Ring, Magic Grade. A cowardly mage crafted this defense ring. If you shout defend twice in one day, a shield will activate. Current charges 2 out of 2. Recharge time 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Simple energy charger. Magic Grade. A cowardly mage created this energy charger. Shouting charge once a day restores 150 energy by using energy pearls. Young Min muttered with satisfaction. This is it. This is exactly what I wanted. He looked at the ring on his finger with delight. Wait, these items are all just magic tools for running away. Even the cowardly mage's ring I just got is like that. The system provided more info. Magic Grade. A cowardly mage crafted this ring. Use escape to teleport 3 meters backward once a day. Current charges 1 out of 1. Recharge time 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Young Min was actually quite happy with this item. Actually, I like this quite a bit. It's way better than those half-baked fire attack items. His interest was piqued by what else might be there. I'm dying to know what other items it's holding. Young Min rushed forward excitedly. Whatever it was, there was a door ahead leading to another room. He lunged toward it with full force. It's all going to be mine. Young Min easily smashed the door down. He let out a taunting laugh. Hey, you coward, you ready to die? The cowardly mage jumped in fright when he saw Young Min had made it all the way there. How? How did you get in here? He looked the creature dead in the eye, identifying it as the dungeon boss and the one who made those rings. Young Min swung his sword, his fury reaching a breaking point. That's none of your business. Now die, furious strike, but the attack didn't leave a single scratch on it. Young Min quickly realized it was magic that nullified friction. He stomped his foot on the ground in a rage. Damn it. Young Min decided to unleash a barrage of attacks. The entire basement shook violently, the walls cracking under the sheer force of his strikes against the enemy. The cowardly mage's eyes glowed through the dark smoke. Young Min leaped toward the ceiling and dove down for a direct hit. He gritted his teeth in anger as his sword missed again. It ran away again. The cowardly mage suddenly appeared right behind Young Min. Don't be so scary. His eyes widened in absolute shock. What gun barrels suddenly emerged from the walls? Young Min realized he had walked right into a trap when he looked down at the magic circle beneath his feet. Crap, don't tell me. The room began to fill with thick smoke as the array activated. The cowardly mage growled, if you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to kill you. It gasped in shock when he emerged from the sea of flames. Young Min lunged down with an attack fueled by pure rage. Stop your yapping and just die. Young Min couldn't hide the surprise on his face as he watched his enemy transform. A system notification rang out. Level 130 Sparter has discarded its disguise. Seeing its true form, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, you cowardly piece of trash. A Sparta playing dress up now. So that robe was just a disguise. Young Min shouted in frustration. Hey, what do you want now? Where are you hiding? Stop skulking around and get out here right now. But then the ground suddenly began to quake. Wait the floor. A massive crack split open and a giant hand clawed its way up from below. Young Min let out a wicked grin at the sight. Now that's what I call energy. The thing that appeared was a level 133 first-generation League Golem. Young Min observed his new opponent. He muttered a critique. Why is it that the thing I actually need never shows up but this utter rubbish does? The two of them stood face to face as he thought to himself. Humph! To think this annoying thing could even summon mini golems. Then Young Min spotted something else. Humph! What's that? On the wall over there, a magic circle had just appeared in the distance. Just by looking at it, Young Min instantly understood the logic behind this monster's existence. Is that how it is? He lunged forward with overwhelming momentum. You shameless piece of junk. You think you can stop me just because you have decent defense. Every step he took was heavy and powerful. Young Min prepared a devastating blow for a critical hit. He let out a wide, menacing grin and challenged the beast. Go ahead. Try and stop me. The giant raised its arms to defend. To its surprise, Young Min flew right past it without landing a single blow. This confusing move left the golem standing there with its mouth wide open. Young Min maintained a proud smile as he declared, Hey, bonehead. Where are you looking? It turned out his true target was that magic circle on the wall. From the very start, my target was that magic circle that just appeared. Young Min unleashed a massive strike that completely shattered the wall. A moment later, nothing remained but a pile of rubble. Young Min thought to himself with pride, bingo, I don't even need to look at where that coward is standing to know. Just like how a massive ancient tree hides the dungeon entrance, the control room would obviously be shielded by magic. He gave a satisfied nod. Not bad. Suddenly, the system announced he had entered Chu's hidden room. But a second later, Young Min's face lit up with total surprise as a massive attack lunged at him from out of nowhere. A fire arrow struck, triggering a violent explosion. The attacker was none other than the level 140, cowardly mage Chewy. Ha ha ha, did you fall for it? This is my strongest skill, honestly. Who do you think you are barging in here? However, Chewy's expression instantly twisted. Wow, well, what Young Min was completely unscathed after that massive explosion. In fact, the attack had accidentally triggered his berserk state. This bastard. One slip up and I'm toast. Chu panicked and immediately gestured. Golem, stop him now. The golem obeyed and lunged forward to attack, but Young Min vanished before the blow could land. He was heading straight for Chewy, who could only think. He's too fast. Chewy struggled to defend, but was ultimately sent flying. He hit the ground, gasping, I managed to block it. It was a good idea to spend so much gold on this armor. To his surprise, Young Min just stood there with a wide, twisted grin. He burst out laughing, which really got under his opponent's skin. Well, what's so funny? Are you mocking me? Young Min explained cryptically. No, I'm just so grateful to you that I couldn't help but laugh. Chu asked in confusion, grateful for what? Young Min's face turned demonic. You idiot. Do you have any idea how much that armor slows you down? You're nothing but a living sandbag now, and I'm going to give you everything I've got. He made a cold promise. Let's see how long that pile of scrap metal lasts. Chu began to spiral into a panic. What, he screamed desperately. Golem SOS. Young Min was forced to jump back to create some distance. The golem was Chewy's original summon. Even if it was smashed to bits, it would just reform using the surrounding earth. TCH, what a pain in the neck. He dodged the giant's swings while calculating his next move. If I take down Chew, it'll stop regenerating. I don't actually need to fight this thing. In his berserk state, Min charged forward again, but his eyes were burning with rage. Actually, this thing has been pissing me off way too much. I'm going to turn you into dust first. He raised his weapon high and aimed straight for the giant. The force behind the strike was absolutely unstoppable. Its hollow inside, Min grew even more hyped as he fought. Now it's your turn. You pieces of trash. He spun his body, creating a massive vortex as he unleashed his wild wind skill. Min was like a walking death storm tearing through his enemies. I'll take you all out at once. Quickly, a massive crimson tornado took shape. Chew could only watch helplessly as his golems were thoroughly pulverized. Damn it, how can my golems be defeated so easily? Is he even human? He's a monster. A moment later, a flash of light shot out from the vortex. Min was on the move again. He was heading straight for Chewy. Now it's just the two of us, isn't it? He raised his weapon once more, issuing a final challenge. Try and dodge this, you coward. The human sandbag took the full brunt of the attack. Min let out a crazed roar of excitement. It's over. Just die. As his weapon slammed down with a devastating force system, notifications began to flood his vision. Target defeated Chewy the cowardly mage. Level up. Level up. Level up. After the dust settled, Min started to groan. Ugh, I'm beat. He began chugging health potions while remembering Chew's first powerful attack. I was so focused on hitting Chew that I didn't realize I had already burned through my berserk state. The backlash is killing me. Min perked up as the potions took effect. All right, my stamina's back. Now let's see how that coward ended up, shall we? However, his expression shifted again when he saw the items dropped on the floor. Wait, what's this? The item information immediately popped up. Escape Ring of the Cowardly Mage. Grade Magic. An escape ring crafted by a cowardly mage allows the user to escape a dungeon once per day. After escaping, the dungeon will automatically reset. Charge status 1 of 1. Recharge time 0 hours. Good grief. How many escape items does this guy have? And another ring. This left him with a nagging question. Now I'm getting really curious. Who exactly was this guy? Min couldn't hide the tension on his face as he pondered. To have an opponent drive Chewy to this extreme. Min rubbed his chin in deep thought. Come to think of it, if I dig through my memories from my past life, there has to be a clue. Suddenly, a certain place clicked in his mind. Right, I remember now. It's that place. Min calculated. If he cleared the mage's dungeon, it would automatically open. Moments later, he stood before a door. The secret storage room. A faint flickering light was the only thing illuminating the interior. Papers were scattered everywhere on the desk in total chaos. The entire room was a mess, forcing Min to groan. So filthy. Is this a storage room or a dumpster? Just then, something else caught his eye. In a box right in front of him sat a glowing book. Why are there so many books in this box? Min reached out and picked it up intrigued. Oh wow, this is. Immediately after, a system notification appeared that left him speechless. Would you like to collect the limited skill book shield available to the first person to enter? One of the skill books in this room. Found it. A skill book. Min noted with satisfaction as he read the text before him. This is the top tier reward of this dungeon. It is an item that allows you to acquire a skill outside of your class. He then dove into the pile of books to continue his search. With this, I can create a brand new combo skill. Where is it? It should definitely be here. Soon enough, Min found exactly what he was looking for. Found it. Damage conversion. The system notification rang out. Would you like to acquire the limited skill book damage conversion available only to the first person to enter? You could choose one of the skill books in this room. Speaking of damage conversion, it's a skill that can turn physical damage into magic damage, and vice versa. Since players don't have much info on magic attack and defense, yet this skill is far more useful than one might imagine. Min's eyes sparkled as he began combining skills. If I can turn my physical damage into magic damage, man, that would be insane. A notification appeared stating he had acquired the damage conversion skill. Simultaneously, the other books vanished, completing the acquisition of one book had deactivated all the others. Min was a bit surprised and couldn't hide a hint of regret. They just disappear. Wait, what's that over there still glowing? He picked up one specific book. Cry's diary. The diary of the cowardly mage, Cry. Through it, one could learn what mages are truly afraid of. Min flipped through the pages, his expression turning solemn. As the hidden story behind it was slowly revealed. They ordered me to create those cursed things. But this isn't right. This could push the world to the brink of ruin. It's not just monsters that become corrupted. Finally, the owner of the diary confessed within its pages. I can't get out. I'll be killed the moment I try to escape. I can't join them, but it was as if a date had been set. When the time comes, they'll leave this place for a gathering. That's when I'll make my move. The diary continued, describing what happened. I successfully escaped. Even though I was hunted and lost part of what I created, I managed to save my life. The writer's despair was evident in every single word.
No, they're coming for me. They're going to kill me. They don't need me anymore. But I know what they're up to. Along with that was a persistent, desperate desire
To hide it deep where no one can find it. But surely they won't find me here, right? Young Min frowned after finishing the story and shared his thoughts. This guy Cry seems like he was being hunted. That's why he hid in a place this deep and crafted those strange rings. He started connecting the dots. So that's how it is. Cursed items and corruption. He looked back at the diary in his hands. If what I know about corruption matches what's written here, then this is brand new information that didn't exist in my past life. The answer is that mutant monsters are actually corrupted monsters. Young Min thought it through from every angle. I knew about groups of monsters getting corrupted and then mutating, but as for Cry and that power, this is the first time I've learned that humans were involved too. He began recalling related organizations. It's not just the Golden Lion territory. Corrupted monsters caused trouble for the Black Dragon Legion territory as well. At first I thought another faction was behind this, but finally he reached a conclusion. This seems a lot more complicated than I thought. Young Min tucked the diary away while planning his next move. First, I need to head back to the investigation team. Maybe there's a new lead on the main quest. He put the diary in his bag and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I think the requirement for the next quest is level 150, right? Still need 30 more levels. Young Min knew all too well that gaining 30 levels at this stage was no easy feat. It usually required repeating gathering and hunting quests hundreds of times just to level up. However, a smirk played on Young Min's lips. But not for me. He continued whispering Summon Rune Book. Light enveloped him as he made a declaration. I prepared everything. Teleport to Crossroads. The teleportation gust sent papers flying around the room. In the blink of an eye, Young Min was back at the Crossroads commercial district. He happily held the heavy coin pouch in his hand. He walked along excitedly, noting the magic scrolls I got from that mage's dungeon are useless to me, but they'll sell for a high price. Totally worth it. Young Min looked around, searching for something. Wait, where's my shop? Was it that crowded last time? Seeing his business booming with customers, his face lit up with satisfaction. Good. Still as busy as ever. Nothing to worry about. A slightly wicked thought popped into his head. At this rate, all the money in Crossroads will end up in my pocket. However, he quickly focused on his main goal. Right, there's something more important than money right now. Crossroads Berserker Guild. An information panel appeared before him, making him hesitate. Please select the combo skill you wish to delete. He carefully reached out to a button. Let's go with this one. Skill combo Charge and Destroy has been deleted. After making his choice, Young Min pondered. Combo skills are interesting, but it's a shame that one only let me dash straight forward. Plus, my other skills do pretty much the same thing. Finally, he smiled and finalized his choice. It's a bit of a waste, but it's gotta go. Meanwhile, the system prompted him to designate actions for the new skill combo. Young Min crossed his arms, confident he could create something much better. Then he began fusing the skills together. While the standard Berserker skills weren't really worth combining into a new combo, Young Min hadn't forgotten what he'd looted. That damage conversion skill I stumbled upon in the mage's dungeon is the perfect wild card to change everything. He calculated carefully. With this, I can make it work. I'll fill in the Berserker's weaknesses and create a skill that can unlock my grand plan. Then he set the final combo Divine Power plus Blink plus damage conversion. The system chimed as he finished, creating skill combo. Light flared again, signaling the combo was complete. Young Min couldn't hide his excitement. Alright, this is it. He stared intently at the system screen, which was glowing with an intense red light. This is exactly what I wanted. Another notification appeared. Please name the combo skill. Young Min declared. The skill's name will be Critical Burst. The skill information was then displayed. This special skill converts normal and physical damage into magic damage. The downside of Critical Strike is its 5-second cooldown, but one heavy hit is all I really need. Young Min couldn't help but chuckle in satisfaction at this skill. A sly look crossed his face as he thought to himself, now, it's time to put this to good use. A vow was made right then and there. Just you wait, Odin. One of these days I'm going to punch you right in the face with this skill. Young Min continued planning his next move. For now, leveling up was the top priority. He soon arrived at WF the weapons shop. The shopkeeper greeted Young Min with an invitation. Come on in. You looking for weapons too? Stepping inside, he gave a short reply. Yeah, I am. Then he made a bold statement that hit the ceiling. I'll buy every single stone axe you have. What? The shopkeeper's jaw dropped. All of them. He scrambled to move. Then wait just a second while I check the inventory. Young Min waved him off. Yeah, bring them all out. I'm taking everything. While waiting, his attention was caught by some voices nearby. Isn't this a bit pricey? Young Min looked over curiously. Two people were chatting nearby. This is way more expensive than the spears we saw earlier, but you can tell just by looking that it's way better. Young Min thought to himself, what's this? Players. He watched and began sizing them up. If players can trade here, it means they've finished the quests and been recognized by the DF. but they've made it all the way here already. He then broke into an understanding smile. There was no need to rush because there was still one more obstacle. What Yeomin was referring to as the rival faction in the RAWs. This PvP content is incredibly epic and draws players in just like the main storyline. Fighting against players from the opposing faction offers a completely different kind of thrill than just hunting monsters. There are plenty of players who only care about PvP, ignoring leveling up or the storyline entirely. Memories of his past surfaced and a wicked grin spread across his face. I used to live like that too. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper excitedly slammed everything onto the counter for Yeomin. Here you go, I brought all the stone axes. Satisfied, he grabbed the bag. Thanks. He casually strolled out of the shop. All right, let's go. The owner called out excitedly behind him. Thank you. Please come again. Later, Yeomin arrived at the Iron Eagle camp. He wandered around muttering to himself, man, it's been a long time. Feels fresh. This was the Iron Eagle camp located at the front lines of the conflict zone between the Black Dragon Legion and the Golden Lion. Monsters are relatively rare here, but walk just a bit and you'll run into NPCs and players from the enemy faction. In other words, this was a stage built for war. Yeomin pulled back a curtain and stepped inside. I originally planned to come here at level 150, but I have a reason to show up early. The quartermaster looked a bit confused upon seeing him. What? Registering as a freelance mercenary, level 160. Administrative officer, 29 years old. Yeomin explained politely. Yes, I'd like to register as a freelance mercenary. The officer asked a few more routine questions. Anyone can sign up, but what's your level? Level 120. The officer remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What, at such a low level, shouldn't you know your limits? Fine, have it your way. Yeomin was shaking with rage, but managed to stay polite. Thank you, sir. A system notification then popped up. You have become a freelance mercenary. Ranks will be awarded based on your achievements. Achievement unlocked. You have been registered as a freelance mercenary for the Golden Lion territory. Defeat enemies and earn glory to prove your strength and honor. By defeating enemy players, you will earn achievement points. Contribution points will be awarded according to your achievements. After receiving his rank based on his record, Yeomin stormed off in a fury. Of that big-headed jerk. All he cares about is levels. His pace changed. Yeomin crouched into a sprinting position. Anyway, now that I'm registered, let's get moving. He lunged forward with incredible speed. Blink plus charge. As he moved, Yeomin focused on his destination, the deep ravine. His pace slowed as he reached his target. Yeomin stepped cautiously through the forest. He slowly pulled open his cloak, and a notification appeared. Stealth cloak deactivated. Yeomin looked up at the sight before him. He'd arrived at the deep ravine. He couldn't hide his wicked expression as he recalled what just happened. It took a bit, but thanks to the stealth cloak, I made it here in one piece. No matter which side you're on, facing level 150 enemies is pretty intense. Yeomin looked down. Below the ravine was the Black Dragon Legion's supply route. The area was heavily guarded. He pulled out a few items to prepare for his infiltration. This is exactly why I came here. How could they ever suspect I'm hiding right here? He carefully hammered a spike into the ground, then wound a rope around it. He tied the other end tightly around his waist. Satisfied with his work, Yeomin muttered, Okay, all set. He took a deep breath, built up some momentum, and leaped down into the crevice. Yeomin pulled out a hammer. All right, now it's your turn. He raised it high and swung it down with a massive blow, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Yeomin chuckled. Oh, that was a beauty. He stopped at the mouth of a cave. Perfect spot. He began the basic setup. First, he had to mark the location. Location saved to rune. Yeomin moved forward cautiously. Done. Now. He quickly drew his weapon. Time to grind. Equipped small axe. Remaining 98. Guards were constantly patrolling inside level 150 Black Dragon Legion cavalry. Everyone was blindsided when a surge of power suddenly dropped from the sky. What? What is that? A group of them was instantly blown away. Yeomin let out a delighted laugh. How's that? How does it feel to taste a critical strike? Yeomin's magic skill is something else, right? He couldn't stop praising himself. Beautiful, just beautiful. Yeomin's plan was simple. If he carved out a hole in the middle of the cliff like this, the guards above wouldn't be able to stop him. With his long-range skills, he could hunt down multiple enemies at once. The guards soon spotted him. Over there. Someone's in the middle of the cliffside. Yeomin just kept mocking them. Just notice, huh? But what can you even do about it? Equipped small axe. Remaining 97. He raised his weapon high. Yeomin shouted, Shut your mouths and cough up that XP skill-activated critical strike. The soldiers were mowed down one after another as system notifications flooded in level up. Another one was sacrificed to Yeomin's power. Level up, a flood of similar notifications pops up. Level up, level up. Yeomin smiles satisfied. Perfect, he says. He does the math as he pushes forward. If he keeps this up, he'll hit level 150 in no time. Weapons equipped. 95 small axes remaining. Yeomin reaches back to rub his aching back and lets out a long sigh of relief. He looks out over the battlefield he just created and sighs. Time to end this boring grind. Just then, the system alerts chime in. 0 hand axes remaining. Level 150. Seriously, how many days have I been grinding in this place, he mutters. I'm bored out of my mind. Young-min starts planning his next move. Well, I guess it's finally time to start the main quest. I wonder what the others are up to. He activates his teleportation skill using the Jun book to travel to the Iron Eagle camp. In an instant, Young-min arrives at the Iron Eagle camp. You actually did it, the adjutant asks, looking completely bewildered. You finished that mission all by yourself. Young-min stares him down, exerting a bit of pressure. What's wrong? Is my level too low or something? The officer quickly waves his hands in denial. Oh no, not at all. I just wanted to express how grateful this entire camp is to have a talent like you. He stamps a document and makes an official announcement to Young-min. Congratulations, you've been promoted to the rank of soldier. A series of system notifications appear, confirming his achievement. You have been promoted to the rank of soldier. You can continue to rank up by accumulating war merits or contributing to various kingdoms. Current contribution points 324. Young-min nods, pleased with the result. Not bad. Starting as a soldier is exactly what I expected, he notes. You can't do much with just a soldier's rank, but once I move up I can unlock war quests or even command NPC troops to carry out missions. The higher the difficulty, the better the rewards. Young-min thinks to himself. But that's not the only reason I'm using this ranking system. He reaches out and taps the floating screen in front of him. What he's really after are those contribution points. Current contribution points 324. If you rack up enough contribution points, you can trade them for legendary items in the contribution shop. Young-min runs the numbers in his head. It's easy to get points early on, but I still don't have nearly enough to buy that item. He quickly decides he needs to farm points as fast as possible. He uses the Jun book to warp to Crossroad. A pillar of light appears in the middle of Crossroad Square. As soon as Young-min steps out, he looks around like an old traveler returning home. How long has it been good to see you again, he thinks, but he's immediately greeted by the sound of someone swearing loudly. Hey, damn it, Young-min turns his head confused. He overhears a heated conversation between two players. Those bastards. The gorilla actually showed up. Because of those jerks, I haven't been able to finish my quest for 3 days. Young-min can't help but smirk. It's starting. It's finally starting. He knows exactly who they're talking about. The jerks mentioned are players from the Black Dragon Legion. Right now, all across the third city, a brutal war is raging between the two opposing factions. Young-min thinks to himself, now this is an interesting turn of events. Why do they kill enemy players? Well, someone looking for an excuse might say, oh, I'm just doing it because I can loot their gear and I can even steal the experience points from the monsters they're hunting. He thinks that logic sounds plausible enough for some. But the real reason is much simpler. There's a twisted pleasure in toying with and killing those who are weaker than you. He understands this gamer instinct better than anyone. Young-min slowly walks over and joins the two players' conversation. Excuse me, but where exactly is that place? The two players are caught off guard, hesitating before answering him. Oh, that's one of the guys begins to explain. That's the wild boar habitat, but you can't go there right now. You need a party of at least 10 people just to stand a chance. Young-min listens and gives a satisfied nod. I see. Thanks for the info. He starts making his own calculations. If it's the wild boar habitat, then it's a hunting ground not far from Crossroad. So they've been pushed back all the way to the front lines. He can't help but let out a grin. They've already reached the border, This siege seems a bit thin. Young-min blows a loud whistle, startling the people around him. Summoning whistle activated. Out of nowhere, a massive black horse appears. Young-min quickly mounts the beast. You pieces of trash, he mutters mockingly. Did you really think I'd play by your rules? With that, he gallops off arrogantly. Just you wait. I'm coming to slaughter every last one of you. Behind him, the two players start whispering. Wait. Don't tell me he's planning to go there alone. Yeah, looks like it. They both come to the same conclusion. Isn't that just a suicide mission? Before long, Young-min arrives at the wild boar habitat. He sees a lone player being cornered by a group of enemies. The girl in the lead mutters in frustration. Damn it, what's going on? I told them to send more supplies, so why is there nothing here? She's a level 110 player from the Golden Lion faction. The group facing her mocks her. Why? You really want to know, says a level 120 player from the Black Dragon Legion. He launches a sudden attack, knocking the girl back. Because tormenting little brats like you is just too much fun. Her teammates rush over worried. Are you okay? Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Legion players are hyped up getting ready to finish them off. Your life ends here. But suddenly, Young-min heroically crashes the party with a massive critical hit. The leader turns around in shock. What the He's greeted by a devastating wide-range attack. The sheer power of it leaves everyone breathless. What was that? Who is it? The group's attention shifts instantly. It's an enemy, they shout, seeing Young-min charging toward them on his black horse. Someone's charging in. He's all alone. Scatter and surround him. Young-min, on the other hand, is absolutely loving this. This is nothing special. Just a little bit of fun. Are you guys ready to die? Young-min charges straight at the group. A grumpy archer yells out, you've got no fear, do you? Take this swamp arrow. However, Young-min swings his weapon and counters the attack effortlessly. Too slow, you little goblin. His horse leaps high, almost as if it's floating in midair. Young Min shouts excitedly, giddy up. He uses the horse's back as a springboard to launch himself even higher. The players below stare up in pure shock. Is that psycho? Flying. From above, Young Min looks down at them and declares, take this. He activates his skill, Damage Transformation. The powerful blow strikes the leader directly, triggering a massive explosion. As the smoke clears, only Young Min's weapon remains visible amidst the debris. He slowly picks it up and makes a bold declaration to the survivors. Now, shall we play? The Black Dragon Squad. The Black Dragon members brandished their weapons, snarling at the human who dared to stand against them. They all took aim at Young Min, ready to strike. Charge. We're going to grind him into dust. On the other hand, Young Min was actually excited to welcome them. Grind what now? Then with a sudden burst of speed, he unleashed a devastating strike. Before his opponents could even process what was happening, they were sent flying. Chuckling softly, he kept moving, trading blows with them as if it were a dance. You guys are the ones getting crushed here. Their morale instantly shattered. They were losing their minds with fear. The high defense melee players were wiped out in a single combo. What? How is this possible? Even that swarm of monsters was no match. Young Min moved like lightning, leaping into the air and locking onto two targets. As he descended, he realized they were nothing but blubbering messes, snot and tears running down their faces as they faced their end. A blood-curdling scream rang out. As the battle concluded, system notifications began flooding his screen. Young Min has defeated Yozora. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated Hei Pinsu. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated Jiang Dupeng. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated Coco Rong Ping. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated H.M. Pansu. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated Bit. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated. Standing tall over the carnage, Young Min remarked that this was nothing more than a light warm-up. He glanced at the notification panel and muttered, as I thought. The merit points you get from this are exactly the same as killing NPCs. He then looked over at the fallen players. Hostile NPCs were level 150, while the lowest level player was 130. It didn't take a genius to see which side was more profitable to hunt. A pillar of teleportation light appeared, whisking Young Min away. Alright, time to move on to the mutants, I guess. But first he headed back to Crossroads. He arrived at the Crossroads Temple in no time. The system notification chimed Young Min has been blessed for donating 3 gold coins. You have received the priest's blessing. For 6 hours, all stats increased by 1%. For 6 hours, defense and resistance increased. Okay, perfect. This was exactly what he came for, the priest's blessing. Depending on the amount donated to the temple, you could receive various buffs. Even though they only lasted a few hours, they were absolutely essential before any major hunt. Young Min reached out and made his selection on the notification panel. Next up, gear setup. He mumbled to himself as he looked through his inventory. Set 1 for critical hits, set 2 for defense, and finally set 3 for elemental resistance. Swapping gear would trigger a 3-second cooldown, but it seemed like a very useful trade-off. With everything ready, Young Min let out a satisfied smirk. Now I just need to lure the prey in. His fingers moved skillfully as he set his plan in motion. Now where should I drop the bait? Almost immediately, a system notification popped up. News about the Crossroads hostile faction has been received. This sparked a massive frenzy on social media. Young Min read through the new comments, critiquing them as he went. Wow, people are really losing it over this. It seems like everyone's having a major headache. His eyes stopped on one particular comment. A new comment. This guy's a real hater. Just looking for attention again. Old wood. What's this? Good grief, the Black Dragon Legion already took Crossroads. Is that fighter reigning guy even still playing? Last week when we hit Crossroads, only Borrow to World was there. Below that, someone named Angelia commented he's probably dead in a ditch somewhere. Who cares if he was one of the first 10 to enter the 3rd city? Now that crew is finished. Next user replied, yeah, next is Roba. My guild will take care of the rest. Wait for it. Megapentum said, why mobilize the whole guild? Just kill him on sight. They were all talking about the same person. Toru Young Min Solo. Wait, is his ID really the same? Let's have some fun then, Young Min remarked, pleased. The Black Dragon Legion had taken the bait, hook, line, and sinker. They were all acting so smug just because they'd leveled up. His smile turned cold and predatory. Actually, I should thank them. If they got scared and hid, I'd have to waste time tracking them down. His fingers continued to dance across the keys. Just you wait. I'm going to pay you guys back in full. The message he posted read, thanks for the info, everyone. I'm starting a hunting live stream now. Posted by Young Min. The viewer count began to skyrocket instantly. What, whoa, Young Min is heading out. Everyone was buzzing with excitement as he moved. A user named Soda Dream commented, wow, is he crazy? A live stream. What if he gets surrounded? Another user One Shot replied, who cares if he's surrounded? Look at him go. Wait, what's happening? He just started the stream without saying a word and dashed off. Where is he going? You boomers, it looks like he's heading straight to the location from the intel. Min came to a halt facing an entire army. See you, are you there yet? It'll be hilarious to see him get stripped of all his gear. Everything's going to go poof. One guy lunged forward to attack, but the other player struggled to defend. Batun laughed and declared, if you're a good boy and cough up your items, I might let you go. But his opponent didn't even flinch. Don't make me laugh. I stopped caring about living or dying a long time ago. Hearing this, the man burst into laughter. Well said, he then shoved the other player back. Batun leaped high into the air, aiming a killing blow. In that case, just die. The boy's teammates cried out in terror. No, it's too dangerous. Just as the boy completely gave up and prepared for death, Min suddenly appeared and blocked the strike for him. The teammates gasped in shock, while Batun let out a startled yelp. What Min didn't stop there. He lunged forward, sending Batun flying as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A system notification appeared. Min has defeated Batun. 1 contribution point earned. Min smiled enthusiastically and declared, that was a nice shot. Come on, praise me. He slammed his foot into the ground to build momentum and use his blink skill. Min even taunted his opponent. Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and hit me back. Another notification popped up. Min has defeated Nimmo. 1 contribution point earned. Every single strike Min landed triggered another system message. Min has defeated Kodomo. 1 contribution point earned. The viewers were losing their minds. 1 shot, 1 kill. Is this for real? Everyone's getting dropped in a single hit, Hinnock said. Those Black Dragon guys are at least level 120. How is this possible? Rue asked. What level is that crazy streamer anyway? Thanos replied. He must be at least 140 or there's no way he could pull this off. Batun's teammates shouted to rally the others. Don't panic, we have the numbers. Everyone charge at once. They all aimed their weapons at Min. He flashed a wicked smile and remarked, too easy. You guys think exactly like that Axe crew from earlier. Min leaped high into the sky, ready to deliver a heavy dose of justice. If you're all going to rush me at once, then I should thank you for the convenience. He activated a combo skill. A violent gale erupted relentlessly, tearing into the enemies. This skill was Wild Wind, a massive tornado that left the viewers in absolute awe. Romani Cooper is freaking insane. What kind of skill is that? Are we even playing the same game? Is Min a Berserker? Does anyone have info on the Berserker class? Are they always this crazy strong? Then a bunch of system alerts popped up. Min has defeated Ra Hoi. Earned 1 contribution point. Min has defeated Kokonung, earning 1 contribution point. Min has defeated the Seaweed Branch, earning 1 contribution point. Wild Wind. The system messages kept flooding in. Min has defeated Tu Kim Book, earning 1 contribution point. Min has defeated Sang Trung Lai, earning 1 contribution point. Meanwhile, Min was just scratching his head, commenting, "This is so boring." His finger tapped the screen recording button as he started mocking the guys from earlier. You players from the Black Dragon Legion are a real letdown. Is this really all you've got? Min smirked and continued. What now? It doesn't matter if 10 or 20 of you show up. He even pulled out a weapon to back up his words. Because I'm going to slaughter every last one of you. To prove his point, he brandished this, the Royal Knight's longsword. Plus 10. The viewers were going wild in the chat. Angel Gasu is insane. Is he really putting his own head up as a prize? Jonggun Manji is crazy. Look at that attack power. He's definitely the strongest right now. Zoda again. You get that item if you kill him, Ramido. But what is Min thinking? He's provoking the whole crowd. Aohun. Everyone stay put. That belongs to me. Min threw out another challenge. If you want this, then come here and kill me. His expression was incredibly arrogant. If you guys can actually take me down. Everyone was buzzing after Min's stunt. Da Ming. Look at how confident he is. Central is pathetic. Balabin. A real man, Men Scott, boss, I'm your fan from now on. Min was satisfied with the reaction and thought to himself, this should be enough. Guess stealing that weapon was a good move after all. He continued his commentary. They're all the same. I just need to crush them all. Then he took out a whistle and blew it. A familiar silhouette of a black horse appeared. Min hopped on and started moving. Summons black horse. He muttered while checking the map. Let's see. The next spot is the Windy Highlands right hem. I need to head a few miles north from here. He immediately took off at full speed. All right, let's go full throttle. Min's actions triggered a massive wave of discussion on social media. To rate. Did you see Min stream Blue Dragon Swan? That's worth nearly $800 in cash. Everyone was making their own moves. Dinobang. Emergency Guild summon Min raid, level 210. Everyone was typing away furiously. Hey, Min is ours, touch him, and you're all dead. Dinobang. Yeah, whoever catches him first keeps him. Green 4. You think you can. Master Sa, let's go watch the fight. Min happily read the messages popping up. Oh, so you want to catch me, huh? Then he threw out another challenge. Humph. Don't just talk. Come find me. The participants of the battle were scattered, all over the ground. Some had even lost the lower halves of their bodies. Min once again sat atop the pile and commented, that ended way too fast. How boring. Level 157. Min, 520 merit points. This is the Windy Highlands. The Black Dragon Legion has been completely wiped out. The enemies of the Black Dragon Legion were horrified witnessing this. Damn it, wiped out Baman of the Black Dragon Legion anxiously reported to his superior. Boss, we got a huge problem. Tai simply replied calmly, I know. What the hell are you so scared of? Baman was still very anxious. But Tai continued to explain. Anyway, the ones at the Highlands were all weaklings. I predicted all of this. He made a declaration, don't worry. Our army is both large and powerful. There's no need to stress. Then he urged his subordinate, hurry up. We're almost at the Highlands. Baman followed behind him with a look of pure confusion. Understood, he muttered to himself. Okay. Seeing this massive army behind us, we can definitely do this. Meanwhile, young Min seemed to notice something. He exclaimed as he watched Tai's army marching toward him. Oh, look at them. Are they actually serious about this? Young Min scanned them over and assessed the situation. 30 to 40. No, probably around 50. Their levels are pretty high too. The battle was about to begin. Then the system announced a gear swap and his equipment changed. Defense set 2. Young Min quickly took a stance preparing to strike. I just need to dive in. What are you waiting for? Come at me, you bastards. Without another word, they all charged at him at once. Baman shouted in order. Everyone spread out and surround him, but just a second later, he was caught completely off guard. Everyone's eyes were glued to the sky, looking at the skill Young Min was unleashing. Ambush. Watch out, the attack slammed down completely, shattering their formation. What? Why is he aiming over there? Screams erupted as everyone scrambled to escape. Help, get out of the way. Baman watched the situation and muttered to himself. Wait a minute. Is this a trick to get us to cluster in the center? Young Min on the other side was still constantly on the move. He used his leap skill and arrogantly explained to him, bingo. Young Min single-handedly plowed through the enemy lines, triggering a series of system alerts. Young Min has defeated Napan, earning 1 attack point. Young Min has defeated Ba Song, earning 1 attack point. Young Min has defeated Hekapo, earning 1 attack point. Young Min has defeated Nika, earning 1 attack point. Young Min has defeated Jung, earning 1 attack point. Young Min has defeated Kevin, earning 1 attack point. Baman furiously alerted his teammates. He's in the center. Now's our chance. They all targeted Young Min alone, waiting for the moment to strike. Kill him. He tilted his head back, and a surge of light appeared quickly surrounding the entire battlefield as his war cry skill was activated. Baman clutched his head and screamed, I can't move. What kind of skill is this? Damn it. Meanwhile, Young Min was already preparing his next strike. Damn it, it's way too early to be panicking. He used a combination skill, creating a storm more powerful than ever. Cyclone. His enemies were all sucked inside, and all that could be heard were their screams. The more Young Min fought, the more frenzied he became. I'll grind every last one of you to dust. Until a voice rang out, stop right there, Young Min. That's enough. A mysterious figure appeared from the sky. Tai struck him directly, forcing Young Min to raise his arms in defense. The opponent's weapon slammed hard against his shield, pushing both of them far apart. Young Min observed his opponent and questioned him. You've got some power. Who the hell are you? A powerful sword tip pointed toward him, followed by an explanation. I am a ranker of the Black Dragon Legion, Tai. From now on, this name will make you tremble. Remember it. Thai, the sword master. Young Min quickly realized who this was. Tai. Wasn't he the first one to brag when he hit level 100? A smirk played across his face. Ranker, what a joke. So you're the one who reached level 100 first. You're just the loser I embarrassed before. Tai was easily triggered. What did you say? He gripped his weapon, ready for a fight. Don't be so cocky. Just hand over the Azure Dragon sword and I'll spare your life. But today, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson. Before he could even finish his sentence, Young Min charged. Let me show you what the Van rank is really about. He flanked him from behind. Tai had zero time to react. The next thing he saw was Young Min's fist flying toward him, ready to land a devastating blow. I'll show you what a real ranker looks like. Young Min landed a powerful strike right on Tai. The guy was sent flying, completely unable to fight back. Tai tumbled across the ground, groaning in pain. Young Min watched him struggle and couldn't help but sneer. You're just a fat pig. So damn slow. But a moment later, he felt a sting of regret. What? Tai had vanished into thin air. What the? You bastard. Where did he go? Young Min scanned the area frantically. Running away already. We haven't even finished the fight. He was furious that his opponent had bolted. I was just having some fun. Tai stopped and jumped back into the fray. He smirked back at Young Min after chugging a recovery potion, panicking already. Fine, let's fight until someone bleeds out. Young Min's response was just a look of pure, undisguised contempt. Tai screamed in a blind rage. Hey, what's with that attitude? Young Min hit him right where it hurt. Are you that scared of dying? You took a potion after just one hit. Tai's face turned beet red with shame. So what? It's my potion. I'll use it whenever I want. Young Min just shrugged. Sure, I didn't say you couldn't. Then he gave him a little reminder. By the way, I'm live streaming. Did you forget? There are 30,000 people watching you act like a complete idiot right now. The chat went wild, roasting Tai's character. He got caught. Is he really swearing like that? What a total disgrace to the Black Dragon Legion. Does he really call himself a ranker for the Black Dragon Legion? Bro, you should go find a hole to crawl into. He's more like the Black Dragon Legion's worm. Tai was beyond humiliated. What? That was the final straw. He raised his twin swords high and declared, "Young Min, you bastard. You've crossed the line. I'll show you my true power. Get ready." Tai slammed his foot down and lunged forward, triggering his sword dance combo. Young Min finally chuckled. Now we're talking. System notifications popped up following his movements. Removing combat axe. I'll take you on with my bare hands. To Tai, this was a total joke. Dropping your weapon. How pathetic. You're dead once this move hits. Talk is cheap. In an instant, Young Min overpowered him. He grabbed Tai's face and slammed him hard into the dirt. A system notification appeared. Young Min has defeated Tai and earned 1 contribution point. He stood up lazily and muttered. That was boring. He subconsciously thought of Odin. The guys who became famous later on must have worked way harder than this. Thinking about that guy just made Young Min's blood boil. Remembering him ruins my mood. The guys standing behind him trembled in fear. What do we do now? He turned to them with a sinister grin. But maybe you guys can help cheer me up. A moment later, all that could be heard were blood-curdling screams. Once everything was settled, Young Min headed back to Crossroads. The notifications were still rolling in. Young Min has defeated Koko-kun. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated Lao. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated Hippo. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated Haho. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated Virus. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated Ao. 1 contribution point earned. Young Min has defeated Kadong. 1 contribution point earned. He muttered irritably, how long is this going to keep popping up? The notifications are lagging way too much. Suddenly, a voice called out nearby, Mr. Young Min, I'm a huge fan. Young Min turned looking confused. Huh. He saw an adventurer looking at him with excitement. Please be careful. They're coming. There are 200 of them heading this way. You should probably get out of here. 200 people. Young Min repeated the number to himself. Then he gave the kid a friendly smile. Thanks for the heads up. And you? The boy answered honestly. I just got out of the gray zone. Hearing that, Young Min's face turned devilish. More contribution points are heading my way. He opened the contribution shop. As he browsed, he did the math. I still have some time before they get here. I need to buy the Medal of Honor. He chose the magic-type Medal of Honor, the Honorary Warrior's Badge. This item allowed the user to boost their honor, earn extra contribution points, and increase their fame based on their battle achievements. Young Min held the badge in his hand and thought the Medal of Honor. It costs 500 points, but I get extra fame every time I take down an enemy. It's a solid investment. He wondered if he should round them all up at once. He had work to do, so he waved goodbye to his viewers. I'm cutting the stream for now. I'll be back later, so stay tuned. He was perfectly calm, but the fans were devastated. Leaving already. Where's he going? Looks like he's heading to the plaza. Bye. Come back fast. The screen went black instantly. Back with the Crossroads Defense Force, Captain Mankin greeted Young Min with a smile. Oh, you've gotten this strong already. Impressive. I can tell you've been working incredibly hard. Captain Mankin. System main quest complete. You have earned the trust of the Crossroads Defense Captain. Young Min felt like he was finally seeing the light. Thank God it was over. But Mankin immediately gave him another task. All right, listen closely. I've been looking into the variants, but what you found was just the beginning. Some have completely transformed. They possess special powers and are far stronger than the other variants. He looked grave as he explained, we've decided to call them hideous monsters. He went into detail. Some have been captured for investigation. These things, they shouldn't exist in this world. So in the future, if you run into one of those ugly monsters, kill them and bring back their eyes. Their eyes glow green, so it won't be hard to spot them. Young Min calmly cut in. A notification popped up just as he was leaving. You have obtained information on aberrant monsters. You can now identify aberrant monsters. Defeat aberrant monsters and bring proof to the investigation core to claim your reward. As you gather information on these freaks, you can earn extra bonuses. Any intel related to aberrants will result in a reward. Besides the quest reward, I can rake in even more cash, Young Min calculated. Plus, I can probably squeeze out a bit extra for myself. The gear dropped by these aberrants is better than usual. Just identify them and take them down. A solo quest window appeared before him. Prove your skills by defeating an aberrant monster. Objective, slay 1 aberrant monster. Reward additional information on aberrant species. Yet Young Min couldn't hide the annoyance on his face. I'm already level 150 and they still don't trust me. He let out a sigh before making a decision. Fine, I'll just bag 1 and head back. Regardless, all the loot is mine. Young Min replied to Mankin. Got it. See you after I finish the quest. Mankin called out with satisfaction. Good, take care out there, Young Min. But after a few steps, Young Min suddenly stopped. Oh right, there's something I need to tell you. Almost forgot. Mankin asked curiously, what is it? Youngmin leaned in close to the man's ear. As he explained, the other man couldn't hide his curiosity. But after hearing it all, Mankin's expression completely flipped. Meanwhile, over at Crossroads Castle, a group of people had already gathered at the gate. Youngmin, why are you hiding? Get out here, one of them asked his teammate doubtfully. Are you sure Youngmin is here? The other guy quickly explained. The stream cut out right here. No mistake. Their attention snapped toward the slowly opening gate. It's opening. Who is it, Youngmin? To their surprise, it was Mankin and his soldiers who stepped out. The crowd's bravado instantly vanished. What the? Why are the guards here? We haven't even attacked the city, yet Mankin shouted out, quiet down. Do you dogs know where you're standing, daring to set your filthy feet here? Without wasting another word, he barked an order to his men. Wipe them out. Don't let a single one escape. The thugs immediately turned tail and ran for their lives. What? How did it end up like this? Elsewhere, Young Min's voice rang out. The sound is working. Now how do I open the screen? Here. He pressed a button. He greeted his viewers with a smile. Alright, sorry for the delay, everyone. The stream started a bit later than planned. He stepped back a bit and made a proud announcement. Want to know where we are? Youngmin pointed ahead as he explained, this is Asto, the Black Dragon Army's third city. The view from the cliff is pretty amazing, right? His mission began. So while the owners are out, let's see if we can do a little looting. Youngmin leaped high, prepping for his assault. He landed immediately, catching the attention of those ahead. Youngmin's face shifted into serious mode. He eyed the two men in front of him and thought, just as I figured. All the heavy hitters went to Crossroads to catch me, leaving only these weaklings to guard the place. Youngmin smirked and spoke up. I'm not usually one for picking on the weak, but I got a job to do, so what can you do? His stance shifted as he gained momentum easily, slicing through the two guards to move forward. Don't hold it against me. He grew more excited as he went. Gotta hurry. A system notification followed. Youngmin has defeated Kinlock, earning 2 contribution points. Youngmin has defeated Kinlock, earning 2 contribution points. Youngmin arrived at the Black Dragon Army's meadow hunting grounds. Perfect, not a soul in sight, he noted, scanning the area. The Golden Lion territory has its share of aberrants, but hunting them takes forever. It's riskier, but hunting mutated monsters on the Black Dragon's side is way more efficient. As he moved, Youngmin thought to himself, I've already settled things with Mankin, so I don't need to worry about Crossroads for a while. I also cut the stream at the entrance to Asto, so the Black Dragon Army will need quite a bit of time if they're looking for me. His smile turned increasingly ruthless. Now, I can finally focus on the hunt in peace. Just then, a gray-fanged wolf appeared before him. It growled threateningly. Level 140 Gray-Fanged Wolf. Youngmin's interest was instantly piqued. Level 140 now we're talking, even the common mobs are on another level here. This really is the habitat of mutated monsters. He raised his weapon and muttered, let's wrap this up. I shouldn't waste time on trash mobs. But before he could finish off the wolf, the footsteps of a far more dangerous creature echoed through the area. Both Youngmin and the wolf were caught off guard. Humph. At that sound, a massive eye appeared, followed by the hulking silhouette of a giant beast. Its roar shook the entire forest. Level 181 Tiller, the pet dinosaur of Jiro's steer. Youngmin immediately turned his focus toward the bigger target. I should thank you for coming to me, he muttered, identifying its status. An aberrant, Tiller. Youngmin remarked excitedly. Seriously, who could have imagined this? To think that Jiro's pet dinosaur, the defense captain of Asto, is actually an aberrant. Recalling the past, he continued his monologue. Well, even if people knew hunting you would mean picking a fight with Jiro, so those Asto guys wouldn't dare try. To the Black Dragon Army, Jiro is just like Mankin of the Golden Lion territory. He chuckled as he watched the gray-fanged wolf tuck its tail and bolt. Look at it run for its life. Youngmin quickly turned back toward Tiller. His weapon was already poised, ready for the strike. Only a lunatic would pick a fight with a monster like this, right? Youngmin shouted, taunting it. Isn't that right, you ugly lizard head? Come on, step up. I'm in the mood for some grilled dinosaur meat. Tiller lunged forward, intent on tearing him apart. Its roar thundered. Youngmin immediately locked onto its movements. The tail. He quickly leaped into the air to dodge, but then he was caught by surprise. Tiller had its massive jaws wide open waiting for him. An instant follow-up, he noted while evading. Fast reaction. It's trying to snap at my legs. Youngmin struggled slightly as the beast relentlessly pressured him with its jaws and tail. Youngmin was actually pushed back, even hitting the ground hard. However, Tiller's expression shifted as he slowly stood up and made a declaration. Youngmin entered a berserk state, his voice sounding almost like a primal roar as he growled. A beast that bites humans has no right to live. He pushed off with his legs and leaped high into the air, preparing to unleash his full power strike. Youngmin didn't forget to taunt Tiller, yelling, grit your teeth because I'm taking your legs first. The monster spun around using its massive tail to block. Tiller's tail collided violently with Youngmin's weapon. Youngmin ground his teeth in frustration, quickly calculating his next move. Damn it, it blocked my attack with its tail. How can something that huge be so fast? Tiller seemed to realize something as Youngmin actually managed to land a solid blow on him. His rage only grew as he lunged forward again. Driven by fury, Young Min launched a relentless barrage of attacks until Tiller was finally blown away, crashing heavily onto the ground. The pain was so intense that the monster's jaw hung open. Young Min immediately seized the moment, jumping high into the sky to deliver another devastating battle axe strike, a full-power blow. A look of pure excitement crossed Young Min's face as he shouted a challenge. "Get up and try to stop this." Tiller took the attack head-on, letting out a deafening roar. Young Min was forced to keep his distance. He watched his opponent's movements closely and remarked, "Not bad. You're putting up a good fight." As they stood face to face, Young Min muttered to himself, "Now, the real fight begins." Tiller's entire body began to tremble as a strange light emanated from his head to his face, and his outer shell started to crack. Young Min stood his ground, watching his opponent's transformation with excitement. He finally commented, "Man, I knew mutant monsters were strong, but this is something else." The creature before him had grown several times larger than before. Jirosa's pet dinosaur Tiller had completed its transformation. As Phase 2 began, even Young Min couldn't help but exclaim, "This is absolutely insane." Oh, Young Min's eyes sparkled as he looked up. So this is the power of a mutant monster. "I think I'm starting to get the hang of this." A massive dinosaur now loomed over him, accompanied by a system notification: mutant dinosaur. Jirosa's pet had fully mutated. Young Min stood ready, entering a frenzied state. The monster bared its teeth and growled as the notification appeared. Phase 2 start. A single wide eye peered out from amidst the slime. Every mutant monster has its own unique characteristics. He looked up at the towering Tiller, who stood there with its mouth agape. Tiller had the ability to undergo gigantification. While other monsters can grow in size, there was one decisive difference, and that was its tail. That glowing tail swung toward Young Min, smashing into the spot where he stood and shattering the earth, but he dodged it with godlike speed. This caught him off guard. Looking down from the air at the tail on the ground, he thought, "Are you kidding me? A tail sweep. Did it actually predict that I would dodge?" Suddenly, a massive surge of power erupted. The force nearly blew Young Min away as a huge explosion rocked the area. From the smoke and debris, the massive Tiller crawled out. Tiller hadn't just grown in size. All its stats, including strength and agility, had skyrocketed. Young Min lay on the ground with one leg up, groaning, "Ouch. That really hurts." He winced in pain as he tried to push himself up. "I almost became a human pancake. How does a single tail flick do this much damage? Why the hell does a monster like you even exist?" He looked at Tiller, who was smirking with glowing eyes. "I hate to admit it, but you're probably the first opponent I've faced since my regression that I actually respect in terms of power." A glint of light from a mysterious object caught his eye, making Young Min suspicious. Then Tiller's tail coiled up with the wind, smashing into the surrounding boulders. The beast took heavy, powerful steps across the uneven ground and opened its massive maw. Young Min stood there, his muscular frame topped with the Lion King's helmet. A monster that awakens mutant power becomes 20 levels stronger than its current state. A notification popped up, the sealed iron helmet of the Lion King. He continued, "So if you're only around level 200, I can take you down easily." Tiller opened its mouth and unleashed a violent blast of green energy just as Young Min's own power surged forward. The timing was perfect. Weapon in hand, he declared, "I've been wanting to test this out." He stepped forward and lunged directly at the monster's mouth, a massive trail of energy following behind him. Just how strong have I become? The two massive energies collided. He swung his sword and leaped back. "Tease key, you're pretty tough. If I can't find an opening." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He noticed a glowing crack forming on the monster's body. "Is that the wound I gave him before he transformed?" Did the wound get bigger as his body grew? Young Min dropped into a combat stance. "Perfect, that'll do it." His hand gripped a new weapon, shrouded in blue light as the notification read, "Axe summoned." He charged straight at the beast with his sword, landing a hit that wasn't a critical, but it left a mark. The damage dealt to Tiller made it shriek in pain. Startled, the beast let out a thunderous roar. Its mouth stayed wide open as it searched for Young Min, who was already standing a good distance away. Young Min leaped to a different spot. "You damn fake." He delivered another direct stab, making the monster scream again. He stood there looking up with a cocky expression. "Don't play dead. We're just getting started." He took another step and launched himself at the monster's body. Mid-air, he spun around, redirecting his momentum as his power surged toward the beast. Young Min gripped his sword tightly and lunged. "Die." His blade cut straight through Tiller, sending the monster into a fit of agonized roars. Young Min didn't stop charging forward once more. He zipped past the monster in a flash. A piece of the creature's body fell off in the distance, making its screams even more piercing. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and mocked the beast. "Hey lizard, how's that taste? Feeling a bit breezy on the top of your head, huh?" Suddenly, strange anomalies began to appear. Those strange things began spreading across the monster's face, making it scream even louder. Young Min stood back, observing as trails of energy still swirled around him amidst the chaos of the beast's cries. "All right, let's wrap up this boring fight." He stood before the struggling beast. The powers he had summoned were now swarming the area. Using a combo skill, his body merged with that energy. He leaped into the air, surrounded by swirling power. Ultimate critical strike. Streaks of energy rained down like a firestorm. This massive power slammed directly into Tiller's body. Then Youngmin unleashed a fountain of energy that surged straight upward. He flew back as the energy began to swallow Tiller whole. Notifications started flooding in. Level up mutant monster defeated. Receive mutant monster essence. Incredible achievement. For being the first to defeat a mutant monster, you have received the title Mutant Slayer. You are the first person to earn this title. Then a long notification appeared. First person to defeat a mutant. Rare title, Mutant Power, a power whose origin remains unknown. Praise to you, the one who overcame and conquered it. You are the first to earn this title. Bonus effect, 10% damage reduction against mutated powers. Youngmin sat on the ground panting heavily. He picked up a bottle filled with a red liquid and gulped it down. After wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he felt his body gradually recover. Normally, you'd need to be level 200 to catch a mutated monster. Reaching level 150 was seriously tough. He stared at the system screen in front of him, but the rewards were definitely worth it. From now on, I'll focus on the main quest. I'm sick of fighting these mutated monsters. Youngmin rubbed his chin, squinting. Wait, what's with this question mark? Why isn't there any info? Just a number. Do I have to catch 2 of them? System notifications flashed before his eyes. The captain of Asto Jalos has discovered his pet's death. Dragon Slayer, be careful. Zalos is coming here right now. He stood there, looking startled. What Zalos? A notification popped up. Zalos' wrath is targeting you. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, a whole group is heading this way. With my body like this, even a one-on-one would be a struggle. With that, he pushed off the ground. Youngmin bolted, running like his life depended on it. He just kept running as fast as he could. Even as he ran, he flashed a grin. All right, let's go. He headed toward his next goal, the place where the grand plan would unfold. He stepped into the gloomy gray forest, walking quietly and observing every tree. This is the spot, right? Damn, it's been so long, I only have a vague memory of it. Small ghosts carrying axes drifted silently through the area. He thought to himself that while this place was a hunting ground for level 110 at most, it actually hid a massive secret. Youngmin excitedly gripped his shiny hand axe. If my memory serves me right, it's definitely here. The system announced hand axe equipped. He swung and struck the tree trunk. He delivered another powerful blow, then one final sharp strike. He stood before the 3 trunks he had just chopped, and they began to glow. That's it. Gradually, a path of light appeared, leading up a mountain where a glowing symbol emerged. Finally, it was here. Youngmin gripped his shiny axe, buzzing with excitement. The rest is simple. He lunged forward with a burst of power, shattering everything in his path. Critical hit. He shielded his face, gritting his teeth as he watched. He stood before a square-shaped opening. It's been a while, hasn't it? The system announced. Entering the cradle of the hunter's legend, Youngmin slowly made his way down the stairs. He smiled as he walked, thinking to himself. Normally, finding this place required completing countless quests and piecing together clues. But there was no need to go through all that trouble was there. He recalled the trees and how he'd broken through them. Since he already knew the entry requirements, he could just aim precisely and power up. With an attack strong enough to pierce through stone, he reached his destination. He stood in a massive courtyard with a symbol engraved right in the center. I've arrived. Youngmin stood there, hands in his pockets, looking around. This place was a space designed to receive someone's wish, much like a hero's trial. But this was different from the trial of the Lion King Gao Kan. The person who created this trial and challenged others to overcome it. Are they still alive? He walked to the edge of the symbol and crossed his arms. The creator was none other than the living legend Hunter Kiris. He recalled the tales of a monster descending upon the soldiers. Once upon a time during the Great Race War, there was a legendary hunter in the vanguard of the Black Dragon Legion who struck terror into the hearts of his enemies. He smirked as he unsheathed his blade. Surprisingly, it wasn't a hunter or an archer, even Kiris. The first one to reach this place was a human berserker. Naturally, that's me. At that moment, the system notified him, hand axe equipped. Youngmin looked up with a devious grin. I'm going to strip this place clean. The system announced commencing stage, one of the hunter's trial. Dark, smoky figures began to materialize. He stood in the middle of the darkness as a notification appeared. Find the light within the shadows. He gripped his axe and gave a smug laugh. Seriously, it's not even a puzzle, just finding light in a dark forest. Dungeons are never friendly places. He started walking and a massive monster loomed up behind him. He whipped his head around and smirked. He began unleashing powerful slashes. Youngmin's face was still full of confidence. What? For a regressor like me, this is a piece of cake. More monsters swarmed around him. He spun around and lunged forward. One tried to grab his leg, but he leaped into the air. In the midst of the first stage of the hunter's trial, he delivered a horizontal slash right in front of them. Enemies appearing in the dark. They're all weak, so I can cut them down easily. Youngmin swung his axe behind his back and roared, die. Suddenly, something made his eyes go wide. But I absolutely cannot just swing blindly. His body suddenly broke into a shiver. Youngmin leaned forward, saying, wait a sec. That was a close call. I've got goosebumps. A light from a fire flickered ahead. A goblin stood right in the center of the spotlight with a pathetic look on its face. Finding the light in the darkness meant finding this tiny creature in the middle of the enemy horde. Then the creature flashed a bright smile. This is exactly why I'm using a hand axe with a narrow attack range. A system notification appeared. Stage 1 of the Hunter's Trial, Hunter's Eyes Pass. The creature pointed to the side, making Young Min jump as he looked over. Over there, the system announced hand axe unequipped. He stood there wondering, could that be the path to the next trial? He began feeling around the wall. Where is it? Where is it? Suddenly, his hand caught on something. Oh, found it. Immediately, a rectangular hole opened up beneath his feet. He plummeted down, screaming in panic. Young Min landed face first in a different area. His limbs were shaking as he tried to crawl forward. He stared at the system alerts on the screen, completely caught off guard. What so? Suddenly, the notification read Stage 2 of the Hunter's Trial begin. Please destroy the target. He dropped to one knee, panting. What, damn it, destroy what exactly? He searched his memory as he slowly stood up. Suddenly, he saw something that made his jaw drop. Right. I remember now. Young Min stood his ground and shouted. Stage 2 was Kiras's stone golem. The system flashed as a massive power filled the area. All right then. He gripped a glowing sword as the notification read battle axe equipped. He continued, why are they standing up so suddenly? I have to be careful. He watched the monsters glowing with a pink light, thinking to himself. Kiras's stone golem. It's just like any other golem. If you don't destroy its core, it'll just keep regenerating. That stone over there is the core. He kicked off the ground and lunged forward. Young Min charged at top speed, fueled by his immense power. Isn't this just a bit too easy? That red stone is screaming from the inside as he lunges toward it. He unleashes a maddening shriek, sending beams of light piercing straight through. Everything ahead is turning into a chaotic mess. He lets out a roar, smash into pieces. Riding that wave of power, he flies forward at top speed. Young Min puts everything he's got into a devastating slash. He carefully grips onto the surface and crawls up. It's incredibly tough, no surprise since it was made by Kiras, the one known as the King of Creations. A hole-emitting light appears on the stone. He looks up while climbing, startled. What is it doing now? Is it trying to counterattack? He keeps his eyes on that crackling energy. No way. Is it? Damn it, the real core is inside its head. Young Min stands cautiously before the monster, thinking to himself that now that he knows where the core is, he has to destroy it. So this trial is a test of destructive power. He rests one hand on his thigh while holding his axe in the other, unimpressed. This isn't funny at all. A notification pops up unequipping the battle axe and equipping the hand axe. He wonders, are you really testing my destructive power? Instantly, he charges forward with overwhelming force. Critical hit, I'll show you exactly what you're looking for. The monster's eyes are ravaged by the destructive energy. Rocks explode everywhere as the system announces the defeat of the golem Zekiaru. Young Min stands before the remains looking down. You were never even a match for me. He stands proudly as smoke swirls around him. What can I say? Sorry, but I'm not actually a hunter. The system displays Stage 2 of the Hunter Trial, a test of the hunter's raw strength. He thinks back to the monsters powered by those red stones. The Hunter Trial is different from its name. It doesn't actually have any class restrictions, but if someone had an archery-related class, they'd probably breeze through this, wouldn't they? The system summons his battle axe. Young Min grips the handle and smirks. None of that matters to him. All right, what's next? The Hunter Trial. Stage 3 begins. He looks up at the system screen, slightly surprised. Oh, is it happening right here? He likes that it's moving along so quickly. Suddenly, he hears footsteps like a ghost approaching and frowns in confusion. A sluggish goblin emerges from the shadows. Young Min keeps his distance, spinning his weapon before pointing it forward and dropping into a combat stance. That little brat. If I remember correctly, this is the final challenge. The goblin lowers its head and something makes Young Min flinch. A dark power begins to pull the goblin upward. Immediately after, he fires a massive blast of energy. He leaps into the air, drawing his blade and preparing to strike. What kind of trick are you pulling now? He hurls a burst of power toward it. Suddenly, his face goes pale. A protective barrier. The creature lunges forward, its energy swirling through the air so intensely that Young Min stands there paralyzed, swallowing hard in fear. He clings to the side of a wall, glancing up. Right in front of him is the goblin backed by a massive sphere of energy. I see it now. A notification appears. Kiras's murderous intent has been detected. The surface of the sphere begins to bulge as the system announces he has passed Kiras's mind-reading trial. A hand erupts from the sphere, splashing black liquid everywhere. The system notifies him that the enemy is about to reveal its true form. A foot steps out. A black moon hangs behind Kiras's hunched, shaggy figure. The mission: defeat the young Kiras. The monster flashes a sinister grin, his eyes and teeth glowing. Young Min laughs, leveling his weapon. Finally, you show your face. It took a hell of an effort just to see what you look like. He springs off his feet and blurs forward like the wind. Right, you little piece of work? Kiras reaches out his arm. Come forth, my comrade. A massive wolf emerges, lunging forward. Yeomin is caught off guard. What the? A notification pops up, level 145, the Silver Wolf Leader. The wolf covered in bizarre markings growls as it enters the fray. Kyrus releases it, screaming for the beast to drag Yeomin back to him. Yeomin grits his teeth, barely blocking the attack with his weapon. This guy's really using cheap tricks again. His hands tremble as he raises his weapon. Come on, then give it your best shot. He swings his axe with every ounce of strength he has. Kyrus watches in horror. Yeomin charges right through the wolf already dealt with and raises his axe to crush him. I'll take you both down at the same time. A sword strike slams down like an explosion. Kyrus retreats, firing energy from his hands. Yeomin practically doubles over, laughing. Look at that, running away and leaving your buddy behind. He mocks him. If you're so special, you should at least suffer together. Kyrus, fuming with rage, pulls out a sleeping needle. You'll pay dearly for your sins. Yeomin just smirks. Bring it on. Kyrus takes the stance of an archer, drawing his string back until it emits a blinding light. The arrow of judgment. Yeomin stands his ground as the area is bombarded by streaks of power. His eyes widen, and he starts running as the energy bolts slam into the earth. Where the hell are you even aiming? He picks up his pace. Yeomin pulls his weapon back, building momentum. Now it's my turn. He thrusts his weapon straight forward. Kyrus ducks low. Damn it, he must be terrified that someone will find out about his glorious youth because he's moving incredibly fast. This will never end at this rate, Yeomin thinks, gritting his teeth. If he can just get him to use that, he can catch him easily. No more distractions, time to go on the offensive. He springs forward again. Yeomin charges with his weapon ready. He needs to clear his mind and strike right now. Kyrus stands there with his grotesque power and stares him down. Ah, such a simple attack pattern. It seems you haven't learned a thing. He then unleashes a strange power, the chains of captivity. As Yeomin pulls his arm back, the energy binds him. Kyrus bursts into laughter, his tongue lolling out. How beautiful. Now is the target still alive? He suddenly flinches. What Yeomin tightly grips the hand that Kyrus's power is supposed to be binding. This is killing me. Thanks a lot, Yeomin exclaims. I was just waiting for you to use that. He looks dangerously excited, surrounded by a gloomy pink energy. Finally caught you. Kyrus looks up in terror as his arm is jerked forward. Oh no, the thread. Yeomin yanks the glowing thread toward himself and bellows. Too late, moron. Kyrus is dragged toward him, panicking. No way. Kyrus's own power is being manipulated by Yeomin. He lets out a wild laugh, his eyes shining. Go to hell. Yeomin sprints forward at full speed. Driven by his terrifying power, the system keeps pinging. You have defeated the young Kyrus. Level up. Level up. Another notification. You have passed Kyrus's trial. His arm is slightly mangled, but he just laughs. Arrogant little coward. Suddenly, something else starts to emerge from the other side. A massive item appears along with a system notification. Offer up the heart of a monster level 170 or higher. A dragon stands behind him carrying a sword and smirking. A heart from a monster level 170 or higher. Talk about perfect timing. Just then, an item appeared shrouded in a brilliant light. My inventory updated as the system chimed. You have received Tiller's heart. Yeomin reached out, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he caught Tiller's heart. He'd gone through hell to take that beast down, and for a moment he was worried he'd only get useless junk. I was a pretty foul moved after getting those scales, but wait, is this how I'm supposed to use it? The heart sat in a basin filled with a liquid that looked like it was boiling, accompanied by a new notification. Confirmed. Tiller's heart has successfully transmitted Kyrus's secret technique. The system chimed again, announcing that the seal had been acquired. Your soul-piercing power is now growing. He stood there completely stunned. Wait, it can grow. Long lines of text flooded his vision. First, his epic-grade soul-piercing power began to evolve. It looked like ancient runes or markings etched onto his skin, pulsing with the secret essence of a deadly soul-shattering technique. This was the true art of soul-piercing lethality. Once activated, the full effects of his soul-piercing power would be unleashed. His critical hit rate jumped by 10%, and his critical hit damage surged by 50%. Most importantly, it could continue to grow by absorbing corrupted power. He stared at it, breathless. This is incredible. Yeomin stared at the screen, processing the rewards from the challenge and Kyrus's gift, the seal's effect. He stood tall, flexing his arm, feeling the massive boost to his critical damage. Usually, if a player were an archer, they'd receive a seal tailored to them. Even though he'd known about this from his past life, seeing the actual stats for the probability damage and growth potential made his heart race. This is the first time I've ever seen a special growth effect like this. I can't believe it actually absorbs corrupted power to level up. Just how strong can this get? A wide, triumphant grin spread across his face as powerful energy swirled violently around him. Perfect. With this, I'm going to leapfrog several stages of power all at once. Just you wait. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room in Odini, the crossroad guards were gathered. Mankin stood before them, his voice full of passion as he shouted, "You're telling me the eradication of the mutant monsters is complete. This is simply astounding. You've gone far beyond my expectations, Yeomin." Yeomin stood opposite him, hands behind his back, looking humble. "Haha, you flatter me, sir." Mankin stepped forward, reaching out a hand. I must share the information I promised. He looked down, his expression turning solemn as he thought about the dark forces at play. Listen closely, young Min. There's a secret faction out there. They're the ones creating these mutant monsters. Young Min's eyes widened in surprise. So the mutants weren't just a local problem. We've identified their headquarters, but do you have any idea just how dangerous the situation is? Mencken asked. Young Min went silent, his mind drifting to the image of a massive city right on the coast. If you're talking about the center, you must mean the central continent, where the fourth city is located. Information about the fourth city was finally starting to come to light. He listened intently as Mencken sat back in his chair. It's worse than that. Some of them aren't just being aggressive toward other races, they're launching full-scale raids on cities and committing acts of pure insanity. Young Min remembered the sight of a massive dinosaur chasing terrified civilians. Our investigation team is currently looking into the masterminds behind this, trying to find the cause and a solution, but we haven't found a single solid lead yet. Young Min, looking powerful and composed, kept his hands behind his back and listened to every word. You could be the one we need. I hope you'll cooperate with the team to gather more intel on these mutants. Young Min smiled and nodded. Of course, count me in. Mencken handed him something. I knew I could count on you. Take this. Think of it as a little something to keep you motivated. Young Min reached out to take a scroll from Mencken's hand. A system notification popped up. You have received a personal quest scroll. Mencken added, you might find that useful when you're out hunting those mutants. Young Min took it, his curiosity piqued. What exactly is this? This is a massive win, he thought. It was an item that allowed him to receive mutant-related quests, even if he hadn't tracked down their specific dens yet. Basically, it was a huge time saver, cutting down on all the unnecessary traveling. He turned to leave, then paused to give Mencken a quick thumbs up. Thanks. I'll be back with good news before you know it. See ya, Mencken waved him off. Good luck, Young Min. Young Min walked out feeling great. Hey, things are looking up. I finally got the personal quest scroll. He chuckled to himself as he walked. All right, let's take it slow from here. Eventually, he arrived at a large, quiet building. A system message appeared. Crossroad, Human Alliance Guild. This should be the place, he muttered. He looked up at a symbolic painting hanging on the wall. Even in a place like Crossroad, the Human Guild still held its ground. He pushed the door open. Excuse me. But as he stepped inside, his face twisted in shock. The place was a total wreck with broken furniture everywhere. He jumped back in surprise. It looked less like a guild hall and more like a haunted house. The management was a total disaster, exactly like the rumors said about the other races looking down on humans. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Who's there? An old man named Harbin hobbled out, leaning on a cane. What do you want, you an adventurer? Why'd you just barge in here and start making a racket? The system labeled him as suspicious old man. Young Min squinted, feeling like he'd been caught doing something wrong. His eyes locked onto a bright golden symbol on the man's chest. At first glance, he just looked like a grumpy fit old man, nothing special. Wait, that badge. That's the symbol of the Parliament. He flashed back to seeing people with that same crest in battle. The full story would come out later, but for now, the Parliament was an organization sent from the central continent to ensure the prosperity of mankind. He instinctively moved his hand to his chest, thinking, if I want to play my cards right for the future, I'd better be on my best behavior. He cleared his throat and spoke up. Greetings, sir. I am Young Min, a level 151 Berserker. He stood tall, showing respect. I've come here because I wish to have the honor of assisting those who work tirelessly for the glory of humanity. I have no other ulterior motives. Harbin let out a dry cackle. Well, aren't you a rare breed? He stroked his long beard thoughtfully. I see. You want to contribute to the glory of mankind, eh? Now how should we go about that? He broke into a wide, toothy grin. I've got just the thing. A new system quest appeared. Hunt the steel-clad turtles. Harbin, a member of the Kensington Parliament, has commissioned you to hunt steel-clad turtles on the East Coast. These turtles are currently blocking the shipping lanes. You are tasked with hunting them and bringing their carcasses back to Harbin. Objective, 10 steel-clad turtle carcasses. Reward 10 silver coins. Young Min had to stifle a laugh. Blocking the ships, huh? He looked at the old man. It didn't take a genius to figure out the old guy just wanted a gourmet meal for himself. The old man shouted, those annoying turtles. You must deal with them at once. Young Min sighed inwardly. Oh well, I need to start stacking up Parliament contribution points anyway. He turned to leave. Understood. You can count on me. The old man held up a fork and licked his lips. Good. Now hurry up and get going. Young Min let out a long breath. Phew. Dealing with that old guy is exhausting. He shoved his hands in his pockets and walked away. Whatever, I'll just suck it up for now. Even though the quest was pretty mundane, he knew that if he kept at it and finished these tasks one by one, he'd get what he came for. A smirk returned to his face as he thought of everyone else. After all, this is exactly why I came here. One of the main features of this game is unlocking racial quests. Thinking about the scenery here as power surges through me, let's take it slow and use the runbook to head to the East Coast. Near the east coast, there's a deserted island where birds are soaring freely through the sky. Below is a breathtaking view of the ocean and lush green trees. Youngmin lunged straight down at the turtle below, making it shriek in pain. Drop dead. He stood before its corpse, looking a bit exhausted. Phew, this should be enough. The system notification popped up, ironclad turtle carcasses 10 out of 20. He strolled along the beach, thinking how lucky it was that he'd thoroughly researched the racial quests in his past life. Thanks to that hunting, these ironclad turtles was a breeze. Suddenly, he stopped, hands on his hips. Maybe I should try digging a bit too. He knelt in the sand, digging and tossing it around. It would be great if I hit the jackpot on the first try, but please, just show up. Suddenly, something appeared that made his eyes widen in awe, a clutch of eggs. The eggs emerged from beneath the sand. Talk about luck. The system displayed ironclad turtle eggs. Used for crafting rare magic, they taste exquisite and sell for a high price. Excited, Youngmin carefully picked up one of the eggs. I might even find something special in this place. Ironclad turtle eggs. Perfect, this preparation is plenty. A short while later, a campfire had been set up. He reached for a skewer with a notification. Processed ironclad turtle meat. He placed the meat over the flames and blew on the fire with all his might, lost in thought. The creature I'm about to meet is the only intelligent being in this area, and the strongest existence around here. Since he doesn't belong to any faction, if I piss him off, he'll break every bone in my body. A light flickered within an object. It's not that I'm scared, I just have to be careful, otherwise I might not get what I came for. In the distance, a creature was hiding, watching him from the shoreline. Hearing a noise, Youngmin glanced over and thought, he's here. Massive bird-like footsteps approached and a giant wing touched his shoulder. You! He turned around, slightly intimidated by the massive Temmin. Who dares to trespass here? Suddenly, a scent wafted over, making Temmin freeze. Wait, this unique scent. Following the aroma to the roaring fire where a large slab of meat sat, he immediately shouted, "Whoa, what on earth, ironclad turtle meat?" Youngmin was completely speechless as he listened to the bird ramble on with greedy eyes. This precious meat, yes, it really is ironclad turtle meat. It must be eaten without any seasoning. I don't know who you are, but you're a true gourmet. Drooling Temmin marveled, let's dig in. Meanwhile, Youngmin thought to himself, the super race Temmin. This guy is the special existence I was talking about. After seeing his reaction, Youngmin flashed a smug grin. I was supposed to persuade him, but sometimes meat is way more effective than talking. Before them, the fire roared, making the turtle meat look even more delicious. Temmin kept staring at the meat, his saliva dripping uncontrollably. He seemed like he couldn't take it anymore. He curiously asked Youngmin, don't you have something you want to say to me? In response, Youngmin just gave him the cold shoulder. This attitude caught Temmin off guard. He started pacing around, Youngmin prying for info. No, I mean, if you've come all this way, you must have something to tell me, right? Right. Am I right? Youngmin acted like he couldn't care less. He picked his nose and said, let me see. I don't really have anything to say to you, sir. This felt like a lightning strike through Temmin's mind, leaving him slack-jawed in shock. Youngmin approached the grill, thinking smugly, that's it, just a bit more. The rest of the quest depends on what I do now. Unable to resist the allure of the meat any longer, Temmin kept trying to coax him. Come on, don't be like that. Don't you want my help? I rule this island. If you need anything, I'll help you. I can even help you get back to the mainland. That was exactly what he was waiting for. Youngmin's lips curled into a smirk. Got him, he thought. The sky ticket. Youngmin's sudden words left Temmin completely stunned. What immediately, with a face like he just struck gold, he proposed. Give me the sky ticket and I'll give all this meat to you, Lord Temmin. Temmin realized his scheme and barked angrily, you wicked human. So that was your goal all along. Seeing this reaction, Youngmin immediately turned back to the fire. He drawled out, if you don't like the deal, then forget it. Seeing this, Temmin panicked. Wait, if you add more wood, the meat will burn. Youngmin looked at him and thought happily, what a pushover. Let's wrap this up. Then he pulled out a bag and said, now that I think about it, I have these too. The moment he saw the egg in Youngmin's hand, Temmin wanted to pounce. Is that an ironclad turtle egg? Youngmin continued his lure. That's right. The taste of the yolk paired with the fatty ironclad turtle meat. You know it well, don't you, Lord Temmin? He was quickly hooked. Of course I know, seeing his excitement. He opened the bag full of eggs and laid out his terms. This isn't a favor, and I'm not begging. This is a transaction. This should be enough for a fair trade, right? After all, you can't do much with a sky ticket anyway. The moment Temmin saw the bag, he couldn't hide his astonishment. Those are ironclad turtle eggs. How did you get so many? It was as if he was afraid the eggs would possess him. He clutched his head and mumbled, no, I shouldn't. But if I don't. In the end, Temmin couldn't resist and agreed. All right, fine, it's not like I can't give it to you. I'll give you the sky ticket. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached back and swiftly plucked one of his own feathers. He handed it over to Youngmin. Here, take it. Youngmin asked, bewildered. Seriously, what the heck is this feather for? Before he could even process it, the bird quickly snatched the meat and the bag of eggs. Temmin soared into the sky, shouting, Humans are nothing but a bunch of vulgar mortals anyway. Let's never meet again. Young Min happily waved the feather in his hand to say goodbye. Sure thing, see you around, Lord Noble Bird. Looking at the seemingly ordinary feather in his hand, Young Min smiled broadly. Excellent. I finally got it. The ticket to the Sky Island, a feather from the super race. Young Min looked up at the dazzling light in the sky and thought, I don't know about anything else, but the Sky Island is a place I can't miss. It's the island that makes everyone who goes up fall right back down. Just a little longer and I'll definitely go there and clear the whole place out. Later at the Crossroad Human Alliance Guild, someone shouted in surprise. You actually caught this. Haben's eyes sparkled as he stared at the turtle. You even managed to catch it and bring it back in such perfect condition. Haben's eyes lit up as he stared at the turtle right in front of him. He even managed to catch it and bring it back in such perfect condition. The taste of this is, the old man cleared his throat. No, you've helped the council immensely. The more Young Min looked at him, the more drained he felt. After a long moment of silence, Haben hugged his turtle shell and made a decision. All right, I shall give you another task now. Immediately, a notification window appeared describing the mission. Collect butterfly flowers. You have been commissioned by the council to research death and rebirth. Head to the land of rebirth and gather the butterfly flowers found there. Completion requirement, gather 5 butterfly flowers. Reward 5 gold and experience points. As soon as he saw it, Young Min was completely stunned. Mysterious figures flickered through Young Min's mind as he thought about this quest. He muttered to himself, there's no mistake. On the surface, it didn't look like anything special. But the racial quest had officially begun. Racial quests. Each race carries out missions with different ultimate goals. For the High Elves, it's reviving the world tree. For the Dwarves, it's forging the ultimate weapon and rebuilding their ancient city. They slowly progress through these tasks from low to high levels to reach their final objective. But the human quest is different from the others. Revive the Emperor and the Crusaders. Humanity's goal is to bring back the Emperor and his army at the height of their power to recreate the glory of the past. While Haben happily dragged his turtle away, Young Min was still lost in thought. What is this? It's no different from devouring everything. Because to revive the Emperor, one must go against the natural order of life and death. A smirk played on Young Min's lips as his mind raced. The Emperor's revival. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Young Min made a silent vow. As expected, the human side is fascinating. This time I have to try and complete the human racial quest line. As he walked out of the guild, Young Min told himself, just take it slow, one step at a time. Suddenly, another notification caught his eye, the land of rebirth. Imagining that distant continent, Young Min thought, it's very far from Crossroad. Plus, it's not on the map, so it'll be tough to find. The place he needed to reach was a specialized greenhouse where the High Elves cultivated spiritual herbs. They just called it a greenhouse, but the place was actually massive. After a moment of contemplation, a major problem arose. The issue was how to actually get inside. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit him, and Young Min's face went blank for a second. He let out a joyful shout, that's it. That girl can help, can't she? A figure appeared in his mind. Young Min thought of Taro, the High Elf Guild Master. Recalling her personality, Young Min gritted his teeth and decided to trust the plan. Seriously. She's actually useful sometimes, isn't she? Everything should go smoothly now. He clenched his fist and shouted to himself. All right, Young Min stretched his arms and told himself to handle things gently. Am I being too greedy? With a sudden burst, Young Min leaped off the ground. He sprinted forward, his voice full of excitement. Let's enjoy this to the fullest. Come on, just wait for me a little longer. The land of rebirth in the High Elf Village, a place where soft, warm light bathed the green-roofed houses. Young Min looked at the system navigation and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I made it. The High Elf Village wasn't on the map. This was the land of rebirth. Just as he was about to enter, 2 weapons suddenly blocked his path. Someone barked halt. 2 sentries questioned him with stern expressions. This is High Elf territory. State your identity. But this didn't scare Young Min at all. He flashed a smile and thought, all right, time to put that effect to good use. Right then, he recalled the system notification. First friend of the High Elves. You are the first person to be recognized and trusted by the High Elves. Those recognized as friends will receive their assistance. He quickly beat his chest and introduced himself. I am Young Min, a human berserker and a friend of the High Elves. I've come here seeking help. The moment they heard that, the sentries' attitudes did a complete 180. They looked at Young Min with pure admiration. Are you really the Young Min who collected the seeds for the world tree? I've always wanted to meet you. Well, this is great. Welcome to our village. Young Min soaked in their admiration and let out a quiet sigh of relief. It worked just as I thought. Immediately, the 2 guards eagerly asked him, so, what do you need help with? If you want, we'd help you even if there was no reason at all. But actually, we're having a bit of trouble right now, so we were hoping you could lend us a hand. In the short time they were talking, the system issued Young Min a new quest: pest control. Eliminate the pests in the High Elf greenhouse or provide nutrients to the diseased plants. Success condition. Resolve the pest infestation. Reward. Based on performance. Seeing the notification, Young Min immediately thought happily. Awesome. Thanks to my title, I got the greenhouse quest right away. Everything was going perfectly. He chuckled to himself, thanks Taro. At that moment, an image of her disgusted face popped into his head, giving him goosebumps. Meanwhile, Young Min continued chatting happily with the guard. Come, let me lead you to the greenhouse. Sure, let's go. Later, inside the secret high elf greenhouse, Young Min stood before a massive ancient tree in awe. Behind the glass walls, his expression softened significantly. He muttered to himself, now this is a greenhouse. It never fails to impress me. The high elf greenhouse was where they cultivated spiritual herbs, used for magic, but it was also a research lab dedicated to their race's dream, reviving the world tree. Watching the giant creatures around him, Young Min thought, because of that, the flora and fauna here are abnormally huge. He looked up at the high ceiling and marveled, man, I feel so small in here. Suddenly, a noise from the distant bushes made him freeze. His expression turned dead serious in an instant. What was that? A giant praying mantis had appeared right behind him. It swung its scythe-like limb past Young Min's eyes, making him mutter in confusion. What just flashed by? No one knew what happened. The metallic scent of blood filled the air. Blood dripped onto Young Min's head, staining his face red. Young Min cursed angrily. Damn it, he gripped his weapon tightly and grumbled, this is exactly why I hate dealing with bugs. Before he could finish complaining, the mantis spat a glob of slime all over him. Young Min screamed in disgust. My clothes are ruined. Fueled by rage, Young Min lunged forward with his weapon. Just die. With a single sword strike, Young Min sliced the giant mantis clean in half. At the same time, the system flashed a notification requirement met. Return to the entrance to receive your reward. If you eliminate more pests or provide more nutrients to the plants, you can earn additional rewards. Seeing the notification pop up, Young Min was a bit surprised. Having finished the task, he glanced at the monster lying dead on the ground. Only then did it click, this monster was actually the pest from the quest. A split second later, Young Min's bloodthirsty eyes flashed with a sharp light. He muttered to himself that it was still too early to head back, as this quest had a specific catch. It was a performance-based reward. For every 100 bugs he exterminated, he'd receive a fixed prize. Young Min gripped his weapon tight once more and began to analyze the situation. Most rookies coming here for the first time think they just need to catch 100. But while Young Min was lost in thought, a pair of glowing red eyes watched him silently from the shadows. A moment later, the monster's razor-sharp pincers shot up. It slammed them into the ground with a deafening screech. Off to the side, a scorpion was also creeping closer in silence. Young Min struggled to hold them both off, shouting through the chaos. This place is crawling with pests. With a single slash of his sword, the surrounding air seemed to turn a deep shade of red. Young Min leaped into the air, and before swinging down, he yelled excitedly, come and get it, you protein snacks. The insects tried their best to fight back, but in an instant, they were hacked into tiny pieces. Later, as warm light washed over the flower petals, someone groaned in exhaustion. It's too far. I can't take much more of this. Young Min pushed back against a giant beetle while urging them on. Pick up the pace. An archer nearby heard him nagging and snapped, shut your mouth. You're so loud I can't even focus. Immediately, the other guys joined in. Seriously, is this guy done talking yet? If we let it escape, we're toast. Suddenly, a girl nearby called out, hey guys, everyone stopped and turned around looking confused. Behind them, Yeren was cheering enthusiastically. Don't fight. You can do it. Yeren was back there, rooting for the two idiots. Instantly, both men turned beet red. Who's fighting? One of them thought to himself. All right, I'm gonna show Yeren how cool I can be. The archer immediately raised his bow and shouted, you stupid monster, making our Yeren sad. Prepare to meet your end. As soon as he spoke, an arrow packed with power shot forward and pierced right through the monster. Seeing him show off like that, the guy with the shield next to him thought irritably, that jerk acts like he's the only cool one here. Then he roared at the top of his lungs. Feel my power. He charged at the monster, yelling blue shield. Bright beams of light shot toward the Swarm King. The creature was absolutely enraged by these humans' attacks. The Swarm King roared, ready to counterattack. Suddenly, two massive wings sprouted from its back, surging with power. Using its Swarm Raid skill, it charged fiercely at them. The two men cried out in a panic. It's coming! With just one strike from the Swarm King, both men were sent flying into the air. Then it began targeting the others. Seeing this, Yeren screamed in terror. What? Why is it coming for me? She squeezed her eyes shut and prayed. Someone please protect me. Do something. Suddenly, a voice rang out. When the pain she expected didn't come, Yeren snapped her eyes open in shock. Right in front of her, Young Min had knocked the monster back with a single blow. Instantly, Yeren's face lit up with pure admiration. But then her lips curled into a sly, devious smirk. Meanwhile, the man in front of her was fighting the Swarm King with everything he had. Young Min didn't care about what was happening behind him. He just looked at the monster's corpse, feeling satisfied. That makes 70, not many left. Just then, worried voices echoed from the group. Yeren, Yeren. The two men covered in wounds were desperately searching for her. Where's Yeren? If you're okay, answer us, Yeren. Then they saw something that made their jaws drop. They couldn't believe their eyes as they stammered, you jerk. Our Yeren young Min looked completely confused and asked, who's Yeren? Right then Yeren slid over, grabbed his arm and whispered, hey there, handsome. She blew him a kiss and said flirtatiously, thank you so much. You saved my life. Her behavior immediately gave young Min the creeps. He thought in disgust, what's with this parasite? As the two men ran up, Yeren was still clinging to young Min, cooing. Appa. The guys were left speechless. Yeren. Meanwhile, Young Min's inner thoughts were exploding with frustration. I'm busy as hell. Why is this woman causing a scene here? The two men tried to approach young Min, pleading with her, Yeren, come on. We still have so much to hunt if we stop working together now. But she didn't care at all and hid behind young Min. He continued to pretend he didn't know them. Who are you guys? Those words hit the two men like a bolt of lightning. One of them clenched his trembling fists and muttered to himself, I thought you were different. Young Min saw what was happening and realized, I get the gist of it now. He glanced at the girl beside him and thought, she's a queen bee. The type of girl who makes men swarm around her like moths to a flame. She leeches off them so she can get a free ride without doing any work. This reminded him of the weird stuff that happens here. In Theos, since you can change your appearance, this kind of thing is common. Because there are so few priests, players often switch to that class just to get special treatment. Young Min gripped his hand, the one Yeren was clinging to, feeling more annoyed by the second. Damn it, what am I supposed to do with these people? They're so annoying. If only I could. Player kill them, Suddenly, he stopped. Wait. Player killing. A wicked smile spread across his face. Right, there's a way. Within moments, Yeren was stunned when young Min suddenly played along. How could this be? He took her hand and asked tenderly, Yeren, why is a beautiful girl like you out here? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Yeren blushed and replied, oh well. Young Min placed his hand over his heart and bowed politely. I'm Young Min the Berserker. If you don't mind, why don't you party up with me? I promise to show you a fight like you've never seen before. Yeren immediately threw her arms around him and happily agreed. I'd be honored, young Min. I'm so looking forward to it. Young Min gave a forced smile. All right, let's head out. Seeing this, the two men who had come for her turned to stone. They groaned in despair. Why? Why are we such losers even in a game? Ignoring their whining, Yeren happily walked off with young Min. While he wasn't looking, her gaze turned cold and calculating. She watched him silently plotting. Perfect. I'm going to milk you dry. I finally found a high-level player to carry me. I got to stick to him like glue. Lost in her thoughts, Yeren kept smiling brightly, unaware that she was already in young Min's crosshairs. He watched her out of the corner of his eye. Behind her back, young Min let out a smile that was even more sinister. Then they moved to another spot where flowers were in full bloom, oblivious to what was about to happen. Yeren stood there frozen, her entire body stiff with tension. Young Min raised his weapon chains, tightly binding the axe blade. With a single powerful swing, the monster before them crumbled into dust. Young Min spun around, his eyes instantly scanning for the next target. Right beside him, a giant mantis was raising its claws, ready to strike. The moment he saw it, young Min pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. With another swift slash, the mantis was instantly torn into 100 pieces. After watching the fight and witnessing young Min's sheer power, Yeren grew even more excited. She thought to herself, oh my god, he's way stronger than I thought. If I let a top-tier catch like this slip away, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I should probably show off a little bit too, shouldn't I? Just then, young Min turned around in surprise as her voice rang out. You're amazing. She walked closer to him, her words tumbling out in a rush. That was so incredible. You're really strong, young Min. Is there anything I can do to help? I want to be useful too. Seeing her act like that, young Min trembled with suppressed rage. He forced himself to respond. Help, you say? Even though he kept a smile on his face, he was cursing her out 1,000 times in his head. Damn it, every time she acts like she's so innocent, I feel like I'm gonna lose it. He looked at her admiring gaze and thought, well, since this Queen Bee is being so proactive, I guess showing her my hunting skills really paid off. Huh, everything's ready. Time to slowly cast the bait. Young Min then stared straight at Yeren and asked, actually, Yeren, there's something I need to ask of you. Hearing this, she hurriedly replied, oh, young Min, please just say the word. His large hand landed on Yeren's shoulder, making her stiffen. Young Min's expression turned serious. He suggested that to hunt the greenhouse boss, the giant bird, he'd need Yeren's help. She asked doubtfully, boss. Young Min leaned in and whispered to her, that's right. This is incredibly important and only you can do it, Yeren. Please help me. Yeren looked up at him, thinking it over. Suddenly, talking about a boss, I'm a bit scared, but I can't risk upsetting him over this. With that thought, she immediately gave young Min a cheerful reply. Of course, I'll definitely help you, young Min. Hearing that he acted like he couldn't wait to start. I knew I could count on you, Yeren. Let's get moving right away. A little later, they arrived in front of a massive ancient tree. Pale pink petals brushed against Yeren's face as she muttered some nonsense to herself, clearly annoyed. So this is the important job. She held a massive apple on top of her head and screamed in anger. I'm the bait. She recalled what young Min had told her. While you distract the giant bird with this fruit, I'll launch a surprise attack from behind. Yurin thought bitterly, easy for him to say. Yurin stood among the giant weeds clutching the apple. She thought regretfully, why on earth do I have to suffer this humiliation? I can't believe he actually played me. She didn't even notice the monster watching her from a distance. She was too busy fuming. Just you wait. I'll make you obey me like a common servant. Meanwhile, the giant bird's eyes looked more dangerous than ever. Yurin's hands trembled as she held the apple high. She was still complaining, my legs are killing me. When is he finally? Before she could finish her sentence, she froze. Something massive was approaching from behind. Yurin started trembling even more violently. She took a terrified glance behind her. A second later, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The level 80 giant bird was right on top of her. Yurin was knocked back. She hugged the apple tight, trying desperately to calm herself down. Stay calm, Yurin. Young-min is going to sneak up and attack it right. She ran as fast as she could with the apple, the giant bird hot on her heels. Her fear only grew. That bird is chasing me because of this fruit. If I keep its attention, Young-min will save me the moment he appears. The bird lunged its attack, cracking the very ground beneath her. Yurin let out a terrified shriek. It was a desperate chase. The bird's glowing red eyes never left her. She was crying as she ran for her life. The shadow of the bird loomed over her like the Grim Reaper. Reaching the peak of despair, Yurin screamed in a panic. Why? Why aren't you showing up? Meanwhile, Young-min was sitting on a distant tree branch watching the whole thing. He was leisurely enjoying the show as she ran and frantically called out for Young-min. Not only that, he reached down and grabbed a handful of popcorn. Young-min stuffed a handful of popcorn into his mouth, grinning as he ate. Man, this is a great view. He adjusted his glasses, looking at the scene with total satisfaction. That's right. Just like those worker bees you used to boss around. Keep running. Yurin kept running with the apple, her terror reaching a breaking point. The giant bird hadn't even fully attacked yet, but it was becoming more frenzied. Its eyes glowed a deep red as it beat its wings and began its true assault. Blown away by the force of the attack, Yurin lost her grip on the apple and slammed into the ground. She lay there, sprawled out, looking incredibly small and helpless. Right then, the monster's massive talons closed in. It let out a screech, looking at Yurin like she was a juicy piece of prey. Completely engulfed by the monster's shadow, Yurin screamed in terror. No. The sheer fear of being eaten brought tears to her eyes. She was completely hopeless. Please, someone save me. But after a moment of silence, the pain she expected never came. Anxious to see what happened, Yurin slowly opened her eyes. The giant bird's massive talons were gently picking up the apple. While Yurin was paralyzed with fear, the bird was calmly enjoying the delicious treat right in front of her. She looked up trembling, unable to believe her eyes. What? It just wanted the fruit. Seeing everything go exactly as planned, Young-min burst into a fit of gleeful laughter. He sat in the tree, clutching his stomach from laughing so hard. Ha! Oh man, our little queen bee is such a coward. Looking at the bird's indifferent expression, Young-min couldn't help but judge her. Since she's never actually hunted before, she has no idea what a monster's real bloodlust feels like. The more he thought about Yurin's stupidity, the harder he laughed. Since she's been played this badly, I guess she won't be acting like a queen bee for a while. Suddenly, Yurin did something that made Young-min stop in his tracks. What the? After seeing Yurin standing defiantly in front of the monster, Young-min became even more suspicious. Hey, what is she doing? After experiencing a fear that chilled her to the bone, Yurin bit her lip and cursed. I just wanted to make a quick buck. I didn't think that weirdo would actually use me as bait. She gripped a rock so hard, her hand trembled. And he's nowhere to be found. I finally decide to work hard, and this happens. Yurin snapped, hurled the rock at the giant bird, and screamed, God damn it, I'm pissed off now. Seeing this, Young-min panicked and tried to stop her. Is she crazy? That's not how you attack. But before he could intervene, the stone flew straight into the giant bird's face. Immediately, the creature's demeanor shifted, its eyes turning a deep, fiery red with rage. The giant bird spread its wings and took flight, its feathers glowing crimson like a phoenix. With a piercing shriek, it lunged forward, diving straight for Yurin. Young-min's heart sank at the sight. That idiot. These giant birds were usually docile if left alone, but once provoked, they wouldn't stop until one side was dead. Meanwhile, the bird swung its massive wings again. With a single strike, it sent Yurin flying, her scream of pain echoing through the air. Young-min hadn't expected things to escalate like this. He massaged his temples in frustration. I thought she'd just get mad and leave, but why the hell did she have to provoke it? It was practically a suicide mission. By now, Yurin had been beaten black and blue by the massive bird. With her last bit of strength, she gasped out Young-min's name. Hearing her plea, Young-min bit his lip, looking incredibly stressed. Finally, he let out a long sigh and muttered, Fine, I guess I have to step in now. The soft sunlight glinted off his back and his polished axe. Young-min whispered to himself, I guess I really am a softie, aren't I? Once again, the bird's eyes glowed with murderous intent. It circled once in the air before diving down toward where Yurin lay. At that exact moment, Young-min's firm grip tightened as he hoisted his axe. He lunged behind the giant bird, his axe ready to strike. As Young-min delivered the blow, the bird let out a harrowing cry of agony. Getting into the flow of the fight, Yu Min shouted excitedly, "Where do you think you're looking? Hey, bird brain, your opponent is right here." As the giant bird reeled back, he immediately clung to its back and yelled, "Whoa, hold still." The bird was in so much pain from the blow that tears actually started to well up in its eyes. Suddenly, it took off, carrying Youngmin high into the sky. He gripped the bird's feathers tightly, battling the wind whipping against his face as he yelled, "Trying to run, are we?" But then the bird suddenly veered off course, making Youngmin pause in confusion. A massive tree appeared directly in their flight path. Panic flared in his voice. "Damn it, are you trying to slam me into that tree?" He squeezed the feathers even harder and braced himself. "I don't think so." In an instant, his full power erupted. He shoved off the bird's back and shouted, "Not gonna happen." He used his free arm to summon his weapon, hand axe. With those words, an axe materialized in his grip. The thrill of the battle was surging through him as he swung the axe and roared. Critical hit. A flash of light streaked as the blade swung through the air. The giant bird caught a glimpse of it and let out a terrified screech. Down below, Yurin finally managed to pull herself up. She looked up confused by the noise. Her jaw dropped as she witnessed the chaotic storm unfolding in the sky. Before her eyes, as the turbulence settled, the giant bird began to fall. Something was approaching it, making it shriek in terror. As the figure drew closer, the bird could only stare in wide-eyed shock. Panic was written all over its face. High in the air, a relentless barrage of attacks was raining down upon it. Youngmin grabbed its wing tightly and yelled, "What's wrong? I'm not done yet." Finally, the giant bird couldn't take it anymore. It let out one last scream and unleashed its berserk feathers skill. Instantly, the feathers on its body transformed into sharp weapons to repel Youngmin, but his eyes only gleamed with more excitement. Youngmin laughed. "You stupid bird. That's pretty brutal. I like it. We're actually a good match." At the same time, he hugged his massive axe close, preparing for the final blow. He activated his fatal strike skill and roared, "Now die." As the blade swung toward its neck, the giant bird could only wait for the end in utter despair. With a single clean sweep, Youngmin split the giant bird in half. Immediately, the system announced the kill and his level up. Yurin watched the scene, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Youngmin actually saved me," she whispered to herself. She pressed her hands to her chest, her heart racing. "My heart is pounding. I want to become strong too." She looked up at the sun, a quiet determination forming within her. She wanted to be just like Youngmin. Meanwhile, Youngmin was still buzzing with adrenaline from the fight. Once the area grew quiet again, he hopped down onto a nearby branch. Youngmin walked over to a massive nest and muttered, "Time to collect the loot, I guess." He picked up an egg that was nearly as big as his own torso and grinned. "Okay, this bird actually dropped something good." Just then, a system notification popped up, "Giant bird egg acquired. If kept in your inventory for a certain period, it will hatch." Youngmin thought excitedly, "If I can hatch this into a chick and tame it, I'll have a perfect flying mount. That means the first aerial records will be mine too." He let out a satisfied laugh. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. After gathering all the loot, Youngmin landed back on the ground. He wondered if Yurin, or whatever her name was, had gotten up yet, or if she was still lying there like a rug. But when he looked around, she was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was only a single letter resting on the ground. Youngmin asked in confusion, "Wait, what? She's gone. What's this?" He picked up the letter, his surprise deepening. "A letter. She left this for me." Upon opening it, he saw Yurin's message to Youngmin. "Thank you for everything. Because of you, I've realized a lot of things. I'm going to find my own path and fight on my own now. Yurin." Youngmin blinked, looking baffled. Did she take one too many hits to the head? The confusion was only momentary. A second later, his trademark smirk returned. He tore the letter into pieces and muttered, "Whatever." He put his axe away and started walking. "She's not a total idiot, I guess. I should probably thank the queen bee for that." Later at Crossroad, a pillar of light descended from the sky. Youngmin stood in the center of the glow, looking satisfied as he whispered, "Got a new quest. I should gear up properly before heading out." Meanwhile, over at Logan's forge, pillars of smoke were drifting into the sky. The blacksmith stroked his long beard and remarked, "There we go. A pretty decent piece came out this time." Youngmin stared at the shimmering armor, unable to stop praising it. "Oh, this looks great." The more he looked at the gear, the more confident he felt about the upcoming battle. If Duran said it was pretty decent, it had to be at least magic tier. These are the gauntlets and armor I've wanted most. As the image of the armor was uploaded into the system, its stats quickly flashed before his eyes. Rare grade, Berserker's Crimson Armor. This armor is designed for Berserkers who specialize in disrupting enemy formations, significantly boosting their ability to intimidate and strike fear into their foes. It grants new powers based on the number of enemies struck. Defense 630, Durability 700, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 47, Stamina plus 49. Intimidation and fear effects against enemies are increased by 30%. Attack and defense power increase with every consecutive kill. Rare grade alloy gloves. These gloves are made from a highly conductive alloy. When using divine power, mana consumption is significantly reduced. Defense durability 300. Strength 500. Agility 47. Stamina 48. Mana consumption is reduced by 30% when using Divine Power, and all Divine Power attacks deal 15% more damage. After reading these stats, Young Min thought to himself excitedly, the defense is already solid, but these bonus stats are absolutely perfect. Thinking about the dangerous battles ahead, he felt a wave of relief. Plus, with defense and attack increasing after every kill, this will be incredibly useful when he has to face a horde of enemies all by himself. Then images of Haben and the old man's instructions flashed through his mind, making Young Min's smile grow even wider. It'd be great if the next mission that Geezer gives me is something like this. Do you want to be my disciple? He stood under the glow of the late afternoon sun and muttered. For the next main quest, my plan is going to go a lot smoother now. Alright, time to head to the next quest location. At that moment, a system notification for a new quest popped up. The Bone Trial. The Kissin Council has commissioned you to study death and rebirth. After using herbs to reconstruct flesh, you must now find research documents regarding bones. These documents can be found in the LC laboratory. Completion requirement: obtain 1 bone research document. Rewards 10 gold and standard experience points. Later, in a dark and silent space, Young Min's footsteps echoed loudly as he stepped forward. He stood still for a moment, taking in his surroundings before letting out a sigh of relief. He had finally arrived. Occasional bolts of lightning struck down, making the village look even more gloomy. Young Min whispered, "So this is Undead Village, the cradle of the dead. The main target of this quest is a lich mage who defies death, an eccentric sorcerer who uses mechanical devices, and is known for coming back to life no matter how many times he's killed. He earned his notorious reputation because he hides in the cradle of death, a place so complex that even players at level 190 find it difficult to enter." Young Min rested his heavy axe on his shoulder, quietly observing the Black Dragon Legion soldiers guarding the village entrance. After analyzing the situation, he realized he had to break into the village. Images of undead soldiers looking like dried-up skeletons filled Young Min's mind. He thought, if I remember correctly, a single player usually has to deal with 50 undead soldiers. Looking at the scene before him, Young Min's expression turned serious. Taking on 50 level 150 to 190 undead isn't impossible, but mana recovery is the real issue. No matter how good the gear is, it's a huge disadvantage. At that thought, his lips curled into a sly smirk. In that case, a second later, a special system notification appeared. Young Min has started a live stream. Title: One Man War, the Black Dragon Legion vs. the Cradle of Death. As soon as the notification went out, the viewer count started climbing rapidly. Comments began flooding in. Wait, what's this? Young Min is live. Where is he? How long has it been since his last stream? Why so sudden? Wait, where is that place? Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Legion members also saw the notification and began whispering. Young Min actually started a stream. Didn't that guy bet a ton of items on this? While they were still wondering, a powerful voice rang out. I am, along with a set of the latest gear. Young Min slammed his sword into the ground to show off his power. Before their stunned eyes, Young Min introduced himself loudly. The human berserker Young Min. Holding his massive axe in one hand, he pointed to the sword he just planted with the other and declared, I'm changing the terms of the bet. Even if you can't beat me, whoever can pull this sword out of the ground becomes its new owner. The goblins were shocked. What? All we have to do is pull the sword out. We don't even have to fight. It wasn't just the goblins. The viewers watching the stream were also losing their minds. That's insane. Did I hear that right? Is he serious? Hey, we actually have a chance this time. Call the guild. Hurry. As the Black Dragon Legion soldiers rushed forward, the excitement of the viewers reached a fever pitch. If it's the Cradle of Death, that's right over there. Go, I'm nearby. Any Black Dragon Legion players get there now. One goblin looked at the screen and let out a creepy laugh. New comments popped up in the chat. No way. All you have to do is pull it out. What if he just ambushes everyone while they try? This is a total trap. Seeing that he had successfully manipulated public opinion, Young Min felt incredibly satisfied. That's it. This is exactly what I wanted. They took the bait. Seeing more and more players gathering below, Young Min thought excitedly, everything's ready. Among the crowd, a representative of the Black Dragon Legion declared, even if it's Young Min. Once he steps into our territory, we're the ones in control, you idiots. With a thunderous roar, the mob charged at Young Min like they were hunting easy prey. His eyes turned dark and intense. He raised his axe high and screamed, critical strike. With a single move, the whirlwind Young Min created was absolutely violent. A group of players got sucked into the vortex, unable to resist, letting out nothing but agonized screams. In just a few short seconds, notifications started popping up one after another. Multi-kill. Attack and defense increased by 10. This effect can stack up to 20 times. Seeing these notifications, Young Min couldn't stop grinning. Perfect. This is exactly what I imagined. Even if it's just a temporary buff, it's better than I expected. Suddenly, his laughter cut off when someone yelled, don't stop. That guy pointed at Young Min and ordered, don't give him a second to breathe. Attack charge. The entire Black Dragon Legion followed the order and surged forward like moths flying into a flame. This only made Young Min more amused. He shouted, "Oh, you want to show off?" His eyes began to glow with an eerie red light. Then a thunderous roar erupted, and with a single swing from Young Min, everyone trying to charge him was blown back. He didn't stop there. A massive wave of mana surged forward like a hurricane. Young Min repeatedly dove into the fray, declaring, "I won't give you guys a second to breathe either." As he spoke, the system continued to announce his victories. Continuous kills, attack and defense increased by 10. Attack and defense increased by 10. A figure slowly approached while frantic screams for help echoed in the distance. Suddenly, a hooded goblin crept toward the blade, his voice dripping with malice. "You brainless fools. Did you really think a frontal assault would work? Thanks to you, idiots, this prize is all mine." As he spoke, a massive surge of mana slammed into the earth. Spotting the small figure near the sword, Young Min charged forward, axe in hand. His expression turned more manic than ever as he roared. Where did this little rat come from? Sensing the impending doom, the goblin could only let out a desperate shriek. The axe swung down, unleashing a mana blast that looked like a lightning bolt, tearing the sky apart. Through the thick clouds of dust, a pair of small feet kept moving forward with purpose. After a brutal struggle, the system finally announced that the effect had reached its peak. Attack plus 200, defense plus 200. Seeing the notification, Young Min let out a satisfied laugh. He had finally reached his goal. Gripping his axe, his eyes grew even more bloodthirsty. Time to get started. Meanwhile, among the fallen members of the Black Dragon Legion, one survivor struggled to stand, muttering, "Young Min, I didn't think he'd be this strong." Suddenly, something appeared that drained the color from his blood-stained face. Recognizing the familiar whirlwind, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, it's that critical hit skill again. But as he saw where Young Min was aiming, he gasped in horror. Wait, what? Is he attacking the village? Did he miss? Elsewhere, a magic circle flared to life alongside a warning message. The system detected an enemy attacking the camp. To protect the village, the guards were being summoned. As the alert ended, skeletal hands began clawing their way out of the earth. Accompanied by eerie groans, a horde of undead guards levels 150 to 190 rose all at once. The man who had been cursing Young Min suddenly felt a surge of spiteful joy. Yes, do it, Young Min, you absolute moron. As the undead swarm closed in on Young Min, the man's voice grew more and more ecstatic. There's no way you can win against the undead one-on-one. Today, you're dead meat. But then with a blinding flash, Young Min raised his axe ready for the slaughter. Lightning flickered through the dark, heavy clouds. A split second later, a massive surge of mana illuminated the entire sky. Young Min lifted his blade, allowing it to drink in all that raw power. Feeling the immense energy coursing through him, he let out a low, satisfied hum. With a single strike, he obliterated rows of undead guards. The man who had just been gloating was now frozen in utter disbelief. This is insane. No way. How can he just tear through the undead like that? It's impossible. The thrill of the fight had Young Min more hyped than ever. He shot back at the man. "You idiot, nothing is impossible." With his next move, he revealed his true scheme. "I could only pull this off because you guys were so willing to sacrifice yourselves." Just then, his smug face appeared on the live broadcast. "Watch closely, everyone. This is where the real fight begins." No sooner had he spoken than an undead guard recklessly lunged at him. In an instant, the rest of the horde swarmed toward him. Young Min dug his heels into the dirt, braced himself, and leaped into the air. As he sliced through a guard, he mentally calculated his moves left to right. His eyes turned stone cold as he practiced the techniques burned into his memory. Then a sharp strike to the hip. He observed the horde for a moment and felt a sense of relief. Undead or not, they're just AI at the end of the day. Once you figure out the pattern, counterattacking is a piece of cake. Young Min swung his arm casually, cleaving through a guard as he yelled with pure excitement. Cracking the undead's fighting style made him more confident than ever. "You're all so boring. I'll wipe you out in a heartbeat." Another mass. Young Min charged ahead, a whirlwind of non-stop carnage. As he broke through the final line of defense, a member of the Black Dragon Legion was paralyzed with fear. That psychopath, he's actually storming the village. Realizing things were going south, he frantically barked orders. "Guards, what are you standing around for? Do something." The magic circle glowed once more, summoning a skeleton with glowing red eyes. This was an elite undead guard level 150 to 190. Watching this unfold, Young Min didn't flinch. If anything, he got more fired up. "Useless," he roared. Mana erupted around him with violent intensity. He leaped into the air, focusing all his strength into a downward strike. With one clean blow, he split the guard in half. As he marched forward, dragging his axe, the Black Dragon survivor couldn't stop shaking. Young Min gripped his weapon tight, his voice sounding like the Grim Reaper himself. "Found you, little rats hiding in the shadows." The man snapped, screaming in a panic. "Guards, get him, guards." But the more he screamed, the more Young Min enjoyed it. He closed the distance with a loud, mocking laugh. "You're all such idiots." He raised his axe high, looking like a blood-starved killer. "That's 50 down. But there are still so many left to kill." As the blade neared the man's face, his eyes went blank with total despair. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the village. When the dust finally settled, only Young Min's lonely silhouette remained, walking toward the legendary sword. With a sharp metallic ring, he drew the blade. He admired it for a moment and sighed, so many battles. And yet not a single opponent has been worthy of me. I really expected more. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, making him pause. Then a wicked, intrigued grin spread across his face. Ah, I forgot. There's still one person. Someone who can actually stand on even ground with me. As he spoke, the image of a young man flashed in his mind. Odin. Min's eyes burned with renewed intensity. He whispered to himself, just wait. One day I'm going to tear you to pieces. In a different realm, a pair of boots stepped onto blood-red earth. Young Min stood in silence, taking in the scenery before speaking up. The flower fields of the undead village. Your tastes were always so refined back then and even now. Looking at the majestic yet eerie view, he thought this is the only place left with life in this village. The entrance to the Lich's lab. It's a good thing I wiped out those undead. Now I can slip in here without any trouble. Young Min's sharp claws flexed with anticipation. All right then, let's head in. With a flick of his hand, a blade-like edge cut through his skin and blood began to drip. He didn't seem to feel a thing, letting the blood flow freely. The crimson liquid trickled down, soaking into the vibrant red flowers at his feet. Right after that, a system notification popped up. The Garden of Rebirth recognized the power of life and activated the portal entrance. Seeing this, Young Min looked satisfied and said, "That's it." In just a few seconds, the space around here has clearly changed. Right before Young Min's eyes, a path leading down to the basement quickly opened up. "It's open," he muttered as he stepped into the Lich's hideout, bathed in a red glow. Even though it was underground, it wasn't dark at all thanks to the glowing objects. He stopped for a moment to take in his surroundings, staring blankly. There it was, one of those glowing objects. Young Min didn't linger too long out of curiosity. He focused on his main goal instead. "No, this is boring. I just need to get my stuff back, so I've got to end this quickly." While he wasn't paying attention, a glowing sphere suddenly changed. Young Min looked at the vast space ahead and quickly deduced, this must be the Lich's research lab. While he was standing there dazed, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. "Who goes there?" Then a level 171 Angenian researcher appeared, his voice cold. "A human dares to set foot in here. It seems you want to become my next test subject." Before he could even finish his sentence, Young Min launched a surprise attack. This caught the Lich completely off guard. What? In a split second, the surrounding space turned into total chaos as a massive wave of mana struck, looking to shatter the mysterious door. Young Min swung his axe and roared, "You damn monster, shut your mouth." Along with his fierce attacks, he began to threaten him. "Shut up and hand over the items." But amidst the thick cloud of dust, a purple beam of light flashed. Just as Young Min attacked, the Lich brought out a shield to block it. This sight left Young Min completely stunned. At that moment, the Lich began to mock him, telling him to back off. Before Young Min could even react, a violent burst of mana struck him directly. With that power surging through his body, Young Min could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. The Lich sat leisurely in the distance, watching. Seeing Young Min's weakness, he let out a hearty laugh. "How do you like my mechanical tech shield?" Immediately after, a series of magic circles appeared. He raised his hand and signaled, "Come forth, my servants." Looking at the undead guards wobbling to their feet, the Lich continued to shout, "Wake up now. Stop that foolish intruder." While Young Min was still struggling with his injuries, a swarm of guards closed in on him. His face covered in wounds, Young Min looked exhausted and filled with regret. "Damn it. I let my guard down. I was just planning to knock you out and take the items." Despite the pain, Young Min tried to drag himself out of the rubble. He propped up his battered body, looking ready for the next round. His hand gripped his weapon tightly and his expression became more ruthless than ever. He declared, "Fine, then let me send you to the afterlife." He leaped through the air as fast as the wind, almost invisible to the naked eye. Young Min lunged forward, swinging his axe to shatter the red sphere in front of him. The red sphere couldn't withstand Young Min's strike and quickly shattered into pieces. Young Min gave a dangerous smirk, pretending to be disappointed. I missed." Seeing Young Min acting so cocky made the Lich blow a fuse. "You bastard, you low life." The Lich watched Young Min's retreating figure and screamed insults, running away in the middle of a fight. "Are you even a warrior?" Young Min didn't care. He just laughed gleefully and gave the Lich the middle finger. "Who'd be stupid enough to fall for your provocations?" Young Min observed the red spheres hanging on the other side, silently analyzing the situation. The reason the Lich was so hyped up was because his life sphere, which contained his true soul, was hidden among those countless glowing objects. Young Min lunged forward and smashed all those glowing red spheres because he knew that even if he killed the Lich a dozen times, the monster would just keep coming back. But if he found and destroyed the soul vessel, the Lich wouldn't be able to resurrect again. Young Min smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, I missed again." He paused for a moment, then started shouting like a maniac. "Don't worry, because if I actually hit it once, you'd be straight up dead." Behind him, the Lich was trembling with rage. "You, useless brat, how dare you defy me?" A purple light emanated from the shield the Lich was holding. He slammed it hard into the ground, triggering an attack mechanism that shot out powerful bolts of lightning, The shield continued to sink deep into the earth, its power causing the ground to crack all around. Those lightning bolts aimed straight for Young Min, and he quickly realized something was wrong, turning back to assess the situation. The Lich controlled the shield to unleash a terrifying barrage of lightning. He wanted to wipe Young Min out once and for all, declaring, "I'll show you who the true master of this place is." Young Min let out a sinister laugh, looking disdainful. "Oh really, showing off some cheap tricks are we?" Young Min let go of the axe in his hand and upgraded it into a new weapon with even greater destructive power. Deactivating battle axe. Equipping hand axes. Hand axes. Young Min's axe split into two. He excitedly swung them around, ready to go toe-to-toe with the Lich. "Come on then, let's see what you've got." Suddenly, a sharp metal wire surged forward, crackling with lightning. Those massive metal cables whipped around violently, trying to take Young Min down, but he was no amateur. He relied on his agility and successfully dodged all of the Lich's attacks. The Lich was officially fuming. He channeled more power into the mark on his hand and spat at Young Min. "You little rat. That's enough." A metal cable surging with lightning burst from the ground, looking even more menacing than the ones before. Those wires sped up trying to catch Young Min, but he was way too fast. With just a few quick movements, he evaded them all. The tips of the metal wires coiled, locking onto their target, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. It lunged forward as if to tear through space itself, aiming for Young Min's vitals. He quickly leaned back to dodge the strike. Young Min's speed was like a flash of lightning. He easily avoided the onslaught of metal wires. Holding his glowing axes, he gathered momentum and leaped into the air. He pulled off a mid-air somersault. Young Min swung one of his axes, sending it flying at incredible speed. Finally, he launched his counterattack, a critical strike. The axe moved at a dizzying speed, shattering every red sphere it touched. Seeing this, the metal wires began to writhe and coil restlessly. Young Min took a stance, perching on his toes, ready to spring up again. Still gripping his axe tightly, he arched his body and leaped to avoid another attack from the metal wires. Even after that move, Young Min didn't stop. He zipped through the hallway, moving in a long, sharp zigzag pattern. Young Min swung his axe, intending to strike the red orb in front of him with all his might. Just as he was about to land, he felt something was off. He glanced up and suddenly realized something unusual was happening. Young Min's axe struck the red orb with incredible force, yet it remained completely unscathed. "What the? Is it really that hard? This is the only thing that won't break." Observing the red orb closely, Young Min finally found what he was looking for. Found it, his life orb scraped against the ground as he was pushed back, and he quickly braked to a halt. All right, he just needed to smash it. Young Min aimed perfectly at the red orb and swung his axe using his critical strike move again. Suddenly, the Lich metal wires lunged forward. He wanted to block Young Min's target and seize the orb for himself. The wires quickly shielded the red orb, causing a small shockwave the moment Young Min's axe made contact. Young Min stood there stunned, seeing his goal thwarted right before his eyes. The Lich looked dangerous. He had clearly seen through Young Min's plan. "So that's what you were after." The Lich concentrated his power and floated into the air. The gust of wind from his ascent made his mechanical skeleton visible beneath his tattered cloak. "Don't even think about leaving this place alive." A mechanical wire snatched the red orb, preparing to take it away. A glowing purple vortex on the Lich's chest began sucking the orb inside. He reached out to embrace it. Tangled black ribbon-like shadows began to wrap around the Lich's skeletal hands. Lich Solonian had absorbed his own life orb. The black mist also coiled around his legs. Through the life orb, the Lich had reclaimed his original true power. A faint purple light enveloped the Lich. He returned to his original form, possessing absolute power. He stretched his limbs slowly, getting used to his new body. Level 180. My golden age. His voice was slow and raspy. "Finally, I have awakened." The Lich reached out and let out a deafening roar, causing the entire surrounding space to shake violently. Unbeknownst to him, Young Min had already circled around to his back. He swung his shield, aiming a lethal blow to finish him off quickly. The Lich turned his head, completely caught off guard by Young Min's formidable speed. What, since when? Before he could react further, Young Min hurled his shield with full force at him. The shield slammed into the ground, creating a massive tremor that cratered the floor. Young Min landed safely and sneered at the Lich with contempt. "You idiot. I only let you absorb it because I knew this would happen. Did you really think I was just aimlessly looking for that thing instead of fighting you?" At that moment, Young Min looked like a demon crawling straight out of hell. "I just needed to let you fuse with it so I could smash it and kill you at the same time. Saves me the extra effort." Level 183. Young Min watched as the Lich crawled out from the rubble, pushing the shield aside. "This is impossible. I should be the strongest after absorbing the life orb." The Lich crouched, preparing to spring forward. Sparks of lightning flickered around the spot where he stood. Using his massive body and terrifying strength, he charged straight at Young Min. He intended to crush him with a single devastating punch. Feel this. Everything seemed to be going exactly as Young Min had planned, and a satisfied smirk played on his lips. The Lich put all his weight into the punch, roaring as he lunged, but he suddenly froze mid-air. His pupils contracted in shock. Though Young Min was much smaller, he wasn't intimidated at all. He moved like a flash of lightning, swinging his axe and slicing the lich clean in half. It happened so fast that the lich couldn't even process what was going on. Min landed and skidded across the floor, coming to a sharp halt after that high jump. Min let out a wicked, delighted laugh. "I told you, didn't I?" He stood with his back to the lich's bifurcated body, laughing hysterically. "You're just wasting your time." The life orb plummeted from the lich's chest, hitting the ground and shattering into pieces. The lich's entire body exploded instantly. After the blast, only a thick cloud of purple smoke remained. He had defeated Solonian in his prime and leveled up. As the dust settled, Min slowly walked out, resting his weapon on his shoulder with his other hand on his hip. He glanced back with a mocking smile. "Dumbass. Letting you absorb it first just made killing you 10 times easier." Min seemed excited about the next part of his mission. All right, now for the big prize. A glowing blue book sat prominently among a messy pile of items. Finally, the sweet reward for all that grinding. Min tightly gripped a glowing, slightly torn scroll. He had obtained the rice plant research documents. Having completed the rice investigation, he stared at the scroll with pure joy. Okay, mission accomplished. Inside Lilonen's laboratory, Min poked around like a seasoned intruder looking for something else. Knowing how these things go, there's probably a hidden bonus reward somewhere. After scouting for a while, something finally caught his eye. On a table, a stack of books was emitting a faint blue light. There we go. Found him. Skill books. Min started tossing the books aside one by one. Apparently, none of them were useful to him. Do you want to collect the skill book, Skoten Rice Garbage? Do you want to collect the skill book, Weakness Curse Trash? He tossed another book away, nearly losing his temper. Do you want to collect the skill book, Cursed Doll? He angrily slammed the book down. Absolute garbage. Min began digging through the pile like a madman. There has to be something else right. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a target. You have obtained the skill book, The Third Hand. Min held the book high, overjoyed that he had finally found something worthwhile. Now this is a real treasure. It was a skill that could be activated simply by having enough energy and intense mental focus. The Third Hand allows the user to create an extra limb out of mana through sheer willpower. As long as the user has enough mana and mental strength, they can even manifest several hands at once. Min looked at the book in his hand, a mischievous smirk spreading across his face. This is going to be interesting. With a skill like this, I can take combat to a whole new level. While Min was muttering to himself, a pair of feet silently appeared behind him. The key is how I use it. Min stroked his chin, calculating the most effective way to utilize the new skill book. First I need to store it safely, then I'll figure out the best strategy. Suddenly, a dark, gloomy silhouette loomed over him from behind. 2 hollow eye sockets flickered with an eerie purple light. It growled aggressively. The skeleton let out a piercing shriek and lunged, swinging its arm to strike the intruder. Min spun around and quickly snatched the creature's head, shoving it back. Without a word, he applied raw pressure, intending to crush the skeleton's skull. He slowly lifted it high into the air, his eyes radiating deadly, killing intent. So you finally showed up. I've been waiting for you, you piece of junk. Min's fingers pierced right through the skeleton's reinforced armor, making it groan in agony. Min showed no mercy as he tightened his grip. With a loud boom, the skeleton's head completely exploded. Watching the remains of the skeleton collapse, Min let out a twisted smile. You idiot. If you're going to attack, you should have made it a real surprise. As he was laughing, something in the distance caught his attention. A creepy, eerie army of skeletons is growling as they march in. Seeing this, Min looks even more delighted. He can't help but laugh out loud towards the sky. Did you bring all your friends with you? But what can you do? You're already dead. Min swings his arm to summon his weapon. He tries to comfort them, but it's not very convincing. Anyway, don't be sad. You're all going to see each other again very soon. With that, Min grips his massive axe and charges straight into the skeletal army. He glides through them like he's flying. He gives them a fair warning. Get ready to lose your heads. Min's axe swings wildly, and with a sharp whoosh, he knocks out another one. The skeletal frames of those monsters go rolling away, but Min just dives deeper into the army. He swings the axe in his hand, intending to take out the entire battalion in one go. Min's strike is so terrifying that it blows away half the skeletal army, leaving aside the remains of the boss. A thick purple liquid is oozing out from the lich's life orb earlier. It's cursed. These level 160 monsters will be constantly generated by the skeletons, crawling out from that purple puddle fully armed. The mana of death is polluting the surroundings, turning it into a cursed land. It won't stop until all that death mana is completely used up. Normally, someone who knows better would quickly dispose of the remains, but Min just smirks like a total psychopath. That's only for idiots. Min swings his axe while moving with incredible fluidity. In an instant, he's wiped out the entire group of cursed skeletons. This is a perfect chance to grind levels that he can't pass up. Cursed skeleton defeated. Cursed skeleton defeated. You have leveled up. Min raises his hands in celebration because he reached his level up goal. Combo defense and attack stats each increased by 10. He keeps receiving useful rewards and items. His level and ability stats are climbing non-stop. Just keep him coming, boom. A massive shockwave hits. Young Min has almost completely wiped out these cursed skeletons. A few bones lie scattered on the ground, their skulls smashed to bits. Not a single one is left intact. Skeletal remains are mixed in with the rubble and thick dust. Young Min still feels the rush of the battle. His killing intent hasn't faded one bit. He stands there like a titan watching the skeletons vanish into thin air. A flurry of notifications pops up, all cursed skeletons defeated. The stackable effects have reached their limit. Attack plus 200, defense plus 200. Young Min admires his armor and sighs to himself. Perfect, the armor's effect has peaked just in time.
I was debating whether to go back or not. But in this state, it might actually be possible. In a desolate, eerie, and deserted village,
ruins are piled high under streaks of lightning cutting across the sky. In the middle of this cradle of the dead, someone is walking slowly down the dirt road. Level 140 Black Dragon Legion Camp Adventurer Goguba. Oh my god. Goguba looks at the devastation before him in shock. Staring at the heavy ruins and a man sitting with his head down up ahead, Goguba is terrified. The village and the players have been completely incinerated. Was it Young Min? That guy is a literal monster. Goguba shudders as he rewinds his memory of the fierce battle. It's a shame I joined the live stream late, but if I had been part of that fight, just imagining it scares him. While he's dazed, a hulking goblin speaks up. Hey, you got any healing potions left over here? Goguba jumps a little, his reaction time lagging. Oh yeah. As Goguba pulls a potion from his coat, he tries to fish for info. Here's the potion. So what exactly happened? The hulking goblin reaches out to take it and waves him off. Thanks. Don't even talk about it. He's a walking disaster. Ba Tun opens the bottle, his face turning pale. That Young Min guy. He stormed into the village and slaughtered the guards and players alike. He didn't leave a single soul alive. Since there was no one left to kill, he shut down the stream and vanished. Goguba is both panicked and confused. What? But why? Why did he go on a rampage? Ba Tun doesn't really know and just gives a vague answer. I don't know. He's famous for being a lunatic. Goguba's face is as pale as a ghost. He's uneasy. No, it's too weird. Even if he's crazy, he clearly had a purpose. Young Min has started his livestream again. The notification makes Goguba jump. He stammers what Young Min is back. Batun, who was mid-gulp, stops dead. His eyes look like they're about to pop out from fear. Ba Tun squints at the stream window and mutters, "Wait, this title." Just as they realize what the stream is about, Young Min suddenly appears from behind with his massive axe, invading the village of the dead. A scream echoes through a corner of the village, sending crows scattering in panic. Two other goblins appear, weapons in hand, but they are visibly trembling. This is insane. Is that psycho back already? Young Min's axe is dripping with dark red liquid, sliding off the razor-sharp edge. Standing among the corpses with an overwhelming aura of death, Young Min curses at them. You pieces of trash. Young Min cackles like a madman. Did you really think it was over? The comment section is exploding with surprise. What? Where is he going? Invading a village. Is this even an official system feature? Everything was destroyed. How is there more? Young Min raises his hand and summons a magic circle. Countless cursed skeletons start crawling out. A warning flashes, enemy detected attacking the camp, summoning guards to protect the village. A sword-wielding skeleton growls and charges forward fearlessly. Boom. An explosion shakes the very air. Young Min is ecstatic. He swings his axe in a few wide arcs, sending the skeletons flying. The two goblins stare wide-eyed at Young Min's power and skill. This is crazy. It was the same last time. How does this even make sense? How can he one-shot the guards like that? This guy is seriously overpowered. Having dealt with the small fry, Young Min turns toward the others, his killing intent not dropping an inch. The goblin flinches, his face turning green. Oh. Young Min stands there warning the goblins. You idiots are just like the rest of them. I've told you so many times, but you won't listen. You're just hell-bent on seeking death. Young Min grins like a raving lunatic. At times like this, I guess I just have to use my own brand of persuasion, right? Young Min swaps his gear and upgrades his skills, equipping the sealed Lion King's helmet. Young Min grips his axe tighter and addresses his viewers. I bet some of you still don't believe me, do you, Mage Pado? Are there really people who still don't believe him, Tong Kang? Because it's honestly hard to believe. Believer, yeah, because this looks like a total scam. Young Min spins around, getting a feel for his new equipment, but none of that matters now. Why? Because in his new gear, he looks even more unstoppable, he declares. Whether you believe it or not, every single person here is going to die. 3 people are clinging to a rocky cliff, but they're still desperately holding onto the conquest flag. If you drive the enemies out of a village in their own territory or wipe them out entirely, it counts as a large-scale battle and is recognized as capturing the village. A squad of soldiers fully armed and armored marches forward with burning intensity. But if a player chooses to stay behind, they can set a respawn point, and every player who stays will receive 50 elite guards. Basically, each occupation is handled by the smallest unit, which is a CLAN. In an open space in the village, two warriors are dueling. A sword clashes violently against an axe, sending sparks flying. The blue goblin struggles to hold his ground, unable to believe it. How on earth did this guy charge in here all by himself? Normally, you'd have to form a clan before even trying. Young Min pours more strength into his axe, determined to crush that green monster. He fights with raw power while attacking his opponent's psyche. A clan? Why the hell would I need one of those? I'm more than enough for this crowd. Why should I share the rewards with anyone else? Young Min swings his axe, knocking the goblin's sword clean out of its hand. Taking advantage of the opening before his foe can recover, he drives his axe into a vital spot. Even through his helmet, Young Min's sharp, cold gaze is unmistakable. He stands in the center of a circle, surrounded by goblins. Despite being outnumbered, Young Min doesn't flinch for a second. No matter how many there are, Young Min cracks his knuckles, preparing for the next clash. A massive explosion erupts and three beams of light blind the entire sky. They corner Young Min, trying to pin him down. The whole pack of goblins swings their weapons at once to finish him off. Even facing such overwhelming force, Young Min's expression remains as crazed as ever. In fact, in a situation like this, his adrenaline only pumps harder. It's all just theory. He hurls the axe in his hand and it streaks through the air. The blade is lightning fast, slicing a goblin in two. He's so quick that the monster doesn't even have time to change the expression on its face. After the first one, the second meets the same fate, split right down the middle. The third gets it even worse. Young Min cleaves its head in two with a single swing. Young Min moves with such incredible speed that he leaves trails of light with every step. A small goblin hides behind a wall, shaking like a leaf. This is insane. They're all dead. Those guys from earlier were supposed to be the strongest ones. The goblin with the bowl cut is terrified. He squeezes his eyes shut, his voice spiraling out of control. It's over. The guards won't respawn for a while. More than half the players have been slaughtered. Is this place really being taken over by one single psycho? Whoa, ah. A foot suddenly rounds the corner. Young Min's lion-like mane flutters in the wind as he looks down at the two goblins, his voice chillingly cold. That's right. A wide predatory grin spreads across Young Min's face, his eyes radiating pure bloodlust like an alpha lion. Since you guessed right, I'll give you a very generous reward. Seeing him raise his axe, the two goblins scream in terror, clutching each other and trembling uncontrollably. A blood-curdling scream echoes out, shattering the silence of the area. A moment later, the morning light begins to break through the gloomy clouds, illuminating the ruins of the village. Defeated goblins lie scattered across the road. Some have fallen into wells or onto haystacks, and pools of red syrup still stain the ground where they fell. Young Min grips his axe tightly. He has occupied the Cradle of the Dead, a territory of the Black Dragon Legion. Players from the Black Dragon Legion cannot use the Cradle of the Dead as a respawn point for 3 hours. Young Min stands tall, his hair blowing in the wind. His clothes are tattered, but it does nothing to diminish his imposing presence. You have occupied a village in enemy territory alone. Standing tall with an aura of pure malice, Young Min looks like Satan himself, rising from the depths of hell. You have earned the title Tyrant. You are the first player to obtain this title. Young Min stares at the notification screen, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Occupying a village solo and being the first to get this title means the effects must be insane. A detailed notification pops up. Epic title Tyrant. We praise your overwhelming power. Since you captured a large-scale stronghold, the following effects apply. The surrounding enemy legion buffs are nullified. While in enemy territory, all stats increase by 15% and defense and attack against enemy NPCs increase by 15%. Attack and defense can increase by up to 50% depending on the number of enemies present. The viewer's reaction is off the charts. If I upload this video to YouTube, the revenue will be massive. Young Min assesses the situation and does the math. Exactly as I thought. He opens the comments section and sees the viewers are going wild. Did Young Min really wipe them out alone? The Black Dragon Legion is pathetic. Oh my god, I can't believe it. He doesn't just talk, he delivers. Young Min feels a bit of a rush and shrugs as he addresses his fans. All right. The village is captured. Time to head back and get some rest. Suddenly, the main quest screen glitches, flashing a warning. Young Min, ahead. Ahead, Young Min frowns and squints, not quite catching on yet. Right in front of him, a figure wrapped in a golden aura wielding a heavy mace lunges forward. His hand pierces right through Young Min's status window in a surprise attack. Young Min can't dodge in time and takes a direct hit from the mace, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The blow sends him flying several meters, smashing through multiple walls. As the dust settles, Young Min is slumped over his axe, lying on the ground nearby. He spits out another mouthful of blood. Feeling his strength fading, he looks up. What isn't the Black Dragon Legion supposed to be dead? The man twirls the golden mace in his hand. His figure looms through the thick dust as he slowly approaches. I have waited for this day, sharpening the blade of my revenge. But I didn't expect you to be this pathetic. Our tailor in heaven must be crying right now. As the dust clears, his face is revealed and his voice echoes. Don't you think so? The man steps closer. It's the level 200 guard captain of Killian Jiros. Young-min clenches his fists and grinds his teeth. This is insane. Why is Jiros here? Is he coming for me because of Taylor? Young-min struggles to stand up. Damn it, why now? Should I just run like last time? But he hesitates. Too many people are watching and the comments section is in a frenzy over his sudden disappearance. Where's Young-min? What happened? Why'd he vanish? Young-min makes a silent decision, though he's torn. Since this fight won't gain me anything, running might be the best option, right? He lightly brushes over the deep wound on his abdomen, hesitating. Besides, even though it was a surprise attack, to think one hit could do this much damage. The gap between level 199 and level 200 is massive. Jiros stands there, gripping his heavy mace, his entire body radiating a golden aura. It's clear. Jiros is on a whole different level of strength. As expected of the Astagard captain, a man on the same level as Manhin. Young-min sees him as a lion with its fangs bared ready to crush a rabbit in its jaws. There's no doubt about it. The top spot. Young-min's old memories start flooding back. The highest position. Another figure emerges in his mind, the absolute peak. Deep in his memories, a man in full armor appears. The absolute top. His face is strikingly handsome, but his expression is dark and somber as he looks toward the predator. Young-min's thoughts freeze for a moment, his mind a complete mystery. Then he lets out a long sigh. Fine. He grips his axe and forces himself back up. Young-min regains his composure and asks nonchalantly, "You're the strongest one here, aren't you?" Jiros is taken aback. He didn't expect a question like that. What Jiros thinks Young-min has gone crazy with fear. Scared. Is that why you're babbling? But Young-min cuts him off before he can finish. Shut up already. You're hurting my ears. Young-min points his axe directly at Jiros. Just answer me. He lays down the challenge and his conditions to Jiros. If you die, I become the leader of this place, right? Jiros' killing intent explodes at those words. He lets out a wild, delighted laugh. What an interesting guy. The leader, huh? He glares at Young-min and screams with raw power. That's right, you're spot on. If I die, you'll be the strongest until we cross the continent. Jiros thumps his chest and declares loudly, I, Jiros, captain of the Asta Guards, give you my word. Young-min draws a semicircle in, the dirt with his foot. Glad to hear it. That's all I needed to know. He builds up momentum, swings his axe, and charges straight at Jiros to start the fight. Take this, you bastard. In the middle of the arena, Young-min stands face to face with Jiros, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Young-min never fights meaningless battles. He knows the difference between true courage and pure stupidity. Suddenly, a deep dark shadow flickers in his eyes. What exactly is this? Right there on the stage, Odin's image appears between them, looking confused. Even Odin can't fully grasp, or even define Young-min's bizarre power, the same power that drove Young-min into this state of madness. As the battle begins, Young-min switches his gear to maximize his critical damage. A surge of crimson energy envelops his entire body. A second later, Young-min emerges from a thick cloud of deathly aura, his intense gaze completely overwhelming his opponent. Jiros bares his fangs in a mocking smirk. His golden eyes flash. When you're up against an enemy with such massive damage output, a half-hearted defense is completely useless. Young-min doesn't say a word. He ignores Jiros' taunts and activates his Lion King helmet, his face etched with pure determination. Let's end this in one go. Both of them take a step forward. The atmosphere in the livestream chat is about to explode as the viewers realize who Young-min is facing. A high-level Surf Master account comments in shock, "Wait, is that Jiros?" Another user asks, "What the hell? Why is Young-min fighting Jiros? Jiros is level 200. Is this some kind of new suicide method?" For real, even if it is Young-min, his opponent is the Astagard captain. Seeing Young-min's ready stance, one viewer wonders, has Young-min finally lost it because he's too good? Meanwhile, Jiros' supporters sneer. Go ahead and teach that punk a lesson. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shines down like a ray of destiny. The light hits Young-min's lion mask, giving it a cold golden glint. The two clash in close quarters, their combat energy swirling around them, creating two contrasting halos of light. Lightning-fast attacks are traded back and forth. Young-min lets out a roar, a crazed smile, hiding behind his mask. It's a total release of his primal instincts. Violent sparks of red electricity erupt from Young-min's body. He streaks toward Jiros like a flaming arrow. In an instant, they are face to face again. A massive explosion rocks the entire arena. The chat room descends into pure chaos with a flood of wild comments. Is he seriously crazy? No way, what's happening? What is this? For real? Is he playing a different game from everyone else? This is insane, he's going to massacre the whole village. Am I even seeing this right? Does anyone know what level Young-min is? Jiros' mace is suddenly blocked midair by Young-min's axe, the sound of clashing metal ringing through the stadium. That moment only makes Jiros more excited. He grins wickedly. Red looks good on you, kid. Young-min clenches his jaw, his eyes glowing with a blood-red killing intent. His voice is ice cold. Oh yeah, well let me turn you entirely red then. With that, he pours every ounce of his strength into pushing his axe blade forward. The force of his strike sends Jiros' mace flying. As Jiro scrambles to recover his weapon, Youngmin is already on top of him with terrifying power. He unleashes a barrage of lightning-fast blows, leaving Jiro's no room to breathe. That mysterious energy taking over Youngmin grows even more intense. A deafening explosion rings out, and a cloud of dust completely obscures the view. Jiro seizes the chance to dive from above for a surprise attack. But to his shock, Youngmin blocks the strike perfectly. The recoil sends Jiro's flying back several yards. Youngmin's power is erupting like a volcano now. Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, he fires off 2 cables toward Jiro's. They coil around him like 2 white snakes. Jiro's punch is thrown completely off course. In that split second, Youngmin lands a direct hit to Jiro's face, sending blood spraying from his nose as his body is thrown backward. Youngmin spins and delivers a kick with incredible speed. The force creates a literal cyclone that tears toward his opponent. As the smoke clears, Jiro struggles to sit up amidst the rubble. But before he can even catch his breath, a flash of red light appears before his eyes. From above, Youngmin dives down with his sharp axe, letting out a furious roar. Die, he screams, his eyes filled with ruthless determination. With a strike skill, a thunderous explosion fills the air, shattering the entire arena into pieces. Thick smoke billows everywhere, blinding everyone. A dark figure leaps out from the smoke. Jiro's is still alive, jumping onto a nearby rock. A large chunk of flesh is missing from his right side thanks to Youngmin's lethal strike. Jiro's golden eyes are deep in thought as if he's calculating something profound. On the other side, Youngmin slowly approaches his foe. He exhales in excitement, feeling the power surging through his veins. That was a bit much, but definitely worth a try. He thinks back to the perks he earned earlier. It was those very rewards that unlocked the door to this primal power, all thanks to the Tyrant title he obtained not too long ago. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts from behind caught Youngmin's attention. Captain, nearly 10 green-skinned guards from the Ada squad are charging this way with spears and swords. We're finally here, Captain Jiro's. They hurry to support him, their voices thick with worry. Are you all right, Captain? You rushed in too fast, and this happened. Why did you leave us behind and go ahead like that? Taking in the scene, Youngmin clicked his tongue. So the so-called Ada Guard squad showed up too, huh? He couldn't help but feel exhausted thinking about the sheer difference in numbers between him and the enemy. It turns out the guy was so hyped for revenge that he just charged in solo. Man, dealing with Jiro's was hard enough, and now these guys too. One of the guards chimed in eagerly. Sir, you should treat your wounds first. Leave the rest to us. But Jiro suddenly cut them off with a low, raspy voice. He slammed a hand against his forehead, growling deep in his throat before snapping upright with a crazed look in his eyes and killing intent radiating from his body. Stay out of this fight. Youngmin's pupils constricted his face, flashing with shock as Jiro's stood back up. Standing tall amidst the rubble, an intense aura surged from him. You've heard of Mankin, haven't you? The captain of the Cross-Ross Guard. In an instant, Jiro's fangs began to grow longer. It's strange, but I felt it from him not too long ago. Mankin is one of the few strong warriors I actually respect. Right then, a system notification rang in Youngmin's ears. Captain Jiro's has acknowledged you. Confused, he blurted out. Wait, what? Luminous patches of skin appeared on Jiro's body as if he were molting. This acknowledgement meant he was going to face Youngmin in his true form, using every ounce of his power. A blinding flash of golden energy flooded the area like a second sun rising in the middle of the arena. Jiro's roared, sounding like a wild beast finally waking up. From within that fierce burning light, a massive foot stepped out with a slow, majestic stride. A powerful voice echoed through the air. The Ada Guard captain. Youngmin's heart skipped a beat, and his face froze the moment that name reached his ears. Jiro's. It turned out Jiro's had evolved. A mystical purple hue covered his already powerful muscular body, and the aura around him became 10 times more oppressive. He pointed a finger at Youngmin with a burning gaze. Human. Tell me your name. Warrior level 210. Jiro's question and his terrifying ability to regenerate left Youngmin speechless for a moment. He grit his teeth, but then a smirk played on his lips. Without a hint of hesitation, Youngmin shouted his name. Youngmin. I am the madman. Youngmin. Jiro's clicked his tongue in admiration. Youngmin-ha. What an interesting name. With that, he charged forward with his mace, his voice dripping with disdain. I'll remember your name, Youngmin. Jiro's words left Youngmin bewildered. What's that supposed to mean? Suddenly, his eyes glowed red as he sensed a looming danger. Jiro stopped right in front of him, motionless. But in the very next second, he vanished into thin air as if he'd never been there at all. Youngmin couldn't hide his shock. He's gone. While he was still trying to process it, a strange object plummeted from the sky. A whole wooden house was hurtling straight at him. He scrambled back, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I won't make it in time. A split second later, the wooden house crashed right onto where he stood. Youngmin tried to catch it with his bare hands, but the sheer weight of the building was too much. His legs began to wobble under the pressure. He strained every muscle to hold up the house, blood spraying from his mouth as he let out a pained groan. From high above, Jiro stomped down hard on the roof. The impact sent a shockwave like a thunderclap crashing down on him. The blow instantly left young Min critically injured, coughing up blood. Seizing the moment, Jiro's moved like the wind, dashing across the rocks with lightning speed. A thunderous explosion rang out and crimson liquid sprayed into the air. Completely drained of strength, young Min fell into a freefall. He struggled to open his eyes, but his vision was clouded by thick red blood. I can't see. My vision is gone. Taking advantage of his lead, Jiro's charged in again, a massive blast tearing through the silent air. Gasping for breath, Young Min heard insults echoing in his ears. You really are weak. His gaze froze as memories of Odin's words flooded back. Those words were like sharp daggers stabbing his heart. You aren't even worth getting my hands dirty to kill. At the same time, Rother's face appeared in his mind, wearing a mocking sneer. The feeling of being looked down upon ignited a strange, eerie blue aura within him. He grit his teeth and let out a furious roar that reached the heavens, his eyes glowing red and sparking with electricity. Shut your mouth, Jiros, who had just landed nearby, looked on in shock at the light radiating from the man. A streak of brilliant red lightning bolted forward, signaling the start of the counterattack. Out of nowhere, young Min lunged toward Jiros, swinging his axe with godlike speed. A deafening clang echoed as Jiros managed to block the strike with his massive mace just in time. Jiros stood his ground on the stone floor unmoved. He let out a boisterous laugh as if mocking young Min. Excellent, now this is what I call a crazy fight. Jiros' dismissive attitude only fueled young Min's rage. He let out a primal scream and the two clashed again, burning energy radiating from their bodies. Jiros' face was filled with pure excitement, but he swung his mace high into the air and brought it crashing down toward young Min with enough force to crush a mountain. Luckily, young Min dodged just in time, but the ground beneath his feet shattered into 100 pieces. Young Min stayed on high alert. Damn it, this guy's weapon is way too powerful. But Jiros didn't give him a second to think. Jiros lunged forward, activating his Mountain Breaker skill and charging straight at him. Young Min froze in shock. Before he could even react, Jiros slammed into him like a moving mountain. The impact left young Min's entire body paralyzed. For a split second, the system interface flickered with static. Young Min's breathing grew faint and his memories began to blur. In that moment, Jiros landed another thunderous punch right to his face. The people Young Min had met on his journey started to fade into illusions. The sky above turned pitch black as heavy clouds rolled in. In that instant, everything went dark for young Min. Then a torrential rain began to pour over the wasteland, and his memories drifted further away until they vanished completely. Jiros didn't stop. He rained down punch after punch on young Min, his voice full of triumph. This is the gap between our strength, young Min. In those final moments before death, young Min saw young Min's body starting to fade away. He reached out a hand, desperate to wake himself from the creeping numbness that was swallowing him whole. But those images were nothing more than shattered fragments. He desperately reached out for the silhouette of Jokan, which was fading right before his eyes, yet he couldn't touch it. Rose was still acting incredibly smug, repeating his words like a manifesto. The power gap between them was simply insurmountable. He cut his sentence short as he suddenly noticed something unusual. He looked at his opponent in confusion as Young Min held out an axe blade that was flickering like a glitching object. Right then, Young Min let out a massive roar as a violent surge of energy was released from deep within his berserk state. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that ripped through the silence, sending white smoke billowing across the sky. From within the smoke, a dark figure shot up into the air. Jiros, his arms covered in blood, cursed out in anger. You've completely lost your mind. Using a critical skill, right in my face. Are you trying to blow yourself up? Young Min grabbed the axe blade, gripping it tightly in his palm and lunged toward Jiros with every ounce of strength he had left. His burning fighting spirit felt like a furnace, momentarily terrifying Jiros. Young Min's eyes blazed with intense red electricity. He hissed, "That's right. I'm going to kill you no matter what." His madness only fueled Jiros' desire for battle. He leaped forward without even trying to dodge. Jiros' golden pupils flashed as he screamed in absolute rage, "You're pretty good." Young Min Jiros slammed his foot into the ground, bracing himself in a defensive stance as the earth shattered beneath him. He swung his arms forward with a powerful motion, creating an invisible vortex. "Come, I'll use my full power to face a worthy opponent like you." Instantly, a deep purple sphere appeared in Jiros' palm. He unleashed his ultimate move, the Annihilation Fist. The entire space was quickly enveloped by an eerie light with fists raining down like a dense matrix, blocking every escape route. Young Min threw his axe blade into the air, letting it spin rapidly. By using his Fatal Strike skill, he generated a massive amount of destructive power. A twisted manic smile spread across Young Min's face while Jiros roared in a fury. Both screamed in unison, "Die, just die already." The Annihilation Fist and the Fatal Strike collided head-on like two meteors crashing into each other. Then a bone-chilling explosion echoed through the sky and a blinding light flooded the area. Young Min let out a scream as his axe blade went directly against Jiros' thunderous fist. A glowing shockwave spread out, shaking the very foundation of the earth. Rose praised him with his very last breath. "Excellent work. Young Min could only see Young Min walking forward, leaving behind the silhouette of Jiros who had been split into two messy pieces. The broadcast ended in a haunting silence. At that same time, in a distant land, a few people were also watching the match, looking at the final results displayed on the screen. Russ was absolutely horrified, unable to believe his eyes as his voice trembled. This is insane. He actually took down Jiros. Is this for real? How could an NPC like that be defeated? A figure stepped up quietly and calmly called out to him. Russ jumped a little in surprise. Huh. Odin walked forward, his eyes flashing with a cold gaze. What did you say that madman's name was? A pillar of teleportation light shone down at the crossroads. Young Min landed safely, holding a recovery potion in his hand. Young Min nearly collapsed onto the ground, drinking the potion while lost in thought. Whew, that was way too close. So what if Zero showed up? He looked up at the video icon in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. Luckily, I managed to make my investment back. A boss fight shocking enough to go viral has been posted. Let's see how much we get from the ads and donations. However, Young Min's expression quickly soured. Wait, what? He slowly stood up as he read the system notification. The Berserker side effect had disappeared. That annoying penalty was finally over. Full of energy again, Young Min muttered, now what's the next quest? Still at the crossroads, Habun from the Human Alliance greeted him with a bright smile. Oh, you're back already. You finished it that fast. I knew I had a good eye for talent. A system notification appeared after Young Min handed over the items. Quest investigation of remains completed. Thanks to you, I gained more information about bone and flesh. Habun muttered to himself as he assessed the man standing before him. It's a bit early for the next quest, but I'm sure you'll handle it quickly. There's no time limit, so just come find me whenever you're ready. Don't you worry, old man. The quest details appeared: blood and mana. You've been tasked with investigating death and rebirth at the Kingston Parliament. Following the research on herbs and bones, this will assist in the regeneration of flesh. Please find clues regarding blood and mana. Completion conditions. Collect 44 monster blood samples. Completion reward, gratitude from the Kingston Parliament, 10 gold coins and experience points. Young Min couldn't hide the excitement on his face. It's finally here. The final racial quest that could be obtained in the third city. He carefully read every line and analyzed it. At first glance, it seemed simple, but it hid a lethal trap. The completion conditions. Collect 44 monster blood samples without repeating the species. Young Min carefully calculated the requirements. The monster blood here meant monsters level 160 or higher, and they all had to be unique species. In my past life, I suffered so much because of this. But even if you know about the trap, it's not something that's easily solved. He began to visualize the scale in numbers. Each area only had 20 types of monsters at level 160 or above. That meant even combining two areas, he would still be short by 4 species. The scope would have to expand to include the Black Dragon Legion. Aside from special NPCs like Jiros and Kurus, he would have to capture the job undead mobs. Young Min frowned as he did the math. Damn it, this is going to be a problem. I'm exhausted, so I'm heading out. Since it's a quest, I guess hunting other players would count too. The issue was that there weren't any players who had exceeded level 160 yet. He recalled a few memories. I can't just keep waiting like this. Should I just attack that village? No, that won't work. Who knows if the guard NPCs even drop monster blood? Suddenly, he let out a cry as an idea struck him. That's it. That's the only way. Time passed until the next day at the northeastern intersection of the foggy forest. Young Min appeared and began slaughtering the stone moles there. He worked with sheer determination. His face couldn't hide his exhaustion. Young Min only stopped once he saw the notification. Stone mole blood obtained. Finally, I got it. He looked at the mole carcasses in front of him as they slowly faded away, thinking to himself, I knew the drop rate was incredibly rare. The quest progress for blood and mana appeared 1 out of 44. Young Min felt discouraged. He had been hunting all day and only managed to get one single sample. He started thinking while clutching the blood vial in his hand. This way was a bit slow, but it was the only effective method. Then once again, he sped up and charged forward. I don't have time to overthink this. I've got to keep moving. Now let's talk about that time spending all morning struggling just to find monster blood. Young Min worked harder than ever. At night, he ground the Black Dragon Legion to get them to level 160 as fast as possible. After leaking info about the hunting grounds near Asto, he simultaneously completed a chain of race-specific quests and skill experience quests. A few days passed while he tackled that hectic schedule, and finally, Young Min stepped out of his sleep capsule. With a smirk on his face, he made a declaration. Finally done. He couldn't help but feel a bit bitter thinking about everything he'd been through. Just now, the Black Dragon Legion had captured a black rhino, and it was no ordinary beast. That rhino had such high defense that it was a total pain to take down. Young Min immediately started craving the taste of food and a cold beer. Alright, only 4 Black Dragon Legion races left. How about some fried chicken and beer today? He slowly walked over to his chair, planning to watch some YouTube while he ate his chicken. His hands moved skillfully over the mouse. But then Young Min's expression turned to pure shock. Wait, what's this? A challenge appeared on the screen. Young Min, stand up. The Black Dragon Legion has reached level 160. Oh, finally, some of them hit level 160. He couldn't hide his excitement after reading it. All those secrets I shared were totally worth it. Because of that, they're all leveling up together, making everything so much easier. But then another problem came to mind. Now how do I get them to take the bait? He muttered to himself, recalling the monster's patterns. Waiting for them at the hunting grounds was an option. But if word gets out, the place I'm occupying will be the #1 spot everyone avoids. Ever since I took down Jiro's, every user has been steering clear of me. Young Min's eyes landed on something. The post he was looking at was how to make your own scarecrow. The corners of Young Min's mouth curled into a grin. A scarecrow, huh. His smile started to look less and less human. That's right. If they're avoiding me, I'll just make sure they don't even realize they're walking straight into my hands. The next day arrived at the Black Dragon Legion hunting grounds, the Blood Moon Forest. Young Min looked around cautiously. Perfect. Just as I thought, nobody's here. A secluded spot like this should do the trick. Then he used a supplier summon scroll. A character appeared at his command. It was the NPC item supplier. Greetings, adventurer. However, before the guy could even finish his introduction, Young Min shoved a pile of items right in his face. We provide products. While redecorating the supplier, NPC Young Min talked to himself. First, I'll change your appearance so they won't suspect a thing. After removing the race-based sales restrictions and changing the NPC settings, a system notification popped up. NPC supplier registering products for sale. Young Min watched it and muttered, I just need to fill this up with magic and rare gear. Soon the NPC salesman appeared with a completely new look. There we go. Doesn't look half bad, does it? Young Min gave a wicked smile and thought to himself, to get great gear that feels like it fell from the sky, you've got to trade with an NPC, right? He scratched his head, calculating. All right, preparations are done. Everything was set, and now Young Min just had to drop the bait. Meanwhile, over in Asta. Hey, look at this. Two guys were chatting. What's up? Do you know that guy who's been sharing tips lately? The guy with the black beard exclaimed. Of course, thanks to him, our whole party hit level 160. The guy with glasses added. He just posted something new. They looked at the notification and started doing the math. Looks like there's a secret shop outside the hunting grounds. Oh, for real? Where? The location is the NPC in the Blood Moon Forest. While the salesman Young Min sent out was doing his job, Young Min himself was carefully hiding behind a small tree. A sinister smile spread across Young Min's face. Come on. Come to me, you stupid prey. A dark, eerie atmosphere loomed as the two adventurers talked. Man, the vibe here is a little creepy. Let's call the rest of the members. If nothing else is different, what's that over there? Let's go check it out first. The guy with glasses suddenly realized something and quickly pulled his friend back. Hey, hide quick. His friend didn't understand what was going on and just followed. What, why? The glasses guy whispered. Shish, look ahead. They looked toward Young Min and the NPC, and then they totally lost it. Wait, isn't that Young Min? I'm telling you, what's that monster who killed Jiro's doing here? The bearded guy was absolutely terrified. I have no idea. Wait, he's gone. They turned their attention back to the NPC. What is that? Let's go see if we can get closer. As they approached, they realized what it was. What the it's an NPC. Is this that special merchant they mentioned on the homepage? As they got closer, a trade notification popped up. Just to be safe, stay sharp. The glasses guy noticed something. Huh, what's this? He stared at the inventory in awe. Look at these insane stats. So this is why that Young Min guy is so strong. He's the only one using this merchant's gear. But then he thought about his own wallet. But it's so expensive. And there's a limit of 1 item each. I know, let's call everyone from the guild to come and buy everything out. Young Min, hiding behind a tree, couldn't stop grinning. The plan was going way too perfectly. It was like taking candy from a baby. Go on, call them all. The glasses guy quickly brought over a whole crowd. He signaled to his friend on the other side. We're here. You still got an eye on it. The friend quickly replied. Yeah, nobody's here. The other players arrived and discovered the same thing. It's for real. This is the first time I've seen gear this good. This is insane. The glasses guy tested out a new item while commenting. Now we can be just as strong as Young Min. Little did he know, a noise from behind would soon make him jump out of his skin. His jaw dropped as another group quickly took their spots. First, let's pool the gold. Hey, how much you got? Empty your pockets, one of them shouted. But then he realized something was wrong. Damn it, why aren't you answering? His eyes widened in shock. Gasp. He watched as his teammates behind him were sent straight to the afterlife. What? What's happening? Young Min appeared behind them with an explanation. What's happening, you ask? He didn't give them a single chance to react before launching a direct attack. To catch a big fish, you need some tasty bait. You idiots. He swung his weapon down. All that could be heard next were blood-curdling screams. Young Min was the sole survivor. System notifications kept popping up. Obtained goblin blood. Obtained chose blood. Obtained undead blood. He grinned, holding them up high. He'd managed to snag a whole pile of them at once. He checked his status window to assess the situation. After all, the drop rate from players is way better than from monsters, isn't it? Youngmin then turned his attention back to the NPC in front of him. You've worked hard. You can go now. The partner NPC was dismissed and the registered items were returned to his inventory. Once he was finally alone, he started muttering to himself, well, I've got the items. Now time to pay that old man a visit. Young Min quickly arrived at Crossroad, the headquarters of the Human Alliance Guild. Haben welcomed him with a warmer smile than ever. You're truly talented. Thanks to you, my standing in the parliament has skyrocketed. You fully mastered the understanding of blood and mana. He handed over the quest reward. Here, take this. It was a letter of appreciation from the Kingston Parliament. Young Min took it satisfied. Thanks, Shanghai. A system notification rang out. You have received a letter of appreciation from the Kingston Parliament. Is this really the final reward? A cold, almost inhuman look crossed his face. This piece of paper didn't boost any stats, but there would come a time when he'd need it, so he tucked it away for now. As Young Min was leaving, Haben didn't forget to call out a reminder. If you head to the Central District, please lend your strength to the Kingston Parliament once more. For the restoration of our human glory, sure, if I have the time, Youngmin replied with a long sigh after finishing the quest chain. As he walked, he started thinking. All the racial quests in the third city were done. Now he just needed to clear the fourth city, the Central District, and he'd be finished. He began listing the obstacles in his mind. The main issue was the level requirement for the Central District. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Then there was the matter of how to solve each step. To reach the center, crossing the ocean was mandatory. The monsters blocking the way lived deep under the sea, and they were every bit as terrifying as their names suggested. After finishing his calculations, Young Min spoke up with excitement. All right then. It never hurts to be fully prepared. First, I need to head back there without rushing. He walked leisurely across the green grass. Young Min was currently at the ruins south of Crossroad. He gazed ahead while reflecting. Many players used to come here, but now no one even bothered to look at this place because they thought there were no special items. But a whole new world was waiting to be discovered. This place held a secret that absolutely no one knew about. He suddenly looked over when he heard voices nearby. Is this the destination? His two new companions were just as excited. I'm switching to level 180 alert status. Dwarf Guard Goji. I'll report back after checking the surroundings. Level 180 Dwarf Guide Muji. Youngmin replied to them politely. All right, I'll leave it to you two then. These were NPCs from the Dragon Legion that he had recruited. As he stepped inside, he thought about how players were forced to form parties to raid these ruins. He had spent a fortune to hire these high-level NPCs. A cold, ruthless smile slowly formed on his face. Though they were expensive compared to sharing the rewards with other players, this was a bargain. Young Min and his companions stopped at a fork in the road. All right, there are 3 paths here. Goji Muji. Listen closely. He began assigning their tasks. Goji, take the right. Muji, take the left. He then gave them detailed instructions. If you both go to the very end, you'll find a small room paved with tiles. He even told them exactly what to do once they were inside. If you look closely at the tiles, you'll see one with a specific pattern. He gave them a simple command. Stay on that tile until I call your names. No matter what happens, do not lift your feet off it. Got it. Understood, they replied in unison. Youngmin stayed where he was waiting. It should be starting soon. Just as he finished speaking, the ground began to shift. Young Min felt the change with a look of pure delight. Ooh, here it comes, he commented with satisfaction, knowing his teammates were exactly where they needed to be. Looks like they found the right spots. A system notification appeared. You have discovered the secret of the ruins. The gatekeeper will now try to block you. Now it was his turn. A massive golem hand erupted from the ground, reaching forward with the intent to crush him. The key to opening the new door had also appeared. But for now, Young Min was facing a swarm of gatekeeper golems. Quite a lot of you, time to take out the gatekeepers and grab that key. He quickly dropped into a combat stance. There was no need to hide it. His face showed he was enjoying this more than anything. Because I'm going to slaughter every last one of you. The gatekeeper golems lunged at Young Min one after another. Level 165 gatekeeper golems. He didn't hesitate to charge right back. Young Min spun through the air, effortlessly dodging their strikes. He even managed to slice off one of the golem's arms. The massive stone creatures roared in absolute fury. However, to Young Min, this was nothing but a joke. At his current level, they were no match for him. Too easy, he thought to himself as he moved. While that quest to collect monster blood was grueling, there was no denying it had helped him grow significantly. He continued to feel the surge of his own power. His body and even his heavy axe felt incredibly light. He began to enter a state of pure frenzy. This feels amazing. Level 190 Berserker, Young Min lunged forward. His weapon was gripped tight as he launched a counter-offensive. The golems were smashed into pieces one by one. Young Min landed gracefully on the ground, leaving a pile of rubble and thick dust in his wake. At that moment, Goji and Muji returned. They stopped in front of him and reported, "We've returned as summoned." There was nothing inside. However, Muji couldn't hide the shock on her face. Before her lay a mountain of debris and a mysterious black orb. Min reached out and grabbed the orb, then turned to them with a sinister grin. "Oh, my dwarf friends have finally arrived." He held the golem cores ready to open the path. "Don't just stand there watching. Help me open the door." A system notification appeared. The gatekeeper's key has been verified. The massive gate slowly groaned open. They stood still as the next notification flashed. The true entrance to the ruins has been revealed. Min slowly made his way inside. As he moved, he calculated that the difficulty of this hidden ruin was around level 170. He didn't forget to evaluate his new teammates. Although the dungeon was full of complex traps and dangerous monsters, these guys were level 180, so they should be more than capable. After walking for a while, he reached the bottom of the stairs. Min remarked with a smirk, "Perfect. Now the real fun begins." Min surveyed the area ahead. Monsters were crawling everywhere, and the floor was riddled with traps. He signaled his two teammates, Goji and Mizuji, to get ready. The task Min set was simple. "It's time to show your worth. Let's see what you've got." Mizuji and Goji immediately activated their combat magic and raised their weapons. Switching to exploration mode, combat stance confirmed. The magic circle in front of Mizuji glowed brighter than ever before. It spread across the entire room, clearly highlighting every hidden trap. She called out to the group. Most traps identified. Finding a safe route. "I'll lead the way." The two of them began to move in sync. Mizuji nimbly guided them through the chaos. Min followed closely, listening to every instruction. "Go straight this time." The three of them navigated the maze with ease, turning left and right. Almost there this way. But suddenly she came to a halt. "Wait, look, right in front of them was a massive gate. We found it. This is the way out." The three of them approached to inspect it. Goji reached out to touch it, but a bolt of lightning struck his hand. "Damn it." He turned to report, "It's a barrier. Someone powerful must have set this up. It looks like it'll take quite a while to break." Min asked bluntly. "How long?" A specific time was given. "Roughly 10 minutes. Min listened and gave a smirk. 10 minutes, huh? He glanced back at the approaching monsters and said, "Don't worry about those things. Just do your job." Goji stood ready to defend Mizuji. "Thanks. Leave the rest to me." Emerging before them was a level 162 ancient venom slime. Min didn't waste a single second and charged straight in. "Stop dragging this out. Just get lost." The sword in Goji's hand began to glow. He unleashed his specialized skill, a powerful strike called Bone Slash. The monsters were wiped out, instantly exploding like New Year's fireworks. Only then did Goji catch his breath. After a short while, Mizuji successfully bypassed the gate. A system notification popped up. "Maze mission complete. The deep ruins have been opened." The sight ahead left Min's teammates speechless. Whoa! The space before them looked like a massive arena. Then a crazed voice echoed through the hall. "I was planning to hunt you down, but I never thought you'd deliver yourself right to me." A freakish mage glared at them and let out a roar. "I'll show you the true meaning of fear when you face my power." It was the level 175 freak mage, a fanatic of dark magic. Min looked ahead silently, confirming this guy was the dungeon boss. He studied the freak mage and thought to himself, the second most dangerous mutant after Cielo. The freak mage possessed distorted mutant powers. The boss spoke up. "You must be strong to have made it this far." The staff in his hand began to glow with an eerie, sinister aura. The freak mage shouted, "But this is where you'll rot." Black clouds suddenly swirled around the arena and lightning crashed down. The freak mage burst into laughter as he gave the command. "Come forth, my loyal servants, tear them to pieces." Monstrous silhouettes began to appear. A gate opened, revealing dozens of glowing eyes. It was as if they had the power to grow into giants. Every mutant monster had its own unique ability. In reality, the freak mage's true power was mind control. He could dominate and command other monsters like puppets. Level 150 controlled mutant sharks appeared. Min saw them and immediately signaled Goji and Mizuji. "Get in position." The two members shouted back in unison. A system notification rang out as the mutant sharks charged straight at them. First wave starting now. One monster let out a threatening growl, but Min cut it down in an instant. His eyes darted to the side when he heard a sudden movement. Another group of mutant sharks lunged, jaws wide open, ready to tear him apart. Min moved like a blur, his weapon carving through them effortlessly. Slash. They only had time to let out a few agonized shrieks before being sliced into pieces. Min was completely enjoying this one-sided slaughter. These runts aren't even a challenge. "Hey, you crazy old man, is this all you've got?" The freak mage's confident aura vanished instantly. "What, you arrogant brat?" On the contrary, Min was already laughing at him. "Look at you. You're literally shaking." He watched the mage and thought, "I'd love to end him right now, just like those other monsters, but unfortunately, I can't." He surveyed the situation. The boss was surrounded by a protective mutant shield. "I have to drain his power before I can land a direct hit. Luckily, he can't attack me directly until then either." Despite the situation, he quickly finalized his next move. "I guess I just have to keep fighting until all the waves are over." Goji, Mizuji. "You guys tired already?" Goji and Mizuji continued to strike down the monsters. They looked back at him and replied, "Not at all, we're still good." That answer pleased young Min. "Good. 4 more waves to go. Hang in there a bit longer." Carcasses of monsters began to pile up on the floor. Level 161 controlled mutant frenzied Tigans were wiped out. Then the level 162 controlled mutant hungry wolves. Finally, a message appeared. All monsters eliminated. Third wave cleared. Young Min looked at his body with excitement. The more monsters there were, the more effective his blood mark became. The more damage he took, the more his health pooled. He then muttered sarcastically, 2 waves left right. You're starting to get nervous, aren't you, you ugly freak? The freak mage grew increasingly anxious as he witnessed Young Min's power. Oh, how dare you? He decided to launch a magical assault. Shut that filthy mouth of yours right now. Powerful bolts of lightning rained down, shaking the entire room. The freak mage shouted another command. Rise, my dark masterpieces. More silhouettes under his control emerged at his call. Let them feel true despair. 2 figures appeared, radiating a terrifying aura. A level 171 controlled mutant high elf and a level 172 controlled mutant. Young Min smirked and muttered, "Ha, 2 types at once. You must be really pissed off." He laid out a simple plan. "You 2 take the elves. Leave the orcs to me." "Got it," Goji replied sharply. "Understood." Mizuji followed up. "Yes, sir." The freak mage launched the final assault. Die. The 4th and 5th waves began. Young Min's team moved out instantly. The 2 controlled enemies charged forward. Goji and Mizuji faced off against the high elves while Young Min went one-on-one with the mutant orc. He was absolutely loving it. He dominated the match and even had the nerve to mock his opponent. What a waste. All that muscle and no bite, he sneered. As he spoke, he unleashed a flurry of strikes on the orc, which was visibly weakening. The moment his feet touched the ground, he pivoted instantly to deliver another blow. His next attack was strike. A system notification popped up. Controlled mutant orc eliminated. He turned calmly toward his teammates. How are things over there? Their battle wasn't over yet, but they had both started using their ultimate moves. It was a combination skill. Goji unleashed a frost attack while Mizuji backed him up with scorching flames. 2 opposing forces slammed into the 2 mutant elves simultaneously, leaving nothing but blood-curdling screams in their wake. Then, as the 2 energies collided, they triggered a massive explosion. Finally, the system notification appeared. 2 controlled mutant elves eliminated. All monster waves have been cleared. The monster mage's shield shattered and his mutant protection vanished. Young Min didn't waste a single second and charged straight at him. Locking onto his target, he roared, "I've been waiting for this." He swung his weapon with all his might. Die, you lunatic. However, the monster mage hadn't given up yet. He began chanting a spell, the Light of Destruction. A flash of shock crossed Young Min's face. Damn it, I forgot to predict the move he was prepping. It was a lethal skill triggered right after the monster waves ended. After the blast, a thick white haze filled the entire area. The monster mage poured every ounce of his strength into one final strike, practically screaming in rage. He watched in disbelief as Goji stepped in to tank the full force of the blast. Goji was using his combination skill, Taishin's Shield Wall. Young Min was completely caught off guard by this move. How could you? Goji turned his head and explained, "My stamina and mana are at their limit. I can't hold out any longer." Then, moving almost instantly, he leaped high above the monster mage's reach and delivered a flaming sword strike across the old man's back. Forced by the searing heat slash, the monster mage had no choice but to drop his staff. The area fell silent, save for Goji's heavy panting. But the monster mage wasn't finished yet. Hemp, you annoying brat. He easily swatted away the boy who was completely drained of mana and strength. Get lost. The monster mage quickly snatched his staff back and prepared to strike. Die. He unleashed a devastating attack on Goji, but something changed. As his spell slammed down, the monster mage was the one left in total shock. You survived my attack. The system notification chimed. Goji and Mizuji were being recalled to the mercenary guild. Once mercenaries return, they can't re-enter the same battlefield. Young Min spoke in a low, somber tone. Goji, Mizuji, you guys did a great job. He raised his weapon, preparing for the final showdown with the monster mage. Thanks to you 2, I can clear this round. Leave the rest to me. As Goji began to fade away, Mizuji smiled and added, orders received. Heading back now. Good luck, Young Min. A flash of teleportation light whisked them away back to the guild. Seeing this, the monster mage burst into a satisfied wicked laugh. You fools, now you're all alone. His staff transformed once more, turning into a weapon with a massive heavy head. I'm going to squash you like a roach. He swung down violently at Young Min, but his strike came to a sudden halt. Young Min had blocked it effortlessly. What is this feeling? To the monster mage, the man before him no longer felt like a mere human but an immovable wall. How could his aura be so overwhelming? Young Min finally spoke up. Hey, Baldy. He chuckled and explained, I only started this mess because I want what you're holding. Then he added a sarcastic jab. Did you seriously think I'd actually cooperate with you? The monster mage let out a humiliated roar. Ridiculous. My body was chosen by the power of corruption. You're the one who's going to suffer. He quickly backed away to prepare a counterattack. You seem pretty confident in your physical strength, don't you? His staff gathered energy, forming a sphere of power. He unleashed his skill, Orb of Despair. How about you try this on for size? Young Min pulled out the perfect counterweapon, the Liberator's battle axe. A massive explosion rocked the area. Convinced he'd finally finish him off, the monster mage cackled. Celebrate too early and you'll just end up as dust. But a second later, the old man froze in terror. Young Min had appeared behind him in the blink of an eye, his hand already curled into a fist. The monster mage whipped his head around, stammering. What? Only to take the full force of a punch straight to the face. He was sent flying several meters. Young Min stayed right on his tail, gearing up for another strike on the mage. This one's for Goji and Mizuji. He treated the mage like a human punching bag. Young Min cursed at him while raining down blows. Stop faking it, try this one too. His opponent took hit after hit, completely helpless. The monster mage's face was beaten to a pulp. He thought in disbelief, impossible. How am I getting thrashed like this? All he could do was curse inwardly in frustration. Damn it, no matter what I'll... The monster mage decided to use a self-destruction skill. I'm taking you down with me, you arrogant prick. Young Min was more than ready for it. Go ahead. A massive explosion erupted, leaving behind a thick curtain of smoke. Slowly, Young Min emerged from the haze. He was satisfied with the outcome. Finally, it's over. Berserk mode is cancelled. Once the timer runs out, his invincibility will end. He muttered to himself as he walked. Once the time is up, that immortality buff is gone. Let's see. You really blew yourself up, huh? Young Min flashed a wicked grin. That item has to be here somewhere. Then he reached down and picked up his prize. Found it. You have obtained the Orb of Corrupted Power. Young Min examined the sphere and appraised it. This was secret gear that could only be looted from the monster mage, the Orb of Corrupted Power. The truth was, if he had killed the guy directly, the orb would have shattered. He had to let the mage self-destruct to get the orb intact. Satisfied, Young Min used a teleportation spell to leave. Now that I've got the goods, it's time to move up. Using the Bible item to warp to Crossroads, he returned to the protective fortress. He immediately went to see the guard captain Mankin, who was stunned by the item Young Min brought back. This. Mankin looked at him skeptically. Where on earth did you find this? Young Min gave a bright smile and explained, I took out a corrupted monster and this was the drop. I think this thing was the reason everything went south. Mankin rushed outside, clearly excited. This is a massive discovery. Wait here. If this checks out, I'll give you a huge reward on the spot. Sure thing, I'll wait, Young Min replied contentedly. Once he was alone, he couldn't hide the smug grin spreading across his face. Bonus rewards. Forget that for now. Let's see how the world is doing while I wait. But then Young Min's expression shifts almost instantly. He points his finger at the notification screen. What is this for real? The display shows the Lost, the fourth city located across the sea, heading toward the first central continent. The members of Huan are already making their way there. At around 3 in the afternoon yesterday, the members of Huan set sail for the central continent. Young Min reads the news like he's been struck by lightning. What? They've already set off. And they're reaching the central continent before me. He glares at the screen, looking completely frustrated. These guys definitely know their way around the latest titles. He analyzes the situation logically. Their levels are around 160 to 170. There's no way they dare take such a risk otherwise. The latest news flashes on the screen. The Lost. The first sea voyage to the fourth continent. Young Min leans back, continuing his analysis. Their success rate is only 2%. The rate is low, but it's not impossible. He stares at the photo, speculating that with this much hype, other teams might have already left or are about to depart. The more he thinks about it, the crazier he feels. Arg. If even one of them makes it and succeeds, the title I want most will be snatched away. Young Min even thinks about the possible outcomes. I can't do anything about a ship that's already at sea and I can't stop them. Besides, even if I set sail now, it would be hard to reach the central continent in time. He's so anxious, he starts biting his nails. Is that the only place? If I can just get there, I can take the lead. However, the harsh reality only makes Young Min sigh. In truth, I can't. Even in my past life after reaching the center, I couldn't take control easily. The success rate in both places is extremely low. He's practically losing his mind over this. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? Right then, someone calls out his in-game name. Young Min, have you been waiting long? Young Min is surprised to see Mankin appear. You're back, sir. Mankin strolls over and speaks up. What you brought back is very useful. Mankin holds an orb in his hand and says, as expected, the power of corruption is all in here. I've prepared a reward for you. At that moment, a system alert rings out. An unbelievable achievement. You are the first to discover the cause of corruption that no one else has found. Hearing that, he lets out a cheer of admiration. Oh. The system continues its announcement. The title, Winner of Corruption, has evolved into Corruption Hunter. You are the first to obtain this title. Before Young Min's eyes, a detailed information panel appears. Latest Corruption Hunter Rare Plus. Corrupted power is a mysterious force whose origin remains undiscovered. You have not only conquered it, but also subdued it. You have successfully found its source and hunted it down. Corruption is very wary of you. You are the first to earn this title. Passive effect reduces damage taken from corrupted power by 20%. Sensing ability for corrupted power has been enhanced. Question mark 23. After reading it, he praises the result happily. Not bad at all. It even boosts my existing abilities. Looking at the last line, Young Min gets even more excited. There's still an unlocked effect. A sly smile creeps across his face. I wonder what it is. I can't wait. Suddenly, Young Min looks at his bicep. As if reading his mind, the system displays latest soul destruction power rank epic. Symbols resembling tattoos are etched onto the body, hiding the mysterious power to destroy souls. You have obtained the heart of a corrupted monster, adding a special power. When soul destruction power is used, the critical hit rate increases by 11%. Damage rate increases by 60%. This power can be strengthened by absorbing corrupted energy. Young Min nods in satisfaction. Now that's what I'm talking about. He's very optimistic about this upgrade. Whether it's a 1% or 10% increase, it's still an improvement. It might not be a lot now, but it has great potential for the future. Mankin waits for him to finish receiving the rewards and then continues. Thanks to you, our tracking and research on them seem to have accelerated. Thank you. This is my final reward for you. He then presents an item. Take this. This gear is very well suited for you. Young Min takes it, looking confused. What is this? Mankin explains further. It's a special skill book. I received it from someone who reminds me a lot of you. Go ahead, take it. While he still doesn't quite understand its use, asking himself, what is this? The system provides the details. The book, 2 Hearts. A skill that creates a second heart containing magic power within the user's body. By adding a magic heart to the body, vitality and endurance increase significantly. Strength, agility, and intelligence also increase. After reading, he grows even more fascinated. This is amazing. Even when I was a top ranker in my past life, I never once saw this. Mankin suddenly asks for his thoughts. Well, do you like it? Young Min immediately responds with a firm, I love it. Hearing that, Mankin feels relieved. Good. It will help you on your journey to the center. Young Min is startled that Mankin knows his plans. How did you know about that? Mankin responds with a chuckle. Mankin calmly asks back, isn't that the destination a powerful adventurer like you would head toward? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura radiates from him. Young Min, you've become very strong. Stronger than even me. Mankin reminisces for a moment before speaking. The Cradle of the Dead event proved that. He then suddenly mentions the skill book again. Think of it as my way of showing respect to that person. Without warning, Mankin reaches his hand out. He offers a sincere blessing. It was short, but I truly enjoyed our time together. I wish you success on your future journey. Seeing this, Young Min lets out a small smirk. He solemnly shakes Mankin's hand in return. The honor is mine. Time passes, and at the Crossroad private training grounds, Young Min is currently warming up his whole body. As expected, a private training area is the most comfortable. He quickly moves to test his new skill, Summon Second Heart. Holding the book in his hand, Young Min thinks to himself, I have a general idea of what this skill is, but I need to get used to it myself first. Acting on his thought, he raises the book high and shouts, Acquire Second Heart. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts from the book. It quickly transforms, leaving Young Min in shock. An arrow begins to take shape. He stays on high alert, bracing himself. Here it comes, immediately after the arrow shoots forward. It pierces straight into the right side of Young Min's chest. The intense pain makes him scream out loud, but the arrow doesn't vanish completely right away. It takes a moment before the process finally nears its end. Young Min places his hand on his chest, feeling it. That pain just now. It was completely different from anything I've ever felt. Suddenly, his expression shifts. Wait a minute. Young Min realizes it now. He can feel it. Another heart is beating. Suddenly, the system screen pops up, announcing his current status. Passive Twin Hearts. The power of the magic heart will boost your physical capabilities. Endurance increases by 100%, stamina by 300%, while strength, agility, and intelligence all go up. A whole list of stats shot up, making Young Min super hyped. Hell yeah, he thought. Looking at the pile of buffs, he already started planning some deadly combos. His strength stat had hit a whole new level. It was a temporary combat awakening triggered by using Berserk blood. If he paired this with his other skills, the efficiency would be off the charts. Finally, Young Min figured out what that mysterious question mark meant. It was the ultimate effect. He paused for a second, then shouted with pure excitement. With this, I can actually go there and launch an attack. The scene shifted instantly, and Young Min was standing at Murin Village. He looked at the stunning view in front of him and let out a big laugh. I've got a whole arsenal of gear ready. Let's do this. As he started walking, Young Min ran through his options. There were 2 ways to reach the central region. He came to a halt. One option was taking the ship to the center, but the second option, the one Young Min was going for, was traveling through that place. As he stepped inside, he recalled that taking this route would be twice as fast as the ship. It was extremely difficult, though, and only a limited number of people were allowed through. In his past life, no one below level 200 had ever cleared it. Yet, Young Min declared with total confidence, but this time I'm going to pull it off. He immediately pressed himself against the wall. See, every single move Young Min made had a purpose. Finding this spot required gathering a mountain of clues. After checking around for a bit, he cheered up. Found it. It was easy for him to spot the entrance. Since he already knew where it was, he didn't have to break a sweat. He found the secret passage and quickly jumped down. Here we go. In no time, Young Min landed safely on the ground. He headed toward the light with one clear goal in mind. He was determined to conquer a place where no one else had ever set foot. The light was so blinding that he had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Behind the door was a place he knew all too well. It was just as beautiful as before, a location no one would ever suspect. An undersea tunnel. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the air. Who goes there? Young Min spun around, startled. Standing behind him was a fierce-looking man interrogating him. What are you doing here? Young Min reacted instantly. He placed a hand over his chest and introduced himself with perfect manners. I am a true Young Min and I wish to pass through the undersea path. I apologize for the intrusion. The man was shocked to see someone of Young Min's status here. As the guardian of the undersea path, he didn't hesitate for long. Fine. About the undersea path, let me think. For now, just follow me. He turned and gestured toward the village. Young Min let out a quiet sigh of relief now that he'd been granted entry. This should work right. The system chimed in with a notification. Undersea village discovered. Great achievement. You have found a forgotten territory. The system voice continued rhythmically. You have obtained the title Explorer. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be impressed. Oh, the system quickly pulled up a detailed window, Rare Explorer. This title was reserved for those who discovered abandoned or completely unexplored regions. Your restless spirit for challenge is truly remarkable. Passive effect. Favorability with neutral NPCs and exploration areas has increased. It even gave a special shout-out. With a legendary title, nothing is impossible. Your reputation with the residents of the undersea village has increased. Young Min felt pretty good about himself. Thanks to this title, the villagers would actually like him. First mission cleared. Still, he wasn't about to get careless. It was too early to let his guard down because there were still plenty of doors to get through in this tunnel. As the two of them walked through the village, Young Min suddenly felt something and turned his head. He looked on blindly, assessing the situation.